Moshi Secret Realm Manor No. 36. Wei Jie stood quietly before the gate, gazing at the manor that was as deserted as ever. He knew that Zhang Yang had already left. Inside the Virtual Universe Company he had spent more than 80 years in total. Over 40 years within the company, 4 years traveling, 30 years in Hundun City, and 8 years in the Moshi Secret Realm. That was already 1/5 of his life. Those 80+ years had been the period of his fastest progress as he advanced from comprehending domains to grasping the laws, and from the company's periphery into its core. He had fulfilled his long-cherished wish, yet as he watched Zhang Yang leave, a new desire rose in his heart. To see Zhang Yang's back. No one else can perceive your genius, but I can. Wei Jie will definitely become an immortal, even if it is only to see your back and keep today's parting from becoming an eternal farewell. Wei Jie raised his head toward the exit of the Moshi Secret Realm, and murmured in his heart, Zhang Yang, don't die too soon. Qianwu Universe Country, Yinmo Star. With a burst of spatial fluctuations, a ring-shaped black vortex abruptly appeared. The residents below, seeing such a scene, had mostly awe in their eyes. They knew that their planet had been purchased by an invincible existence, for the sole purpose of placing something there, enabling him to come across vast distances of time and space. This scene occurred once every 1,000 years at the most. Thus, although the people here knew of it, few had truly witnessed it, and they kept absolute silence. As the spatial passage grew larger, Zhang Yang followed behind a slightly taller immortal, and stepped out from the spatial passage in one stride. At the same time, the 10 Domain Lord level and 90 Universe level guards behind him walked out in orderly ranks behind the two. Endless majesty pressed down upon Yinmo Star. Even every person on the entire planet could feel the change, yet they still maintained silence. This was their custom. They regarded this way of crossing time and space as a sacred ritual. Thank you, Army Lord. The money has already been transferred. Zhang Yang came out from the Divine Kingdom and thanked the immortal beside him. The round-faced immortal waved his hand. Just a transaction. We'll meet again someday. After saying this, the immortal left directly. Watching the immortal leave, Zhang Yang glanced around at the guards. He could sense their low spirits. After all, he was a newly promoted Domain Lord, and one who had left the secret realm at that. This prince of the Moshi Secret Realm was powerful in their eyes, but for a Domain Lord of equal status, he was probably counted as the weakest. They had been forced to follow him from the Moshi Secret Realm to this desolate star region, and they were already confused about their future. Actually, Zhang Yang had not wanted these guards at all because they simply were not useful. But after thinking it over, even if they lacked strength, they could still do errands and similar tasks. Placed on Earth, they were invincible experts. Using them as teachers was also quite good. As for how to give them motivation, it was actually very simple, plain interests. Work more, earn more, that was fair. Zhang Yang was indeed somewhat poor, but that was because his current needs were high. It was not to the point that he could not even take out rewards for his subordinates. His mental power swept across the planet. 6 billion people. Their strength was even worse than Earth's before it had entered interstellar space. He took out his silver-white D-grade alloy spaceship and boarded it directly. The many guards behind hastily followed. From then on they were branded with Zhang Yang's name. The deterrent power of the Virtual Universe Company was far more terrifying than a slave collar. Once betrayal occurred, what awaited them was more horrifying than death. As the silver spaceship departed this planet, having witnessed a spectacle seen only once in hundreds of years, went straight into celebration. The spaceship shuttled through the dark universe and arrived at Fanji Star, where the Virtual Universe Company's Heilong Mountain branch was located, in a little over a day. Its speed slowed to 0 and the silver spaceship was directly expelled from the dark universe. The planet's technological instruments detected the spaceship first, causing the faces of those in the monitoring room to change greatly. Ignoring the spaceship's docking signal, he flew directly to the headquarters building. Zhang Yang led 100 guards as they appeared in the sky, spreading immense aura in all directions. Countless people watched in surprise. They actually dared to fly straight into the company. Even the several nation lords of the Heilong Mountain Star region would not dare to do so. After all, the nation lords of Heilong Mountain were immortals. They're finished. A bunch of domain lords actually dare to fly straight in. Are you stupid? Who would dare to charge into the company's branch? They must have something backing them. Hey, don't you think this spaceship's design looks very much like the Chief Steward's spaceship? Only the Chief Steward's ship is over 1,000 meters long, while this one in front of us is just over 100 meters. The Domain Lord leading them has such a powerful aura. He is only a third-stage Domain Lord, so how can he have such tremendous force? Ha ha ha, Zhang Yang, you came so fast. I received the news just a few days ago, and you are already here. You really are willing to spend. You actually used Divine Kingdom teleportation. A hearty voice rang out. Then a green-haired, extremely handsome young world lord appeared before Zhang Yang. Senior Sen, this was my first attempt at Divine Kingdom teleportation. I wanted to see what a Divine Kingdom looked like. Zhang Yang said with a smile. We pay our respects to His Highness Sen. The guards behind Zhang Yang knelt on one knee. Sun smiled as he looked at the guards behind him, a trace of nostalgia flashing through his eyes. Back then he too had come to Heilong Mountain this way. But in a blink 30 epochs had passed and he had become 100 times stronger than when he had first arrived. Immortal. He would definitely achieve it. You and I will work together for many years and we both come from the Moshi secret realm. You can call me Brother Sen, Senior Sen. Sounds too unfamiliar. As for the Divine Kingdom, to be honest, I have not even seen what one looks like. You are quite clever. Zhang Yang said casually. It was only a few Hunyuan units. When Brother Sen goes to Hundun City to comprehend the Hundun stele, you can naturally experience it. This is nothing to you. Sun nodded. He did have money, but spending more than 10 Hunyuan units just for travel made his heart ache. He was now a peak world lord of the Moshi secret realm with assets of only about 2,000 Hunyuan units. Still below the passing line for an ordinary immortal. Come on, I'll take you inside for a look. In fact, although we are said to manage the branch, the company's rules and regulations are very strict and clear, so we don't need to worry about much. Zhang Yang nodded. The virtual universe was a heavenly net. It was not only strict internally. If there was a need, it could carry out full monitoring even without entering the virtual universe. No fish could slip through the net. Sen continued. At most we coordinate disputes between powers. The only ones we need to pay attention to are the several immortals of Heilong Mountain. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang. He was somewhat unable to gauge Zhang Yang's strength. The record said the second level of Tongtian Bridge, but now that they met, his imposing force did not seem like someone at the second level. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Senior Sen, people like us from the Moshi secret realm generally don't need to care about ordinary world lords. Sen became much more solemn in his heart. It seemed this young man had probably already reached the third level of Tongtian Bridge, which was why he could look down on those unaffiliated ordinary world lords. His expression suddenly became clear. I was being too rash, brother. I knew you would not be so impetuous. Even if those unaffiliated world lords can have insights at the third level of Tongtian Bridge, their actual combat power is far worse than what we can unleash. Adding the gap in equipment, they really are not worth worrying about. Zhang Yang agreed. The immortals of Heilong Mountain were all at a low-grade level, while they, although only domain lords and world lords, had techniques that were at least above ordinary. The techniques those world lords could possess were even lower. Even though a world lord could clearly sense the fluctuations of the universe's origin without having seen the Hundun stele, and without the guidance of techniques, progress was very slow, and they could not even unleash their full strength. Brother Sen, what level of comprehension have you reached now? Sen said modestly, I have passed the 10th level and progress has been very slow. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. He had not expected this world lord to be so outstanding passing the 10th level. Since he had crossed the threshold of immortal comprehension, Zhang Yang would not think that it was only 10th level insight. The 11th level was also entirely possible. Such comprehension was outstanding even among the world lords of the Moshi secret realm. After all, for the world lord level at the Heaven-Earth Tongtian Mountain of the Moshi secret realm, the required comprehension was only the 15th level. This was a terrifying standard similar in principle to the primordial Tongtian Mountain. In general, no one could complete it. Breaching the 15th level meant that one's law comprehension was close to being titled a marquis, which was indeed a bit unsuitable for the Moshi secret realm. I need to learn more from Brother Sen. I wish you success in entering the Heaven-Earth secret realm in the next World Lord qualification war. Strength is what matters. How can the wealth of this small place compare with the resources provided by the Virtual Universe Company? I have decided to cultivate quietly from now on. Sen's eyes were full of admiration. Although he had shown enthusiasm, the wealth network he had held for 30 epochs could not be handed over. Since Zhang Yang had voluntarily stated his attitude, everything could be discussed. Come, I'll first show you the administrative affairs. After all, you are the second in command of this branch. You can't make a joke of yourself. I have long prepared a welcoming feast for you. Tonight let's have a good drink or two. Zhang Yang's head ached at the mention of administrative affairs. Some things depended on talent. Even now that his life level had reached the domain lord level, it would not change. Even if he could handle some matters, they were still a nuisance to him. He had long wanted to dodge them, so why would he actively go near them? He hastily declined. Brother Sen, with you here, how could anything go wrong? Let's set aside administrative affairs for the time being. Drinking a little and relaxing, adjusting the rhythm of cultivation is already very good. Sun saw that Zhang Yang did not seem to be faking it, and his earlier behavior was not advancing in order to retreat. He truly did not want to manage these messy affairs. This made Sun think more highly of Zhang Yang. At the time, he had not been able to resist that temptation. Otherwise, where would these 2,000 Hunyuan units have come from? 30 epochs. Even 300 epochs would not accumulate 2,000 Hunyuan units. After all, the Virtual Universe Company's rewards were only points. Seeing Zhang Yang so sincerely devoted to cultivation, he could not help wondering whether what he had done in these 30 epochs was right or wrong. If he had cultivated sincerely, would he have already broken through the great hurdle of the 13th level? Brother Zhang is truly a person of genuine temperament. What a coincidence. I also like drinking. Zhang Yang laughed cheerfully, then turned to his guards. and said seriously communicate well with Brother Sen's subordinates. In the future, if anything happens, you'll need to come here. Yes, Your Highness. All the guards knelt on one knee and answered respectfully. Within the sprawling estate of Fanji Star Forest. This is a massive estate spanning thousands of kilometers in area, dotted with mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Palaces and towers are built according to the surrounding environment. The view continuously narrows, finally locking onto one particular palace. Brother Sen truly spared no expense. A pot of violet orchid dream nectar like this must be worth at least one primordial chaos unit, right? Zhang Yang praised, swirling the glass in his hand, within which a violet galaxy seemed to be flowing. Sun said heartily, so, worth it, right? I wouldn't bring this out for just anyone. Zhang Yang savored the wine carefully, slowly turning his head with an expression of deep intoxication. Worth it. Truly worth it. The moment it touches the lips, sweetness carries a hint of refreshing coolness. Even my domain lord level body can barely withstand the intoxication of this wine. But most importantly, I feel that my perception of the fluctuations of the universe's origins has become a bit clearer. Truly a rare treasure. Sun smiled smugly and said, I found this in a secret realm. Originally I couldn't bear to drink it and thought about selling it. But when I saw the virtual universe company's purchasing price of one primordial chaos unit, I gave up on that idea. After all, some things others can buy but you may not be able to. The company's master brewers are limited. Without connections, how could one possibly get their hands on it? Zhang Yang checked in the virtual universe and found it was indeed so. Although it had a listed price, it now showed as sold out. This brother Sun seems to value him quite highly, bringing out such a rare treasure to entertain him. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Brother Sen. When I venture into secret realms in the future, I must keep an eye out as well. Sen's expression turned much more solemn. You're still a bit lacking when it comes to venturing into secret realms now. They're not as safe as you imagine. Oh! Zhang Yang let out a soft sound of surprise. His knowledge of secret realms mostly came from the virtual universe company. His past memories could no longer help him much in this regard. He asked with some confusion, are secret realms truly that dangerous? Sun countered, do you know how many times the population of secret realm humans exceeds that of cosmic humans? Zhang Yang answered without hesitation, secret realm humans number more than 10,000 times that of cosmic humans. These things were all recorded in the virtual universe company's data. Sen continued, the primal universe is merely a complete spatial plane. The spatial interlayers within it grow deeper from the surface, and secret realms are formed from the evolution of matter in those spatial interlayers. To put it bluntly, secret realms are even more numerous than the stars in the sky. Among them, starry sky scenes are rare, and most are special environments. Hearing this, Zhang Yang already understood Sen's meaning. The environments within secret realms might be endless mist, boundless oceans, scorching magma, or accumulations of metallic dust. Various extreme environments. Starry sky realms were considered the safest continents, the second, and the secret realms with cruel environments were certainly the most numerous. Moreover, the races living inside possessed natural adaptability and outstanding talents. Once humans entered, they would be in grave danger. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Sen knew he had understood. His face full of lingering fear, he said, I once accidentally fell into a secret realm. It was filled with extremely corrosive mist and special soul-devouring creatures. Back then I was already a realm lord, and I was so close to the entrance yet I nearly didn't make it out. The known secret realms are relatively safe. The chance of great mutations is very small. As for those unknown secret realms, no one knows what lies within. Many require immortality to enter, and some are certain death even for immortals. Zhang Yang quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Sen. If not for your warning, I'm afraid I wouldn't have realized these things until I encountered danger myself. Sun nodded and accepted it directly. This was something he had only understood after narrowly surviving death himself. Come on, brother, let's continue drinking. For now you should first reach the Realm Lord stage steadily before talking about anything else. If you ask me, since you've already reached the Domain Lord stage, after the next qualification battle ends, just make a direct breakthrough to Realm Lord. After all, our end times secret realm only has enlightenment restrictions, not quantity restrictions. After becoming a Realm Lord, reaching the 7th or 8th floor of the Tongtian Bridge within 10,000 years is still very simple. At that time you can settle down peacefully in the end times secret realm without worrying about elimination. Zhang Yang raised his glass and said, I've been thinking the same way. With limited lifespan, it's always better to enter the Realm Lord stage earlier. The laws that feel difficult to comprehend now will be as simple as piercing a sheet of paper once I become a Realm Lord. Sun was just about to say something when a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Oh, quite lively here. Sun, what occasion is today? Sen's expression darkened. He said toward the door, Gong Yan, what business does the Axe Coliseum have coming to my virtual universe company branch? Hearing that it was the Axe Coliseum, Zhang Yang felt a guarded tension in his heart. In less than a day, one couldn't even fly from the Axe Coliseum branch to Fanji Star. Yet now they suddenly appeared and with a confrontational attitude at that. It was likely aimed at him. He had only been here for half a day. Such a quick response meant the opponent's influence was unimaginable, and they had been prepared well in advance. So he had indeed attracted attention after all. What kind of powerful expert was hiding in the shadows? The next second the newcomer strode in quickly. It was a young man in black robes with strange secret patterns on his face, lips black, as if painted with lipstick, and long slender nails leaving afterimages in the air as he moved. Behind him followed a silent, sturdy young man with a broad sword hilt protruding from behind his shoulder. As he walked, his full suit of armor creaked loudly. The black-robed young man arrived inside the palace, took another step forward to the dining table, casually picked up a bright green translucent fruit, and put it into his mouth. He said disdainfully, "You and I have known each other for 25 epochs. What's wrong with an old friend coming to visit?" Sun glanced at Zhang Yang, then turned his head to look at Gong Yen and said, "Don't try to claim connections. I don't think you bear any goodwill toward my virtual universe company. Don't think I don't know you're hiding on planet Fanx 135. Zhang Yang understood. This was directed at him. It seemed his treatment here at Sen's place had something to do with the Axe Colosseum. After all, without a certain level of capability, how could they attach such importance to them? Gong Yen directly replied, "The Starry Sky is so vast. Perhaps I'm thinking of moving the Axe Colosseum branch over here." Humph. Sun let out a cold snort and ignored him. Gong Yen shifted his gaze to Zhang Yang, naturally stretching his fingers. His black nails made Zhang Yang feel extremely sharp. He deliberately asked with feigned confusion, "And who is this?" Neither Zhang Yang nor Sun spoke, both looking at him coldly. The atmosphere momentarily became quite awkward. A flash of annoyance passed through Gong Yan's eyes. He was a realm lord while Zhang Yang was merely a domain lord. To think they would still treat him like this despite knowing the difference in status. But the orders from the higher-ups above could only be completed. His eyes turned as if he had thought of something, and he exclaimed, "Oh, so you're the newly appointed supervisor of the Virtual Universe Company. My apologies, my apologies." Sen glanced at Zhang Yang out of the corner of his eye. He didn't know what connection Zhang Yang had with the Axe Colosseum. Zhang Yang looked at him flatly like watching a clown. Since Sen had already hinted at it, and he was still putting on this act, if there was something to say then just say it plainly. Hiding things and playing games. Were they taking him for a fool? Having received no response, he knew his mission this time was already a failure. Though fury burned within him, he could not show it. Gong Yan's expression suddenly turned cold and ruthless. He sneered, "His strength isn't much, but his temper is certainly something. Ju Run, since you're both domain lord level, go test his skills." Sen's aura suddenly became extremely terrifying. To dare use force in his estate. This was treating him with utter disrespect. This was the Virtual Universe Company branch. The silent burly man behind Gong Yen seemed not to feel Sen's pressure at all. He walked 2 steps toward Zhang Yang, a flash of lightning crossing his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Come, let's exchange a few moves." Sen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He didn't know what grievance existed between Zhang Yang and the Axe Colosseum. He could only use his eyes to signal Zhang Yang to refuse. "Worthless!" Zhang Yang shouted coldly, not even giving them a chance to speak, continuing to mock. "Are the people of the Axe Colosseum all trash? Elite disciples all grow up through slaughter, yet once they reach the core they only dare to spar. Ridiculous. Trash." After speaking, Zhang Yang advanced 2 steps forward, his aura becoming fiercely sharp. He said to Juren word by word, "If we fight, let's fight a battle of life and death. Report to your superiors, and let's put any grievances out in the open." He turned his head toward Gong Yen and mocked, "A grown man with the look of a sissy daring to act arrogant in my Virtual Universe Company branch. You're a disgrace to the Axe Colosseum. Why aren't you leaving? Do I need to see you out?" Gong Yan's body trembled, his gaze turning wild. He wished he could kill Zhang Yang right now, but daring to act in the Virtual Universe Company branch was suicide. And if he ruined the great matter of his superiors, even the great lord above would probably execute him. He shouted in a shrill voice, "Fine. Very well then, Zhang Yang. We'll see about this. You'd better never leave the Virtual Universe headquarters." Sun watched them leave in fury, looking at Zhang Yang with surprise. He truly hadn't expected this young brother of his to be so fierce and aggressive. There was indeed a secret between them that he didn't know about. For Gong Yen to leave in such a way, suppressing his anger, it was probably not something he could meddle in. Living in the universe, self-awareness is precious. If one loses their life, everything is over. For a moment he truly didn't know what to say to this young brother. He even somewhat regretted forming this acquaintance. Zhang Yang squinted as he watched Gong Yen leave. He could hardly suppress his desire for slaughter any longer. So it really was the Axe Colosseum. In the end, he had been noticed by those with ulterior motives. Now they had even begun testing him. Eventually there would be an eruption. The ending of everything was already decided. Sooner or later, they would invade his mother planet's territory. Why should he bother playing along with these enemies? He only hated that his current strength was too weak. In his heart he wished he could slaughter his way down and warn them in blood that Earth was not to be violated. As for danger, of course it existed, but it was still within controllable range. The immortals of the major powers could not kill the geniuses of the 4 secret realms, otherwise they would be strictly investigated. His life might be cheaper than paper, but if he made some noise it would make more beings pay attention to this place. Right now they didn't yet know what the treasure was, so they naturally wouldn't start a major operation. He wasn't afraid of surface-level probing. At Domain Lord level 9, apart from the dispatched members, they were equivalent to the End Times Secret Realm members of the Virtual Universe Company. Even the most core geniuses, the Domain Lord level members of the Virtual Universe Company's primordial secret realm, had at most the enlightenment and strength of the 11th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Even the Axe Colosseum couldn't be too exaggerated. 12 floors was the absolute limit, and they definitely couldn't cross the great hurdle of the 13th floor. Zhang Yang's gene level was now 100-fold, and his law comprehension exceeded the 13th floor. He could casually defeat such core members. But the chance of encountering such an opponent was very small. It would be like a primordial secret realm member coming to deal with a newly promoted End Times secret realm member. That would equally attract attention. What he feared was the higher-ups of the Axe Colosseum. At the very least, it would take a top-tier venerable to possibly discover the traces of Earth's transformation. The effect of nurturing souls was even more obscure. Only by reversing time and space could one know Earth's true value. He couldn't afford to expose himself. Reaching such law comprehension on the path to immortality so quickly. Anyone could tell he had a great fortune. Perhaps the universe masters had some magnanimity, but there were thousands of venerables. 10,000 kings. He was unwilling to entrust his life to the unknown. With his current strength, he couldn't afford even a trace of malice. Even a venerable with a sudden whim could kill him without much punishment. Even if a king killed him, he would at most be scolded a few times. Moreover, he knew that showing his talent would attract the attention of those powerful beings directly proclaiming Earth's uniqueness and handing over Earth's territory with his own hands. That was too cruel for him. Zhang Yang forced a smile at Sen. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Sen. Your younger brother isn't in the mood right now. I'll head back to my hometown first. Contact me if anything comes up. Sen watched Zhang Yang's departing back and said nothing. This matter, he felt it was very dangerous. He didn't want to get involved. The silver-white E-class spaceship flew through the dark universe. Zhang Yang had left the Virtual Universe Company's branch Fanji Star and was heading toward the Milky Way. The guards sensed the raging aura within the spaceship, feeling both exhilaration and despair. Their master had now displayed terrifying strength, and they had encountered a great opportunity. But what was despairing was that they seemed to have been drawn into a massive trouble. No sooner had they arrived in the Chenwu Universe country than they had already clashed with the branch of the Axe Arena. Master greed, anger, ignorance, and attachment harm the body most. Worry serves no purpose. Ouch! Xiao Chun lay on the ground, covering his head with his front hooves. Zhang Yang said irritably, "You just learned not long ago, and now you're lecturing me. Go away." However, his mood did ease a bit. He reasoned that the universe venerables would not act directly for now. At the very least, they would need to confirm certain matters before coming to inspect in person. The immediate enemies should be the infect kings under their command, but they wouldn't dare to move against him openly. No matter how inferior the End Times secret realm was, it was still a core territory. Especially Earth, which was also a core area of the Virtual Universe Company and the hometown of Luofeng from the primordial secret realm. The Virtual Universe Company was renowned for its fairness, but that did not mean weakness. Those infect kings would find it difficult to attack him across factions. He was extremely agitated because he couldn't quickly advance to Realm Lord and enter the rapid growth phase of his power. The nutrient solution was insufficient. The gene level body size, absorption efficiency. All these data were transparent. He had already applied for the highest tier nutrient solution his limit allowed. If he were an ordinary Domain Lord, he would naturally be able to directly reach the peak of Domain Lord level and continue applying after breaking through to Realm Lord. Unfortunately, he was not. A 100-fold gene level gave him a powerful foundation and strength, but advancing required multiples of resources. He simply couldn't reveal his gene level. It was too exaggerated. Even some Venerables Universe Overlord level Venerables only had a few tens of times the gene level. Some Infect King Invincibles only had a few times. 24 years. Zhang Yang silently recited a time in his mind. With the aid of some treasures given his current talent for Qi, enhanced by the system, he could reach the peak of Domain Lord level in 24 years. An unavoidable period. He sighed inwardly. Zhang Yang thought staying home is fine. 24 years it is. Being able to absorb energy from treasures was already the fastest speed, much faster than absorbing energy from the universe. Not affected by the environment, he could consider it as spending time with family. And this was all thanks to Yu Yen. Killing geniuses was truly profitable. Who would have thought that 1 yen could bring him 120000 points of rewards, and over 10,000 Hunyuan units of wealth? That damaged armor was the equipment of an infeft Marquis Immortal. Although it was broken, most of its properties had vanished and the valuable parts were destroyed, reducing its value by over 100 times. But thanks to the material Shu Siyu Wu Jin, it was still worth over 10,000 Hunyuan units. That was the Virtual Universe Company's purchase price. If he chose auction, the price would definitely be higher. After all, there were those wild immortals. Some large factions could easily obtain materials, but those wild immortals had no channels at all. After nearly a month of flight, the spaceship emerged from the dark universe. Following a special trajectory, Xiao Chun exclaimed in surprise, "Master, is that Earth? My teachers should all be there, right?" Zhang Yang's eyes trembled as he gazed at the azure planet. Suppressing his emotions, he said calmly, "Yes, that is Earth." "Yay! Master, we've received a parking signal." Xiao Chun looked at Zhang Yang full of inquiry. He said softly, "Follow the regulations. It's only 6000 kilometers in diameter. E-parking anywhere makes no difference." At this moment, Earth's Air Defense Department had sounded the alarm and chaos erupted inside. "Oh my god, that's an E-class spaceship. How could there be an E-class spaceship over Earth? Even the Grand Financial Officer Lord Luo Hua doesn't have a ship of this level. They've received our signal. They aren't hiding, so they shouldn't be enemies. Energy level detector shows 11 domain lords and 90 universe-level beings inside. Everyone don't move." Feeling the gazes of his subordinates, the middle-aged Air Defense Minister also felt immense pressure. He said in a low voice, "Everyone calm down. They passed through the dark universe blockade, not via a wormhole. They must be our clan's hidden powerhouse. Give them a green light all the way, no interference." Then he exclaimed, 11 domain lords. There's probably going to be a great change." As he was about to disembark, Zhang Yang turned to the guards behind him and said, "Restrain your auras. There are many ordinary people here, some can't withstand your pressure." "Yes, your highness," they quickly replied while feeling curious. Was this the prince's hometown? It seemed rather ordinary. Ignoring the hastily arriving airport officials, Zhang Yang left an afterimage and arrived at the west courtyard of Jiangnan New City. This place had completely changed. The original New City now had a considerable area occupied by the families of Zhang Yang and Luofeng, transformed into a large manor. The two manors purchased earlier were at the inner center, unchanged still as he remembered. Whoosh! A Haiming person saw the many figures in the sky and his expression changed drastically. He hadn't sensed any auras at all. After sounding the alarm, he flew straight up. Seeing Zhang Yang standing before him, he immediately realized and shouted, "Greetings, master. Your subordinate deserves death. Move aside. It's not your fault." Zhang Yang casually said, and then quickly flew down because he had seen that familiar figure turn around. Thump! The kettle fell to the ground. Su Peipei's eyes widened, then she suddenly covered her mouth and rushed toward Zhang Yang. "Thump! You're back!" she said in a choked voice. Zhang Yang reached out to brush aside his wife's bangs and asked tenderly, "Does it hurt? It's all red." "Huff huff. It doesn't hurt. At least I know I'm not dreaming." Su Peipei said in a muffled voice, I missed you so much." Zhang Yang lowered his head, burying it in her hair, greedily inhaling her familiar fragrance, gently rubbing against her cheek. 150 years. "I missed you too." The two were immersed in each other's presence. Wang Fong sensed something unusual and ran out, then covered her mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound. Zhang Zhe walked over, pulled her into his arms, and silently watched the two. After a long while, Zhang Yang said with a hint of reproach, "It's been so long, and you still haven't broken through to star level." Don't talk," Su Peipei said somewhat guiltily, quickly changing the subject. "Why are you still wearing this iron lump when you come home?" A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. The people who should have come on the way didn't. Otherwise it would be stained with blood by now. Forcefully restraining his aura, he replied, "Actually, the combat suit is quite comfortable." Then he took his wife's hand and said, "Come accompany me to change clothes." On the way he flashed a grin at his mom. Su Peipei followed shyly behind. Watching them leave, Wang Fong said in exasperation, "I've seen through it long ago. He and the eldest are the same. Once they have a wife, they forget their mother. Sigh, I want to hug my son too." Zhang Zhe's expression froze. "Well, I'll work harder." Wang Fong pushed him away and scolded with a laugh, "Shameless old man, get out of here. 2 children aren't enough. If we had another, you wouldn't be embarrassed, but I'd be embarrassed for the child. I'm content with these 2 in this life." Zhang Zhe awkwardly touched his nose. He had misunderstood. He complained inwardly, the star level is bad in this respect. No control over having children. He still wanted another child. He glanced at his wife from the corner of his eye. Sigh, this kid coming back is fine, but it's too sudden. The scale is so large, some people don't know when they can make it back. I don't know if 1 month is enough. Wang Fong rolled her eyes at him. Definitely not enough. Xiao Xi's family is all in the Qianwu Universe country. It'll take at least 4 months to return. Xiao Zhou's family is also quite far. It'll take over 3 months. And Xiao. Stop! Zhang Zhe barked quickly saying, if they can't come back, let it be. The children will have to come back when they reach the right age. After saying that, he hurried away as if running, shouting, I'll notify them, you notify the eldest. One of Zhang Yang's domain lord guards asked a Haiming person. Those were the prince's wife and parents just now, right? Meng Lu sized up the domain lord, his legs a bit weak, but his expression was quite relaxed. Yes, you're right, my lord. Will the master not leave again this time? The domain lord guard exchanged glances with his companions and said to the Haiming, we naturally wouldn't know about the prince's affairs, but judging from the situation of other princes, he might stay for dozens of epochs. Dozens of epochs. Meng Lu's eyes bulged. If he couldn't break through, he would outlive dozens of himself. The other Zhang family guards fell silent, feeling the enormous gap between themselves and these newcomers. Meng Qi's eyes shone with brilliant light. They had long been freed from control devices. This was hope. If they could greatly increase their strength and make sufficient contributions to the Zhang family, could they change their current fate? An entire race enslaved, even those with outstanding talent, could only improve the living conditions of their hometown people. They had waited so long. They must break through to star level. The master's weakest guards now were universe level. Only by breaking through could they re-enter the master's sight. All for freedom. In the bedroom. Do you still dare to slack off? Zhang Yang scolded. Husband, I won't dare anymore. I'll train hard from now on. How many times have you said that? Do you want to give up? Zhang Yang said reproachfully. Woo. I promise to train seriously. Su Pei continued to assure. Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. Let fate decide. Su Pei quickly hugged him and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't blame her. If anyone, he could only blame himself. It's not your fault. If you train hard, quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. Over endless years, there will be results. The familiar dimly lit Grand Hall. Bingzong King target no. 2 is quite arrogant. This doesn't suit your character. Now that he's in his hometown, it's a perfect opportunity to strike. Bloodstained King urged provocatively. Bingzong King's countenance darkened as he replied, Bloodstained King, set aside your petty schemes. We are likely under surveillance by the Virtual Universe Company now. We cannot make a move. Bloodstained King was astounded. Under surveillance. He hadn't detected it. He inquired skeptically, just because of that minor conflict at the Black Dragon Mountain branch. Bingzong King furrowed his brow and said, Luo Feng has cleared the 6th level and his home planet is now under complete lockdown. The matter of target no. 2 is trivial compared to the high authority of Jinyan King. Bloodstained King also frowned. The planets of 2 prodigies were indeed troublesome. Jinyan King had a record of withstanding a universe venerable, and his authority rivaled that of an invincible king. If the commotion grew too loud and he detected it and reported to the company, the battle axe arena would lose its stake. This was strictly forbidden by the venerable. What do you intend to do? Bingzong King sneered contemptuously. Why must we act ourselves? Isn't it better to let their own people strike? We only need the result. It hasn't been long since he returned. Once Wu Hun King learns of this, he will certainly make a move. We just need to guide him slightly. Bloodstained King derided. Bingzong King, we should swap our personae. You are truly treacherous. Bastard. Bingzong King roared, then scolded. Bloodstained King, don't push your luck. If it weren't for the Venerable's grand plan, I would settle this with you in the arena after your insult. He. For now you're in charge. I'll be watching with keen interest. Bloodstained King's figure gradually blurred and vanished. Why are so many people returning from outside lately? There must be tens of thousands of ships returning, right? A slightly plump staff member of Earth's Air Defense Department spun his hat idly while speaking listlessly. I heard one of our Huagua's ancestors has returned. It happened a month ago, the day our department was locked down. A lean young man replied without taking his eyes off the surveillance footage. The chubby guy quickly put his hat on and whispered, Why didn't you warn me earlier? Is the Discipline Inspection Commission not checking now? Heh! The lean young man sneered disdainfully. Did you block the daily notifications? Warning orders are coming down every day now. No major issues in the past 2 days, but when the settlement comes you'll probably get a major demerit. The chubby guy was dumbfounded, muttering, You knew all along. No wonder you've been so serious at work lately. Handong, you've changed. You weren't like this before. We agreed to cover for each other, and you didn't tell me about this. Handong shrugged helplessly, his eyes never leaving the monitor. He explained, Check the messages yourself. It's already level 2 alert status. The higher-ups are watching our real work attitude. The chubby guy slumped as if all his bones had been removed, speaking weakly. What else do you know? Han Dong lowered his voice. Recently the news reported the lockdown of Jiangnan New City, the foreign ministry's frequent updates, the transportation department's traffic restrictions, and the massive recruitment drives at the two major martial arts halls. After listing a series of points, he countered. Xiao Qinshin, you don't know any of this, do you? You can't even guess which ancestor it is. The chubby guy wailed. I know nothing. I've been dating my girlfriend and my old man didn't tell me either. Han Dong nodded. He was right not to tell you. The higher-ups are cracking down even harder. Xiao Qinshin collapsed back into his chair like a salted fish. Dong, is there any hope for me? Han Dong looked surprised. As long as your old man isn't finished, you're still salvageable, right? The chubby guy declared in anguish. We're done. Han Dong shrugged indifferently. He was used to it. Zhang Yang stared at the multitude of people at the banquet, utterly flabbergasted. It was only the 7th generation and many had yet to return in time, yet there were already over 1,000 people. Would it be even more staggering in another 150 years? A clan population of millions. Luo Hongwa said smugly. Xiao Yang didn't expect this, did you? The Luo clan's population is at least 10 times that of your family. Zhang Yang's pupils dilated slightly as he replied. I'm just a bit surprised. In truth, it was understandable. His elder brother had 2 children, each married someone, and then each had 2 more children. A modest number. In 1 generation the population tripled. Turning to the nephew he had held as a child, he asked softly, Yaoyang, how many children do you have? Zhang Yaoyang replied respectfully, Uncle, I have 4 children. Zhang Yang tilted his head back. Well, it was perfectly normal to have 10,000 people by the 7th generation. Then he looked at Luo Hongwa, who had 6 descendants from his grandfather. 3 times more than his father. It was only natural that the 7th generation expanded to tenfold. Nodding to his father, Zhang Yang rose, and the banquet, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell completely silent. His gaze swept over each of his descendants. These were the ones who had left some impression on him. Future generations would likely have little chance to meet him. In every exchange of glances, Zhang Yang saw admirers, devotees, the anxious, and so on. He took note of them all. Even after only 7 generations, many already felt guilty under his gaze, while others thought they had concealed themselves well. To him, they were far too immature. None of it could escape his eyes. His domain lord-level consciousness allowed him to perceive everything clearly. Fortunately, none of it seemed to be major offenses. After all, Zhang Zhe was a scholar. He might not be adept at management, but he was upright, valued education, and maintained a strict family tradition. The family was still close-knit, with few going astray. Today is our family gathering. It seems many of you are afraid of me. Don't worry. You can treat me the same as your great-grandfather. I'm delighted to see you all. I notice many of you have reached the star level. That's excellent. Keep up the good work. Turning to Zhang Zhe, he asked, Dad, do you want to say a few words? Zhang Zhe shook his head. He had long stopped managing family affairs, leaving it all to Zhang Yaoyang. All right, let the banquet begin. After speaking, Zhang Yang sat down and said to Zhang Yaoyang, I haven't been involved much before, and some problems have arisen in the family. Yaoyang, I'm not blaming you for poor management, but everyone must have a bottom line. We'll tackle this from the root afterward. Yes, uncle, I'll do my best. Zhang Yaoyang quickly replied. Zhang Zhe's face darkened as he asked, Has someone gone too far? Even if they had killed many cosmic beings, Zhang Yang didn't care. What mattered was the methods and intentions of his descendants. Of course he wouldn't share this with Zhang Zhe. No major issues, but plenty of minor ones. Once the rules are tightened, it'll be fine. Luo Hongwa gave Luo Hua a meaningful look. Luo Hua asked softly, Brother Yang, can the Virtual Universe Company really monitor our family's situation? Zhang Yang said with a knowing smile, There isn't much in the primordial universe that escapes the Virtual Universe Company's control. I'm just guessing. Do you want the detailed information on family members? Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Luo Hua realized that the Zhang family had quite a few issues. If that was the case, the Luo family with 10 times the population must have even more problems. The Zhang family had Zhang Zhe keeping an eye on things, while the Luo family's elders, him, his brother Luo Feng, and their father Luo Hongwa, rarely intervened. The management was certainly weaker. Brother Yang, could you give me a copy? It shouldn't be too much trouble, should it? Zhang Yang said meaningfully, No trouble at all. Xiao Chun has already sent it to you. Luo Hua nodded and asked, Brother Yang, how long do you plan to stay at home? Zhang Yang tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, At least 20 years. I'll only go to the secret realm after I reach the World Lord level. World Lord? Luo Hua was astonished. His brother Luo Feng was only at the cosmic level, yet Zhang Yang was already aiming for World Lord. Brother Yang, how are you advancing so fast? Zhang Yang answered, Your brother and I are different. He has the chance to become a member of the primordial secret realm, while I am a member of the apocalyptic secret realm. If he stays ahead for a long time, he can secure his resources and treatment. For me, it's almost nothing. I'd rather reach the World Lord level early and obtain resources on my own. Luo Hua had long received hints from his elder brother that Zhang Yang was far from ordinary. This brother Yang had been a dominant force since Earth's era and had displayed an irreplaceable status in the cosmos. His brother had said during the Genius War that Zhang Yang was even stronger than him. Now after 30 years in Hundun City and 8 years in the apocalyptic secret realm, Zhang Yang was already preparing to break through to World Lord. He must have his own plans. Gong Xinlan asked with a worried expression. What are the benefits of the primordial secret realm? Aren't they all core members? Xiao Xian also entered the apocalyptic secret realm, but there hasn't been much change. What were the benefits of the primordial secret realm? Zhang Yang was genuinely taken aback by the question. The primordial and apocalyptic secret realms made no difference to him. He hadn't paid much attention. He could only answer based on what he knew. The primordial secret realm is for the most talented geniuses who will become mighty immortals in the future. As long as they don't die, members of the primordial secret realm enjoy high status. They have an army lord immortal as a guard and 10 world lords as attendants. Then he chuckled lightly. If Luo Feng becomes a member of the primordial secret realm, I would have to address him as, Your Highness. They also have closer contact with the upper echelons of humanity. Resources. Resources. What differences were there in resources again? Zhang Yang thought quickly and said offhandedly, members of the primordial secret realm have daily instructors close to the king-level immortal, and they can even be taken as disciples by the invincible king immortals. Some things are free for them while we have to pay out of our own pockets. And they are provided with precious inheritances. After this explanation, everyone understood. Luo Hua asked softly, Brother Yang, what is your current strength? Just consider me at the peak of the World Lord level. A telepathic message was sent into Luo Hua's ears. Upon hearing it, a glint of sharp light flashed in Luo Hua's eyes, and he thought to himself, Brother Yang is indeed concealing his true strength. He was no longer a novice. He had a clear understanding of power levels in the cosmos, knowing some of his brother's capabilities as well. A domain lord level 9 defeating a peak world lord. The gap between them was enormous. An ordinary world lord might even struggle to accumulate cosmic energy, but a domain lord from the apocalyptic secret realm could possibly win. However, for a peak world lord from the outside who had spent a long time cultivating, and had a considerable comprehension of the laws, even with every advantage, it was still extremely difficult to triumph across levels. Time flew by swiftly and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. This period marked the most rapid development in Earth's history, with Luo Feng stationed in the Virtual Universe Company, and Zhang Yang guarding Earth from within. Facing Earth's burgeoning momentum, no force dared to challenge its edge, except the immortal families. At this time, Zhang Yang encountered difficulties in his cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion in his training chamber, his brow deeply furrowed. In these 20 years, I have not comprehended the gold fundamental law, but have been seeking the points of convergence for law fusion. Yet now the gold fundamental law is about to be acknowledged by the universe's origin. At present, my deepest understanding lies in the gold fundamental law with the most points of convergence. It can also greatly enhance my strength. But Earth is not suitable. I suspect it has been under surveillance. The recognition of the law will cause quite a stir, and I believe someone has been waiting impatiently. As Zhang Yang spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Liden greets the prince. A silver-armored guard knelt on one knee before Zhang Yang. I will be away for a while, no more than a month. You must guard Earth well, Zhang Yang commanded. As you command, my prince. We will defend Earth with our lives. Liden's voice was resolute. Zhang Yang's figure flickered and vanished from Earth, where his E-class spaceship had been waiting in the cosmos. The moment he disappeared, numerous messages were transmitted from Earth through the virtual universe. Although detectors were prohibited items, life detectors were common, and the life force of a domain lord was easily detectable. Inside the spaceship, Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with cold light. He knew that once he left, pursuers would inevitably come, and soon he would discover who his enemies were. And as for Earth, all its inhabitants were now Chinese. The transmission of his information was quite intriguing. If they were enslaved, that was one thing. After all, with so many people, it was hard to avoid. But if there was a traitor, 100 light-years from Earth in the direction of Saturn, the normally calm space suddenly rippled. A 3-meter diameter mist flickered and vanished, leaving only a world ring floating silently in the cosmos. Time ticked by. After 10 minutes, a crack appeared on the world ring. Crack! Boom! A silent explosion of energy erupted. The world ring shattered, and in its place emerged a 3-eyed Tianlang over 10 kilometers long, its black fur gleaming with a faint light in the cosmos. After releasing a spaceship, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall wolf-headed humanoid monster. Inside the ship, a large-scale detector suddenly activated. It glanced at the readings and said, "Found you, little bug. The master traded my life for yours. What a bargain for you." In a side hall of the Tianshi Palace, King Wuhuan vanished for an instant before returning, as if he had merely visited his divine kingdom. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yang, let's see your luck this time. I King Wuhuan want you dead and you will die. I thought it was unlucky to encounter a demon realm lord general, while leaving the battlefield system, since there would be no military merit. But this demon was a genius worth as much as a marquis-grade immortal in military merit, and its strength could rival an army lord immortal. Unexpectedly, what was once a regret has become a blessing. By leaving the faction system, I won't be discovered by the Virtual Universe Company. This Tianlong whose life is nearly at its end finally has some use. Near a desolate planet 100 light-years from Earth space suddenly twisted. Zhang Yang emerged from the dark universe in his spaceship. He put away the ship, sat cross-legged in the starry void, and waited silently. He knew the enemy would not let this opportunity slip. He tightened his grip on his battle blade. Whoever came, he would not spare them. His blade was already thirsting for blood. In the distance, stars glittered in the cosmos. The deeper the space, the more brilliant the light, with specks forming a silver river. 2 hours later, a black-purple spaceship with 4 sharp horns appeared. The front 2 horns had a 30-degree angle, the rear ones 50 degrees. The ship's sides were trapezoidal recesses, and even when rotated 180 degrees, its appearance remained unchanged. It resembled a bat in the night sky. Just from its flight pattern, Zhang Yang sensed a bloody and cruel aura. The 4 sharp horns on the front and back possessed immense destructive power, capable of tearing apart any target upon impact. Seeing the ship's design, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. This was not a common human spaceship design. In fact, it was the first time he had seen such a model. His enemies this time were worth pondering. Were they aliens? An affiliated race? The possibility of an affiliated race was extremely low. They wouldn't be insane enough to assassinate a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. A woo! A wolf's howl resounded in the dim cosmos, carrying primal energy that traveled faster than light. From a distant point faint with primal energy light, it radiated in spherical waves, spreading outward ring by ring toward the surrounding stars. An immense aura rose from afar, dimming the stars. Hundreds of kilometers away, a colossal Tianlang appeared in Zhang Yang's vision, its brutal and frenzied aura completely undisguised. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. It was an enemy race. The opponent was actually a demon. He knew something about the Tianlang of the demon race, both from his past life memories and the information he had obtained in this life. The Tianlang were a vast race within the demon race, and they even had a universe master, the Tianlang Master. Though the Tianlang Master might be slightly weaker, the overall strength of the race supported by the demon race was evenly matched with the Earthling's predecessor, the Yenshin race. Little ant of a human, you're not afraid of me? The Tianlang howled loudly. Zhang Yang squinted. At this distance, it was like facing each other directly. This Tianlang was very confident. He taunted, bluffing. With such weak life force, you're not far from death. A puny human became your master. It seems your will is rather poor, allowing yourself to be enslaved. Your talent isn't even good enough to break through to immortal. And you lack the courage to self-destruct, otherwise how could you be enslaved? You're nothing but an abandoned pet. A woo! A woo! The Tianlang went mad. Every pain in its heart had been laid bare by this human. This was its shame. Even enslaved, its core thoughts never changed. Only an additional master existed. Its heart still valued racial honor, and its personality remained largely unchanged. Zhang Yang's taunt, carried by primal energy, reached it directly. Could not block it, but it could kill the speaker. Wash away its disgrace. Far beyond the peak of Realm Lord, its world power erupted. The Tianlang almost instantly reached 300,000 kilometers per second, continuously approaching the speed of light. Immortals are no match for me, Zhang Yang shouted. 10081 golden swords swiftly assembled in the cosmos, and the next instant they tore through the void, hurtling toward the Tianlang, now only 1,000,000 kilometers away. What? The Tianlang was shocked by the attack. It was the 9th layer. It had once killed a genius realm lord wielding the Lishanbing in the outer battlefield, whose law comprehension was close to marquis level. Now seeing the faint space-tearing Yanshanbing, it felt the same threat. This human was only a domain lord. Even apart from the master's mission, it was determined to kill him. The three-eyed Tianlang opened its third eye, making everything clearer and spatial fluctuations more apparent. Though the Yanshanbing's movements were subtle, it was still only at the army lord level, and could not compare to the teleportation of a king. It raised its front leg, its sharp claws tearing at the space in front of it, precisely striking the Yanshanbing as it emerged from the void. The Yanshanbing was repelled. The three-eyed Tianlang grinned at Zhang Yang with cruel sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Human, if you were a realm lord, you might be a real challenge. Your Yanshanbing at the peak of the 9th layer should correspond to the 15th level of the Tongtian Bridge in your race, right? Even among realm lords, very few reach this level. Truly a genius of unparalleled talent. A woo! The three-eyed Tianlang howled in excitement. The thought of killing a genius that appeared only once in millions of epochs made it tremble with thrill. It said smugly, Human, did you expect that my law comprehension also matches your 15th level? If not for being taken under my master's wing, which made comprehending laws difficult, my wind law would not have stagnated for thousands of epochs. Clang! It repelled the Yanshanbing once more. The three-eyed Tianlang taunted, "Little ant, my gene level is 6 times, and yours is only 1. So weak. Embrace despair." With that, the three-eyed Tianlang charged forward, no longer on the defensive. Zhang Yang nodded, expressionlessly acknowledging the truth of the Tianlong's words. The Tianlong's gene level was indeed higher than ordinary humans. Even among realm lords of the primordial secret realm, very few reached a twofold gene level, let alone higher. Take the Shualua continent, for example. Luo Feng could become a blood warrior, because his attribute matched the golden beast god, making absorption easier. For those who were incompatible, absorbing such treasures was inevitably difficult. The greatest challenge was their scarcity. The Shualua continent was guarded by the Tianshi Palace Lord, and other treasures for enhancing gene levels were extremely rare. Obtaining Shualua crystals was no simple feat. At the universe level, one had to defeat domain lords, avoid realm lords and immortals, and a single mistake meant capture and ruin. Neither Zhang Yang nor Luo Feng had an easy time procuring Shualua crystals. One had high strength and cautiously explored, the other had an assassination clone and a mechanical race spaceship. Otherwise, Zhang Yang's gene level currently could not amplify his mental power. Simply relying on basic law comprehension made combat difficult. But he had not used his full strength yet. He had not even employed fusion laws. At present, the points of convergence between his gold and space laws were the most numerous, though he had not fused the converging laws. Even so, the effect of merging these convergence points alone increased his power by over tenfold compared to the Yanshanbing, which only used combined laws. Coupled with his improved law comprehension, his strength was now dozens of times greater than 20 years ago. His strength had risen 2 levels. The Yanshanbing was originally a weapon created by the universe overlord Herodotus, who later walked the path of beast god law fusion. Although it was created before law fusion, it could barely support secret techniques of a certain level of fusion law, allowing him to exert his true power. At present, even this celestial wolf did not conceal that it was a slave, indicating that the hidden instigator was undoubtedly human. Since the person behind the scenes dared not reveal themselves, Zhang Yang did not want to waste time either. Psychic master was no longer his strongest means. Even with a strong will that could enhance his attacks somewhat, he could only barely defend himself against the celestial wolf. His strongest aspect was as a martial artist. The blood Luo crystal he had snatched under the siege of dozens of immortals, then raised his gene level to 100 times. Law comprehension would not be weakened by differences in secret techniques, but the basic energy differed by 100-fold. Zhang Yang drew his dark silver battle knife. Now he no longer used the double-edged broadsword. That weapon harmed both enemy and self, a fierce struggle from his weak past which made him choose such a ferocious weapon. Although he was still weak, the universe was vast, and he had earned the right to roam. His strength was comparable to a military lord immortal, and he was already capable of protecting his homeland. The knife handle was 20 centimeters long, the spine half an inch thick and slightly raised. The blade was 1.5 meters long, widening from the hilt to the tip, which was semicircular. Overall, it looked like a long saber, somewhat like a horse-slaying blade. From then on, the blade was single-edged, the edge facing the enemy, the spine guarding the homeland. Watching Zhang Yang charging toward it, the three-eyed celestial wolf grew wary. Its countless battle instincts told it something was very wrong. But it could not understand how a domain lord 9th stage enemy could be so strong. It had easily crushed his evolution divine weapon, and their law comprehension was the same. This human was bluffing. Its foundation was hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary human's. What was there to worry about? Humans were not special lifeforms. Could it be that after being domesticated for thousands of eras, it had lost its battle consciousness? A weak human nearly frightened it. The three-eyed celestial wolf thought with a hint of self-mockery. Buzz! The evolution divine weapon tore through space far faster than a martial artist. In an instant, another attack arrived. It understood the principle of using full force even when a lion hunts a rabbit. It swung a claw, directly colliding with the evolution divine weapon. Boom! A woo! What? The three-eyed celestial wolf's eyes were filled with terror. Their attacks were actually evenly matched. This human's law power had skyrocketed. He hadn't even used his full strength. How was that possible? The domain lord level 15 Tongtian bridge law comprehension had already shocked it deeply. What level was this now? At least level 17. The Tongtian tower of the human primitive secret realm could be passed at level 16, right? Although it had always been in the divine kingdom and never entered the virtual universe network, the humans inside could, and its master was in the heavenly erosion palace, so it had a very broad knowledge. Level 17 law comprehension and passing level 18 would mean becoming a king. Its master actually had such an enemy. There was no turning back. When it made its move, it already represented death, but its master must not be exposed. A domain lord with level 17 Tongtian bridge comprehension was a genius only one level behind its master. The thought sent chills down its spine. This was only Domain Lord level where law comprehension was still very difficult. If he reached Realm Lord level it would be unimaginable, probably soaring to the heavens. A woo! World projection. The third eye of the three-eyed celestial wolf emitted a mesmerizing light, while blue flames rose on its body. Its innate secret technique activated, and its world power and soul began to burn. Human, remember my name is Frost Azure. Without revealing innate talent you will not be resurrected. Perish. Zhang Yang's heart was as still as water, burning life force. In close combat he would only be stronger. His physical strength was 100 times that of his telekinetic power. And his secret techniques were also formidable. Though fused law cultivation might be slower due to finding points of convergence, his secret techniques had never been restricted. Now after 20 years, he had broken through to Domain Lord with 300 times talent, increasing by 30 times the talent of Earth humans each year. Now his divine talent was 900 times the original. With such extraordinary comprehension, even though he had not fought much or wasted time on contemplation by relying on the flashes of inspiration, while comprehending laws he had already created top-tier secret techniques surpassing ordinary ones. This was king-level capability. As for world projection, that power was only for suppressing those with weak foundations. Zhang Yang's current explosive power was so great that a world projection of 6 million kilometers felt like a gentle breeze to him. Blade light and claw shadows collided, unleashing a massive energy tide that instantly illuminated the universe. Zhang Yang felt his blood boil. He truly had not expected this celestial wolf to reach such a level. This celestial wolf could actually block his battle knife. He had to remember that his gene level was 100 times 2 levels stronger than the evolution divine weapon. Moreover, the three-eyed celestial wolf's innate divine ability, after burning its soul, greatly increased its power, causing temporal distortion with a strong hallucinatory effect. Zhang Yang felt no illusion. The front edge of his battle knife could cleave through all falsehood. But this temporal distortion gave him great inspiration regarding time comprehension. So this was how time's secret techniques worked, and this was how the universe's origin fluctuated when time law was applied. His eyes could not help but blur slightly. Time was truly as beautiful and splendid as space, so captivating. A woo! A human, you insult me. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. Die! 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 The three-eyed celestial wolf howled in anger, its heart filled with sorrow and indignation. It had a premonition that it could not do anything to this human. It wished it had a consciousness connector on its body. It wanted its master to escape. But its master had always kept it hidden and never let it be exposed. Zhang Yang frowned and glanced at the celestial wolf. His inspiration had been interrupted, but if he wanted the celestial wolf to use its innate divine ability again, it could not die. The temporal distortion just now had felt good, but this celestial wolf was already a hollow shell. Such intensity of innate divine ability could not be used many times. A woo! A woo! A woo! Zhang Yang frowned. He had already overestimated this celestial wolf as much as possible, but he did not expect it to completely wilt after 3 times. Even burning life and soul, a realm lord's burst time should not be this short, right? Could it be related to its innate skill? A flash of blade light and a bloodline appeared on the celestial wolf's neck. It looked at Zhang Yang with difficulty. Human? Cutting off the head was nothing for a realm lord, but its soul was burned out, its internal world had collapsed, and its body was exhausted. Zhang Yang took the celestial wolf's world ring, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This celestial wolf actually carried considerable wealth. Especially the detector inside the spaceship, though not precise, had an extremely large detection range capable of scanning 500 light-years. A detector of this technological level was worth 200,000 Hunyuan units, and with some miscellaneous items the total could reach 500,000 Hunyuan units. Had they disguised it quite well, Zhang Yang said mockingly. It seems they never considered failure. Right, I am only a domain lord after all. But the appearance of a demon in human territory is the biggest flaw. This is the interior of the human race's territory. The next moment Zhang Yang calmed down. This had actually become a subsidy for him. He had been worried about the nutrient solution issue. Such things were not cheap. Now it was fine. This wolf was old but very fat. Looking around, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. The surrounding stars had all been crushed by the recent battle, especially the desolate star he had valued. He truly had not expected this opponent to be so strong, a bit lacking in power, 1/10 of an immortal's divine power, law comprehension surpassing Tongtian Bridge level 15. Its overall combat power was already comparable to a mid-level military lord immortal enough to roam the extraterritorial battlefield, yet it came after him, a domain lord. The mastermind behind this was truly generous, but it was also normal since he wanted this demon to appear in human territory to seem normal. Slowly accelerating to light speed, after an hour Zhang Yang arrived at a planet with high metal content. Now he could peacefully undergo the recognition of the gold origin law. The side hall of the Heavenly Erosion Palace. This was the residence of a king-level immortal under the Palace Master of the Heavenly Erosion Palace. As a top-tier cosmic overlord, the Palace Master's strength was comparable to a Universe Master. He had countless king-level subordinates, and the Palace of Wuhuan King was merely in the middle of the thousand side halls. Dead. How could it be so fast? Hopefully no one will notice. A wisp of black smoke trembled slightly, and Wuhuan King muttered to himself. The moment his soul slave died, he had already known, but now it died a bit too fast. According to the plan, it would catch up to Zhang Yang within a day after leaving, but now it had died less than 2 minutes after catching up. Did the plan succeed? Was someone secretly protecting him? That was impossible. To kill this slave in such a short time, the strength would need to be at least Marquis level. Even with such a short time, burning divine power could be that fast. How could a Marquis level existence protect Zhang Yang? Was he worthy? Even Luo Feng's status was a bit lower than a Marquis. It was impossible for such a powerhouse to protect him. So what was going on? Wuhuan King closed his eyes in silence. The first time he learned of Zhang Yang's name seemed to be in the Hong Alliance, and then Bingzong King began to taunt him with Zhang Yang. The two of them did not belong to the same faction, so naturally they did not have a good relationship. After a conflict, he returned in anger, and then he received news that Zhang Yang was coming to the Blood Luo world. This time his fixation on Zhang Yang was also due to Bingzong King's secret machinations. Simply to embarrass him should be impossible. After all, the two had no major enmity. Was it because of the last secret realm incident that he held a grudge? Bingzong King's reputation was not like that. He was said to be silent, steady in his work, kind to others, and a reliable teammate. Suddenly Wuhuan King's eyes widened. He had been used, that was certain. Although he was furious, it was not enough to cause such an expression. What if Bingzong King was using him as a pawn to test? Could it be a test? Testing strength. Thinking of the death of Frost Azure, the three-eyed celestial wolf, Wuhuan King's heart trembled. Frost Azure was dead. Could it be that Zhang Yang killed it? For Bingzong King to be so concerned if Zhang Yang really had such strength, was it due to some supreme treasure or inheritance? A domain lord could kill a realm lord general comparable to an immortal. This was insane. How had he gotten involved in such a matter? A king's consciousness was very fast. Almost instantly he figured out the entire context. He had various guesses in his mind, but he was very flustered. Bingzong King's careful layout indicated that he was very cautious. Although the treasure was important, killing a domain lord was trivial. Since he dared to send a slave to act, Bingzong King certainly dared as well. As long as no evidence was caught in the act, there would not be much punishment. Now being so cautious yet involving him meant that he was not afraid of being discovered, which meant he was confident that even if exposed he could suppress him. This matter concerned a venerable. The death of Frost Azure could not have been caused by Bingzong King, and the company had no news. Then it was very likely that Zhang Yang killed it. A domain lord could kill a realm lord general. Even using a treasure, it was terrifying, and now he was involved. What strength, what treasure? Wuhuan King, having been a king for many years, was very clear about such matters. He could not obtain the treasure. He had offended the person. What was hidden behind this? He dared not continue to be involved. It concerned a venerable, which could be fatal. What a scheme. Wuhuan King's eyes flashed with madness, and he made a vow in his heart. Bingzong King, our enmity is great. If I survive this, I will surely make you fall, and invade your divine kingdom. The cosmos ignited into a fervor. Had any domain lord or stronger being been near the solar system, they would have noticed the unprecedented activity of the Gold Origin Law. A planet in a remote corner was now bathed in golden light. A golden pillar of light rose from it, connecting to the heavens and ultimately reaching the mysterious origin universe. On the once barren planet, Zhang Yang sat silently within the pillar of light. At that moment the Gold Origin Law felt clearer to him than ever before, as if it held no more secrets. One by one the points of fusion within his mind emerged, and he was lost in the ecstasy of such rapid advancement. He felt as though he had comprehended for an eternity, yet only 10 minutes had passed. Then finally, a golden sword-shaped mark descended from the sky, and the origin universe began to recede. The heavens quickly returned to calm, while Zhang Yang remained seated in stillness. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. When Zhang Yang finally awoke, 20 days had passed. He glanced at the sky with a hint of lingering wonder. The acknowledgement of the Gold Origin Law. This is my only time being so close to the origin universe. Is a domain lord's experience like this? The speed of comprehending the laws was so swift. The fluctuations of the origin universe were clearer than ever, and all laws merged along a specific trajectory. In just 10 minutes I absorbed enough to digest for 10 days. Pity as time passed that sensation gradually faded. I wish I could maintain such a pace of law comprehension. He was filled with anticipation. Soon, in just 4 more years, his energy accumulation would be complete. The Domain Lord stage was the most rapid period for law comprehension. Target No. 2 is back. Blood Scar King said with a flicker in his eyes. Oh. Bing Zong King responded, sinking into thought. He tentatively said, I can guarantee that Wu Hun King sent his subordinates out. A king sensed his spatial fluctuations. You know he hasn't mastered teleportation. Blood Scar King's eyes turned icy. That fool got careless. Bing Zong King suddenly frowned and shouted, Not good. Blood Scar King asked in confusion, What's wrong? Bing Zong King said grimly, I just probed Wu Hun King and he was completely indifferent. He must have discovered something. Bing Zong King, are you saying the plan failed and the secret is exposed? Blood Scar King's eyes turned fierce. Bing Zong King pondered for a few seconds and replied, It might be exposed but nothing crucial is revealed. Since Wu Hun King already knows something, he must have acted. Now he's acting aloof, surely, he won't dare to leak anything. I'm actually curious what secret target No.2 holds that makes Wu Hun King so reticent. Blood Scar King snorted, First target No.1 rose suddenly and now target No.2 is confirmed. This involves a venerable. He wouldn't dare to leak it. Don't forget he attacked a genius member of our company, violating the Virtual Universe Company's rules. With this leverage, Wu Hun King is no threat unless he wants to be skinned alive. What I'm really curious about is target No.2. Does he really possess a supreme treasure? Bing Zong King nodded. I'll take action. There's another way to test him. One he can't refuse. Blood Scar King seemed to catch on. You mean? Bing Zong King confirmed. Yes, you guessed right. We can't easily target him personally, but if it's through his faction, it's too simple. A genius is still only a genius, not a powerhouse. Even if Luo Feng enters the primordial secret realm, when family interests are at stake, too many people will be stirred. That makes it easier for us to act. Blood Scar King warned. You're in charge of the action, but Bing Zong King, what we think is secret won't escape the Venerable's notice. Be careful. Don't be hasty. Bing Zong King met his gaze. Don't worry. Everything will appear normal. Zhang Luohua is here. Su Peipei said as she entered. Luohua. Zhang Yang murmured softly, just having concealed the mark of his law acknowledgement. All right, I'll go down and see. Descending the stairs, Zhang Yang saw Luohua sitting on the sofa lost in thought, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Gu. Luohua called out with a hint of urgency. There's a problem with the outward expansion. Zhang Yang stated with certainty. Luohua nodded heavily. The Urka Cosmic Empire, a medium-level cosmic civilization, 1 million light-years away. We encountered a branch of the Kendapa family, an immortal clan on Yinmo Star. It escalated quickly, from a minor incident to a fierce conflict in just one day. Before we could react, it had already turned violent. Nearly 300,000 of our staff are now captives. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Xiao Chun search for information on the Kendapa family. Xiao Chun's figure appeared in the sky. Master Mr. Luo, the Kendapa family is a major force in the Chenwu Universe country. It has 2 immortals, a marquee-level immortal Nach Kendapa titled Zhuolin Ho, and a lord-level immortal Ku Qiao, Yu Kendapa with no title. The marquee-level immortal has existed for over 10 million epochs, an extremely ancient immortal, who serves under the Chenwu God Emperor. Their family has always developed within the Chenwu Universe country, wielding immense power. Once the Kendapa family was glorious at its peak, occupying 1,000th of the planets in the Chenwu Universe country as their territory. 300 million epochs ago, Ku Qiao Yu rose from the Great Axe Dojo, and eventually became an immortal. Before that, the Kendapa family's influence had declined sharply. Now they only control a single star field and their power is still shrinking. According to data analysis, this conflict should not have happened. Xiao Chun finished and looked at Zhang Yang, leaving the decision to his master. Luo Hua remained silent. He had only been able to uncover part of this information, especially the details about the 2 immortals, which eluded him entirely. After listening to Xiao Chun's briefing, Zhang Yang summarized a few key points. Under the Chenwu God Emperor, former glory, Great Axe Dojo, shrinking power. A shrinking power could mean that the immortal had once died and was resurrected. An immortal carries all the wealth of their race, and the cost of resurrection combined with the need to shrink expenses is quite normal. After all, a large family means more people, but population is never the key. Geniuses require nurturing. The income from some planets is far from enough to train too many geniuses. The strongest of the clan usually subsidizes. When Zhuolin Ho was deeply in debt, it was only natural to shrink the family's power. The Chenwu God Emperor is relatively poor, so it's not surprising that his immortals are also poor, and that Ku Qiao Yu might have risen during the family's decline. In such a family, even supporting the strongest would leave them impoverished. Then the appearance of the Great Axe Dojo made everything clear to Zhang Yang. He understood that they were forcing his hand, and one thing was certain. The previous Demon Clan Domain Lord Warrior was not sent by the Great Axe Dojo. They hadn't received any feedback. If not them, then who? Could there be a third party? Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of his encounter with the Heaven Erosion Palace. He narrowed his eyes, sensing a connection among the three. He hadn't offended anyone. The only possibility was coveting his wealth. The result was clear. Hu Yanbo's fortune couldn't be that attractive. The rise of two geniuses had piqued their interest. Once he confirmed the Great Axe Dojo, everything became straightforward. Its energy was astonishing, and it wasn't impossible for it to involve the Heaven Erosion Palace. Who exactly acted didn't matter. He was just a small stone. Their goal was undoubtedly to kill him. But why? It wasn't like a treasure that could be taken from him after his death. Treasure. A gleam of clarity lit up Zhang Yang's eyes. Could it be that they believed the simultaneous emergence of two geniuses was due to a treasure? What would happen if he died in Sword-Broken Mountain? The treasure would remain with the natives. Then, although the Heaven Erosion Palace Lord was powerful, it was no match for the Great Axe Dojo. Entering Blood Luo Continent would be easy. What if he had encountered the Sky Wolf and failed? He would have left a message for his home, and the Virtual Universe Company perhaps even called for help. They would rush over the moment they received the news. Fortunately, they hadn't acted directly, meaning everything was still under control. The current enemies were below the venerable level and didn't dare to act recklessly. I'll bring them back, Zhang Yang said to Luo Hua. 1,000,000 light-years is enough. Stop expanding. At the same time, he transmitted telepathically top secret. Ensure the quality of the mind. Luo Hua nodded solemnly. He had planned to stop at this distance, but the last moment had brought trouble. Yanggu, will it be dangerous for you? A trace of blood red glinted in Zhang Yang's eyes. He had figured out the current opponent. This was the fourth time. If he didn't respond, who knew what other tricks they would pull? The Great Axe Dojo. What a despairing name. His time to grow was far too short. Even now, these pawns of the kings were mountains before him. It won't be dangerous. They should be ordinary domain lords. I don't believe the two immortals of their family will act. They have their pride. An immortal attacking a domain lord would invite unbearable ridicule. Luo Hua's expression relaxed a little. Not all domain lords were the core of a faction. This time, the Kendapa family's domain lord shouldn't be too formidable. But Zhang Yang's heart was heavy. He didn't know what kind of opponent they would arrange this time and how much more he would have to reveal. Would he ultimately lose Earth from his hands? You're going out. Su Peipei's eyes were filled with concern as she watched Zhang Yang change into his combat suit. Just a minor conflict, just to be safe. I'll be back in a few days, he said lightly. Stay safe. Su Peipei clasped her hands together, still visibly uneasy. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile and assured her. I'll be back in a few days. I can handle it. He walked over to Su Peipei. Lu Dun, stay behind. Yu Xian, come with me. Zhang Yang's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Yes, Your Highness. The two guards responded in unison. Zhang Yang and the guards filed into the silver-white spacecraft. Xiao Chun immediately snapped into action, shouting seriously, Master Xiao Chun is at your service. The spacecraft will reach light speed in 2 minutes, then travel at 5 times the speed of light in the dark universe. Estimated arrival at the Urka Cosmic Country in 18 hours. Do you need any adjustments? Please instruct. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. This speed is fine. Can't go much faster anyway. He turned to the guards behind him and said, This mission is a rescue. I'll handle the realm lords and domain lords. Go rest now and prepare for battle. Understood, Your Highness. The guards' faces hardened with a hint of murderous intent as they replied in low voices. Then they all retreated to their quarters to adjust their combat state, having long understood the coldness of the universe. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa in the cockpit, his arm resting on the armrest, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers lightly drummed on the armrest as his mind raced. He had never regretted returning to Earth. Though on the surface it seemed he had brought disaster to Earth, if he were outside Earth would be even more defenseless. If their schemes kept failing, who knew what extreme measures they might take? The deterrent power of a core member of the Taichu secret realm was just that. Facing the giant Axe Arena, even Luo Feng, backed by the Virtual Universe Company, could only protect himself. And if he were just an ordinary genius, he would have long since died. The probing wasn't over yet, and the initiative was never in his hands. As for showcasing his talent, the best-case scenario would be like in the original story, where those powerful beings would occupy most of Earth. Failing to protect even his home planet was a disgrace. With his current strength, placing his clansmen among the scions of great powers would be impossible to control. Did he really think those people would stay peacefully on Earth? Would they look down on Earthlings? Earth was not a cage for Earthlings, nor was it a zoo. If they killed a few out of spite, Zhang Yang would have no recourse, especially if they were from high-ranking company families. Master, 10 minutes to the jump point. We'll return to the original universe soon, and it will take about 7 minutes to fly to the Bijia Star. Xiao Chun broadcasted in real time. Go straight in. I want to see who in this immortal family dares to attack us directly. Zhang Yang said sternly. Yes, master. Xiao Chun replied. The universe shifted and the spacecraft re-entered the starry void, flying steadily toward a silver-purple planet. Warning! Warning! The BGS star has issued a warning signal demanding identity verification, or it will attack our spacecraft. Xiao Chun's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yang. Attack! Zhang Yang let out a sneer. These people might look down on him, but to dare look down on an E9 class alloy spacecraft. There were many technological weapons that could destroy such a ship. But those were contraband common on the domain battlefield, but only for immortals. A realm lord couldn't afford weapons of that level. Could a planet install such weapons? Fly straight in. I want to see how they intend to attack. Zhang Yang's voice turned icy. Since they dared to act as a pawn, they should be prepared to be broken. Boom! The spacecraft shuddered violently in space, its speed nearly halved. Master, a realm lord level powerhouse is attacking the spacecraft. It has sustained minor damage. Please instruct. Xiao Chun reported with a grave expression. Open the hatch. Zhang Yang said, and in a flash he appeared in space, now able to see the silver-purple planet. Forcibly entering a private planet is against the rules. Your Highness Zhang Yang should be aware of that. A sinister voice rang out. Zhang Yang turned to look at the Realm Lord before him. He was at the 9th level of the Realm Lord stage, presumably at the peak. As for his comprehension of the laws, the previous attack hadn't revealed much. His appearance was quite handsome, fair skin, emerald hair, slightly elongated ears, and delicate features. According to prior intelligence, his race was similar to wood elves. Now the jealousy in his eyes was utterly undisguised as he looked up at Zhang Yang, his demeanor haughty. Zhang Yang asked coldly, "Are you the one who captured my clansmen?" "That's right." The elf admitted without hesitation, then said matter-of-factly, "A group of unruly star-level citizens. I Chioen have overseen the family's external assets for over 100 epochs, and have never seen such insolent citizens. Release my clansmen." Zhang Yang's voice was icy. The elf mocked. "Tisk is your Highness Zhang Yang ordering me." What a fearsome display of authority. His tone shifted, abruptly turning cold. "This is the territory of the Candepas family, and you have no say here. Even the Virtual Universe Company acknowledges the planet's ownership. Others may fear your identity in the Moshi secret realm, but here it's useless." Zhang Yang gave a contemptuous smile. "Ownership? Ridiculous. Even a cosmic-level being could buy a planet. Nominal ownership was just a piece of paper. Since when did the universe become a place of reason? It had always been about strength, and even a background was supported by power. Huyen Bo had once instantly killed the ancient ruler of Earth, without any notification or anyone's consent. All of this happened by default, and even after countless years Earth was still considered Huyen Bo's territory. All of this was meaningless. It was all part of their plan, just needing an excuse to act. He pressed, "Will you hand them over or not?" Chioen's face also darkened. Was this the member of the Virtual Universe Company's Moshi secret realm? Even facing a realm lord like him, he showed no fear, his words dripping with contempt and command. He was furious. Why hadn't he had the chance to join these great powers? He was a realm lord. Those who had never traveled the universe had no idea how lofty a realm lord's status was. Immortals were hidden, so realm lords were the peak. Even medium-level cosmic civilizations treated him with respect. On any planet he visited, he was the supreme being. Chioen no longer wanted to face Zhang Yang's expression. He sneered. "If you want to save your clansmen, come and get them yourself. Let me see the true strength of the Moshi secret realm's highness." Zhang Yang stared coldly at Chioen, contemplating what level of power to display. This wild realm lord's understanding of the laws would not exceed the 6th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. Otherwise, he would have been able to enter the outermost core of the great powers under the Chenwu country lord's immortal family. For instance, in the Virtual Universe Company's Moshi secret realm, the lowest realm lord had comprehended the 6th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. His weapons and armor were also very ordinary. Even in an immortal family, his secret techniques would be mediocre. Ordinary level secret techniques were certainly core heritage, and even if he had studied them, it would only be a small part. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer. The Yanshanbing was activated silently, and countless small swords flew out from behind him, completely enveloping his figure. 5th level of the Yanshanbing space slash. The Yanshanbing continuously combined in the air. 9 small swords formed a golden sword shadow. 9 golden sword shadows merged into one long sword, and the shadow shrank while the blade solidified. 36 gleaming golden swords appeared, flying along a bizarre trajectory, continuously tearing through space. One after another, the 36 golden swords split hundreds of miles of space, then crushed toward Chioen. When Chioen saw the Yanshanbing, deep envy welled up inside him. His comprehension of space law was extremely weak. Even if he had the Mushanbing, he couldn't use it. And more importantly, he couldn't afford it. Watching the torn space, Chioen shed all his contempt. To break through space by sheer force required immense energy, and his peak realm lord world force was not enough. Even his own attacks couldn't achieve that intensity. Laws were the foundation of power. His foundation was 100 times higher than this highness, but his understanding of space law was shallow, so he could only tear open tens of kilometers of space. He glanced down at his own equipment and 4 words appeared in his mind: cannot withstand a direct hit. Zhang Yang continuously controlled the Yanshanbing to pursue Qiu-En. Because of the energy level, his psionic power was still a bit slow. Even with the space law's characteristics manifested through the Yanshanbing, the acceleration was somewhat sluggish. Qiu-En narrowly escaped death several times, but Zhang Yang lacked a little to finish him off. He couldn't help but wonder, should he now reveal a law comprehension equivalent to the 5th or 6th layer of the Tongtian Bridge in their sight. Although the 6th layer was still space/, it would not only double the power but also greatly enhance concealment. Given Qiu-En's weak grasp of space law, he would certainly not detect it. Alternatively, he could make the Yanshanbing more agile, which would also defeat Qiu-En, but that would expose him as well. The strength he had shown so far was already no worse than Luofeng when he had just left Chaos City, which was already astonishing. Even among the members of this year's Genius Battle, fewer than 5 had achieved such law comprehension. Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with coldness like an executioner holding a cleaver, pondering whether to exert a little more force. Qiu-En felt a chill down his spine. For the first time he was so intimidated by the core members of these great powers. Was this the level of their core members? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yang's gaze, and it seemed to take him back to his weak days. That sense of helplessness and trepidation, like when he first saw a domain lord as a star level. He screamed inwardly he was a realm lord. He had awakened. His heart had grown restless, lost in the adulation of millions of years. He recalled the immortal family's mission to deal with the Earthlings on the Bijia Star and test Zhang Yang's strength. But now it seemed he couldn't continue the test. He could feel Zhang Yang's hesitation. He had the power to kill him, but the cost was too high. He was weighing the pros and cons. The family mission was not a death order. Qiu-En recognized his position and task and quickly shouted, Your Highness, please hold your hand. Qiu-En has already released your clansmen. Please, for the sake of the Lord of the Army, spare me. This is all a minor misunderstanding. Zhang Yang halted the attack of the Yenshan soldier and commanded in a loud voice, Yuxian, go and receive them. The silver-white spaceship flew directly into Bijia Star from afar, encountering no obstacles this time. Qiu-En looked at Zhang Yang, who stood coldly in the cosmos, and let out an awkward chuckle, hesitating whether to advance or retreat. A sense of sorrow rose in his heart. This young lord was now at Domain Lord level 9, and would soon reach Realm Master, widening the gap between them even further. At that time the Yenshan soldier would likely be able to catch up to him directly and kill him before he could react. If not for the clan's mission, he would never have offended such a genius. With his current performance, he seemed even more formidable than the Lord of Kuchao Domain back in the day. Offending such a genius was unwise. What were the elders thinking? You bastard, you're the one who whipped me. You're the first to dare hit Fatty like this. Even my father never laid a hand on me. Whap! Whap! A fat man lashed the prison guard viciously with a whip while the guard could only endure it. A star level being beaten by a planet level, how humiliating. But he dared not resist. Glancing sidelong at a cosmic level not far away, he wondered how these people had gotten out so quickly. Wasn't Lord Qiu-En supposed to be guarding them? Where is my grandmother's jade bracelet? Bastard! What? You sold it? Hey, can someone help me? My handcuffs are still locked. Yuxian watched the noisy crowd with an expressionless face. Fortunately, they had not suffered much abuse, so the Lord would not be too angry. However, 10 minutes had already passed and only a little over 5,000 people had boarded. Merely 1/6 of the total. How long would this dawdling take? The Lord was waiting in the cosmos. He could not help but speak out. Everyone, His Highness is waiting in the cosmos. Please board the ship quickly. We are preparing to return. Financial issues can be resolved later. Silence. They had not expected the Elder Lord himself to come. 20 years had passed and Zhang Yang's return was no longer a secret. Although not officially announced, even the slowest observers had noticed the changes on Earth. He was the strongest Earthling, a Domain Lord level 9 genius of the apocalyptic secret realm. Now stationed on the home planet, he had sent housing prices soaring beyond what Earthlings from the cosmos could afford. Only after marriage could one visit Earth, and even then only pregnant women were allowed to stay for up to 7 months, as men could merely take a look with a stay of no more than 30 minutes. The spaceship began its return journey. 5 E-class vessels entered the Dark Universe and then split off in different directions. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yang headed toward Earth. Though he had rescued the people, Zhang Yang's mood did not lighten. Instead it grew heavier. His displayed comprehension of laws already matched that of the primordial secret realm's talents like Wu Ka. 10 years in Chaos City, 33 years in the original universe. He was 33 years behind, yet his law comprehension had reached such a level. Those geniuses of the primordial secret realm were only at the 5th level. Even Rongjun, favored by the Cosmic Lord, was still at the 5th level. Master, you have an internal email from the Virtual Universe Company. Xiao Chun said softly, unaware of what troubled his master. Zhang Yang asked calmly, "What happened?" Xiao Chun replied with a hint of joy, "Master, the highest points mission has arrived. You can earn more points and become stronger." Points mission. Zhang Yang frowned. He knew the nature of such missions, a trial and an opportunity. The Virtual Universe Company would assign tasks to temper these core members, then offer varying rewards based on performance. During the mission, the company would assess the core members' character and thoughts through their choices, then grant different treatment and attention accordingly. These were internal matters of the Virtual Universe Company, along with external support such as contacting affiliated races to allow core members to build their own networks. Finally, there were treasures. The Virtual Universe Company had immense control over the cosmos, and many opportunities left traces that the company could detect. When someone who obtained an opportunity failed to show sufficient talent or behaved brutally, the company would allocate that opportunity to core members. Such opportunities often involved vast wealth, like Luo Ku divine water in the original story, or rare treasures, even the legacy of a fallen immortal. What mission? What do I need to do? Zhang Yang asked calmly, as ordinary rewards were useless to him. Xiao Chun replied, "Master, at present only the first ring of the mission is visible. You need to go to the Bagu Fuyang Universe country to kill a realm master named Yuan Song. According to the data, realm master Yuan Song is extremely brutal and runs a human trafficking business. Killing him would free over 1 billion people. During the mission, you can mobilize a small garrison stationed in the Chenwu Universe country. Completing the mission will earn you between 100,000 and 200,000 points." Zhang Yang's face remained utterly calm, as did his heart. He had seen the cosmos clearly. Where was there no oppression? Where was true peace? Without becoming planet level, one's lifespan was only 1,000 years. Most had merely 100 years. A realm master lived for 1,000 epochs, and 1 billion people represented 500,000 generations. 1 billion people were merely those on a few million planets. If one wished engaging in such a lucrative trade, even a domain lord could possess such a vast territory. There were countless domain lords in the cosmos. Zhang Yang could not manage them all. He could barely protect himself, let alone worry about these alien races. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun, abort." Xiao Chun opened his mouth but said nothing. Given his current education, he was relatively benevolent, but that did not mean he was ignorant of the cosmos's cruelty. Yet with such points, why would his master choose to abandon the mission? He had not accompanied Zhang Yang to obtain low recognition, and did not know his master's true strength. 20,000 points. Their purchasing power could not even compare to 20,000 chaos units. Naturally, they did not move Zhang Yang. "Master, another email has arrived." Xiao Chun said. "Read it." Zhang Yang replied expressionlessly. "This?" Xiao Chun hesitated. "Read it. I want to know the company's assessment of me." Zhang Yang said coldly. This battle had not been synchronized with the virtual universe, and he wanted to know the company's attitude toward him. Xiao Chun glanced at him cautiously and said softly, "Master, your points are 0 and the evaluation is quite harsh." He glanced at Zhang Yang again and continued. "As a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, you voluntarily abandoned company missions without reason, showed disrespect to the higher-ups, and merely enjoyed company resources. Extremely shameful. During your tenure as steward, you accomplished nothing, never bothered with company affairs, and even antagonized the giant axe arena, inviting trouble for the company. As a core member, you had the ability to handle everything, yet you remained indifferent to 1 billion people, cruel and devoid of compassion. Even if you have some talent, you will become another Yuan Song. As a new core member facing the opportunity given by the company, you did not treasure it and showed no ambition. Master, you are now under probation. Your status as a member of the apocalyptic secret realm is about to be revoked." "Oh!" Zhang Yang was indifferent to the elder's scolding and reprimands, but when he heard about the revocation of his apocalyptic secret realm status, his interest was piqued. That might not be a bad thing, he thought, tilting his head. What use was the apocalyptic secret realm identity to him now? He had risked his life to go to Chaos City, glimpsed the Chaos Stele, and now had a clear understanding of the 9 universes Chaos Stele, with his future path already mapped out in his mind. Other Chaos Steles were off-limits, so there was little point. Moreover, he did not want to advance his laws too quickly lest integration become difficult. The nutrient pods and fluid provided by the company were minimal enough only to boost the first few stages. The later stages were the real challenge. The final stage alone was 256 times the first. Nutrient fluid was affordable even for wild immortals, but they lacked the channels. Spending tens of thousands of chaos units to cultivate disciples was madness. A normal domain lord immortal was only worth 10,000 chaos units. But for him it was nothing. He could transfer money to Luofeng and have him purchase it. As for guidance, Zhang Yang desperately needed it. But who could teach him the fusion laws of 10 systems? Even the origin ancestor could not. The 10th level secret art was insufficient. He was already a domain lord, and the meager points rewards were of little use to him. Even the realm master level primordial heavenly mountain only gave 100 billion points, far from enough for an ancestral god token. Such items were beyond the reach of mere points and chaos units. His gene level had already reached the universe's limit of 100 times. Without sufficient self-protection, he dared not improve further lest he attract greater covetousness. Breaking the universe's limit without protection would be even more terrifying than Earth's exposure. He thought the apocalyptic secret realm membership now only brought him restraint and surveillance, no help at all. The apocalyptic secret realm identity held no deterrent for most forces. Though he had displayed a comprehension of the 5th level of the heavenly bridge that was only within the sight of the giant axe arena, they would certainly not spread the information. For a member of the apocalyptic secret realm like Zhang Yang, even under the virtual universe company's surveillance, as long as he did not sink the virtual universe or behave too abnormally, the monitoring intensity would be low. Even if noticed, such trivial matters were not significant to the virtual universe's core, an intelligent life form at the universe lord level. After all, even the once-in-a-thousand epochs genius Kudi had fallen. Monitoring the cosmos was extremely taxing for the virtual universe company. His information might be directly ignored or processed later. But now, being in the midst of a mission, he was likely under surveillance. Zhang Yang said coldly, abort all of it. What nonsense missions. I act as I please. I need not explain to others. It was time to vanish completely from the sight of those higher-ups. Only when unmonitored could he develop with full force. He needed little time. Just 10,000 years. In just 10,000 years he could become immensely powerful. Only by standing on equal footing with the mighty could he gain recognition and avoid oppression. In the cosmos everything was illusory, only strength was real. Xiao Chun glanced at Zhang Yang, cautiously, not understanding why his master would go against the virtual universe company's higher-ups. What benefit could this bring? But he had sensed the strangeness in his master's attitude. He only needed to obey obediently. His master's command was everything. As Zhang Yang's orders were executed, silence fell within the spaceship. Xiao Chun, benefiting from its historical and cultural cultivation, had quickly adjusted its mindset, remaining unflappable even if Mount Tai collapsed before it. With one mind and one thought following Zhang Yang's will, it feared nothing. How dare he do this? A furious voice came from the cosmic being whose face was covered in snake scales. In his extreme rage, his forked tongue rapidly darted in and out of his mouth. What's wrong? This is not like you at all. Why are you so flustered? Said a cosmic being with a bear's head, sharp fangs, and a body covered in thick black fur. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A little brat from the Doomsday Secret Realm actually dared to directly abandon the mission. I warned him and placed him in review period, yet he dared to continue abandoning the mission. The snake-faced man said coldly, his vertical pupils exuding infinite dread. A domain lord-level member of the Doomsday Secret Realm. What's there to hesitate about? You and I are both venerables. Their ceiling is barely reaching Marquis. If you're displeased, just kick him out and let him fend for himself. The bare-headed strongman said casually. The primary mission is a rescue mission, right? If he doesn't even do that, showing neither compassion, being cruel and lacking ambition, what use is there in keeping him? Then, as if thinking of something, he patted his chest. I've given you the authority. Now that we both agree it's within the rules. Just a kid from the Doomsday Secret Realm. Who knows how many are kicked out every year? The snake-skinned cosmic being's eyes flashed with cold light. Then he shook his head. A little waste wasn't worth his trouble. But it seemed that, after managing for so long, his mindset had become unbalanced. This job couldn't be handled like this. He had paid a great price to get here, he couldn't lose it. He tried to calm his mood, casually crossed out Zhang Yang's name from the Doomsday Secret Realm, and continued reviewing the next document. Time passed minute by minute. The short 18-hour journey quickly passed without much change for Zhang Yang and Xiao Chun. Gazing at that azure blue planet, Xiao Chun felt an inexplicable emotion in its heart. Since its birth, it had been in contact with this place. Earth was its home. The next moment, its expression drastically changed, and it said to Zhang Yang, Master, your Doomsday Secret Realm identity has been revoked. Zhang Yang looked calmly at Earth, nodded gently, and said nothing. Master, your virtual universe permissions have been changed. The internal network of the virtual universe company can no longer be accessed, and the Tongtian bridge has been sealed. Your points have all been voided. Your 8455 Hunyuan units of property have been transferred to the Cosmic Star Riverbank. Moreover, the company has imposed many restrictions on you, forbidding disclosure of the virtual universe company's internal situation, forbidding disclosure of information about internal personnel, forbidding the sale of any virtual universe company products, forbidding. Zhang Yang listened calmly. After Xiao Chun finished, he instructed, I still need to pay attention to these restrictions. If I forget anything, remind me. Xiao Chun replied, Yes, master. Zhang Yang spread his arms toward Earth, as if embracing his home planet, feeling the breath of freedom. Xiao Chun did not dare to disturb. Just before leaving the spaceship, it whispered, Master, those guards may need to return to the Doomsday Secret Realm soon. They have been recalled by the company. Unless they voluntarily stay here, you cannot stop them, otherwise you will face the Virtual Universe Company's punitive expedition. Zhang Yang's eyes immediately darkened. He recalled some past interactions in his mind, and after confirming that nothing had been revealed, he nodded gently. He would not stop them from leaving, but they could not take important information about Earth. The matter of gestation, though obvious, was relatively normal. In the universe, many races were like this. Only those born on the home planet could be considered qualified members and receive higher treatment. The characteristics of Earth were top secret, known only to 5 people: Luo Feng, Zhang Yang, Luo Hua, Lei Shen, and Hong. Among them, Luo Hua had always been guarded by Luo Feng's protectors, never using those from the Doomsday Secret Realm. Killing aura swirled into cyclones. For millions of years, little had changed here, in a pit spanning millions of miles. Luo Feng, something terrible has happened. Babata shouted anxiously as Luo Feng woke up. Luo Feng stood up abruptly and said, "Babata, what happened? Is something wrong at home?" At the same time, he split off a strand of consciousness and quickly entered the virtual universe. No, it's Zhang Yang. He has been expelled from the Doomsday Secret Realm, and now he is no longer a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. Babata shook its head and said seriously. Phew. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said grumpily, "Babata, I thought it was something serious. Don't worry about senior brother's matters. As long as he's not in danger, don't inform me. After all, senior brother has always had his own ideas." Babata was somewhat incredulous. This was the Virtual Universe Company. Having never entered such a major power, one would never understand the importance of joining. Those supreme treasures that couldn't be snatched outside were sold without quantity limits. Those precious secret techniques were taught without reservation, which was unimaginable in the universe. Even the disciples of Huyen Bo back then were only taught 1 or 2 secret techniques. And the most important point was the protection. Protection for individuals, protection for their homeland. Under such protection, Babata couldn't think of many reasons for falling. All the setbacks now were merely tribulations under the control of the Virtual Universe Company, which could be avoided with caution. And Zhang Yang had actually withdrawn from such a power. This was a bolt from the blue for a race. Without Luo Feng, if it were just him alone, the blow to his own race would be unbearable. It muttered in incomprehension, "I can't understand you Earthlings' thoughts. Every one of you is so strange. Especially that Zhang Yang, he's a freak." Luo Feng grinned at Babata. He had just understood that senior brother had been in his hometown for 20 years. And everything was fine on Earth. He had been in this pit for over 50 years as well, but hadn't felt much change. Checking his body's progress, it would probably take another 30 years to get out. He was not Zhang Yang. The Virtual Universe Company was very important to him, suitable for his growth. Now senior brother should be free, right? Luo Feng also missed his hometown, but he knew he couldn't go back. He was still too weak. The time ratio in the Chaos City was 1:3:28. He had entered 10 years earlier than Zhang Yang. He felt he hadn't seen senior brother for over 50 years. But senior brother felt only over 30 years. Truly amazing. He couldn't help saying, "Babata, make a virtual universe mental connection with senior brother. In 3 years and 10 months I will reach the peak of Domain Lord level, and then I can break through to Realm Lord. Bottlenecks are only for mediocrities. With my current law comprehension, there is no such limitation." Another round of training ended and Zhang Yang was evaluating his progress. "Master, should I connect the virtual universe communication with Luo Feng?" Xiao Chun asked. "Oh." Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised and said casually, "Luo Feng, connect. I haven't seen him in the virtual universe for years." With a slight tremor, Luo Feng's figure was projected into the training room, and instantly a scene of black killing aura occupied half the space. "Senior brother, long time no see." Luo Feng had a faint smile on his lips, looking a bit unfamiliar. Zhang Yang stiffened when he saw the background behind Luo Feng. He was very familiar with this environment. The Valley of Whales had this kind of killing aura, even more intense. He said somewhat uncertainly, "It seems you've absorbed the blood Luo crystal well. The third one has succeeded." Luo Feng nodded gently. He had indeed absorbed the third blood Luo crystal not long ago. Then he asked back, "Senior brother also absorbed 3 blood Luo crystals?" Zhang Yang laughed it off and said casually, "Yeah, after coming out I absorbed another one, just making 3. My training environment then wasn't as good as yours. It was a bit hard to stay in. You seem quite at ease. Is this a treasure land occupied by a strong one?" Luo Feng glanced down and said, "Sort of. The one occupying here is a divine son named Ba Qi, quite powerful." Zhang Yang squinted and said, "I've seen the divine son there make a move. His law comprehension should be around the 10th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. With this level of law power plus 100 times weaker Realm Lord power, he can at most exert 60 to 70 of immortal strength. If you use a planet-destroying cannon, basically one shot can kill him, but you have to be careful of those strange people. They might be immortals." Luo Feng's pupils contracted to pinpoints, and he whispered, "Senior brother, has seen an immortal from the Blood Luo world. Zhang Yang tilted his head back, slightly closed his eyes, then after a second looked at Luo Feng seriously and said, "The Blood Luo world has some strange activities. If you encounter them, be very cautious. I once saw over 40 immortals presiding over a ritual." 40 immortals! Luo Feng exclaimed. He nodded heavily, then his eyes moved and he asked Zhang Yang. "Senior brother was kicked out of the Doomsday Secret Realm." Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, "Just a game of power. I don't have time to play with them. They sent me to a cosmic country, and the journey itself takes years, not to mention how long the follow-up would take. Trillions of lives and freedoms. The Virtual Universe Company can turn a blind eye to that, so why can't I?" Luo Feng frowned but didn't say much. If he encountered such a mission, he would definitely try to rescue them. It wasn't that he was a saint. It was just doing what he could, following his heart. He didn't want to argue about these things. Just do his own thing. "Senior brother, what do you plan to do next? I heard that the Kendepa's family incident this time was not accidental." Zhang Yang looked at Luo Feng meaningfully and said, "Of course I'm going to break through to Realm Lord. Luo Feng, my level is going to surpass yours by a lot. You'd better hurry up." Luo Feng also squinted and said, "Senior brother, you know my progress speed. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you to come back. Be careful in the Blood Luo world, don't fall." Zhang Yang said cheerfully. Luo Feng looked down slightly and said seriously, "Senior brother, the Blood Luo continent can't keep me. After I stabilize my foundation a bit more, I will also return to Earth. You have to wait for me." Zhang Yang gazed into the distant sky and said, "All right." Having ended the call with Luo Feng, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. He was going to be under Luo Feng's protection for a while, and that felt rather nice. "Master Jet from the Doomsday Secret Realm sent you an email," Xiao Chun informed. "Jet?" Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. This young man had a wide path ahead. He casually asked, "What did he say?" "He expressed deep regret over your departure, and is very concerned about your current situation. He also said that when he becomes a domain lord, he will choose an external assignment and then invite you for a drink." Xiao Chun summarized. "All right, I got it. Just reply to him casually for me," Zhang Yang said lightly. "The probe on target No.2 has yielded results, and there's an even more important piece of information," Bingzong Wang said with a grave expression. "Oh, do tell Shuhen Wang," said his expression turning serious. Bingzong Wang immediately said, "Target No.2 is indeed hiding something. I met with Kuqiao Domain earlier and he said that Target No.2 definitely has a law comprehension level equivalent to the 5th floor of the Heaven Bridge, and his secret techniques are extraordinary. Furthermore, Choen, who fought him, said that he felt immense pressure during the battle, suggesting that the current level might not even be Target No.2's limit. Going higher would mean reaching the 6th floor of the Heaven Bridge. He was already hiding things in the Chaos City. Having only comprehended the Chaos Tablet 3 times, his current strength might already surpass Bolin's, and his progress rate is far beyond. Shuhen Wang frowned and said, "So this should confirm some things. Target No.1 and Target No.2 must possess an extraordinary treasure which should be beneficial to us. Judging by your expression, has something else changed?" Bingzong Wang said with a worried look. "There has indeed been a change. Zhang Yang was abruptly expelled from the Doomsday Secret Realm. I suspect that he reported to the high-level authorities of the Virtual Universe Company through some channel. Now their stance seems to be waiting for us to make a move again. This involves the higher-level honored ones of the Virtual Universe Company. We cannot interfere. The situation is getting out of control." Shuhen Wang no longer blamed Bingzong Wang. If something went wrong, he would be implicated as well, and shifting blame was meaningless. He said in a deep voice, "Let's stop the probing here. The risk of exposure is too great if we continue. Although we are all humans, even honored ones have their conflicts. A heavy treasure. We can't even hold on to it. If we lose a supreme treasure, the responsibility would be too great. We cannot bear it. At most 100 or 200 years, and the honored one will return from the secret realm. We can wait. We have done what we should. For now we seek no merit but no fault." Bingzong Wang nodded in agreement. Man proposes but heaven disposes. Once actions are taken, flaws will appear. The current situation could still be barely controlled. I'll leave the rest to you. We won't make any more moves against the targets, but we must not slack off on intelligence. A month later, after Zhang Yang finished his training, Xiao Chun said, "Master, those guards from the Virtual Universe Company have returned." Zhang Yang nodded calmly. He hadn't really accepted those guards anyway, so it was fine that they left. He could just buy more slaves in the universe. Coming to this high martial world, how could he not be curious about it? He had never stopped contemplating cultivation. He wouldn't be like these cosmic beings who only knew the what, but not the why, simply treating it as an accumulation of energy. That was the crudest method. Cultivation from the very start required attention to will and the Tao heart. Every change in the body must be carefully comprehended. Guiding a few people to the Domain Lord level would be simple. Once he fully understood the essence of all 10 laws, even guiding some to the World Master level would not be difficult. He never lacked subordinates. What he lacked were more loyal ones. As for enslavement techniques, he would avoid using them if possible. Altering one's thoughts would dim their spiritual light. Talking about talent then was in his view a joke. Life is full of miracles if freedom is the trajectory of the world. Enslavement to some extent represents death, but it is not a joke. Xiao Chun continued, Master, although most of the guards have left, the 2 guard captains Yuxian and Liden have not. Also 5 cosmic level guards have stayed. However, their talent doesn't seem great, and their lifespans are already in the middle. Zhang Yang glanced at Xiao Chun. He found that intelligent life also had its drawbacks. For example, it preferred to speak rather than project text directly. Before it finished speaking, his mental activity had already turned around 3 times. Of course, these were minor matters. Life wasn't a quiz show. Small details could be tolerated. In emergencies, they usually communicated through consciousness, which was very fast. Intelligent life required patience like raising a pet. It needed training. He instructed, let them come in. Xiao Chun seemed to sense its master's disdain, and bowed its head slightly in submission, replying softly, Yes, master. Soon the 2 domain lord level guards led the way with 5 cosmic level guards lined up behind them, walking in solemnly. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they immediately knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, We pay our respects to the prince. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa and waved his hand, casually saying self-deprecatingly, I am no longer a prince now. Such a ridiculous title should be dropped from now on. Yes, my lord. The guards cupped their fists again in response. Rise. You should know that I never care about such formalities. Zhang Yang said casually. He leaned back against the backrest, rested his arm on the armrest, tilted his head, and supported it with the back of his hand. He asked with interest, You are quite good. Give me a reason to stay. I have time today. We can talk. The guards stood up. The 5 cosmic level guards stared fixedly at Zhang Yang's lower body, while the 2 guard captains exchanged glances. Liden stepped forward, knelt on one knee with a thud, and said sincerely, My lord, your ability to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company proves your unparalleled talent. I joined the Virtual Universe Company to follow a strong one. A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. Since I have devoted myself to you, I will be loyal to you. I will follow your orders, even if it means walking through fire and water without hesitation. Zhang Yang's eyelids drooped slightly. This man believed in his talent and seemed relatively honest. He turned his head slightly to his side and asked softly, Yuxian, what about you? Your talent is not bad. You were promoted earlier than Liden and cultivate faster. There is hope for you to become a world master. Yuxian stepped forward, abruptly performing a perfectly standard salute. His eyes burned as he looked at Zhang Yang and said, What use is becoming a world master? You, my lord, defeated a world master as a domain lord. I will never achieve that in my lifetime. I will not go back. I doubt anyone in the Doomsday Secret Realm could match your achievement, my lord. I believe that following you can make me stronger. When I left my tribe, I swore that if I could not become undying and protect my people, I would rather be buried in the starry sky than turn back. I beg you, my lord, to take me in. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. A very simple wish, a very real conviction. If he didn't know the storyline, he might have been like this man. Carrying a strong will to become stronger, wandering through the starry sky, hoping to one day return to protect his home planet. Both of them spoke the truth now. He was also clear about the little thoughts of the 2 guard captains. When he chose the captains, he had assigned them randomly. After returning, the chances of being valued by the Doomsday Secret Realm members were very slim. He straightened up and said, Stand up and step aside. As the 2 guard captains stepped away, the 5 cosmic level guards behind them were fully exposed to Zhang Yang's sight. An immense pressure rose from him. Zhang Yang said sternly, You should know that I don't place much importance on cosmic level cultivators. To be honest, your talent isn't that great. Don't think that staying here means you can live a comfortable retirement. I don't keep idle people here. If you return to the Virtual Universe Company, you might get more resources and advance further. As if they hadn't heard Zhang Yang's words or felt the pressure, they knelt on one knee and said in unison, We are at your command, my lord. Zhang Yang met each of their gazes one by one. The body might lie, words might lie, but the fluctuations of the soul and consciousness could not. He could sense the unwillingness of these cosmic level guards and their last-ditch determination. They were indeed sincere in staying. He said word by word, Tell me your names. Bai Chuan, Towning, Weevalito, Fandu, Kasiki. Zhang Yang said seriously, Very good, I have remembered all your names. Liden will stay behind. Yuxian will lead the others to purchase 10000 cosmic level slaves from the universe. The level doesn't matter. I have created some problems and a fun game in my spare time. The problems can test a person's heart and will. Those with scores above 80 can be purchased. The game can test a person's comprehension ability, specifically their understanding of the laws. Those with scores above 60 can be purchased. Meeting these two conditions might be difficult. You can contact Luo Hua to communicate with the slave traders in the universe, so you can conduct the tests conveniently. You can also try playing the game yourselves. It's quite interesting. Alright, you may withdraw. Yu Xin quickly replied, "Yes, my lord. We will ensure the task is completed." Watching their disappearing figures, Zhang Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through the river of time, seeing the future scene of Earth. Although Earthlings had great potential, the number of those who could reach the cosmic or domain lord level was still too few. This wasn't something that could be changed by resources and environment alone. It required time to accumulate. And those cosmic beings who passed the tests would become excellent guardians for Earthlings. In the early stages of Earth, a batch of mature power was still needed. In the year 2236 of the Earth calendar, Zhang Yang's subjective perception of time had now approached nearly a century. He was born in 2036, spent 35 years in a coma, and experienced 66 years of accelerated time in the chaotic city. Today he would finally step into the realm of sovereign, crossing the threshold into the ranks of cosmic powerhouses. Zhang Yang sat atop the peak of Mount Everest, once the highest summit on Earth, but now surpassed by the Kunlun Mountains. Due to the bitter cold, it was not particularly suitable for ordinary people to reside, even though martial arts had become widespread. In comparison to more comfortable environments, this place remained sparsely populated. By the 22nd century, it had been designated a scenic area and private construction was strictly prohibited. Today Mount Everest was completely sealed off. Over 10,000 cosmic-level warriors were dispersed around its perimeter, with more than 10,000 stellar-level warriors encircling them further out and hundreds of thousands of planetary-level warriors watching from a distance. The breakthrough of humans differed from that of the golden-horned beast, which naturally possessed a spatial nucleus and was born with the embryo of a world. For humans, reaching the domain lord level involved the explosion of the singularity within the body, imitating the birth of the universe, thereby creating a world inside. Suddenly Zhang Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, opened his eyes. A week ago he had taken his seat here, and now both his original energy and his telekinetic power had reached perfection. The time has come. As the words fell, Zhang Yang controlled the glistening white spiritual origin point in his mind, moving it toward the singularity in his dantian. The distance between the two continuously narrowed. When the spiritual origin point stepped out of his lower jaw, an invisible force of attraction emerged. For ordinary telekinetic masters or martial artists, they only needed to merge their soul crystal into the singularity or their original energy into the spiritual origin point to begin the breakthrough. When the soul completely dissolved into a single point, when spiritual power and physical power merged for the first time, when telekinetic force and genetic original energy became thoroughly intertwined, a series of reactions began spontaneously, following the trajectory of the primordial universe's birth and death. The singularity and the spiritual origin point, representing the essence, the main body of the soul, and will representing the spirit, telekinetic force, and genetic original energy, representing the energy. These three fused completely into one origin pearl. Thus the three radiances of man were fully perfected. The essence, spirit, and energy achieved perfect unity. A wondrous transformation occurred. Imitating the birth of the primordial universe, a strand of world power was born within Zhang Yang's body. With the appearance of the first strand of world power, his consciousness arrived at the primordial universe realm. This was a vast, boundless continent. Distance could no longer describe its immensity. The endless spatial layers were merely tiny microscopic particles. Countless spatial fragments were born and extinguished deep within the continent. Universe crystals enough to fill an entire secret realm were crushed, transforming into a resplendent torrent that flowed through myriad worlds. An inscrutable consciousness echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. In an instant he felt a sense of mission. The singularity exploded and a new world was born. He felt his consciousness elevate infinitely in an instant, as if he had suddenly become an omnipotent deity. His consciousness arrived at the location of his dantian. A place only the size of a small fist inside his body now felt infinitely vast to him. He knew this was the place. Pointing a finger from afar at the boundless dantian, a silent explosion occurred, and the interior of the dantian became a sea of chaos. The primordial universe realm trembled slightly. Countless universe crystals transformed into even more compressed energy flowing out from the source of the universe, finally converging at the spot Zhang Yang had just pointed to. With the arrival of the energy, new world power emerged. It was as if a crack had been opened. The energy from the primordial universe realm poured down even more fiercely. In just a few breaths, the world's barrier had taken shape, and a world with a diameter of 50 million kilometers appeared. Zhang Yang knew that this was because his gene level was 100 times greater, allowing him to accommodate more world power. But he felt that this was still not his limit. Condense! With a loud shout, his will was infused into the newly arrived cosmic energy, and more world power began to form. Then, forcefully pushing against the world's barrier, the barrier shifted outward, and the energy flowing from the primordial universe realm surged ever more vigorously. 55 million kilometers. 70 million kilometers. 89 million kilometers. 100 million kilometers. Zhang Yang felt a slight tremor in his world. He knew this was the limit of his body, and a feeling arose in his heart. Even if his level rose from the first-tier sovereign to the ninth-tier sovereign, his inner world would not expand further because his gene level could not sustain a more massive world. Rumble. After the boundaries of the world were determined, world power began to form various substances within Zhang Yang's body. First came the earth, then lakes and seas. With the appearance of light, trees began to grow endlessly. The soul within the origin pearl guided the world's transformation, while Zhang Yang's primary consciousness immersed itself in the wonder of creation. Hum. A soft hum. Zhang Yang knew this transformation was about to end. Not daring to delay, his consciousness exerted all its strength to draw more cosmic energy into his inner world. Every second an immeasurable amount of cosmic energy entered. A colossal wealth. Hum. Another soft chime. The connection between the inner world and the primordial universe realm was severed completely. The excess cosmic energy rapidly condensed from a gaseous state into mountain ranges of universe crystals. With the disappearance of the cosmic energy, the entire inner world gradually became clear. At the center of the world lay a giant rooster-shaped continent, followed by 2 high-grade continents, and then 3 medium-grade continents on the periphery. By this point, they occupied half the world's diameter. They represented the Tao, giving birth to 1, 1 giving birth to 2, and 2 giving birth to 3. Behind them were 8 small continents, 36 large islands, 72 medium islands, and small islands scattered like stars at the edge of the world. Sovereign. I finally reached it. Zhang Yang sighed with emotion. But it's still not enough. The origin pearl is ultimately too fragile. Condense. All of Zhang Yang's insights into the laws exploded in an instant. The surface of the origin pearl trembled slightly, and in a single moment the origin pearl transformed into another Zhang Yang. He found it amusing for a moment and couldn't help cupping his hands toward the Zhang Yang, formed from the origin pearl. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The origin pearl's incarnation cupped its hands in return and flew directly into the temple on the central continent. Zhang Yang shook his head with a light smile. It had all been his own consciousness controlling it. When he thoroughly comprehended a complete system of laws, he would then be able to manipulate the consciousness within his body to connect with the ocean of laws and break through to immortality. With such a vast sovereign world, it's probably unnecessary to release it unless faced with a life or death crisis. Ordinary sovereigns have a world diameter of 10,000 kilometers, which gradually grows later. My gene level is 100 and my inner world reached a peak diameter of 100 million kilometers. Now the higher my realm, the clearer my memories of my past life become. When Luo Feng broke through to immortality, his inner world had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. A 100-fold increase in gene level, a 10,000-fold expansion of world diameter. Zhang Yang, standing atop the mountain peak, opened his eyes. A vast aura surged from his body. Subordinates congratulate you, Lord, on breaking through to Sovereign. Subordinates congratulate you, Master, on breaking through to Sovereign. Juniors congratulate you, Clan Elder, on breaking through to Sovereign. The shouts of hundreds of thousands of people echoed across the entire earth. All earthlings looked toward Mount Everest with joy, tears of excitement streaming from their eyes. Now they too had a sovereign-level powerhouse on Earth. This filled the tens of billions of earthlings with immense inspiration. Zhang Yang had already paved the path to sovereign for them, and the younger generation would surely strive with all their might to catch up. Today I have broken through to sovereign. I hope that in the future some among you will also reach this realm. Having said that, Zhang Yang flashed back to the training room in his home, and lay down in a nutrient pod which he had purchased through Luo Feng's connections. The nutrient pod and nutrient fluid cost him 150000 mixed units, mainly because he had bought a large amount of nutrients. Comprehending laws was difficult, fusing laws was even more so. Now that he had broken through to sovereign, he was eager to test the speed of law comprehension. The sovereign period was the early stage when a world was formed like the initial universe, with all laws appearing extremely clear. Moreover, due to the existence of world power, a two-world resonance could be formed with the primordial universe realm, allowing his consciousness to enter the source of the universe. Thus his law comprehension speed was the fastest. Countless cosmic fluctuations that had once been extremely obscure now appeared in Zhang Yang's perception. The corners of his mouth curled involuntarily. This feeling was incredibly exhilarating. From an unknown perspective, law chains interwove, entangled, linked, and connected. Fusion nodes that had never appeared before were now analyzed one by one. It felt as if the correct answer was laid out before him, accompanied by some analytical process. He only needed to study it earnestly. 1 month. 3 months. 1 year. 5 years. 7 years. This time passed very long. Zhang Yang, immersed in cultivation, furrowed his brow. He had been like this since the 3rd year. This is wrong. Zhang Yang exclaimed, awakened from his cultivation. Opening his eyes, he said with great confusion, "Why are the laws in the primordial universe realm like this?" He raised his arm and world power mixed with certain laws appeared on his fingertip, emitting a golden radiance. He said incredulously, "The laws I have fused. Why are they not present in the primordial law realm? Is it that I haven't found them, or are they too obscure? Or is it a matter of timing, that they don't manifest in this era? I can use them, so could this fusion result be replaced by another fusion result? A complex fusion method replaced by a simple one. Could it be so?" Zhang Yang fell into contemplation but clearly obtained no answer. He consoled himself, "Perhaps it's because I have comprehended too few laws so far and my understanding of laws is still too one-sided. Even this fused law might exist just in a form I don't yet recognize. But these are not the most important. This world is far more complex and colorful than I imagined." Raising his hand again, he extended 2 fingers. A golden radiance appeared at their tips. As the fingers drew together, the 2 orbs of golden light began to spin like dancing fireflies. After the 2 fireflies moved along a certain trajectory, they suddenly collided and merged together. The golden light dimmed slightly and gradually solidified. Zhang Yang sensed the power within and his eyes narrowed. Trembling with awe, he said, "Laws of the same attribute can actually fuse like this." The power increased 100-fold. "What is this? Though it was just an attempt, I never expected it to actually succeed. This is truly incredible." World power gradually transferred into the slightly dimmed golden light at his fingertips. The golden light converged continuously, simultaneously solidifying, and a metallic particle appeared. Zhang Yang stared at this golden particle, his expression dazed. He knew that this was not within his inner world. Inside, with the help of the rules, he could use the laws he had comprehended to guide such rules, expanding his world with energy and matter. But in the outside world, creation was impossible. Gently pinching the metallic particle with his finger, applying a slight force, he murmured, "Approximately D5 grade strength. Not bad. I can actually create metal myself. Then creating life should also be possible in the future." Setting aside the doubts and astonishment in his heart, he realized that his current comprehension of the laws was still too superficial. He began to immerse himself in contemplation, and the cultivation made Zhang Yang utterly irresistible. After others advanced to Realm Lord, they could enter the cosmic origin with their consciousness, thereby increasing their law comprehension speed by hundreds of times. However, Zhang Yang's law comprehension speed was terrifyingly indescribable, exhilarating beyond measure. Previously in the Chaos City, his talent was at least 30 times the baseline. While others spent 7 days comprehending the Chaos Steely, Zhang Yang effectively experienced 210 days. That was over half a year. Yet this was a simplistic calculation. Could talent and comprehension time be equated? Impossible. One must understand that talent determines the height of one's ceiling. When talent doubles, many difficulties cease to be challenges. As fast as the speed of consciousness, so is the speed of law comprehension. Bottleneck. The path ahead was so simple. Bottleneck. It simply did not exist. Each time he comprehended the Chaos Steely, he directly grasped the entirety of a complete image. This was the essence of research. It was only because he was still relatively weak with a slower mental processing speed. His foundation might not be as strong as Luo Feng's, but he couldn't stop his 30-fold talent. Luo Feng alone spent 10 years just to enter the gates of essence. Zhang Yang held back. After 5 years studying the essence, he was just 1 raindrop short of completing the second image. It wasn't that high. Completely comprehending the second image corresponded to the 6th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Now he was 1 raindrop away from full comprehension, and because of his research into essence, he barely passed the 7th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Luo Feng, after leaving Chaos City and training for 100 years, surpassed him in the qualification battle. In Chaos City, cultivation speed could be increased nearly 10-fold, though the boost wasn't as great for him. He still couldn't match Luo Feng's progress over 100 years. His foundation was clearly weaker. The last time he comprehended the Chaos Steel with over 270 times talent, the progress was small because he was tackling the later images. These were all minor trials. He broke through to universe level with 25 times talent, increasing by 5 times per year. He spent a total of 110 years at. When he reached Domain Lord level, his talent increased by 30 times per year. Due to insufficient nutrient solution, he stayed for 24 years before breaking through, increasing his talent by 720 times to 1020 times. Realm Lord level itself could increase law comprehension speed by over 400 times. Combined with his 1000-fold talent, his mental processing speed at Realm Lord was almost saturated. Inspiration flowed incessantly. His talent was still growing. He would stay at Realm Lord for a long time. Taking a round number, his talent at breakthrough was 1000. After 10 years, talent 2 meant 2000 times. After 100 years, talent 11 meant 11000 times. After 1000 years, talent 101 meant 101000 times. Such a high level of talent was sufficient for cultivating fused laws, the comprehension of ordinary laws was incomparable to that of typical realm lords. If forced to compare, one could only use the time it takes ordinary realm lords to break through. Now with over 1,000 times talent, a year of cultivation equaled an entire lifetime for others. He had originally intended to go out for a look, but even the comfort of a gentle haven could not rival cultivation, and time slipped away once more. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. The nutrient pod's hatch slowly opened and Zhang Yang stepped out, clenching his fist tightly. He turned back to glance at the nutrient pod and praised, "Indeed, cultivation with technological assistance is wonderful. It only took over 10 years to advance to Realm Lord level 9. There's still some left. It's enough to last until I finish my improvement." "Zhang, are you done with your cultivation this time?" Su Peipei, seeing Zhang Yang emerge, directly threw herself into his arms. Zhang Yang said with a hint of apology, "My dear, you know, right after breaking through to Realm Lord the speed of law comprehension increased dramatically, and before I knew it over 10 years had passed." Su Peipei hugged him tightly and murmured softly, "Just being able to see you is already good enough." Zhang Yang gently stroked her lower back and praised, "Now you've finally reached Universe Level 2, which puts my mind at ease." Su Peipei stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Actually I feel like cultivation isn't that hard." "Zhang Yang." He directly pulled her out of his embrace and stared at her, saying, "So what? After soaking in the nutrient pod, you feel improvement is easy and plan to slack off. Later you'll need law comprehension." Su Peipei lowered her head, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yang with her peripheral vision, and argued, "Not at all, I meant cultivation is very interesting. I really like cultivation." Zhang Yang exerted his arms, and lifted her directly onto his shoulder, heading toward the bedroom. Su Peipei rested her head on his chest, tracing circles with one finger, and said in a somewhat low voice, "Are you going to leave?" Zhang Yang tightened his embrace around the person in his arms, and comforted, "The universe is not a safe place. To be safe, one must become stronger. I still lack many things." His strength had increased too rapidly. Coming out of the nutrient pod, he had directly advanced 9 levels. Although he was imbued with laws and his willpower had grown, the time was too short, and it was no longer as outstanding as before. His current willpower was only slightly stronger than a peak realm lord barely reaching immortal level. He had bought a weapon at a high price which might be slightly better, but his armor was only a 5th rank force equipment. Even the Yanshanbing, though usable by an immortal, was too fragile. The materials could no longer withstand his full power burst. His attack secret art was only at the peak level. He had few battles, mostly overwhelming victories, and rarely had evenly matched fights. With less pressure, progress naturally slowed. The reason he didn't use it to break through was that laws were the key support for secret arts. Against enemies at his current level, improving law comprehension increased strength faster. His defensive secret art was merely a self-modified inferior art given by Babata in the past. He had no amplification secret art. He had no auxiliary plant life. His spaceship was only a low-grade product worth a few mixed yuan units. And most importantly, money. He had none of that either. His world power was equivalent to 100 times the power of a peak realm lord, which corresponded to the divine power of a primary army lord immortal, and a newly promoted one at that. After all, the divine power range of an army lord immortal was 100 to 1,000 times that of a peak realm lord. His law comprehension had also improved over the years. In over 10 years, his law comprehension was extremely smooth, successfully advancing by 1 level, reaching the comprehension of the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge, equivalent to the law comprehension of a primary king. His overall combat power was at the primary marquis level, but due to deficiencies in equipment, willpower, and auxiliary life, his strength was reduced. His attack and defense secret arts were roughly on par with a primary marquis, so they didn't further drag down his combat power. In the end, he was barely at the marquis level. Stronger than a high-level army lord immortal, weaker than a primary marquis, and not too far from Hu Yanba. Of course, if he encountered that old wolf nearing the end of its lifespan again, it would be a single-slash affair. Under such circumstances, he urgently needed to compensate for his shortcomings and enhance his combat power. If he could find equipment similar to the Yenshin armor that could augment realm lord power, his combat power would increase dramatically. After enjoying a tender moment, the silver-white fighter departed from Earth, continuously accelerating toward the unknown starry sky, and finally vanished into the primal universe. "Xiao Chun, tell me about the secret realm information," we queried when we still had access. "Set the range to within the Chenwu Great Star region." Inside, the fighter Zhang Yang commanded. Xiao Chun said, "Master, there is an Alphon secret realm at 570000 light-years. The secret realm is about 2 light-years in size. It was discovered 32821 years ago, which is relatively recent. Many peak realm lord experts are inside it now. Are there any immortals?" Zhang Yang asked back. Xiao Chun replied, "Immortals were still entering 15000 years ago, but there have been none since." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and instructed, "Xiao Chun, don't introduce secret realms below immortal level. Search for secret realms suitable for power levels between Army Lord and Marquis." Xiao Chun's face showed anxiety and he hurriedly called out, "Master!" "Search." Zhang Yang said, leaving no room for refusal. Xiao Chun looked at Zhang Yang weakly and said, the Tsushuan Secret Realm 18. 63 million light-years away, discovered no more than 3 epochs ago, size unknown. Currently the explorers are mostly high-level Army Lord Immortals with a few Peak Army Lord Immortals and Primary Marquis Immortals. Peak Realm Lords are very rare there because of the illusion problem, and many Realm Lords cannot resist the illusions, and currently only a few Peak Realm Lords are exploring inside. Also, because it is a continent-type secret realm, there is a lot of dust in the air, so our spaceship cannot enter the dark universe for travel. Moreover, the virtual universe signal inside is very weak, allowing only unit-type signal transmission. That means the outside can only determine simple messages like distress or death. According to big data analysis, the mortality rate for Peak Realm Lords there exceeds 80. Master, this place is extremely dangerous for you. Zhang Yang nodded and asked, are there any Marquis? Xiao Chun said with a conflicted expression, Master, you were previously a Domain Lord member of the Moshi Secret Realm, so you cannot query dynamic information about Marquis. However, based on the analysis of the Secret Realm situation, there may be Marquis Immortals inside, but their number should be very scarce, certainly no more than 10. Okay, I understand this Secret Realm. Zhang Yang responded and continued asking, besides the Tsushuan Secret Realm, are there any other secret realms discovered within 10 epochs nearby? Generally, high-level secret realm exploration is quite lengthy. Although 10 epochs is near the end, there are still some core areas that must contain treasures. As for the power level, to be safe, stick to the previous range. Xiao Chun directly said, the Wushikan Secret Realm discovered around 7 epochs ago, mostly mountainous and valley terrain, about 3 light-years in size. Because the vegetation is sparse and food is scarce, the creatures inside are extremely fierce and brutal. Of course, it is safer than the Tsushuan Secret Realm, and the explorers there are a level weaker. Previously, the Virtual Universe Company announced that there were no Marquis experts, but it did not rule out the possibility that a few Marquis might enter in the short term. The Wushikan Secret Realm is also a continent-type secret realm, making movement very difficult, and the continent is extremely irregular. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. This secret realm would be quite suitable for tempering secret arts, and it was worth considering. Then he continued asking, Xiao Chun, any more? Are there only this few secret realms within 10 epochs? Even with the power limit, there shouldn't be only these 2, right? Speak freely. I know myself better than you do, and I value my life even more. Without knowing the environment, how can I judge whether it suits me? Xiao Chun blinked and said solemnly, Master, there are 2 more very dangerous secret realms, but... Zhang Yang looked at the starry sky with a distant gaze and said calmly, tell me. I'll consider it. Xiao Chun's voice trembled as he said, the Wuyan Secret Realm, also called the Wuyan Realm or Wuyan Prison, by immortals, is 2918 light-years away. Its internal size is unknown. Because the secret realm is filled with mist that also forms a natural array, it is extremely easy to get lost. Moreover, the mist contains immense energy, greatly restricting movement within. That's not the most terrifying part. The corrosive nature of the mist itself is the deadliest, along with tiny soul-devouring creatures. For those below immortal, the survival rate is extremely low, with a mortality rate exceeding 97. 3. There are many Army Lord Immortals and above inside, and even Army Lord Immortals are in great danger. Master! Zhang Yang waved his hand. He had heard of the secret realm. Sen had mistakenly entered it back then, and it was possible that Sen had even raised the survival rate there. He was currently most lacking in defensive secret arts and equipment, so it was indeed not suitable for him to venture there. Even if he could withstand the environment inside, he would be at the bottom of the combat power hierarchy. His combat power was still in a rapid growth phase, so he certainly wouldn't take such a risk. If he could compensate for his shortcomings, this place would be a good destination. After thinking for a while, he continued asking, Xiao Chun, what about the other one? What's that secret realm like? Xiao Chun replied, Master, the last one is the Lanhei Sea area. The environment is probably not very suitable for you to explore. Oh! Zhang Yang asked curiously, is it all ocean inside? Xiao Chun explained, Master, it's not wrong to say it's all ocean. The Lanhei Sea area has numerous whirlpools and extremely fierce undercurrents. The entire sea is in constant motion. Although there is some sky, endless waves rise and fall, battering the entire secret realm, and every inch of space is washed by seawater. Moreover, the secret realm's barrier emits its own light, and the entire sea area undergoes frequent light-dark transitions. Because it is a sea and the seawater is combined with cosmic primal energy, although the environment is extreme for outsiders, the creatures inside have fully adapted to it. If you entered, your spaceship would likely be swept away directly. Coupled with the viscous seawater movement would be extremely difficult. Once you encounter a beast horde, Master, you would have no choice but to kill them. But it's the sea and the enemies are practically endless. Even the seabed is not peaceful. Seawater backflow is a minor issue. At worst you dive again. But the seabed is also teeming with many secret realm creatures. Those who dare to explore there are mostly immortals who have comprehended the water origin, and even then they must be experts with profound comprehension of space or time original laws. After listening to Xiao Chun, Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. In fact, the Tsushuan secret realm was quite suitable for him. The environment might be a threat to cosmic beings, but it had little effect on him. From absorbing the Shuelua crystal, he had already discovered the advantage of his willpower in resisting illusions. The number of Marquis there was also small, so there were few experts who could pose a fatal threat to him. As for the remaining army Lord Immortals, if a conflict broke out he had the advantage. Xiao Chun head for the Tsushuan secret realm. We'll deal with the Wuyan prison and other secret realms later. Master, the Dark Universe coordinates of the secret realm are about to arrive. We are about to return to the original universe. Xiao Chun reported. Proceed with the transition. Zhang Yang said calmly, as he was quite familiar with secret realms. He had once visited the Niumalu secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company's Chenwu division, and also the core Moshi secret realm of the same company. The spacecraft's speed decelerated to a standstill, and it was ejected from the dark universe, returning to the starry sky. Zhang Yang looked around. The cosmos was exceedingly dim. There were no stars nearby, only distant specks of light, all very faint. He glanced down and said, "This place is rather desolate with very few stars." Xiao Chun replied, "Master, this is a void region. The nearest star system is over 300 light-years away." Zhang Yang nodded, then flashed into the cosmos. The world force trembled slightly, and he muttered, "The secret realm here is somewhat similar to the Niumalu secret realm. Only by vibrating the internal world can the entrance to the secret realm be opened." Xiao Chun explained, "Master, in truth, the Niumalu secret realm was artificially modified and deliberately concealed. The entrance here is natural. The so-called entrance is merely a point where the space within the secret realm is relatively weak. Even a single secret realm has many such entrances. For large secret realms the situation resembles that of the Moshi secret realm. The area around the entrance becomes completely solidified, forming a colorful vortex that continuously increases the energy concentration within the realm." Zhang Yang unleashed his vast world force, resonating with all his might, and his anticipation for the secret realm grew even stronger. Even he had to mobilize over half of his world force to open the entrance. Ordinary domain lords would likely have to release their world projection and unleash their laws to succeed. This indicated that the lower limit of the secret realm was the peak of the domain lord level. Those below lacked the qualification to enter. The space before Zhang Yang shattered like a mirror, a rather brutal method of opening the secret realm. When the space was nearly broken enough, Zhang Yang commanded Xiao Chun enter. He followed closely behind the spacecraft directly into the secret realm. Upon entering, he found it was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Inside the secret realm was a picturesque natural scene with lush trees and blooming flowers everywhere like a paradise. He sniffed gently, detecting a faint fragrance reminiscent of lavender, and listened quietly, hearing the cheerful songs of birds. Zhang Yang shook his head lightly. What a pity. All of this was an illusion. Xiao Chun. He called out loudly, wondering if an intelligent life form could also be affected. Hearing his call, Xiao Chun quickly replied, "Master, I am here. I just feel something strange. As if two completely different spaces are superimposed with the upper and lower layers each presenting a different scene. The gravity within the secret realm is approximately 90000 times normal. The composition of materials cannot be accurately analyzed, and the spacecraft speed is greatly restricted." Zhang Yang re-entered the fighter and issued an order, "Fly along the left front. It seems our luck is not great. We've entered an illusion formation right away." "Understood," Xiao Chun replied, and as the spacecraft accelerated she continued, "Current speed is 80000 kilometers per second. Estimated maximum speed can reach 130000 kilometers per second." Zhang Yang asked calmly, "Xiao Chun, are the technological detectors still useful? Can they help identify the illusion formation?" Xiao Chun replied dejectedly, "Master, technological products have essentially failed here. The light and sound within the secret realm are completely distorted, and even biological fluctuations and energy fluctuations have become very blurred. When we entered the illusion formation, the space had strictly changed. I could only make a simple discrimination. The original spatial features were completely covered." Zhang Yang's brow furrowed, then relaxed. He had anticipated this situation but still held a last hope, so he asked, "What about large-scale detectors?" Xiao Chun said in a low voice, "Large-scale detectors can only roughly gauge life intensity but cannot determine any other information. Perhaps more sophisticated detectors could extract more detailed data, but our detectors are not advanced enough." The inadequacy of the detectors was indeed a problem, but Zhang Yang was not overly concerned. He was lacking almost everything. Everything depended on strength. The secret realm was not only about treasures. Conflicts and plunder among the strong were inevitable. His detector was worth 200,000 Hunyuan units, which was even an internal price. It would be more expensive on the open market. An ordinary junior immortal lord had a net worth of only 100,000 Hunyuan units. A senior immortal lord might be wealthier, but would not spend excessively on detectors which were not a necessity in cosmic exploration. Zhang Yang regretted that this detector was a large model. If it were a small detector at that price, its performance would definitely be a tier higher. But there were advantages too. Large-scale detection could be noticed. If he could not take the initiative in the secret realm, being passively drawn in was also fine. He wanted to find an opponent. So he ordered Xiao Chun activate the detector with a range of 10 million kilometers in diameter. Let me see if we can fish something out in this illusion formation. The spacecraft advanced steadily through the illusion. See the detector's signal like bait in the deep ocean, gently swaying and emitting an enticing fragrance. On the 20th day after entering the secret realm, Master, we have exited the illusion formation. Would you like to see the true scene of the secret realm? Xiao Chun suggested. Zhang Yang smirked and said lightly, finally out. It seems the illusion formation wasn't too vast. Your intuition is quite good. We didn't wander in circles. At first the illusion formation deceived me. I wonder what the true appearance of this Tsuhuan secret realm is. Open the external simulation. The spacecraft was flying at a very high altitude, theoretically offering a broad view, but the constantly rising mist within the secret realm made the ground scenery indistinct. Looking back, the illusion formation appeared as a massive 7-colored light shield from the outside. Because it was so enormous it seemed to connect with the sky. The scenery inside was extremely illusory and constantly changing. Not bad. This 7-colored illusion formation is quite similar to the Nayumalu secret realm, except that the 7-colored clouds there float in the sky while here the 7-colored canopy rests on the ground. Xiao Chun, did the Virtual Universe Company ever explain the origin of these illusion formations? Xiao Chun immediately replied, Master, the Tsuhuan secret realm produces a large amount of illusion realm stones, which is why such a peculiar phenomenon exists. Illusion realm stones are auxiliary materials for illusionist cultivation, and also the main material for illusion formations. One stone is worth about 100 universe coins. If the quantity is sufficient, it can be quite valuable. Legend has it that the illusion sea of the original universe is a physical entity, and its main material is processed from endless illusion realm stones. Zhang Yang's expression remained impassive. He knew of the illusion sea but had never challenged it. Neither had Luofeng nor would Hong or Thunder God. As for the price of illusion realm stones, unless he stumbled upon a massive mountain range of them, he would not specifically search for them. At a price of 100 universe coins per stone, one would need 10 billion stones to accumulate 1 Hunyuan unit. Moreover, even if the illusion realm stones formed a mountain range, it would not be easy to obtain. Quantity leads to qualitative change. A mountain of illusion realm stones would have a terrifying impact on mental will. Xiao Chun continued flying according to the plan. Changed the detector range to 100 million kilometers. We haven't encountered a single opponent yet. Are we going to be minors in this endless secret realm? In the original universe, a spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred in a meteorite field. An invisible energy pulse radiated, pulverizing all surrounding meteorites into dust. Then a triangular spacecraft with a faintly gleaming surface appeared. The 100-meter diameter vessel looked like a giant boomerang. The 3 corners of the spacecraft each had petal-like curves, and the edges were as thin as cicada wings. With a massive energy burst, the spacecraft began to accelerate, slicing the meteorites in its path in half. Xiaoying, you idiot! Didn't you say this place is a void region now? What's with all these meteorites? Did you even get the entrance to the secret realm right? A burly man with 2 curved horns on his head, clad in dark red armor, roared ferociously inside the spacecraft. Opposite him was a small ethereal girl's projection with 2 transparent wings on her back like a fairy maiden. But now she was scolded into pressing her wings tightly against her body, trembling slightly. She explained softly, Master, this is indeed near the entrance of the secret realm, and there was no meteorite belt before. It's likely the aftermath of a battle between powerful beings. Having said that, she seemed to regain confidence, lifted her head, looked at the horned man, put her hands on her hips, and puffed out her cheeks, saying, Besides, Master, there's no real risk in this kind of secret realm. The old mistress has bestowed the most precious treasure upon you. That's a treasure that even many kings find unattainable. When a treasure appears, countless kings fall, and even within the territory it invites covetousness. With a treasure, those ordinary immortal lords and junior marquises cannot harm you. And to explore the secret realm you spent 3 million Hunyuan units to exchange for an F3 grade spacecraft. These meteorites are nothing. The horned man's face darkened, his eyes bulging as he roared. Xiaoying, are you lecturing me? I am your master. Xiaoying stared back, unyieldingly arguing, Master, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't forget your teacher's words and the purpose of our coming here. If you keep yelling at me, I will report to King Poison Blade. The horned man's momentum deflated at the mention of reporting, and he muttered discontentedly, Who is the master here? You always resort to tattling. What kind of skill is that? Xiaoying puffed out her cheeks, clenched her fists, and said righteously, If you don't stay inside for at least one epoch this time, I will not only tell King Poison Blade but also inform the old mistress. I will report your current state truthfully. This authority was given to me when you were 6. The horned man's fierce expression quickly softened into a simpleton's look. I want to revoke that authority. I am your master, Xiao Ying said expressionlessly. Changing authority requires sending a message to the old mistress and King Poison Blade. Do you wish to proceed with this operation? Execute my foot. No, have you already sent it to the teacher? 10 days later. Master, I found a target. It's a peak domain lord, Xiao Chun shouted excitedly. A realm lord? Zhang Yang inquired with some surprise. It was no easy feat to be a realm lord here, for merely traversing the secret realm was a formidable challenge, especially since even Zhang Yang's starship could not reach the speed of light. Typically, even a wealthy realm lord possessed at most a total asset of 100 Hunyuan units, and their starships were certainly inferior to Zhang Yang's, given the Virtual Universe Company's advanced technology. Project his movements. Zhang Yang commanded, then asked. He doesn't have a detector, does he? Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she said cheerfully, Master, even a small-scale detector of the same technological level would cost at least 10,000 Hunyuan units. His detector is extremely primitive. A universal generic version. Such a detector is virtually useless in this secret realm. It's utterly incapable of detecting our scans. Then a slender cold-faced young man clad in a black combat suit appeared in Zhang Yang's line of sight. Who is this? Zhang Yang felt a strange familiarity in the figure that closely resembled an earthling. Master, this is the Zhanhuan clan. Xiao Chun offered a timely reminder. The Zhanhuan clan. Zhang Yang was puzzled, then voiced his observation. I just find him somewhat similar to the humans of the Daofeng clan. Xiao Chun explained. Master, they were originally the same clan, but in the early days of their entry into the universe the clan split. The Daofeng clan chose to integrate into the universe and seized ownership of the mother planet. The leader of the Zhanhuan clan, due to a disagreement, led his followers far away, and eventually settled in the Yuan alliance. They believed that the Daofeng clan had become so powerful because they firmly trusted in their blades. Only by enduring more arduous tempering of the heart could one achieve true strength. Thus only those who became realm lords could leave their home and wander the cosmos. As a people who had left their homeland, they renamed themselves the Zhanhuan clan, signifying their belief that the blade in hand had severed all ties to the past. Zhang Yang asked curiously, in that case, which is stronger now, the Daofeng clan or the Zhanhuan clan? Xiao Chun continued reading from her previously stored data. Initially, the Daofeng clan was undoubtedly more dominant. From the emergence of universe-level members to the appearance of domain lords within the clan, it took only 10,000 years. But in the later stages, after tens of thousands of epochs of evolution, the Zhanhuan clan was the first to produce an immortal. Although the clans split, their distinctive traits are still easily recognizable. The Zhanhuan clan are like the elite of the Daofeng clan, for everyone who leaves is at the realm lord level, with an extremely tenacious will. And their chances of becoming an immortal are exceptionally high. Zhang Yang calmly gazed at the slender projection, and even without form or spirit, he could still sense a sharp aura. In his mind, the young man on the screen had transformed into a battle blade. Such was the marvel of willpower. The power in this world was formidable, yet in the early stages it was somewhat crude. Anyone who could give him such a feeling must be an elite. Master, Xiao Chun said as a reminder. Zhang Yang shook his head gently and said calmly, he's only at the peak of the realm lord level. How much wealth do you think he has? He's not worth my effort. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, a figure wreathed in flames said excitedly, Big brother, I found the target. A voice came from a nearby earthen, yellow statue which suddenly stirred and spoke. What target? Has a fish taken the bait? The figure in the flames slowly revealed his face. A lean man with cracked skin that looked unnatural. He said cheerfully, Big brother, this time the target is a big fish, a peak realm lord. And he has a large-scale detector, but don't worry, his technology is not as advanced as ours. I have every move he makes under my control. The statue's surface gradually changed, and a layer of earthen yellow mud fell away, revealing a square-faced, middle-aged man. He spoke. A peak realm lord, either a pauper trying his luck here or a core member of a major force. Both are extremely wealthy. The fish didn't take the bait. The lean man said, Right, big brother. He didn't fancy the bait we left, so he's definitely from a major force. The square-faced man said in a low voice, and his strength. How powerful is he? Not all core members are easy prey. Some bite back. The lean man scoffed, Big brother, this is the Tsuhuan secret realm. The strongest here are only at the marquis level. We're both at the peak of the army lord level. Even a junior marquis can't kill us easily. We have no deep enmity, so they wouldn't burn divine power to deal with us. As for core members of major forces, realm lords value their time. Why would they waste it here? The square-faced man fell into thought. He admitted his brother was right, but he had to consider more than just capturing the target. Attacking one's own kind was common, but it was still somewhat dishonorable. These core members all had masters. Once you struck, you had to leave no survivors. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. The virtual universe signal was weak here, making it an ideal hunting ground. Though these geniuses carried immense wealth, the trouble they brought was equally great. They had to act cautiously. Project his image from the detector. I need to assess carefully. The lean man, though reluctant, always obeyed his brother's judgment, which had never been wrong. He obediently projected Zhang Yang's image. Watching the young man of the Zhanhuan clan, Zhang Yang soon sensed something amiss. He seemed too careless. A peak realm lord in a secret realm where immortals often roamed was cultivating without much protection. That was truly bizarre. How dare he? Zhang Yang grew highly alert. Such an attitude was not normal for a blade wielder with a resolute will. He would never make such a mistake unless he had a trump card or was trapped. The first possibility was unlikely. He didn't believe the young man from the Zhanhuan clan had a 100-fold gene level, nor could his law comprehension rival a king's. If strength was insufficient, no amount of trump cards could make him so reckless. The second possibility was that he was under surveillance by some powerful being and had been for a long time. Surveillance, control, protection. Zhang Yang suddenly jolted awake, raising his head sharply to look outside the starship. Two massive divine power spheres were already bearing down. Xiao Chun cried out in alarm, "Mas!" Boom! The two colossal spheres of divine power crushed the flying starship. The immense explosion cleared everything around it. Even hundreds of millions of kilometers high, the ground sank a full segment. The shockwave continued to spread, as if a star had appeared in the sky, radiating its unique brilliance. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, watching the distant explosion, the young man of the Zhanhuan clan shook his head helplessly and said coldly, "The 24th. He was now being used as a living bait. The enemy's detection equipment was far too advanced. He couldn't even run. This wasn't the first time he had been the bait. Against ordinary opponents he could handle them himself and the two immortals wouldn't even show up. But when a powerful realm lord appeared, they would rush over swiftly to collect the spoils. And if an immortal appeared, they would set an ambush in advance, while he could only watch the battle's aftermath from afar. Just like now. Before the explosion's aftershocks had even subsided, the two immortals had already reached the center, hoping to harvest their spoils. Not good! The square-faced man bellowed, retreating swiftly. A golden saber flash had just streaked through the spot where he stood. Zhang Yang stood in midair, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. His force armor had been completely destroyed, with only a few fragments hanging from his body. He said darkly, "Excellent. You've really outdone yourselves. This is the second time I've suffered such injuries. An immortal's divine power artillery overwhelming by sheer force. Truly extraordinary." Yanshanbing emerge. The golden Yanshanbing shot toward the lean man while Zhang Yang raised his saber and charged at the square-faced middle-aged man. The square-faced man's expression flickered. Their combined divine power attack had failed to kill this realm lord. A peak realm lord in ordinary equipment. How had he survived such an assault? His force armor was shattered, yet he was still alive. Were core members of major forces this poor? It made no sense. He glanced at his brother, who was already entangled by the Yanshanbing. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. This realm lord had burst forth with such incredible speed. Where did he come from? Zhang Yang was utterly enraged. If not for his 100-fold gene level and the top-tier defensive technique he had modified, he would have been done for this time. Stellar radiance. With a spatial rift spanning hundreds of kilometers, Zhang Yang brought his saber down fiercely upon the immortal before him. Clang! After the first strike, sensing the world force flowing smoothly through the blade, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had winced when buying the saber, but now able to withstand the clash of power between immortals, it was worth every penny. Stellar fall. Clang! The attack was parried again. Zhang Yang wasn't surprised. The first two moves were merely top-tier, not only crude in form but also carrying a law comprehension of only the 17th level of the Tongtian Bridge. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. After probing with the first two strikes, he had a rough idea of the immortal's strength. This square-faced immortal's law comprehension had just surpassed the 15th level, and his divine power was roughly 850 times that of a peak realm lord. His overall combat power was only at the peak of the army lord level. At this level, Zhang Yang's limit burst could easily surpass it. Meanwhile, the other immortal was already entangled by the Yanshanbing. Although limited by its material, the Yanshanbing could only exhibit a law comprehension of the 16th level of the Tongtian Bridge. But thanks to its ability to attack by traversing space, that immortal could never evade it. Starfall. With a cold shout, Zhang Yang's eyes blazed with fire, as the laws of metal and space intertwined on his war blade, giving the originally golden blade a heavy and ancient feel. Zhang Yang's war blade sliced down toward the square-faced immortal along a special spatial trajectory, and he could sense the immortal's fear. These two immortals had used the youth of the soul-slashing clan as bait, and he too had been constantly emitting detection signals searching for prey. But he truly hadn't expected to be greeted by two divine power spheres, which reduced even the large detector he had previously acquired to ashes under the energy crush. Ah! The square-faced immortal let out a miserable scream. The pain of having his soul severed was unbearable, and his eyes were filled with terror. He trembled and said, "My immortal divine power has decreased by 8. How is this possible?" Even though he lacked the undying body of a marquis as an immortal merely attacking part of his body, even if shattered, he could still reabsorb it. Such devastating damage should not have been possible. Zhang Yang's eyes glinted coldly. He was not at all surprised by the damage he had inflicted. His overall combat power was lowered, because he only had the strength of a 100-fold peak realm lord, but his law comprehension at the king level exceeded his opponent's by 4 levels. It would be strange if the immortal's unstable divine body could not be annihilated. He was merely a peak immortal commander, and though he was only a hair's breadth away from a marquis, dealing with him was indeed 1,000 times simpler. Starfall! 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 Zhang Yang attacked furiously blow after blow, while the square-faced immortal, who only had ordinary attack techniques, could not effectively defend. Ah! The square-faced immortal shouted, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. He had hunted all his life, but today he was finally outwitted. He glanced longingly at his struggling younger brother, then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he lunged at Zhang Yang. Thinking of self-destructing? With less than 50 of your body remaining, what power can you have? Die! Zhang Yang slashed through the air, and world energy followed a special trajectory to form a terrifying attack that poured down on the square-faced immortal. Boom! Another massive energy storm erupted, even more violent than the last, but Zhang Yang, prepared, had already left the core of the explosion. Big brother! The lean immortal let out a miserable wail, then with eyes full of determination, he lunged at Zhang Yang. Humph! Zhang Yang sneered contemptuously. Your strength is even inferior to your brother's? What can you do? Die! Starfall! Ah! A miserable scream, and the lean man's eyes showed despair. When the divine weapon attacked him again, he suddenly self-destructed. Boom! This explosion was even fiercer than the previous one. Withdrawing his divine weapon, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown. The power of the self-destruction was considerable. Many of the golden small swords on the divine weapon now had cracks and would likely be unusable. Putting that aside, he needed to collect the spoils quickly and leave as soon as possible. If a large number of powerful beings were attracted, he would be in danger. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yang's eyes showed satisfaction. Indeed, getting rich still depends on plundering. This set of Void Spear mind weapon suits me well. They never used it, so they probably stole it too. They even had an F3 class spaceship. Tisk tisk, truly rich. But it's normal. They were high-level commanders and criminals. Oh, a void armor. Though it's a water and space attribute defense item, not metal and space, having something is better than nothing. Besides, I have some comprehension of the water origin law. This war blade is slightly better than mine, but the attribute doesn't match. I'll keep it to sell later. Is that all? They were robbers. The world ring must have been destroyed when it was damaged and the contents were lost. What a pity. Ha! Zhang Yang quickly turned around, sensing a fluctuation of world energy. Looking closely, he realized it was the bait from the soul-slashing clan. He said coldly, "What's the matter?" The youth of the soul-slashing clan looked at Zhang Yang with astonishment. He had thought the two immortals might have turned the tables on an ambush, but he never expected a realm lord to be the cause of their death. He was also a realm lord and fully understood the gap between immortals and realm lords. Even with his strong will under the coercion of two immortals, he could only steady his mind and cultivate in the cracks. As for challenging an immortal, even the current strongest of the soul-slashing clan had only killed one immortal when he was a realm lord, and that was a low-level commander, far from these two. With his left arm across his chest, left hand straight, and palm down, he bowed slightly, and said in a clear voice, "Duan Shan thanks you for the rescue. I have been imprisoned by them for over 20,000 years. Zhang Yang said coldly, "Leave before I change my mind." Duan Shan's eyes flickered with struggle. He wanted to follow this immensely powerful realm lord, but he knew Zhang Yang's attitude was a rejection. He bowed again in the same manner, then turned and swiftly flew into the sky, disappearing. Zhang Yang smirked. He was here for training, not to collect followers and act as a babysitter. His opponents were at least immortals. What use would a peak realm lord be? Like this time, his spaceship was destroyed and he was injured. If he had a realm lord subordinate inside, he wouldn't have even had the chance to collect him into the world ring. Xiao Chun, it's been over 3 months since our last opponent. Why no suitable prey? Zhang Yang withdrew from cultivation and asked. Xiao Chun respectfully replied, "Master, we've been running the small detector constantly. The detector from the two high-level immortals is quite advanced, but so far we haven't encountered a suitable opponent. Ever since it learned of Zhang Yang's strength, it had become immensely devoted to its master. To meet such a talented master in the end-time secret realm was the greatest fortune of its life. Perhaps its name would one day resound through the stars. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Over 10 years had passed, and only at the very beginning did he encounter two immortals which brought him a windfall. The subsequent gains were very meager, just a war blade more suitable for him with little else. This was not the battlefield outside the territory. The density of powerful beings was much lower. He said reluctantly, "Xiao Chun, since there are no opponents, are there any special environments where we can find treasures?" Xiao Chun said softly, "Master, perhaps my luck is indeed bad. We haven't even found traces of treasures, only a small mountain of illusory stone." Zhang Yang pursed his lips disdainfully. That small mountain of illusory stone would yield at most 10 mixed yuan units. I'll continue cultivating. Only a marquis can damage an F3 class spaceship. Keep monitoring the secret realm and inform me promptly if there's news. Xiao Chun quickly replied, "Yes, master." Another illusion array. Over the years my will has strengthened, but I still can't comprehend laws within such illusions. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa board. He had thought this place would suit him perfectly, but survival had indeed become much tougher. He had ambushed many over the years, but his cultivation speed had slowed down because of the countless illusion arrays. Whenever encountered, even if he avoided them, the vast terrain wasted time and he couldn't guarantee complete evasion. Xiao Chun maximized the detector. Even if it's an illusion array, someone might be hiding inside. With the more advanced detector, we can now detect life fluctuations in some places. Zhang Yang ordered calmly. Xiao Chun hesitated. Maximizing the detector over such a large range and being so blatant would attract the attention of marquises. "Yes, master." Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, head lowered. His equipment was now barely complete, but his defense might be weaker without a plant-type auxiliary lifeform. It wasn't that he couldn't fight a marquis. A newly advanced marquis was only difficult to kill but not overwhelmingly stronger. He was a realm lord unable to burn world energy, but that made him safer. His soul resided in the inner world, so injuries to his body wouldn't harm his soul much. Master, I've detected an immortal." Xiao Chun exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yang quickly asked, "Can you sense the divine power fluctuations?" Xiao Chun said helplessly, "Master, the divine power fluctuations are still too far to detect clearly, but the life fluctuation confirms it's an immortal." Zhang Yang's eyes flickered and he smiled cruelly. "If it's too far to detect clearly, let's get closer. Narrow the detector range. We'll complete this hunt first." "Yes, master," Xiao Chun replied. The spaceship gradually approached while the immortal ahead remained unaware. On the detector, the immortal gradually became clear. A living yellow-brown lizard. It was slightly smaller with a body structure like limbs somewhat resembling a human. As for the face, it barely had human features. Even though he had seen many such beings, the sight still made him uncomfortable. Zhang Yang frowned, finding it hard to accept that this was part of the human race. Was this still human? Perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as a biomodified human or even a demon, like a creature that had partially transformed into human form but was incomplete. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as demonic energy in this world. Energy was divided into psychic power, a combination of mental energy and cosmic energy, along with illusory world energy and illusory immortal divine power. There was also primal energy produced by combining cosmic energy and physical strength, later directly called world energy and immortal divine power. Xiao Chun, stop here. This distance is close enough, any closer, and we might be detected. Zhang Yang instructed. Once the spaceship halted, he stored it into his world ring and advanced alone toward the lizard immortal. The lizard immortal remained unaware of the impending danger, still searching within the illusory array's mountain range. While mining the mountains, he muttered, "Alas, there are far too few illusionary realm stones here. Such a slow rate of accumulating wealth. Earlier I encountered a high-level army lord immortal. Fortunately I detected him early, or else I would have been in danger. The path of cultivation is not easy." Zhang Yang was already close, and he overheard the lizard immortal's words. He couldn't help but wonder, an ambush. Was he trying to lure me into attacking? Or had he discovered me and was bluffing to drive me away? He carefully observed the surroundings. Everything seemed normal. Earlier the detector had shown no other life fluctuations. Zhang Yang tightened his grip on his battle blade. Whatever the case, a few strikes would confirm it. His world force erupted violently, and he charged toward the lizard immortal, his speed nearing that of light. The distance between them was now very short. "Starfall!" The lizard immortal cried out in terror upon being attacked. "What?" But he was already weak and his speed was slow to increase. Though dozens of kilometers remained between them, it was as if they were inches apart. Fleeing was already too late. His left hand quietly pressed against the world ring on his index finger. As Zhang Yang closed in, he silently crushed it. Boom! A collision like a meteor energy raged wildly around them. Zhang Yang's blade was blocked. A taller Sai and scaled lizard man stood before the previous immortal. His curved blade held horizontally, a cruel grin on his face. Zhang Yang flew back several kilometers, his expression blank. I thought there was a hidden army lord, but I never expected a marquis to be hiding inside a world ring. The Saiyan lizard immortal grinned hoarsely. That strike had some real force. Zhang Yang replied calmly, oh, I must say a marquis's power is quite something. The Saiyan lizard immortal sneered. If you think it's strong, why aren't you running? Think this is the outside world. He then extended his long tongue dripping with viscous saliva and said slowly, to be honest, I've never killed a genius realm lord like you. Since you're not running, don't bother trying to escape. Watching the Saiyan lizard charge at him, Zhang Yang felt his blood boil. This was his first battle against a marquis immortal. An undying body, he was eager to test it. Starfall. The Saiyan lizard immortal fully unleashed his marquis-level immortal divine power, his curved blade shimmering with dense Saiyan light, slicing a thin black line through space. Though the spectacle seemed subdued, it was perilous. Zhang Yang remained vigilant. A curved blade was a treacherous close combat weapon. This battle would not be easy. The distance between them was too short, the attack arrived almost instantly. The Saiyan lizard immortal still thought him a novice just out for training. How could he possibly escape? Boom! 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 Each strike sent immense energy surging outward. The residual waves would be lethal even to a peak realm lord, but they had no effect on the two combatants. Zhang Yang and the Saiyan lizard immortal clashed repeatedly. His brow furrowed. The drawback of lacking a clone was becoming apparent. Though he could use both telekinetic weapons and a battle blade, the intense combat limited the transmission of his bodily energy. Initially, the two immortals could not withstand his blade. A single secret technique had overwhelmed them, and his world force could then be split into two streams. Now, facing this marquis, he had to go all out. After breaking through to Realm Lord, his spiritual power and genetic energy had unified, leaving only one source of energy, world force. Attacking with both methods simultaneously would inevitably weaken the strikes. Due to his weak physical defense, he dared not let the marquis land a direct hit. If his defense were breached, the consequences would be dire. Pointless resistance. Give up. Once I burn my divine power, you won't be able to hold out. The Saiyan lizard immortal's voice was chilling. Zhang Yang scoffed. Then go ahead and burn your immortal divine power. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He had finally found an opening. Starfall. Golden light flowed along the battle blade. With a single slash, space was cleaved open, revealing ripples and a deep spatial black hole. From a distance, it looked like a star collapsing, its light swallowed into darkness. Ah! The Saiyan lizard immortal let out a miserable shriek. The blade had struck deep into his left shoulder. If it were mere physical damage, he would not care. But he sensed a faint, peculiar force within the strike that continuously annihilated his divine power. A shadow of deep concern passed through his eyes, followed by rage. Brat, you're forcing my hand. Zhang Yang silently assessed the Saiyan lizard immortal's strength. This strike, had it actually consumed nearly 1/10,000th of his divine power. His eyes gleamed with excitement. His attack was effective. The undying body could only be destroyed through soul annihilation, or forced annihilation. The former was simple, overwhelming soul attacks. The latter required the corresponding energy of law to crush the target, usually needing a law 3 levels higher and energy 10 times greater. 3 tiers of immortal realms. Exceptions existed. Luo Feng's wing of the netherworld could damage a marquis immortal's divine body, and a venerable, even with equal energy, could easily slay a marquis immortal. Both shared a common trait, a high level of law comprehension. Venerables had mastered space or time law. As for the wing of the netherworld, it was a terrifying mechanical treasure. Its runes might be simple but extremely exquisite. Zhang Yang's law comprehension was far from a venerable's. A peak-level king's law comprehension was merely 3 levels above a peak-level marquis. With such a gap in law and no energy advantage, he should not have been able to damage the Saiyan lizard immortal's body. Yet his attack had shaken the soul imprint within the lizard's divine body. Starfall. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the Saiyan lizard's reaction. He was exhilarated and wanted to try again. Ah! The Saiyan lizard immortal howled in agony once more. Realm Lord Brat, you've truly angered me. Damn it, how can you harm my divine body? Receiving a clear confirmation, Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. Why could his attack injure him? He had a guess. After this prolonged battle, he had landed several slashes on the Saiyan lizard, causing only about 2/10,000ths of damage. Yet he could clearly sense the lizard's divine body weakening. He taunted, aren't you going to burn your body? If you don't, once your divine power drops by 10, you won't even be able to fight back. Bastard! Bastard! The Saiyan lizard immortal cursed continuously, but did not ignite his divine body. He was growing wary of this realm lord, uncertain if Zhang Yang had any hidden tricks. Burning the divine body was a last resort. Was it truly necessary? Thinking of Zhang Yang's strength, a fire of greed ignited in his heart. To possess such power as a realm lord, he must be a core member of a major force. This was the slow convergence secret realm. The virtual universe's signal was extremely weak. Even if he killed him, there would be no trouble. A core member meant immense wealth. With such displayed strength, his net worth might rival a king's. What kind of treasure had granted him such power? He did not know, but it must be exceedingly precious. Ah! With a roar, the Saiyan lizard immortal's body erupted in fierce sigh, and flames, his aura instantly surging several-fold. An immortal's base output was 100. Now with this surge, his already volatile immortal divine power warped space with mere vibrations. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. The hardest part had come. A burning initial Marquis possessed power exceeding a high-level Marquis. He had no divine power burning technique. Block it! Zhang Yang gripped his battle blade tightly, using it to parry the Saiyan lizard's assault. Boom! The moment they collided, the vast immortal divine power crushed down. Even with his own attack to deflect, the power several times greater overwhelmed him. The remaining immortal divine power slammed into Zhang Yang, sending him flying like a cannonball over 1,000,000 kilometers. A streak of blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth, but he smiled joyfully. Not bad. His voice was light with relief. His own attack, along with the armor and defensive secret technique, had mitigated the damage. The Saiyan lizard strike was still bearable. The injuries were merely cracks from the shock, not affecting his world force. As long as his strength remained, he could block the first blow and the second. The distant sky had turned entirely Saiyan energy, raging across millions of kilometers. In the next instant, a bulge formed in the Saiyan cloud, and the Saiyan lizard immortal burst through the energy aftershocks, pursuing him. Crescent moon! The Saiyan lizard immortal roared. A Saiyan light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he quickly raised his blade to block. Boom! Zhang Yang was hurled once more, with the Saiyan lizard close behind. Half moon! Waning moon! Zhang Yang was battered by relentless energy, attacks, his body covered in gashes. A gleam of blood flashed in his eyes. The Saiyan lizard's attacks were weakening, no longer as ferocious as before. He muttered inwardly, burn, burn. Let's see how long you can hold out. The Saiyan lizard immortal launched Zhang Yang away again, his gaze dim. The Saiyan flames on his body gradually receded until they completely extinguished. He then turned and left. Sensing his divine power, he thought bitterly, this loss is huge. I burned 8 of my divine body and got nothing. Core members of major forces are indeed hard to kill. He knew he could do nothing to this realm lord. At the same time, he grew cautious. He felt this realm lord must have other trump cards. Such core members were terrifying. No one knew what they held in reserve. Zhang Yang stood silently in the air, his body covered in bloodstains, except where the armor protected him. He looked quite miserable. He did not pursue. Against an initial Marquis, he could hold his ground. Even after the divine body was ignited, he could still parry attacks aided by his armor and defensive secret technique. But he dared not push the Saiyan lizard too far. If the Saiyan lizard were cornered, he would self-destruct, and that would be fatal. The self-destruction of an initial Marquis was 10 times his own power. 10 times an initial Marquis's power was close to a king's level. Zhang Yang knew he could not withstand such an attack and dared not risk it. When facing a Marquis immortal, he had already considered the outcome. Against such a foe, he could only defend. He sighed inwardly. The power of 100 times a peak realm lord was still too weak. Amplification secret techniques. What he lacked most was an amplification technique. With just a 10-fold amplification, his world force would reach 1,000 times a peak realm lord's power. With power at the Marquis level and law comprehension at the initial king level, his strength would approach high-level Marquis, nearly peak Marquis. Then he could not only crush such an initial Marquis but also confidently withstand even a self-destruction. He calmed his inner resentment, casting aside all negative emotions. Secret techniques would come and treasures would come. Only law and divine body were the foundation. Impatience was not allowed. The earthy yellow lizard immortal looked at his older brother's sullen face and asked quietly, "Brother, what do we do now?" The Saiyan lizard Marquis immortal's expression was heavy. After a moment of thought, he said, "When will Blaze Shadow Marquis arrive?" The earthy yellow lizard army lord gave an awkward smile. "Brother, aren't you and Blaze Shadow Marquis on bad terms? He's stronger than us. Will he even bother?" The Saiyan lizard Marquis immortal looked back in the direction they had come, his gaze deep. He said softly, "Don't worry. He'll come. Even if he is a bit stronger than me, he's only at high-level Marquis. He can't kill a king immortal either." The yellow lizard army lord immortal asked doubtfully, "A king immortal? Does that realm lord have that much wealth?" "He's just a realm lord." The Saiyan lizard immortal stared at his younger brother, annoyed. "Haven't you noticed the change in me?" The Yellow Lizard Army Lord sensed carefully, his eyes widening. Brother, you burned your immortal divine power, and you still couldn't kill him? That's nearly high-level marquee power. How is that possible? Humph. The Cyan Lizard Immortal snorted, his voice filled with wariness. Core realm lords of the 5 major powers. 1 or 2 exceptionally strong ones are not surprising. Many of them have treasures. Otherwise, with his law comprehension, he couldn't have withstood my attacks. Our micro-detector wasn't discovered earlier. Take the large detector and leave for the original universe to receive Blaze Shadow Marquee. Remember not to expose yourself. I'll carry the small detector and track him, leaving clues with our clan saliva along the way. Leaving the battlefield, Zhang Yang embarked on the hunting path once more. Standing in the cockpit, he gazed into the distance, while little Chun lay quietly beside him, sensing that its master was deep in thought. After the battle with the Green Lizard, Immortal Zhang Yang could clearly assess his own strength. He was fully capable of withstanding a low-level marquee. Even if the enemy burned divine power, it could not harm him. However, when faced with a high-level marquee, who burned divine power in a desperate struggle, the attacks exceeded his limit, and he could not withstand them at all. Once encountered, he must flee, or otherwise, if entangled, the consequences. Even if he faced 2 marquee, he would be in grave danger. After all, as a domain lord, he appeared to be a weakling with immense wealth, though he was actually very poor. Little Chun reduced the detector's range to 5 million kilometers. Yes, master. He needed to be more cautious. Although his will had now manifested again, reaching the level of a marquee, the period of rapid improvement had passed and subsequent progress would not be as swift. He had only been a domain lord for a very short time, just over a decade. The most difficult part was the laws. The fusion of laws was incredibly challenging. Even the fusion of just 2 types of laws was daunting. Among the higher laws, the Space Origin Law had 108 essences. Among the lower laws, the Gold Origin Law had 36 essences. Fusing the 36 essences of the Gold Origin Law with the 108 essences of the Space Origin Law was far more difficult than comprehending the 2 laws separately. To become an immortal, one needed to comprehend a lower law. To become a venerable, one needed to comprehend both a lower law and a higher law. Among humanity, there were over 100,000 eternal kings, and at least 100 million army lords and marquis, all of whom had fully comprehended a law. Yet the number of venerables was only a few thousand. This was the gap between lower and higher laws. Merely increasing the essences from 36 to 108 resulted in a difference of tens of thousands of times. The difficulty increased another level when moving from 108 essences to 144 essences, let alone fusing different attributes. Even to become a universe master, one only needed to comprehend a lower law and the 2 higher laws of time and space. However, the fusion of laws only required the gold and space laws to become a universe master. From the beginning, the difficulty of law fusion was predetermined. Humanity had only 19 universe masters, and none had achieved it through law fusion. Yet Zhang Yang's ambition was immense. The fusion of merely 2 laws could not satisfy his future combat needs. If he only fused 2 laws, it would not do justice to his divine talent. He had spent 24 years at the domain lord level, starting with a talent 300 times that of an earthling, increasing by 10 of 300 times each year, i.e., 30 times. Over 24 years, it increased by 720 times. So when he broke through to domain lord, his talent reached 1020 times. Now more than 30 years had passed since becoming a domain lord, increasing by 100 times each year. Over 30 years, it increased by 300 times plus his base talent, making him equivalent to an earthling with 4,000 times divine talent. So far, with such terrifying talent, even comprehending law fusion had not posed too great a difficulty. But comprehension ultimately required time, and he was still far from his goal. The laws were vast. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had only just comprehended the essence of 10 laws, and found very few points of convergence. Currently, the gold and space laws were the most understood. The initial stages were easy, but he had only fused a little over 15. Without finding convergence points for other laws, he could not blindly improve lest future conflicts make cultivation difficult. This was without even fusing a 3rd law, or otherwise progress would be even slower. He vaguely felt that his talent was not enough. Xiaoying, do we have to enter the illusion array again? Can't we stay outside? I feel like my head is buzzing all the time. I've actually adapted, but it's so annoying. A bullhorn strongman said flatteringly to a young elf girl. Xiaoying picked up a phantom pen and notebook. Hearing the bullhorned man's words, she kept writing. Master, you said something, I have to write it down. Please wait. The bullhorn strongman stared blankly at Xiaoying, nodding woodenly. Xiaoying slid her small finger on the phantom screen, very serious in her manner. Then she waved her hand and pushed the screen aside, speaking sternly to the bullhorn strongman. Master, according to the training tasks arranged by Lord Poison Blade King, the current illusion array is indeed not very suitable for you anymore. The bullhorn strongman widened his eyes, nodding his head rapidly. Yes, he had already adapted, so why should he still stay inside listening to those monks chanting sutras? Xiaoying did not relent. She changed the topic and said, Master, since the current illusion array can no longer temper you, we just need to find a stronger one. The bullhorn strongman's face instantly froze, his mouth wide open, as if his jaw would drop. He quickly composed himself, put on a serious expression, and said, Xiaoying, I need to tell you something. Xiaoying was a bit scared by his expression. Except during battles, she rarely saw her master so serious. She said timidly, Master, what's wrong? The bullhorn strongman pointed a finger, as thick as a rolling pin, at the horn on his head and said, Xiaoying, do you know what this is? Xiaoying glanced at his head as if rolling her eyes and asked weakly, Isn't it the symbol of the Kuchu Oxman race, the Kuchu horns that even the great universe masters have? The bullhorn strongman took a deep breath and said, Yes, Xiaoying, you're right, but I feel like my horns should grow on your head. In the hazy illusion array, a figure covered in scales lay on the ground, surrounded by blue blood. His body was bare and the scales reflected a faint blue light in the array. Zhang Yang stood nearby holding a world ring and a battle armor. He smiled and said, Little Chun, this immortal was quite wealthy. Good thing I handled it quickly and didn't let him self-destruct. Little Chun said happily, Master, these items are worth 350000 Hunyuan units. You are truly amazing. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Just a high-level army lord, immortal, nothing to praise. This one was relatively wealthy. Alright, let's go. Little Chun, how long have we been in this illusion array this time? Zhang Yang asked with a frown inside the spaceship. Little Chun also sensed something wrong. Lowering its head, it said, Master, we have been in the illusion array for 189 days and 3 hours. Zhang Yang said calmly, Little Chun, stop the spaceship. We are lost. Little Chun obeyed the order to decelerate while exclaiming, Master, how is that possible? The scientific instruments detected nothing unusual at all. Zhang Yang glanced outside the spaceship and said, When we were besieged by light shadow phantom beasts 10 years ago, we also didn't notice anything unusual. The more normal we feel, the more dangerous this place is. This Tuhuan secret realm is no ordinary place. Little Chun said worriedly, Master, the virtual universe records indicate that a universe venerable once explored here and found nothing unusual. Zhang Yang shook his head, his expression serious. Little Chun, that's just data. Venerables are powerful, but that doesn't mean they are all-knowing. Being able to affect the operation of the virtual universe requires either an invincible expert or the universe origin. Even if a universe master couldn't see through this place, I wouldn't be surprised. Little Chun carefully recorded this, storing it in its database. Then it asked softly, Master, the spaceship is now hovering. What should we do? Zhang Yang flew out of the spaceship, then stored it away. Looking at the incredibly real surroundings, he lowered his gaze to the ground and said, We've been flying without detecting any anomalies. The problem must be below. He quietly descended to the ground, concentrated his mind, and felt a hazy sensation as if a veil had enveloped him. This? Incredible! He exclaimed inwardly. His perception had been completely shrouded. With disbelief, he took a few steps forward. There grew a tree similar to a ginkgo. He pinched a long leaf, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed it. The texture is slightly different. This plant shouldn't be so tough. Zhang Yang analyzed. What is here? Able to create such a realistic illusion array, only by concentrating the mind can one faintly detect a hint of strangeness. He pondered inwardly. With a slight fluctuation of consciousness, Little Chun, can you hear me? Master, I can. Do you understand what's going on? My scientific instruments are completely unusable. I can't help you. Little Chun said anxiously. Zhang Yang said calmly, Don't rush. Let's first look around. This illusion array makes it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Since it has such power, there must be a rare treasure. Since I can sense the difference, we can definitely find a way out. Danger represents opportunity. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. With safety assured, we must not let such an opportunity slip. Perhaps we can find the treasure. Looking at another tall cypress tree in front of him, Zhang Yang walked straight toward it. He said to himself, This should be fake. Soon his figure passed through the cypress tree. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, my judgment is correct. As he advanced, reality and illusion constantly changed. 3 months later, after passing through another illusory waterfall, Zhang Yang saw a group of round, pure white monsters. He couldn't help but think, is this a type of phantom beast? Is its attack method to spit mist? Was this real? He murmured to himself. Calming his mind, he diligently discerned the surroundings. The waterfall cave before him was not a cave at all, but a valley. These phantom beasts did not live at this height. With this thought, Zhang Yang looked down. What met his eyes were water-stained stones covered with moss. Looking more closely, it was clearly a cliff. Zhang Yang quickly bent down and saw 2 enormous phantom beasts, round and cute. But everything was fake. Zhang Yang sensed a trace of immortal divine power. Those were phantom beasts at the immortal level. With unprecedented concentration, Zhang Yang finally discerned their true appearance. Contrary to the illusion, they were utterly devoid of charm. They were ferocious beasts with sharp fangs and claws bearing a bear-like head, stout limbs, and smooth black scales covering their bodies. How am I to fight? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ponder. Engaging in battle under such circumstances would be extremely disadvantageous. He could only counterattack based on the attacks launched against him, and he was still unaware of the abilities of these phantom beasts. Yet given the presence of such formidable monsters, this illusion array was likely the most powerful in the area, indicating that he was not far from the treasure. Beasts were far more sensitive than humans in many aspects. The places they inhabited must be beneficial to their growth. How could he eliminate them? Was the treasure hidden in this valley? What was their strength? After much deliberation, Zhang Yang cautiously began to retreat. Fighting here was too much of a stretch. He chose to wait. With the 4,000-fold divine talent, the phantom beasts could adapt to this environment, and so could he. Moreover, this was an excellent place to temper his will. 3 months had passed. Even as he continuously advanced toward the core and the illusion grew stronger, he could now see through the falsehood by simply holding his breath and concentrating. He had grown significantly. A treasure. He could afford to wait for years. The primordial god ruins of the Blood Luo world. This is. Luo Feng's other avatars opened their eyes simultaneously. Gazing at the beast god statue held by the natives, an intense longing surged within him. A statue! Babata, the Blood Luo world really has a statue. Luo Feng could hardly contain himself as he cried out to Babata in his mind. His face remained expressionless, but the overwhelming allure in his heart nearly drove him mad. Calm down, Luo Feng. Calm down. Babata quickly called out to him through their mental link. Then he reminded Luo Feng, we can wait for him to leave. Have you forgotten? Zhang Yang once said that there might be an immortal near the divine child. 15 years ago. That old man from 15 years ago. A bucket of cold water seemed to douse Luo Feng's heart. He instantly calmed down, but the fire within burned even more fiercely. I must obtain it. In the illusion-cleaving secret realm, the horned burly man lay like a dead fish on the sofa, speaking weakly. Xiaoying, we're doomed. Can you sense any change over these past 10-odd years? Xiaoying drooped her wings, standing pitifully in the corner. She hadn't expected that such advanced detection instruments would reveal no changes at all. The two had been wandering in this illusion for several years, and she had been criticized many times. The horned burly man secretly glanced at Xiaoying, a hint of a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. But he quickly composed himself, his expression turning solemn and stern. In a low voice he said, Xiaoying, send a distress signal. Xiaoying stared at the floor before her, not daring to look at him, and whispered, Master, I've already tried secretly. Our signal hasn't been sent out. The horned burly man nodded with an icy face and asked calmly, Xiaoying, how long can our ship last? Xiaoying replied, We brought enough energy to sustain flight for 10 epochs even here. The horned burly man commanded, Stop the ship. We'll go down. It's going to get more and more lively here from now on. Forget about getting out. But if we can familiarize ourselves with the terrain in advance, it will be of great help to us. Besides, I came out for training anyway. This place is interesting. Quite intriguing. As for safety, if we haven't escaped in 10 epochs, the family will surely send someone to find us. Xiaoying nodded. There was no other choice for now. What a marvelous illusion array. It draws one into the illusion, unknowingly blurring the line between reality and fantasy. Zhang Yang opened his eyes and sighed. Master, can you completely eliminate the influence of the illusion array now? Xiao Chun asked eagerly as she saw him awake. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. Over the past decade his grasp of the laws had not improved much, but his will had become terrifyingly formidable. The deeper he immersed himself in the illusion, the harder it was to break free. He had indulged in the illusion countless times only to emerge from it again. In this repetitive struggle his will was constantly refined and his obsession grew stronger. Now I can remain completely unaffected by the illusion array. And I have created a technique called illusion cleaving mist. I wonder who would like to test it. Xiao Chun exclaimed joyfully, Master has created an illusion technique. It must be extremely powerful. Zhang Yang tilted his head thoughtfully and said, This technique was inspired by the illusion array. I feel it has reached the ultimate level, but even within the ultimate level there are grades. To see its true effect I need to try it on someone. In fact, the first people he thought of when creating this technique were Hong and Thunder God. Their minds were sufficiently elevated, and if he could test it on them it would be perfect. Let's go, Xiao Chun. It's time to see what secrets lie hidden in this illusion array. Now that the illusion has almost no effect on me, let's first deal with those two immortal-level phantom beasts. Arriving once again at the canyon, it had transformed into a jungle scene with clear tree textures, lush grass on the ground, and insects foraging about. Break! Zhang Yang shouted in his heart. The surrounding scenery quickly faded from his mind, revealing the canyon's original appearance. Last time he had been so affected that he only caught a glimpse of a corner. Now as he looked around, jagged rocks stood in abundance, the light was dim and several monstrous beasts in the valley looked ferocious, far from the adorable appearance they had before. Drawing his warblade, he glanced at the two universal characters, Lan Yu, engraved on the blade. Zhang Yang's heart remained calm. Starfall. Zhang Yang charged forward with his warblade. At such close range the two immortal-level phantom beasts might as well have been right in front of him. Roar. A pitch-black phantom beast opened its massive maw, revealing a black vortex within. Zhang Yang realized he had been mistaken earlier. Their attack method was not spitting but swallowing. But he had faced such techniques back on Earth. Few could match the golden-horned beast in terms of devouring, and the phantom beasts were certainly inferior. Shifting his stance to evade the pull of the black hole, Zhang Yang sidestepped to the flank of a larger phantom beast and delivered a fierce slash. The blade's light shone in the canyon like a solar eclipse. Boom! A pained roar followed. The strike caused immense agony. It had been ages since the beast had suffered such a wound. Tough hide, Zhang Yang remarked after landing the blow. He mused that although these phantom beasts had seen little combat, they had accumulated a considerable amount of immortal divine power. Thud! The other immortal phantom beast swiped at Zhang Yang, but he was already on guard. A quick sidestep dodged the attack and the beast's paw slammed into the ground. Thud! The surrounding realm lord-level phantom beasts, though slower to react, had now caught on. They began to howl at the sky. Woo! 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 Zhang Yang's expression changed. This was not Earth. These phantom beasts were highly intelligent and would not act without reason. Was this howl a call for reinforcements? Starfall. His training time was still short, and he was only familiar with blade techniques. His attack secret arts were derived from previous ones. But he wielded this technique with absolute mastery. He was confident that even if the phantom beasts tried to defend, they could not withstand his blade. Boom! The phantom beast he had attacked earlier dodged. Zhang Yang did not give chase, both beasts were his targets, so it made no difference which one he struck next. Roar! The phantom beast let out another agonized cry. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated. This sensation of blade biting into flesh reminded him of his earlier days roaming the wildlands. Since he started using the divine artifact, he had rarely fought like this. Roar! 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 The cries of the phantom beasts echoed through the canyon, one after another, as countless beasts joined in. Zhang Yang's peripheral vision swept across the canyon walls, revealing countless holes. From each hole a ferocious head protruded. Countless phantom beasts roared in unison, and the sound waves mingled with endless primal force began to surge through the canyon. Transparent threads connected the holes, growing stronger with each one they passed. Sound and light intertwined in the sky, while mental energy combined with primal power to form a vast net, gradually dissolving into the surrounding illusion. The two immortal-level phantom beasts, though each had been slashed several times, were not seriously injured due to their massive size, which gave them a natural advantage. Now they too roared at the sky, and two secret patterns emerged from their bodies, merging into the void. Seeing the scene unfold, Zhang Yang knew it was too late to interrupt. The combined secret technique had already been fully activated. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted in his mind, as if his head had been struck by a massive mountain. The force acting upon his spirit caused a momentary lapse in concentration. This was an illusion. Zhang Yang looked up with a grimace. Fortunately, he had thoroughly studied the illusion environment here. Aside from the initial soul shock, he was able to dispel the subsequent illusions directly. Compared to a combined illusion, he feared direct soul attacks more given the sheer number of phantom beasts. Phantom beasts, you are familiar with the illusion array, but have you ever experienced an immortal-level secret technique? Secret technique illusion cleaving mist. With a mental shout from Zhang Yang, a virtual world force began to spread rapidly along a special trajectory through the air, soon enveloping the entire canyon. In an instant, almost all the phantom beasts were caught within it. However, aside from the two immortal-level ones, the others did not feel much difference. They continued to howl at the sky, their world force spilling everywhere. The combined secret technique they had formed was completely shattered, clearly indicating they had been ensnared by the illusion. Now it's 2 against 1, fair enough. Illusions are not your exclusive domain. Even though those phantom beasts are accustomed to the secret realm's environment, the key is the thin veil that shrouds their spiritual perception. Zhang Yang's eyes glinted with cold light as he addressed the two beasts that were roaring with all their might. The two phantom beasts knew their combined skill had failed, but they did not resign themselves to defeat. The illusion-cleaving world had not always been this peaceful. They had grown through countless battles. Zhang Yang watched the two beasts calmly. Their physical bodies were their weakness, and though they now appeared fierce, this attitude signaled that they were at their last stand. Starfall. Too weak. Merely the effect of a low-grade secret technique. Truly, every art has its limits. When you rely on your strengths to win, your weaknesses become magnified. Zhang Yang sneered and then said coldly, "Now it's time to end this." Space became a mere backdrop. Wherever the war blade passed, space fissures followed. The gleaming blade mingled with the dark void, relentlessly attacked the two immortal-level phantom beasts. Woo! They let out continuous wails of agony. The two beasts could barely resist, unable to withstand Zhang Yang's blade. Their bodies were torn apart bit by bit. They tried to flee, but the blade always met them. Thump! As one beast collapsed weakly, the other followed suit. Zhang Yang understood why they did not self-destruct. Their clan bred here. If they refrained, he would not bother to kill all the Realm Lord-level beasts. But if they self-destructed, they might not know if he would die, but the Realm Lord-level beasts certainly would not escape. Phantom beasts! Zhang Yang looked at the two corpses with some confusion. Their blood was a pale purple. He did not let it go to waste, collecting it along with the surrounding soil. Immortal-level exotic beasts were extremely valuable. A single drop of blood might be worth more than an illusion stone from the outside. As for the surrounding Realm Lord-level phantom beasts, Zhang Yang glanced around. Void spears shuttled through space and hundreds of Realm Lord-level beasts fell. He might be poor, but he had plenty of spatial rings. He might never have a chance to return to this secret realm. Roar! As Zhang Yang withdrew his secret technique, countless phantom beasts sensed the anomaly. Their king was dead and the enemy stood at their feet. Countless low-level beasts gathered their courage to attack Zhang Yang, but the next moment they all turned into corpses. Soon the canyon walls were drenched in blood. The once habitable environment had been taken over and more phantom beasts fled frantically with their tails between their legs. With no more disturbances in the surrounding space, Zhang Yang took just over a minute to collect his spoils. Now he stood quietly in the canyon, sensing. The aura of the treasure grew stronger. What could it be? Suddenly Zhang Yang opened his eyes and stared at a cliff wall of the canyon. Although the Yen Shinbing was damaged, Zhang Yang summoned it forth once more. As long as the ninth technique was not employed, there was no need to use all the golden small swords. The sword world unfolded and invisible sword chi began to sweep wildly across the walls. This was far more efficient than technological instruments. Layers of earth were stripped away one after another, a deeply satisfying sight. Zhang Yang could sense that the ethereal feeling was gradually intensifying. It's right here. His eyes blazed as he stared at the stone wall, speaking with certainty. The sword world continued its relentless sweep, and a new tunnel was gradually carved out of the canyon. The resistance is growing stronger and the fluctuation of energy is intensifying. What kind of treasure could naturally emit such power? An ordinary illusion realm stone could never possess such a potent effect. Zhang Yang muttered to himself. But the sword world kept on digging. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. At a certain depth, even the power of the Yen Shinbing was barely sufficient. Was this still ordinary rock? Golden sword slashes void. Although some of the small golden swords of the Yen Shinbing were damaged, the 8th layer still had enough swords to execute. Void Thorn. The attack speed of telekinetic weapons far surpassed that of a martial artist's offensive speed. Otherwise it would take him forever just to dig out the treasure. Something Zhang Yang could not tolerate. Although the current illusion could no longer affect him, it still consumed a portion of his mental energy. To comprehend laws within the illusion array, he would need to elevate his will to another level. Time could not be wasted on such meaningless pursuits, especially since the treasure had yet to reveal itself. Boom! 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 Soil flew in all directions as Zhang Yang casually collected some precious metals. Master, it seems we've already dug into the illusion realm stone. Xiao Chun exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yang sensed it too and then asked, Xiao Chun, can you estimate how many illusion realm stones are inside? Master, based on the geographical map you transmitted and the current energy distribution at the mining depth, I'm afraid there are at least 20 million mixed element units of illusion realm stone here. Xiao Chun immediately replied. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. His intelligent life form was not a wild one. It had been cultivated in the Doomsday Secret Realm. Could not possibly be unaware of what 20 million mixed element units meant. Xiao Chun, are you saying the total value of the illusion realm stones here rivals the wealth of 2 ordinary marquises? Zhang Yang asked again for confirmation. Such calculations were certainly better handled by an intelligent life form. Xiao Chun said seriously, Master, you are right. According to the current distribution of illusion realm stone energy, and the previous terrain survey, assuming no issues, there are at least 15 quadrillion illusion realm stones here. And if there is some extremely rare treasure inside the inner illusion realm stones, might be illusion god stones, which would increase the price by 10,000 times and skyrocket the total value by 100-fold. Zhang Yang's eyes burned with passion. Illusion god stones. A rare treasure. In the Doomsday Secret Realm, he had once paid attention to treasures that affected the mind and will. The illusion god stone was one of them, but it was not the most precious. The illusion god heart was a treasure that even the virtual universe company lacked. A miraculous object that transformed from matter into life. Only in the early days of the original universe was such treasure common. Many non-biological races originated from such matter. But as the number of powerful beings in the universe grew and exploration deepened, such treasures became increasingly rare. If given enough time, the illusion god heart could form a special cosmic race. A treasure full of miracles. Could this region hold such a wondrous treasure? Zhang Yang recalled the peculiarities of this place, his heart filled with anticipation. Abada, that was close. We almost got discovered by an immortal level native. From the final probe, it would take the native immortal god only 10 minutes to get here, right? Luo Feng said with relief. Luo Feng, I feel that Zhang Yang must know something. If he had warned us earlier, we wouldn't have had to take such a risk, Babata said somewhat discontentedly. Luo Feng frowned deeply, then gave a cold shout, Babata. It was clearly our lack of caution. If we had attacked from 100 million kilometers farther away, this would never have happened. You also said at the time that the distance was safe enough that even an immortal god would take a long time to arrive, so we launched the attack. Senior's warning was enough. We were too careless and I was too eager. If we had held out just one more hour, we would have been perfectly safe. Babata muttered a few words under his breath but did not argue further. He simply felt that Zhang Yang was strange and only a fool like Luo Feng would be deceived by him all the time. Master, we have now mined about 12 million mixed element units of Illusion Realm Stone. If we continue mining all of it, the mountain above might collapse. Xiao Chun reminded him in time. Zhang Yang said indifferently, let it collapse. With the illusion array now, those marquises can't possibly resist. Even if the mountain collapses, so what? I'm the one doing the digging. I've already memorized the terrain here. If it collapses and creates obstacles, that's even better. Ordinary materials can't withstand my telekinetic weapon. What I'm most looking forward to is the illusion god heart inside. Back in the Doomsday Secret Realm, this treasure was only in the records. I even doubted whether the treasury had such a thing. Master, if you continue digging about 20,000 kilometers deeper, you'll reach the core. Keep going. Xiao Chun certainly understood the value of the illusion god heart and shouted encouragement. Xiaoying, why do I feel the illusion array around us is weakening? The bullhorn strongman said. Xiaoying flashed with countless data streams, then quickly opened her eyes and said joyfully, Master, it's not your imagination. I also feel the illusion array weakening. I've already re-established a faint connection with some technological instruments. The bullhorn giant stroked his chin and said, Xiaoying, is it because we are moving away from the core of the illusion array, or is the array weakening for some reason? A blazing light burst from his eyes. He already had a guess in his mind. Xiaoying hesitated and said, Master, actually we haven't moved very far within the illusion array. Either the array is shifting and we are about to leave its range, or the core of the array has been damaged and its power is diminishing. The bullhorn strongman said firmly, Xiaoying, activate the small detector at full power. I don't believe anyone in this secret realm has a more advanced detector than mine. As long as the illusion weakens to a certain degree, we will naturally find out what is going on with this array. In his heart, he was already certain that the anomaly was caused by some powerful being. Wow, Master, we've dug up illusion god stones. Xiao Chun said delightedly. Zhang Yang also smiled. Mining one illusion god stone was worth 10,000 illusion realm stones. He had already sensed it when he activated his telekinetic weapon. As he advanced deeper, controlling the telekinetic weapon became more difficult. Not only was the energy density greater, but an invisible will was also bombarding his soul, forcing him to expend more mental effort to control the weapon. Zhang Yang found it incredible. Was there really an illusion god heart? Could it truly give birth to life? He was now stronger than most immortals, yet he was struggling so much. If it could birth a race, that would be terrifying. And this was only its birth. Thinking of the blurry signal from the virtual universe, Zhang Yang formed a hypothesis. If it was caused by the interference of the original universe's source, then the abnormality would be normal. But as soon as he thought of that possibility, Zhang Yang quickly shook his head. It should be impossible. At this time, those terrifying creatures should not have appeared in the cosmic sea yet. How could the original universe's source have sensed them in advance? After all, they were strictly speaking on the same level as the original universe. Each attack of the Void Thorn brought down hundreds of kilometers of illusion god stones. The rate of wealth accumulation was so rapid that even Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. After this trip, his equipment would be fully complete. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a colorful deep pit appeared. The excavated hollow mountain cave was quickly filled and multicolored energy swirled within. Zhang Yang's gaze was completely captivated by the treasure in the pit. The rhomboid crystal radiating 9-colored light evoked a sense of perfection the moment he saw it. Was this life? Was this treasure? A strange emotion arose in his heart, like the feeling he had when he saw the pure white lotus in the Neu Maro secret realm. Zhang Yang understood. It was the emotion of life. This was the original universe's protection of treasures, not something the treasures themselves produced. The 9-colored crystal was dreamlike and illusory. Zhang Yang felt that if he could comprehend it, his secret techniques might gain a significant boost in power. Zhang Yang collected his thoughts, striving to shut out external distractions. When a treasure lay before you, how could you let it go? In the myriad worlds, natural selection favors the fittest. Only by striving to strengthen oneself can one avoid being eroded by time. He reached out and directly picked up the 9-colored illusion god heart. Zhang Yang's eyes grew infatuated. What a beautiful fluctuation. In an instant he felt he had many new ideas for improving the secret technique he had just created. As Zhang Yang completely stowed away the illusion god heart, the surrounding phenomena began to recede and the illusion array gradually faded. Even without focusing his mental energy, he could easily perceive the changes around him. The world seemed to have its veil lifted, revealing its true face. Zhang Yang's mind felt a surge of freedom. Master, the detector is starting to work. The illusion array's influence is diminishing. Be careful. Xiao Chun reminded him. Zhang Yang nodded and said, there's still a bit of illusion godstone left. Let's pack it up and leave. Then he asked Xiao Chun, how is the virtual universe? Can we connect now? Xiao Chun said regretfully, Master, I tried just now, but there's no difference. The interference with the virtual universe hasn't disappeared yet. Zhang Yang continued to excavate the illusory god stone, without revealing anything, but deep down he was certain that the illusory god heart he had obtained was not the only one in this secret realm. The power of a single illusory god heart could never cover such a vast secret realm. So where exactly were the other illusory god hearts hidden? He had been exploring the Tzuhuan secret realm for quite a while. If the illusion array had been of this intensity all along, it should have trapped him long ago. How could he have roamed for so long before discovering a special location? Hey kid, you've got quite a haul, haven't you? Hand over all the treasures you just collected. A burly man over 2 meters tall appeared before Zhang Yang. His 2 horns tilted upward at a 30-degree angle because of his slightly raised head pierced toward the sky. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. Since Xiao Chun had not warned him of anyone approaching, it meant the other's detector was more advanced than his own. Moreover, the man before him was also a realm lord. Zhang Yang stared at the horn giant for 3 seconds and said word by word, you are quite arrogant. The horn giant said nonchalantly, since you're also a realm lord, and it's not easy to wander here, I'll tell you plainly, I'm a core member of the giant axe arena. Well then kid, you have some background too, so you know the difference, right? Be sensible and hand over the treasures in your hand. Otherwise, humph. His heart was burning hot. He admitted his willpower was a bit weak, but that depended on who he was compared to. He was the top genius among the core members of the giant axe arena. And the giant axe arena was the #1 force of the human race. In this generation he was undoubtedly the strongest. His willpower was weak only compared to his own other strengths, but it was already no less than that of an immortal. He didn't believe the gap between realm lords could be so huge. He couldn't resist the previous illusion at all, so this realm lord with a little background must be unable to as well. Just by looking at the technological detector in the other's hand, he knew the other's level. Although he didn't know why the illusion array had weakened judging by the surroundings, he knew that Zhang Yang had undoubtedly taken the treasure inside. Zhang Yang's expression gradually stiffened, and he asked with a suspicious tone, are you a core member of the giant axe arena? Have you experienced 10,000 battles and won them all? The horned giant's face turned awkward for a second upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. In the giant axe arena, battles determined both victory and life or death. Winning 1,000 battles earned the title of elite. To obtain the status of core member, ordinary people needed to win 10,000 consecutive battles or be exceptionally talented. He belonged to the Kuchu Oxman tribe. Born with exceptional talent, how could he be compared to ordinary people? Naturally, he could directly enter the core. He said with some anger and embarrassment, I am a realm lord of the Kuchu Oxman tribe. I could comprehend laws at the star level. Battles among the weak. Even 100,000, I could win them all. Zhang Yang asked in surprise, Kuchu Oxman, could it be the clan of the great Kuchu lord? I never expected you to have such an identity. Although he didn't know exactly who the universe lords were, those powerful branches of the human race were very conspicuous. He had learned about them while in the end times secret realm. The horned giant raised his head proudly. As a member of a universe lord's clan, he had reason to be proud. A universe lord was a pillar of the human race of incomparable nobility. As a descendant of a universe lord, to put it bluntly, he was more precious than all the people in an entire galaxy from the moment he was born. You are right. My clan leader is the great Kuchu lord. Zhang Yang's eyes gradually turned gray. The giant axe arena clan scions, kin of the great universe lord. These words kept converging in his heart. Is it this kind of scum that will invade Earth in the future? Will these horned people live on Earth? How tyrannical! How arrogant! A universe lord, Zhang Yang could not compare. His current strength was not even a match for a single finger of such a being. But these ignorant clansmen, truly he must thank the primordial universe's origin, and also the peculiar Tuhan secret realm. Meteor. Zhang Yang's resentment had been building for more than just a day or two. Now he had finally encountered a genuine genius of the giant axe arena. A realm lord with a detector more advanced than his own astonishing wealth, a core member of the giant axe arena and outstanding talent. Zhang Yang had never encountered such an opponent before. He could already smell blood. The horned giant hadn't expected Zhang Yang to dare attack, but although he looked rough on the surface, he had already prepared himself inside. Ha! He raised his warhammer, which emitted a bright golden light, and slammed it fiercely against Zhang Yang's blade. Bang! Zhang Yang's blade flashed through the void and struck directly against the horned giant's armor, but it didn't have much effect. Only forced him back a few steps. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed sharply. He now had a 100-fold gene-level supreme willpower, peak-level attack secret arts, and law comprehension at the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. A single slash on his body had caused no significant damage. Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly blazed with heat. The armor. It was the armor that had helped him withstand the impact of world force. The horned giant's armor was definitely a treasure. Otherwise it couldn't have so effortlessly blocked his attack, leaving him only knocked back without any injury. What? The horned giant sent flying stared wide-eyed. He wondered in shock, where did this realm lord come from? How could this attack secret art be so terrifying? He couldn't even block it. And the level of law comprehension on display. It must have reached the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, right? What frightened him most was the world force within it. That was not a power that humans could possess. Could it be a human-shaped special life form? He knew all the core members of the 5 major powers. What was this guy in front of him? So he quickly said, "Brother, which power's core member are you? This is all a misunderstanding. If I had known you were a human elite, I would never have troubled you. I was wrong. I'll offer you 10,000 Hunyuan units. Let's call it even. How about it? 10,000 Hunyuan units. Truly astonishing wealth. Even many immortals don't have such riches, right?" A strange smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. Core elite. How ridiculous. He himself had once been a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. But from the moment he entered the End Times secret realm, he had been targeted. He had been assassinated when returning home, and finally they had used Earth humans to force him to show himself. 3 consecutive provocations. He had long suspected his enemies. Even the high-level members of the giant axe arena had made a move. What right did a core realm lord have to talk about peace? If it wasn't a core member, he might have let him go. After all, they weren't worth much. But a core member, go repent in hell first. Meteor. He was determined to kill the elite of the giant axe arena. If they were outside, he might have had reservations, perhaps letting him go like he did with Choen. But in the Tuhan secret realm, the virtual universe connection was severed and no information could be transmitted. Of course, killing one first would be a profit. Zhang Yang slashed down fiercely. The horned giant frantically defended, not expecting that after having his say the other would become even more ferocious. Did he really think he was afraid? Zhang Yang's attacks were strong, but he had ways to deal with them. He had fought many battles in the giant axe arena, and countless powerful attackers had fallen under his iron hammer. The horned giant swung his 2 hammers like falling rocks to block Zhang Yang's attack. Clang! The heavy hammer landed on the blade, which had some effect, but Lan Yu still struck his armor. His body was instantly flung away, and his eyes showed great fear as he looked at Zhang Yang. At the same time he shouted loudly, "We are both human. We have no competition. Why must you show no mercy? Why?" Zhang Yang had killed countless ambushers, or those he wanted to hunt in this secret realm. What a naive thought. No competition. His eyes burned with greed. After several probing attacks, he had now confirmed that this cosmic human's armor was a heavy treasure. If not, it was at least a top-tier immortal equipment. If it were a marquee immortal, Zhang Yang would have no way. But a realm lord, they were at the same level. How could he let go of such a highly defensive armor? In the secret realm, his killing had never stopped, and he had long prepared to be hunted. He desperately craved armor that could save his life. The horned giant began to struggle desperately. His comprehension of the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge now erupted fully. His body began to grow taller, his limbs, chest, and waist becoming thicker, and in an instant he seemed to turn into a small giant. At the same time, the realm lord power within him surged, and his world force skyrocketed nearly tenfold in an instant. Zhang Yang observed all his movements. This change was somewhat like a talent secret art, or perhaps the effect of a body amplification secret art. With such explosive power, even a marquee immortal would be helpless unless they burned divine power. A mocking smile curled on Zhang Yang's lips. Battle was not just about the gap in power. No matter how strong the power, how it was used mattered. Even top-tier secret arts had differences. Double hammers were not very agile weapons. "My blade. Can you block it?" he asked fiercely in his heart while his world force surged more violently toward Lan Yu. The opponent had armor protection, so he could only attack elsewhere to have any effect. Meteor. Swoosh. With a sidestep, Zhang Yang slashed down along the horned giant's shoulder, and his entire arm began to fall. Zhang Yang shouted coldly, "Your comprehension of the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge is not bad, but your body is lacking. Your armor is mine. Master, run quickly. You can't beat him." According to data analysis, his law comprehension has reached a relatively profound level of the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and his gene level is too high. Xiaoying shouted loudly in his heart. The horned giant's eyes showed reluctance. He was only a realm lord, yet he could fight immortals, and he had records of defeating immortals multiple times. He never expected that a mere training trip to make up for his shortcomings would result in such severe injury. Was this guy in front of him really a human realm lord? How could he have such a powerful physical body? His secret arts were also terrifying. Even with the double hammers blocking, the opponent still landed a slash on his body. Where did this freak come from? Watching the horned giant turn and flee at top speed, Zhang Yang's eyes showed pleasant surprise. During the battle, he had noticed that this horned guy was incredibly fast. He had slashed many times, but only one wound had landed on his body. He never expected this guy to be so wealthy. What was the acceleration treasure under his feet now? "You're fast, but how could I let you get away? Zuan Misha!" Zhang Yang shouted loudly. World force flowed in his eyes, and his soul power materialized as world force directly struck the horned giant. The soul attack arrived almost instantly. The horned giant froze in place for an instant, but Zhang Yang did not hesitate. Lan Yu swung, and in a flash his body was shattered. After completely incapacitating him, Zhang Yang began to use his soul power to seal the horned giant's will layer by layer. The horned giant felt as if 10,000 years had passed in an instant. When he regained consciousness and saw Zhang Yang behind him, he immediately fled for his life. So close. What a terrifying guy. Fortunately, I have trained in the Tzuhuan secret realm for so long. Otherwise, even with Wushu Liun, I probably wouldn't have escaped. Master, that terrifying guy has given up. Xiaoying prompted. The horned giant nodded deeply and said solemnly, "Xiaoying, we will continue to the next location for training. I am still not strong enough." Time accelerated constantly. He underwent life and death training again and again, narrowly escaping death each time, crushing countless geniuses along the way. With his comprehension reaching the 20th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, he returned to his clan. Seeing his mother's gratified eyes, his clansmen cheering, and his teacher quietly arriving behind him. Finally, he became an immortal. On the out-of-domain battlefield, he encountered Zhang Yang again, the greatest enemy he had ever faced in his growth. But now he was completely different from before. He had become a king, and his strength had multiplied 10,000 times. Standing on Zhang Yang's corpse, he laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, 50 epochs. Ha ha, 50 epochs. I have waited far too long." A crisp sound rang out. The horned giant opened his eyes in a daze, and in an instant he saw Zhang Yang. He was greatly shocked. "How are you still alive?" Then his expression changed drastically, and he said respectfully, "Master." Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with the effect of his secret art. Although this Oxman's willpower was a bit lacking, his strength was still decent. He was also a peak realm lord with comprehension at the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. His willpower might be slightly inferior compared to his strength due to his youth. "Did you send any signals?" The horned giant said, "Master, my intelligent life form might have sent a distress signal earlier." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, "You don't remember whether it did or not? Didn't you bind it to yourself?" The horned giant replied, "This was a gift from my mother when I was young. I kept some permissions and never changed them." Zhang Yang ordered, "Handle it properly. Make sure nothing is missed. Give me the armor and boots." The horned giant directly unbounded his ownership of the equipment, presented it respectfully with both hands, and flattered, "That's how it should be. Such a heavy treasure, I cannot unleash its full power. It is most suitable for you, my lord." What kind of treasure would it be? Zhang Yang no longer cared. He stared blankly at the ox-head man. Zhang Yang gazed at the horned brute who had defeated the two men, his heart heavy with foreboding. This man was already dead in truth. He was no longer who he had been. He secretly resolved that even if he were to die, he would never allow himself to be enslaved by another, for the alternative was too terrifying. Leaving behind for Earth an enemy of such prodigious talent. Taking the dark yellow battle armor from his hand, Zhang Yang felt a marvelous sensation the moment it touched his skin. He was immensely excited. He had sensed this armor was a treasure of great value, and now he was even more certain. This servant of his had also comprehended the laws of gold and space, making the armor supremely suited to him. As his soul power flowed into the armor, Zhang Yang murmured softly, "Heavy chrome armor. It possesses formidable shock-absorbing defenses, can disperse energy attacks, and reduces physical damage to 1/10. To fully activate it requires at least 100 times the power of a peak realm lord. More importantly, one must comprehend the secret runes. Ordinary humans would need to be at least undying to use it. But for me that is no problem." Zhang Yang immediately donned the heavy chrome armor. Instantly he felt a great weight settle upon him, yet his heart grew calm and peaceful. Every cell in his body became extraordinarily active in this state. His mind immersed in the secret runes of the law. It was indeed somewhat difficult. No wonder this servant hadn't comprehended them yet. Perhaps he had only obtained the armor recently. Now it had all fallen into Zhang Yang's hands. His thoughts raced rapidly. 10 minutes later, with a shout of, "Heh!" he erupted with the full force of his world energy, driving the heavy chrome armor with all his might. Suddenly the phantom of a golden mountain completely enveloped him. To attack him, one would first have to break through his defense. Haha! Awesome! This treasure has such an effect. The sensation on my body is truly marvelous. It's as if a mountain really stands before me, giving me an inexplicable sense of security. Fortunately, this fellow couldn't unleash its full power. Otherwise, if I hadn't used illusory attacks, I would have been the one running for my life. Then Zhang Yang deactivated the first form, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at the boots beside him. Earlier it was because of this equipment that his servant had been able to dodge and block his war blade. His own secret art had been deduced to the peak, approaching the level of ultimate secret art. Meanwhile, the brute's art, though exquisite, was not fully mastered, and was not of his own creation. It was all thanks to the boots before him. They granted his servant an incredible speed. If not for the final illusory soul attack, he might have actually escaped. What? It's not a treasure. Zhang Yang looked at the horned brute with astonishment. He hurriedly replied, "Master, it is called Wushu Luyun. My teacher Poison Blade King bestowed it upon me. Even among peak king-level treasures, it is considered a rare gem. And the heavy chrome armor was a gift from my mother, belonging to the category of great treasures. Extremely precious." Zhang Yang nodded. He had been too greedy. However, boots with such effects being a rare treasure were more than enough. He lacked everything, and he wasn't picky. "Tell me your name." The horned brute declared loudly, "Master, I am Kuei si Kuei." Zhang Yang tilted his head and said, "Very well. Can you break through to undying? I sense your law comprehension is nearly sufficient." Kuei replied, "Master, I can break through, but I am unwilling to become undying in such a state. That is why I have held back. If my law comprehension can advance another step, then once I break through, I will surely become a powerhouse among kings, possibly even reaching the peak of king level." Zhang Yang pondered. Although he had obtained the illusory god core here, it was merely by chance. Based on his previous explorations, anywhere that had illusion formations would inevitably contain such extraordinary items. Divine objects conceal their brilliance. The one he had obtained now was probably in a special stage, which was why it was discovered. As for the rest, who knew when they would mature? Now that the illusion-seeking secret realm held no more secrets for him, and he had enslaved Kuei, it was likely that the other side would soon send strong experts to investigate. This place was no longer suitable for his adventures. So he said seriously, "I will leave immediately. Once we are out, you will begin your breakthrough. Have you dealt with the intelligent life form on your side?" He didn't think a slave's law comprehension could improve much. But if Kuei could break through quickly, he would gain at least a king-level combatant. Kuei grabbed Xiaoying out and held her in his arms, assuring, "Master, rest assured, I have already handled it." Xiaoying timidly called out to Zhang Yang, "Master." Zhang Yang couldn't help but curl his lips at their pairing. He said, "Xiao Chun absorbed the information stored on her side. The information on the end-time secret realm is inferior to that of the previous several." Then he commanded Kuei, "I will give you a location. If you break through, place the token there. Later I will send someone to retrieve it. When I need you, I will send you a message through the virtual universe. At that time you will teleport directly via your divine kingdom. Remember my virtual universe account. Do not save it. Without my call, do not contact me proactively. Since you lost your treasure, you should go into hiding, or your family will discover the truth." Kuei replied respectfully, "Yes, master, I will hide myself." The two ships soon parted ways within the illusion-seeking secret realm. After finishing the information retrieval, Xiao Chun excitedly shouted, "Master, there is an amplification secret art. I didn't expect that this realm lord also had an amplification secret art." Zhang Yang's eyes also sparkled with joy. In fact, he had guessed during the battle. What he now lacked most was a divine power amplification secret art. Once he could unleash even greater power combined with his own law comprehension, his strength would definitely rise to another level. He said excitedly, "What secret art is it?" Xiao Chun happily replied, "Master, his amplification secret art is called Zhenfang Su. After cultivation, it produces a slight change that is easily detected by outsiders. Zhenfang Su consists of 7 volumes. Each volume can increase the amplification by 8 times. Cultivating to the highest level can achieve 56 times amplification. What he has is the first part of Zhenfang Su, containing the first 3 volumes, which can be cultivated up to 24 times. Then Xiao Chun hesitated and whispered, "Master, such secret arts are generally forbidden to be passed on. If you learn it, you might be punished later." Zhang Yang shook his head with a light laugh. Xiao Chun, if I were to execute the secret art exactly as written, of course others might recognize it. Then he raised his head confidently. How did these secret arts come about? They were also created by predecessors. The secret of amplification, the method of explosive power increase, is like the force exertion on Earth. Once you open a door, 100 flowers will naturally bloom. Of course, amplification secret arts are certainly more difficult, but if others can create them, so can I. The reason I didn't research this earlier is that I knew nothing about amplification. Creating it would take a huge amount of time. Since I knew I could obtain such a secret art later, I naturally wouldn't waste time studying it at the cost of my law comprehension progress. Once I've learned it, I'll modify it beyond recognition. Then how could anyone ever recognize it? This time Xiao Chun didn't hesitate and directly transmitted the secret art through consciousness. It looked at Zhang Yang with worshipful eyes. His master was truly domineering. After the transmission, it asked softly, "Master, what about the other secret arts? Do you need them?" Zhang Yang closed his eyes, his mind running wildly. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, he waved his hand casually and said, "Yes, of course, but don't disturb me now. Those are only for verifying laws and combat techniques. Improving amplification will multiply my strength." "Yes, master," Xiao Chun replied softly, then lay down on the ground and remained quiet. The spaceship moved toward an exit of the illusion-seeking secret realm, and Zhang Yang began studying his first divine power amplification secret art. 2 months later, Xiao Chun suddenly spoke up. Master, 2 spaceships are intercepting us from the side. In about 6 hours, they will likely catch up to us." Zhang Yang opened his eyes with some annoyance and said impatiently, "Our spaceship is now F3 level, flying at nearly light speed. In this secret realm, that is already the fastest speed. As long as our directions are opposite, they can't catch us. Have you tried changing course?" Xiao Chun also said angrily, "Master, I have tried, but they still continue along the direction of the exit as if they know we are going out." Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Kuei Yu's elders had come? He asked in a low voice, "Can you see the interior of their spaceships?" Xiao Chun replied, "I detected their large-scale detector signals through my small-scale detection. Probably they did the same. Now both our small-scale detectors are active. Our technological levels are similar, so we cannot obtain their information." Zhang Yang stared coldly in the direction of the spaceship's flank and said in a low tone, "So you mean their large-scale detectors are still on, and they are charging toward us without any concealment?" Xiao Chun nodded, "Yes, master." Upon hearing that the detectors were similar, Zhang Yang actually relaxed a bit, because the level of detectors also reflects the strength of both sides. If it were Kuei Yu's elders, they would at least be king level. A king's spaceship would be at least F7 level. Even their large-scale detectors would not be detectable by his own ship. Then who could it be? It seemed as if they had identified him. Zhang Yang was puzzled. In a secret realm, it was rare for someone to pursue so desperately without any treasure being revealed. Moreover, they couldn't catch up anyway. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He ordered, "Xiao Chun, turn the ship and fly toward them. I want to see which 2 friends are so enthusiastic." Xiao Chun immediately replied, "Yes, master." As Xiao Chun changed direction, the 2 side spaceships approached each other at an even faster speed. After seeing Zhang Yang's turn, the 2 pursuing ships showed no change at all, continuing to travel at light speed in the opposite direction. As time passed, Xiao Chun exclaimed loudly, "Master, I've captured the shape of one of the ships. Its technological level is slightly inferior. It's the marquee-level ship we encountered earlier." Oh! Zhang Yang suddenly understood. So it was the one he had met before. No wonder they were so persistent in chasing him. They had taken a fancy to his wealth. Unfortunately, back then he was a pauper. As for now, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He sneered, "Now I do have a small fortune. I just wonder if he has the life to claim it." Xiao Chun analyzed. "Master, they have an extra deep purple spaceship. It should be their reinforcements. Knowing your strength, they still dare to act so boldly. These reinforcements are likely not ordinary." Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. "Not ordinary? That was for the me of before. Can they even summon a king?" Xiao Chun exclaimed in surprise. "Master, have you successfully cultivated the Zhenfang Su?" Zhang Yang nodded gently. "Just the first volume. Barely enough to keep my form unchanged, but it's usable." Xiao Chun, reassured, raised each of its 4 hooves one by one and said, "Master, based on their technological level, the possibility of this reinforcement being a king is very low. Otherwise, they would have approached us directly without revealing themselves. Otherwise, even if they chased us out of the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to catch up. The probability that the reinforcement is a peak marquee is 28, a high-level marquee is 60. And there is nearly a 12 chance of 2 or more marquee-level immortals." Hearing Xiao Chun's analysis, Zhang Yang nodded lightly. He thought the same. As long as it wasn't a king, he wouldn't need to flee. The 2 spaceships drew closer and finally stopped at a distance of 1 million kilometers. Such a distance was already very close. Both sides possessed immortal-level combat power capable of reaching light speed, 300,000 kilometers per second, in a short time. At this distance it would take only a little over 3 seconds to cross. Zhang Yang flew out of the spaceship and laughed loudly. I thought it was someone else, but it's an old friend. I'm a bit disappointed you didn't greet me with fireworks. Swoosh! Qingxi Marquis flashed out directly, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at Zhang Yang. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang not to run. He spoke in a deep voice. You are very confident, just like last time. Against you those petty tricks of condensed divine power are unnecessary. Zhang Yang nodded calmly. Such methods were only useful for ambushes at the Army Lord level. At the Marquis level they were obsolete. It wasn't the method that was outdated but the energy. Although the Marquis level divine power cannon was powerful, it was no longer as exaggerated as during the Army Lord stage. After all, both were undying bodies, making such tactics useless. To attack with such methods again, one would need absolutely terrifying energy to form a crushing strike such as the combined attack of millions of Zerg soldiers. Acknowledging Zhang Yang's combat power was nothing. Thinking of the person he had invited, Qingxi Marquis said proudly, "This time I have prepared a big gift for you." Zhang Yang's expression gradually hardened, and he said coldly, "Oh, which friend is it? Why not invite them out?" Qingxi Immortal also restrained his smile. For Zhang Yang's sake, he had even invited his rival. He shouted loudly, "Yinmo Marquis, why aren't you coming out? At this distance I can't stop him alone." "Humph, worthless." A mocking voice rang out, followed by a fiery red figure. He looked identical to Qingxi Marquis except his fine scales were a crimson red. He came out and berated Qingxi Marquis. "What a waste. You're already a Marquis yet you can't even handle a Realm Lord." But his gaze at Zhang Yang was filled with greed. Hearing the voice, Qingxi Marquis' face stiffened, then turned dark. Compared to this clansman he was indeed inferior, as he didn't even have a title. If not for needing to deal with Zhang Yang, he would have turned hostile long ago. Zhang Yang looked at the newly arrived Marquis without any change in expression. As long as it was a Marquis, it was within his expectations. Looking at this newly emerged lizardman, he immediately confirmed it was a clansman of Qingxi Immortal. After all, in his field of vision, the two lizards were no different except for their color and slight size variation. Zhang Yang said coldly to Qingxi Immortal, "You really spared no expense to deal with me. You must have spent a lot to recover the burned divine power, right?" Recovering divine power at the Marquis stage was relatively cheap, but even restoring the first 10 would likely cost a fortune. Thinking of the tens of millions of Hunyuan units he had spent to recover his divine power, Qingxi Marquis' heart bled. That was wealth accumulated over countless years. Now how could he endure Zhang Yang's taunts? He had restrained himself earlier because of the clansmen. They were used to bickering. Like this time, despite their poor relationship, he still chose to invite a clansman rather than an outsider. He shouted angrily, "You brat of a realm lord, you're about to die and still so arrogant." With that he charged forward, dual curved blades in hand. Zhenfang Su Zhang Yang silently chanted in his heart, activating his amplification secret method. He also charged toward Qingxi Marquis, for he had a thought to confirm. Starfall. An eclipse-like blade light instantly fell upon Qingxi Immortal as if to devour him. "Ah!" Qingxi Immortal let out a miserable cry. His body shattered into pieces, then reassembled and fused back together. He looked at Zhang Yang in terror, roaring, "You don't have king-level power, how can you annihilate one of my body? You must have a supreme treasure." Zhang Yang's eyes, however, were exceptionally bright. He thought, indeed, I can truly annihilate his divine power. Last time I only made a few cuts and the change was subtle, but now it's very obvious. I need to examine it closely. His current Starfall technique was nearing the level of ultimate mastery. The first layer of Zhenfang Su could amplify his power by 8 times. He himself possessed a 100-fold gene level, granting him 100 times the power of a peak realm lord. With the 8-fold amplification, his power became 800 times that of a peak realm lord. Such power was close to a Marquis. Combined with his law comprehension beyond the 18th layer of Tongtian Bridge, his attack power could approach that of a peak Marquis. He and Qingxi Immortal were barely 2 levels apart. In theory, to annihilate this immortal's divine body, he would need at least king-level power. How was he achieving this? Then Zhang Yang stopped thinking and decided to strike first. Starfall. Qingxi Marquis cried out in fear. "Yinmo Marquis, why don't you act? He has grown so much stronger. Just over 20 years, how is that possible?" Yinmo Marquis had also noticed that something was wrong. This realm lord actually possessed such power. If he had been this strong before, his clansmen would never have been able to escape. How could a realm lord harm a Marquis' body? Qingxi Marquis' divine body had clearly weakened. This was no illusion. Could it be a legendary supreme treasure? "I'm coming." Blazing shadow. Yinmo Marquis shouted, his eyes burning with fervor as he charged at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sensed the divine power fluctuation of Yinmo Marquis beside him, and judged it to be that of a high-level Marquis. He decided to eliminate the weaker one first, leaving the stronger for later. Casually blocking the attack with his warblade, he continued to assault Qingshi Marquis. Watching Qingshi Immortal struggle desperately, Yinmo Marquis grew anxious. No matter how bad their relationship, this was still his clansman, a pillar of their race. He shouted angrily at Zhang Yang, "Coward! Are you only good at running?" Zhang Yang sneered. 2 against 1, and you expect me not to defend? With that thought, he added more force, channeling an even more torrential surge of world power into his warblade. Starfall. Boom! A strike approaching peak Marquis power combined with a high-level attack technique. Qingshi Immortal, a mere early Marquis, had no defense. His body was blasted into pieces again without resistance. His eyes held a mix of fear and resentment. Again it was him attacking him again. His divine body was about to lose 10. Once it dropped below 90, his strength would further decline. He smelled death. He shouted to Yinmo Marquis, "Clan brother, save me. My divine body is about to lose more than 10. Zhang Yang sneered at Yinmo Marquis. He was constantly surging his world power, making it impossible for Qingshi Immortal to be taken into a world ring. Moreover, the energy in this location was so turbulent that space was highly unstable, preventing the retrieval of a spaceship from a spatial ring. He continued his violent assault as if stars were falling one by one from the sky. Perish! Qingshi Immortal, you cannot escape. With each strike, Zhang Yang realized that his secret method's power was indeed only barely at peak Marquis level. However, under the blessing of the laws, his energy was exceptionally stable, and carried a peculiar force that annihilated itself upon collision with Qingshi Immortal's divine power. Yinmo Marquis, seeing the despair in his clansman's eyes, was furious. This realm lord was so fast that he couldn't form an effective blockade. Ah! Zhang Yang heard a roar and glanced sideways at Yinmo Marquis. He saw only a blazing flame, sensing a sudden surge of violent divine power, and a soaring aura. He understood this was the burning of divine power. But seeing Qingshi Immortal's body was about to lose over 30 air, his expression remained unmoved. He chose to finish the weaker one first. Yinmo Marquis was enraged. He was burning his divine power, doubling his attack and speed, yet Zhang Yang still didn't take him seriously. Explosive flame deathblow. As the long sword thrust toward him, its speed increasing, the crimson on the blade grew more vivid, glowing like a red-hot iron. Heavy chrome armor. Zhang Yang shouted, activating his supreme treasure armor. Countless world power flowed over the armor, ultimately triggering the first form of the heavy chrome armor. A phantom of a mountain enveloped Zhang Yang. He ignored Yinmo Marquis' attack, continuing his assault on Qingshi Immortal. You dare! Yinmo Marquis roared, thrusting his sword into the phantom of Zhang Yang's armor. Dong! A crisp sound, and Zhang Yang's speed toward Qingshi Immortal increased even more. Yinmo Marquis stared at the unscathed Zhang Yang, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible!" His attack, boosted by burning divine power, was barely at the king level, yet Zhang Yang had blocked it without even a parry. Qingshi Immortal had completely despaired. Feeling his divine body reduced to only 60 AU, his heart suddenly grew calm. His divine body was below 70, his strength halved. He had no hope left. He had long prepared for death, and facing it, he regained his composure. He roared, "Chimo, leave. Don't mind me. You can't handle him. Stop burning your divine power. His attacks are strange. I'll hold him off. Run." Yinmo Marquis was silent. The flames around him still burned, but his heart was heavy. Chimo. That was a name from long, long ago. Qingshi Immortal, seeing Yinmo Marquis still in pursuit, felt his body drop to 60. With a twisted expression, he shouted, "Chimo. For the race. Run." Zhang Yang continued his attack expressionlessly. He had seen scenes like this too many times. All he could do was strive to survive, ensuring that it wasn't he who fell. Ah! Yinmo Marquis screamed, then shouted, "Qing Hui. For the race." As he fled, the flames around him gradually subsided. Seeing the relieved Qingshi Immortal, Zhang Yang sneered, "You're too happy. I was just experimenting. Today no one is getting away." Illusory mist veil. An intangible soul attack shot toward the retreating Yinmo Marquis, instantly entering his body, freezing him midair. Qingshi Immortal shouted in terror, "Chimo." He turned to Zhang Yang in disbelief, saying weakly, "You're also an illusionist?" Facing Qingshi Immortal, whose strength was now only half, Zhang Yang could annihilate over 5 of his body with each strike. Now that his divine body had lost over 50, leaving him with only a tenth of his power, Zhang Yang became more cautious. He still had no immortal servant. Qingshi Immortal, seeing Zhang Yang's demeanor, was furious. He roared, "You want to enslave me? Dream on. Explode." Boom. Zhang Yang stood in the center of the explosion, casually collecting Qingshi Immortal's belongings. He felt a pang of regret. He had been discovered. His soul power was fully occupied maintaining the secret method, leaving him insufficient strength to suppress Qingxi Immortal's will. Oh well, dead is dead. There's still a stronger one here. Zhang Yang thought, his eyes now burning with fervor as he looked at the illusion-trapped Yenying Marquis. A high-level Marquis combatant. Fortunately, Yenying Marquis had cancelled his divine power burning before fleeing. Otherwise the secret method might have been broken, and the burning state might have prevented him from falling into the illusion. No, he's struggling too violently. Zhang Yang's expression turned urgent. For such a powerful opponent, the first time was the easiest to trap. He couldn't let him break free, but he could feel the fierce struggle. He strained to envelop Yenying Marquis while his soul power assaulted repeatedly, as if trying to pierce through his soul. Starfall. Not daring to delay, he struck Yenying Marquis with his blade. He sensed that only less than 1,000th of Yenying Marquis' body had been annihilated. Still, being able to damage a high-level Marquis' divine body was a blessing in disguise. Zhang Yang wielded Lanyu, striking again, and again, constantly annihilating Yenying Marquis' divine body. Seeing Yenying Marquis' body about to drop below 90, Zhang Yang's heart was frantic. He could feel that Yenying Marquis' will was about to break free. Will. Focus. Zhang Yang roared, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck. Now the two were locked in a contest of will. If he succeeded, he would gain a high-level Marquis servant. If he failed, Zhang Yang would have no choice but to kill. I trapped you once and you won't escape. I won't lose in a battle of wills. Zhang Yang declared inwardly. He swung Lanyu with all his might, striking at near-light speed, as if a star was suspended over Yenying Marquis' body, never moving. The wills of the two entered a stalemate. Huff! Zhang Yang let out a gentle breath. After executing the attack secret technique over 400 times at extreme speed with his soul power still being consumed, he finally managed to reduce the Flame Shadow Marquis' body below 70. At this point, the Flame Shadow Marquis' strength was less than half of what it had been with a 30 loss of soul, and his struggling power was drastically weakened. Zhang Yang's face had turned pale, but there remained one crucial step. Enslavement. Currently, the Flame Shadow Marquis' soul power was still too strong, and his mind had already become alert. Zhang Yang's current soul control technique was still too crude. The blade light did not cease. It continued to flash, and the Flame Shadow Marquis' divine body was also steadily weakening. 65. 57. 42. 37. The control was finally successful. Zhang Yang's body staggered in the air, and then he gave a bitter smile. Over 60 of the divine body lost strength, remaining less than 1/10. How can I help him recover his power? The Flame Shadow Marquis opened his eyes, his expression respectful as he addressed Zhang Yang. Greetings, master. Zhang Yang glanced at him weakly, and couldn't be bothered to respond. Xiao Chun comforted, master, at least you've gained a Marquis as a subordinate. Well, though his strength is not impressive, he can still handle divine kingdom teleportation, and guide earthlings in cultivation. Zhang Yang shook his head. After all this effort, all his assets aren't enough to restore his divine power. If I had known, I would have enslaved an ordinary immortal instead. Why did I bother? Forget it. I never expected them to fight anyway. At least he can be used for travel. But that's not the main point. Zhang Yang stared intently at the Flame Shadow Marquis. Such a powerful being, and yet he could annihilate a Marquis-level divine body. All of it came down to one thing. The fusion law. The completion of fusing two laws elevates one to a universe master. And now he had fully comprehended the essence of the laws, though he had only fused a few points of convergence, not much at all. Even his law insight level was merely at the 18th layer of the Heaven Bridge, yet the strange power manifested by the fusion of laws could annihilate these Marquis-level divine bodies. If he could fuse more, it would surely display even more incredible might. This was his greatest gain from this trip. Calming his surging emotions, Zhang Yang said calmly, Xiao Chun, let's leave. Sanzi, what brings you to the virtual universe? Weren't you adventuring in the Blood Luo world before? Lei Shen looked at Luo Feng curiously. Luo Feng replied, I finished my mission in the Blood Luo world long ago. This time I'm here for the Centennial Universe level qualification battle. Lei Shen asked seriously, do you have a chance? Luo Feng frowned. There's an opponent in this qualification battle who is quite strong. I'm not very confident. Lei Shen comforted. If you can't make it this time, try next time. Luo Feng nodded. For now, that was all he could do. Compared to the veteran students, his training time was still too short. Seeing Luo Feng's expression, Lei Shen asked, are you in the primordial secret realm now? Luo Feng shook his head. No, I'm in a mission world. I slipped in for the qualification battle. Lei Shen asked, another danger-level mission world. Luo Feng hesitated, then said softly, mortal peril. Lei Shen said solemnly, Sanzi, don't push it too far. Be careful. Don't fall. Luo Feng bowed slightly, then said, second brother, you're already an elite of the giant axe arena. To enter the core you still need 9000 matches, and your opponents are even stronger. Be careful too. Lei Shen grinned. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The atmosphere fell into silence. After a while Luofeng asked, is Big Brother still training with that Time Realm Lord? Lei Shen nodded. Big Brother says this suits his training well. Traveling through the universe and witnessing its wonders. Then Lei Shen asked back, have you contacted Zhang Yang lately? What's going on with him? Why did he get expelled from the Netherworld's secret realm after becoming a realm lord? Luofeng recalled, I talked to him about it. He didn't say the specifics, but he seemed quite happy. Actually, he's the one who can't stand constraints the most. Lei Shen shook his head. Tisk tsk. Here I am desperately trying to break into the core and he's running away on his own. What's so good about the outside? Have we forgotten how hard it was back on Earth? Without resources, how can we become stronger? Master, the Flame Shadow Marquis has returned. Xiao Chun's voice rang out in the black crystal-like spaceship. Zhang Yang withdrew from his cultivation and opened his eyes looking at the cabin door. He had roamed the gradual mystery realm for over 30 years hunting dozens of immortals. Among them he had killed a marquis, enslaved another, and also enslaved a powerful realm lord from a major faction. Such immense wealth was entrusted to the Flame Shadow Marquis for disposal. It took 3 years to finally liquidate all his assets. The Flame Shadow Marquis flew before Zhang Yang and said respectfully, Master, everything is done. Here are the treasures you need. With a wave of his hand, a golden flower bud 10 meters in diameter floated in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of countless tiny blades, seemingly still but actually rotating continuously. The golden light was dazzling, yet its aura was chilling, evoking a sense of dread upon sight. Zhang Yang beckoned and the golden flower bud floated before him. He gently stroked it and sighed, sky-rending golden stamen. Truly beautiful yet perilous. For material defense, I have the heavy chromium armor. For close combat, I have the lanthanum U warblade, which will serve for a while. For speed, I have the void sulfurium cloud, so I don't need a flight-type telekinetic weapon. The Flame Shadow Marquis flattered. Now that you have acquired an offensive telekinetic weapon, Master, your name will surely resound across the universe. Zhang Yang shook his head lightly. What else? The Flame Shadow Marquis quickly took out 3 small black-purple vines from his world ring. Master, these are 3 saplings of the mist vine. They are cost-effective auxiliary plant life. If it were precious plants like gold thread grass, tranquil spirit flower, or star-eating grass, given my abilities it would be difficult. Also, I spent a lot of time on the cultivation materials. Zhang Yang asked with concern. Your wealth must be nearly depleted, right? Although the sky-rending golden stamen is widely known, it is an exceptional telekinetic weapon. Just it alone costs nearly 100 million mixed yuan units, more than your countless years of accumulated wealth. To cultivate a 10-vine mist vine to the immortal level is simple, but to cultivate a 216-vine mist vine requires at least 60 million mixed yuan units. With 2 sets of materials, it's close to 70 million mixed yuan units. The Flame Shadow Marquis said devoutly, It is my honor to assist Master. These are mere external possessions. Now that my body is weakened, I regret only that I cannot help Master more. Zhang Yang comforted him softly. Recovering the first 10 of the body is relatively easy, costing tens of millions of mixed yuan units. But if the loss exceeds 30, it costs hundreds of millions as it damages the foundation. And your divine body loss exceeds 50. At your current marquis level, restoring that part requires extremely rare treasures. In mixed yuan units, it would be at least tens of billions. The Flame Shadow Marquis quickly said, Master, I know. I am not worth that much even if I died. Besides, how could I spend so much of Master's wealth to recover such insignificant strength? Once Master becomes powerful, recovering my body will be a very easy matter. Zhang Yang looked at the Flame Shadow Marquis seriously. It's good that you understand. From now on, stay in the world ring. I won't have you fight anymore. Go and recover your divine body. The Flame Shadow Marquis quickly replied respectfully, Yes, Master. Once I recover, I will come out to fight for you. Zhang Yang waved his hand, his gaze falling on the mist vine left behind. He would not lack attacks in the future. The characteristic of the fusion law that could be utilized was its strange offensive power. His strongest aspect was spirit. He now possessed the will and soul power of a king. His spirit would only grow stronger. Against enemies with a vast gap in soul attacks, he simply couldn't cope. The void sulfurium cloud was extremely effective and his spatial insight was not weak. If he couldn't escape even with these, then he would have to fight head-on. What he needed temporarily was defense. No matter how miraculous the attack, profound the law, or precious the treasures, they couldn't change his identity as a realm lord. A 100-fold gene level was only equivalent to an ordinary immortal, and even with amplification it was only at the marquis level. His future enemies included kings. Mistvine was a good defensive auxiliary plant life. An ordinary Mistvine was useless to him. At his 100-fold gene level, he was already equivalent to an ordinary immortal. To protect him, it needed to be at least stronger than him. A 108 vine mist vine grown to immortal level could barely reach the strength of a low-level marquis. This was relatively easy to cultivate and he planned to grow one first. After some time, once he mastered the amplification secret technique, he would be stronger than the mist vine. Though the defensive effect would diminish, it wouldn't be absent. The mist vine looked small, but its volume was no less than a star. This level of mist vine would cost about 6 million mixed yuan units, which he could afford. Even if it failed once or twice, it wouldn't be too painful. A 216 vine mist vine grown to immortal level could barely reach the low-level king level, possessing 10000 times the power of a peak realm lord. This was stronger than even his top-level amplification secret technique. After all, with his current gene level of 100, cultivating to the peak would only give him 5600 times the power of a peak realm lord. Even if he reached the universe's limit of 100, it would only be 10000 times the peak realm lord power, barely matching the weakest king-level immortal. This cultivation plan could serve him for a long time, but it cost 60 million mixed yuan units per attempt and success wasn't guaranteed. If it failed, he would have to fall back on the 108 vine one. All his gains from this trip to the gradual mystery realm added up to this amount. This was because the environment of the gradual mystery realm suited him well. As long as he didn't encounter a marquis, he could rampage freely. Anyone he encountered was basically his prey. If it were a different environment, his harvest would have been drastically reduced. Of course, the gradual mystery realm was suitable for tempering willpower, but not for cultivating laws. Now that he had adapted to the environment, the growth in willpower slowed, which was a major reason for his withdrawal. To increase his strength, he needed to seek more powerful opponents. Leaving the illusion-purging secret realm, Zhang Yang contemplated his own path. The progress of fusing laws was slow, but it was the primary method to increase his strength, while also enhancing his foundation. He took out the illusory god heart core, a treasure comparable to a supreme artifact, the most valuable item he possessed. A tiny stone that could produce such a powerful effect, his illusionary arts would have to rely on it to improve. During this phase of rapid power escalation, naturally one must continuously strengthen their forte to become stronger. Currently his strongest aspect was the spirit. Illusionary arts he had already learned in the illusion-purging secret realm. He had also acquired a body amplification secret technique. What about a telekinetic amplitude secret technique? 50 years later, in a region shrouded in mist, a majestic stalwart youth stood atop the haze. However, his current state was very poor. His complexion was extremely pale, and even flying seemed to have become exceedingly difficult. His eyes carried a sense of relief. He said calmly, "Soul Nether King, today I have lost, but you won't escape either. You will inevitably face the judgment of those stronger beings." Zhang Yang replied calmly, "You need not worry about whether I will fall, but I know that today you will certainly fall. Annihilation, reincarnation." The burly middle-aged man's face flushed with rage. "Soul Nether King, don't think that just because you are a soul master you can act recklessly. You want to enslave me? I won't let you succeed. We shall meet again in a billion years." Explode. Boom. The self-detonation of a king-level initial stage. An endless torrent of energy surged through the mist. Even with the heavy fog barrier, the shockwave pierced through tens of millions of kilometers. Zhang Yang calmly collected his spoils and murmured softly, "In a billion years, if I am still alive, then we will meet again. If I fall, then I will never have the chance to return. Who will resurrect me?" His faint voice did not travel far through the mist. "Master Luofeng requests a call." Xiao Chun prompted. "Luofeng." Zhang Yang's voice echoed melodiously. He continued, "It has been over 100 years since we last spoke, hasn't it? Master, to be precise, your last call was the year you were expelled from the End Times secret realm. That was 102 years ago." Xiao Chun said, "100 years, how fast time flies. And this is without time acceleration." Zhang Yang sighed, then instructed, "Xiao Chun, connect the call." "Yes, master." Xiao Chun replied. Buzz. Luofeng's figure appeared before Zhang Yang. Compared to before, he seemed more ferocious and exuded more authority. His face showed a hint of excitement as he said, "Senior." Zhang Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Luofeng." Luofeng lifted his head, slightly regaining his composure. His voice was cool as he said, "Senior, I'm about to return to Earth. Are you home?" Zhang Yang looked around at the surroundings. The mist filled with corrosive power appeared harmless to the naked eye. He said calmly, I'm in a secret realm now. The visibility here isn't very good." He then asked, "Why are you back? I heard from the family that you've entered the primordial secret realm. Are you done with the universe level?" Luofeng said casually, "Big brother's situation came up suddenly, but I have indeed laid a solid foundation at the universe level. Now I'm at the Domain Lord level, and I should soon reach Domain Lord level 9. The nutrient pod, you're familiar with it?" Zhang Yang asked succinctly, "Is it Hong?" Luofeng nodded. "Yes, big brother has fallen for a core disciple of the Huanling Wang family." The situation is complicated now. I need to go handle it. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to this part of the story. He guessed it was about Hong falling for a woman in the universe and then Luo Feng advancing to domain lord level to become a regional governor. The official position of a primordial secret realm member was not as trivial as that of the end times secret realm. It was a critical post under the virtual universe company overseeing the entire Qianwu Great Star region. A woman. A soft murmur. Luo Feng nodded lightly indicating yes, it was a woman. Such phenomena were common in the universe. Many powerful beings had tens of thousands of wives and concubines, even millions in their harems. A universe-level expert could easily achieve such a scale. Although Hong was not young in age, he was still very young in the universe. Emotions arise without reason beyond human control. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang said, Hong's family has all passed away. He has no ties left. If he can find a new bond and revive his heart, perhaps his ceiling could be higher. Luo Feng frowned, unsure of what Zhang Yang was trying to convey. Zhang Yang glanced at Luo Feng and asked softly, What do you plan to do? Luo Feng replied cautiously, That depends on what Big Brother wants to do. Heh! Zhang Yang let out a mocking laugh. Luo Feng frowned and said, Senior, do you have a different opinion? Zhang Yang's eyes turned sharp. For the sake of a woman affecting the pillar of the clan, that's a bit much. However, considering his contributions and his current situation, I can understand. Without waiting for Luo Feng to retort, Zhang Yang continued, You underestimate king-level experts too much. Those who have grown to become kings have roamed and fought for countless years. If they always relied on background, they wouldn't have ventured out. Such kings would have their bodies displayed on the market. Luo Feng began to understand Zhang Yang's meaning. He asked softly, Senior, are you saying that my going there would be useless? Zhang Yang said calmly, I have heard of Huanling Wang. She is a very powerful illusionist. Her comprehension of the Tongtian Bridge is probably not below the 20th layer, at least the 19th. Illusionists may be weak in law comprehension, but that doesn't mean they are weak in strength. You overestimate the identity of a primordial secret realm member. Those kings came from the primordial secret realm. Now after 1,000 billion years their strength has multiplied millions of times. They are not far from your teacher. Why would they fear you? On the battlefield she might fear your teacher Xinyan Wang and not dare to kill you. But now you're only a domain lord. Even for the sake of face, she won't agree to your demands. Luo Feng asked softly, Then how do you think this matter should be resolved? Humph. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. It seems Hong has been wandering the universe for too long, too well protected, and doesn't know what the universe is really like. What is a core member? He doesn't understand. Luo Feng, don't you understand either? That is the most elite disciple of a race. Now being blocked by a king means that disciple's status, even if not as important as ours on Earth, still holds potential as a pillar. How could such a core member wander the cosmos with him? What is his current strength? Universe level? Or just domain lord? Luo Feng's face turned grim. Should be domain lord level, right? Zhang Yang's expression softened slightly. Kings respect strength. If you could invite your teacher, there might be some hope. After all, Xinyan Wang is invincible among kings. With such strength, he deserves respect. If you can enlist a powerhouse of that caliber, Huanling Wang would feel confident and trusting her junior. Becoming strong also requires resources. Rules are made by the strong, and breaking rules also requires the strong. Luo Feng, can you ask your teacher Xinyan Wang to intervene for such a matter? Luo Feng's face was very dark. Asking his teacher for such a thing, that would be too disrespectful. A teacher is not a babysitter. He said calmly, I cannot. Zhang Yang said placidly, Sometimes in matters of the heart no outcome is the best outcome. The universe is not like Earth. I don't understand what Hong's persistence means. Waiting for someone's pity. Would a powerhouse of that level care about an ant's attitude? Ridiculous. He can persist for a while, but can he persist for a lifetime? This doesn't seem like something he would do. For the woman's side, he is the outsider now. Pushing too hard will backfire. The world is not just about love. There's an old saying on Earth, if love endures, what need is there for day and night? When he becomes a king, everything will go smoothly. If not, even if standing right in front of her, what difference is there from being far away? This universe is about strength. Luo Feng frowned. Senior, do you mean we should ignore it? Zhang Yang looked at Luo Feng calmly. Whether to intervene has never been up to you. If Hong believes in love, the best move in this situation is to leave. When he is strong enough, he can think about these things. Rushing will not bring good results. If he doesn't believe in their feelings, then what's the point of what he's doing now? Suddenly Luo Feng's eyes narrowed. He quickly warned, Senior, there's an enemy behind you. Zhang Yang grinned. You go back first. I'll stay here and explore for a while longer. Luo Feng stared at the figure behind Zhang Yang, his expression serious. Senior, take care. He then hurriedly ended the call. But his heart could not calm down for a long time. He asked, Babada, how strong is this person? Can you tell? Luofeng, weren't you still meditating? When did you come out? Babada emerged from a game and looked at Luofeng with confusion. Then it said nonchalantly, Luofeng, where did you get this video? It looks pretty realistic. Did Zhang Yang send it to you? He's not strong, but his ambitions are big. He's always messing around with random stuff. This must be some Earth photo editing, right? Luofeng said in a low voice. This is a virtual universe communication. Babada's expression froze. It said weakly, it's over, just wait to die. Encountering such a powerhouse. It's all up to fate. His luck is terrible. That winged clan member is wearing blazing manganese mystic armor. I saw such a treasure when I traveled with my master. The one we encountered back then was a king. That single armor is worth 500 million mixed units. When I saw that price with my old master, we were completely stunned. Do you see that telekinetic weapon? It's called the Bingy Sharp Spear, also a telekinetic weapon used by kings. Its price is similar to the previous armor, around 400 million mixed units. And there's the flying type telekinetic weapon. Forget it, I won't go on. We're doomed. Zhang Yang is only a world lord. What strength can he have? Look at his equipment. Flashy, probably armor released in the last tens of thousands of years. The shoes are nice too. But it's useless. Behind him is a king. What a pitiful guy. Luofeng's face turned very dark. He said in a low voice, Babada checked the communication location of Senior just now. Babada replied reluctantly, Luofeng, it's useless. Judging by his appearance, that king is probably an enemy. Even if you go, you won't change anything. That king might not kill you because of your identity, but by the time you get there, Zhang Yang would have already disappeared. Check it. Luofeng insisted. Babada had no choice but to comply. Since Luofeng fully inherited Huyan Bo's legacy, Babada had completely acknowledged him as master. An intelligent life form obeys orders strictly. The Huangyan Star region? I've checked this place before. There wasn't such thick fog there was there. Babada asked in confusion. Luofeng reminded. Senior said he was exploring a secret realm. He should be inside one now, right? Secret realm. Babada nodded and continued searching. Suddenly it exclaimed. What the hell? Mist Annihilation's secret realm. How could it be the Mist Annihilation prison? No wonder it felt familiar. Luofeng frowned. Babada, what's wrong? Don't be so jumpy. What is the Mist Annihilation prison? Babada's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. The first time it heard that name, the old master was still alive. Who would have thought that 50000 years had passed in the blink of an eye? But soon its eyes turned fearful. How could Zhang Yang be there? It said with a trembling voice. The Mist Annihilation's secret realm. I don't need to look up information. It appeared 6 epochs ago. The old master and I once wanted to explore it, but after hearing about a certain treasure's location, we didn't go. The environment there is terrifying. Immortals below the undying level will die if they enter. Only undyings can explore. Mist Annihilation's secret realm. Zhang Yang ended the communication. Turning around, he smiled at the Winged King. Thank you for allowing me to finish the call. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Shadow Sting King, right? The Winged King said coldly. At our level as kings, what matters is hard power. You know my identity, yet you don't flee. You have guts. Zhang Yang replied calmly. If I dared to explore here, I wouldn't fear encountering strong opponents. Shadow Sting King, you are a high-level king, but even burning divine power cannot kill me. State your purpose. Shadow Sting King narrowed his eyes. Soul Nether King, I've heard that at least 10 initial stage kings have fallen at your hands. Is that true? He had been watching Zhang Yang for a long time. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. In the secret realm, life and death are common. Are you here for revenge? Heh, revenge. Shadow Sting King let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Then his eyes burned with passion. Recently you've made a name for yourself in the Mist Annihilation prison. I've heard your defense is extremely strong, and your soul attacks are formidable. I would very much like to see for myself. Zhang Yang's eyes dimmed slightly. He said calmly, come then. Humph. Shadow Sting King was displeased with Zhang Yang's attitude, as if he were condescending. He didn't need that. Others may fear your soul attacks, but I do not. Nether Serpent Piercing Star. Gazing at the long spear wreathed in black flames blazing through the sky, he realized that a telekinetic weapon was utterly unlike a close combat spear. The latter was a single unified whole. The Bingy Sharp Spear, however, was composed of countless sharp spikes. When it struck, each spike shot forth individually. Though the attack seemed to curve toward him, the multitude of spikes had never altered their true trajectory. Zhang Yang's expression grew somber. Spirit readers, whether dominators or illusionists, excelled at defending against soul attacks. The Inci King before him was a spirit reader, and his strength had reached the high-tier king level. He was indeed a troublesome counter. But being countered didn't mean he couldn't fight. Over the years he had won many uphill battles and fled even more times. Stumbling all the way he had relied on soul attacks to reach the high-tier king level, rising from the barely marquee level peak. What opponent hadn't he seen after climbing 2 full tiers? Mirage weaving, Zhang Yang unleashed his illusory soul power, striking directly at the winged king. In an instant, the ethereal world force carrying his soul energy invaded his opponent's body. The Inci King's face twisted for a moment, then he let out a loud cry break. Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly. As expected, the Inci King had shaken off the illusion with ease. Spirit readers possessed a formidable immunity to such arts. Moreover, the Inci King was among the top tier of high-level kings. He had broken free without even burning his divine power. Once he ignited his divinity, this secret technique would be entirely ineffective. Bang! Zhang Yang barely blocked with his Lanyu, but the bingy sharp spear struck him squarely in the chest, hurling him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Yet he suffered no injury. Yuhan King, your defense is truly formidable. The Inci King exclaimed, his face darkening. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. Formidable defense? Hardly. It was all thanks to the precious armor. His comprehension of the laws had reached the 19th layer 40 years ago, placing him at the pinnacle king level. But his body amplification was only 40-fold, which translated to roughly 4,000 times the power of a realm lord. Barely the level of a high-tier marquis. He had only obtained the first 3 chapters of the Jinfan strategy, which originally allowed a maximum of 24-fold amplification. Everything beyond that he had improved through his extraordinary talent. Between his strength and law comprehension lay the gaps of Marquis Peak King Initial and King High Tier. His overall combat power was barely above that of a King Initial. Such physical attacks compared to the Inci King's top-tier King High-level assault were a full tier weaker and could not provide much blocking or defense. Zhang Yang's eyes turned serious. With his powerful will and soul attacks he had slain King Initial-level opponents. But facing a King High Tier who excelled in soul defense, he felt himself flagging. Annihilation Cycle. An invisible millstone of soul power materialized, grinding silently toward the Inci King. The Inci King, already on guard, sensed the ethereal divine power, and immediately ignited his divine body. Boom! Golden light rippled over his form, and the soul millstone arrived. Annihilate! Zhang Yang's will surged wildly, bearing down on the winged king. A faint silver thread could be seen between them. Yuhan King, I am a spirit reader. I have studied soul attacks. Your ultimate technique has no effect on me. The winged king said, his face pale. Zhang Yang glanced at the winged king, measuring him silently. Though the Inci King had burned his divine power, it had been only for an instant. The reduction in his divine body was negligible. His soul attacks were not limitless either. If his soul power were depleted too severely, his strength would decline just as an immortal's divine body weakened. Yuhan King, now take my strike. Double universe spiral. With that, the Inci King ignited his divine power, his aura swelling abruptly. He manipulated the bingy sharp spear to split into 2 parts in the sky, coiling like venomous serpents as they spiraled toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression turned grim. Was this Inci King too serious? Why had he suddenly ignited his divine power? Under normal circumstances, even a King High Tier could not kill a King Initial by burning divinity. What was the Inci King thinking? He would be exposed. No time. Ha! With a fierce shout, the 4,000-fold peak realm lord power poured into the heavy chrome armor, and a phantom mountain peak instantly enveloped him. But inwardly he was troubled. The Inci King was a spirit reader extremely sensitive to soul attacks. He could detect them in advance and burn his divine power to resist. Now, with his divine power ignited, his soul was also burning. This state greatly enhanced his soul defense. Zhang Yang's means were ineffective. His physical attacks were even weaker, and his telekinetic weapons were on par with his close combat strength, equally useless. He couldn't disrupt the attack. He couldn't block it. He could no longer hide. Why did the Inci King have to burn his divine power? The medicine to restore king-level divine power cost hundreds or thousands of times more. Just that one burn had cost over 100 million mixed units. Was it only to prove he was stronger? Was he insane? Bang! This was merely the middle layer of the Wuyin secret realm, where the miasmic erosion was relatively weak. Even a King Initial's attack would not be greatly reduced. The Inci King burning his divine power was equivalent to a King Pinnacle. His secret techniques might slammed into him fully. The mountain phantom summoned by the heavy chrome armor shook violently. A King High Tier's divine power was 3 tiers above his own Marquis High Tier. Zhang Yang barely held on, but his face turned extremely ugly. What? You're unharmed. The Inci King's eyes bulged. A King Pinnacle strike, even if it couldn't annihilate a King Initial's divine body, should at least blast it apart or shatter it. They were 2 tiers apart. Yet Zhang Yang remained completely intact. The heavy chrome armor was a precious treasure. Once activated, its defensive power was extraordinary. It had forced him to withstand a King Pinnacle's attack, but he had reached his limit. Impossible, the Inci King exclaimed in shock. Even if you have a battle armor and a marquee peak plant life inside, you shouldn't be able to withstand this. At the very least, your body should have been shattered. Auxiliary life forms are simple creatures. When they become immortal, they fall into the lowest divine body, commander peak, marquee peak, or king peak. I don't believe you can afford to nurture a plant life comparable to a king pinnacle. And yet you're so relaxed. It's as if even the plant life inside hasn't suffered any damage. The Inci King's voice grew louder, his eyes brightening, his tone increasingly agitated. A precious treasure. Your armor is a precious treasure. The Inci King trembled as he spoke, his tone utterly certain. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with helpless resignation. The treasure was exposed. He truly only had a marquee peak Moyun Vine. His soul attack was only at king high tier. How could he have the wealth to cultivate a king pinnacle level Moyun Vine? With his divine power ignited, the Inci King's attack rivaled a king pinnacle. His Moyun Vine was at marquee peak, 3 full tiers lower. A single strike would annihilate a vast amount of its divine power, rendering it useless for protection. And his own body was even weaker. Even with amplification techniques, he was only at marquee high tier, 4 tiers lower. Without the heavy chrome armor for defense, he would die. Zhang Yang dared not continue the entanglement. Once others arrived, he would be in grave danger. He turned and fled at top speed. His life as a fugitive was about to begin again. Soul attacks seemed powerful, but if they could be resisted, they became utterly ineffective. This was already his strongest method. In the Wuyin prison, kings had different combat focuses. There were always some he had to avoid. But he had never expected that despite his constant efforts to avoid such situations, fleeing at the sight of any king pinnacle, he would be discovered in such a manner. Was the Inci King out of his mind? All for the sake of winning by a single move. Yuhun King, you can't escape. The Inci King shouted from behind. Zhang Yang frowned and said, Inci King, you can't kill me. Even with your divine power burning, you're only slightly stronger than me. He still attempted to reason his way out. The Inci King did not reply. His consciousness entered the virtual universe. Inci King, what do you want? A 3-meter-tall massive rock man rumbled in a booming voice. The Inci King suppressed his excitement and calmed him. Don't be impatient, Zhufeng King. Let me speak after Mu Chun King arrives. Zhufeng King's 2 eyes bulged wide, his expression dark. He said in a low voice, Inci King, since you've called Mu Chun King, why bother summoning me? Though I'm confident I can withstand his attacks, I know that, in terms of strength, I am far inferior. The Inci King quickly soothed him. You and I have been friends for years, comrades through life and death. How could I insult you? Don't misunderstand. In terms of strength, Mu Chun King as a king pinnacle is naturally stronger than us. Zhufeng King's expression eased, and he fell silent, waiting patiently. He trusted the Inci King deeply. After a short wait, the Inci King's eyes lit up. He's here. A blurry, shadowy figure suddenly appeared, and the light in the room instantly dimmed. A sense of ancient desolation rose in the hearts of the 2 kings. Mu Chun King said hoarsely, why have you called me Inci King? I'm in the core Dark Thunder domain of the 3rd battlefield. The Inci King nodded solemnly to Mu Chun King, glanced at Zhufeng King, and said directly, we are all bound by life and death bonds. I wouldn't dare call anyone else. Those fellows I can't trust, nor are they worthy of trust. Oh, Mu Chun King looked puzzled, his expression turning serious. That cautious. A precious treasure. The Inci King uttered 2 words. Zhufeng King and Mu Chun King's faces instantly changed dramatically. Zhufeng King said worriedly, such a treasure. Can we seize it? He glanced lightly at Mu Chun King, and nodded to him, such a precious treasure. The strongest among us is Mu Chun King, but even that strength is insufficient. Even a king pinnacle, if holding such a treasure, would need to be extremely cautious. Just us. Can our strength overpower others? The Inci King leaned in, and whispered, it's not a newly unearthed treasure. It's already been claimed. Mu Chun King's eyes lit up. A weakling. The Inci King nodded. Yes, in the hands of a soul-type master at the initial king level. It's a precious treasure armor. With that treasure, that initial king could withstand my telekinetic weapon. After several attacks, I discovered that even burning my divine power couldn't shatter his divine body, so I gave up. But I also reached the limit of that treasure. If you Mu Chun King burn your divine power, you will definitely break his defense. He could withstand attacks 2 tiers higher without any damage. It must be a precious treasure. It must. Zhufeng King asked, which secret realm are you in? Is the environment special? The Inci King replied, yes. I'm in Wuyin prison. The environment here is extremely harsh, and there are many dangerous places. He looked seriously at Zhufeng King and said, this time your defense is the strongest. You need to prevent him from entering the more dangerous areas, since he has the precious treasure armor. Zhufeng King said nothing, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The Inci King knew he was weighing the risks. After all, some places in Wuyin prison were extremely dangerous, and even Zhufeng King might fall. He turned to Mu Chun King and said, "You are the strongest. None of us can break his defense except you. You are also proficient in time laws which can greatly restrict him." The Inci King looked at the two pondering kings and said, "His soul attack secret technique is extremely powerful. I will block his soul attacks and use my telekinetic weapon to harass him. After the deed is done, each of us will get 1/3. He looked at Mu Chun King and said, "If you want it, you can also take it. After obtaining the treasure, your strength will increase and you'll gain wealth faster. But in the long years ahead, you will have to repay Jufeng and me a vast fortune." Jufeng King glanced up at Mu Chun King and gave a slight bow signaling agreement. Mu Chun King smiled bitterly and said, "A precious treasure, at least 4 or 5 trillion mixed units, and hard to find even at that price. At most I have tens of billions of mixed units. Rest assured I am not that foolish. Even with the treasure I couldn't repay it and it might bring disaster. Worse, even those invincible kings might make a move. I can't keep it. Can't repay it." Seeing his attitude, the Inci King knew he had agreed. He then looked at Jufeng King and asked in a low voice, "Jufeng King, are you in for this job?" Jufeng King's face twisted with conflict. Suddenly his expression hardened and he gritted his teeth. "I've heard of Wuyin prison. Many high-tier kings have fallen there. But such a precious treasure, even if sold, would increase our wealth 100-fold. We have been risking our lives all along, whether on the battlefield or in secret realms, all for the sake of opportunity, isn't it? This time I'll fight it out with the treasure. Let's see who is stronger. An initial king with a precious treasure or my defense that rivals a king pinnacle." Zhang Yang looked at the Inci King, who was relentlessly pursuing him, and his eyes were dark. The mist was dense with energy and its corrosive power was intense. In such an environment he could not reach light speed, at least he couldn't. The Inci King behind him was a bit better. His divine body was stronger, so the miasma had less effect on him. He was faster than Zhang Yang and his attacks never ceased. Boom! Zhang Yang controlled the Yenshin soldier to clash with the bingy sharp spear again, then took another hit. "I can't escape. He's faster than me and can still interfere." Thinking this, Zhang Yang's heart sank further. He looked at the Inci King, who was still in hot pursuit, and at a king initial watching from afar. His heart continued to sink. Knowing he couldn't deal with him, yet still chasing relentlessly. The only possibility was that both were calling for reinforcements. Among them there must be a king pinnacle. He couldn't withstand a king pinnacle. Once they burned their divine power, they could directly break through his defense. His foundation was too weak. Zhang Yang smelled death. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Chase! Chase! Chase!" he roared. "Inci King, you forced this. If you want to kill me, then follow me." Zhang Yang pivoted and charged toward the center of the Wuyin prison. He knew he couldn't escape, but the enemy was relentless, and would never shake them off in this place. One Inci Wang was bad enough, but if their reinforcements arrived, he would truly be trapped in a hopeless situation. Even now things were far from favorable. The heart of the Wuyin prison was called the Zhuochen prison, where even high-level sealed kings had fallen, and those who escaped spoke of it in terror. The mist grew thicker, shifting from grayish-white to a shallow black, and the range of perception shrank steadily. Inci Wang's face changed when he saw Zhang Yang's direction. He shouted anxiously, "You Soul King, are you out of your mind? That's Zhuochen prison." Zhang Yang sneered. How could he be reckless? It was precisely because he wanted to survive that he rushed to the center of the Wuyin prison to bet with Inci Wang and the others, who had a tougher fate. "Ha ha ha!" He laughed loudly and shouted, "Inci Wang, if you want the treasure, then follow me." Inci Wang gritted his teeth in silence, simultaneously contacting Jufeng Wang and Mu Chun Wang in the virtual universe. His face dark, he said, "As expected, Zhang Yang is heading to the center of the Wuyin prison. Zhuochen prison. Jufeng Wang." Jufeng Wang trembled at the sound of his name and rasped, "Pursue!" Mu Chun Wang also spoke grimly. "I'm deep in the Thunder domain. I'll need to get near the center of the Wuyin prison to catch up." Jufeng Wang said, "My defense is strong. I just forced my way through a swarm of mist lice. I should be faster." Deep in the Wuyin secret realm, Inci Wang said sinisterly, "Soul King, you can't escape." Without turning back, Zhang Yang continued deeper into the secret realm and said coldly, "Talk to me, once we step into Zhuochen prison." Inci Wang seethed inwardly, hoping Jufeng Wang and Mu Chun Wang would arrive before they entered Zhuochen prison. Suddenly a massive black sphere appeared in the fog ahead, devouring the scant light as if it were a black hole. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He was familiar with these mist louse swarms, having charged through many such insect plagues thanks to his Zhonggu armor, though never one this massive. He turned and shouted at Inci Wang, "Inci Wang, I'm going in. Keep close. Don't lose me. Bastard." Watching Zhang Yang plunge headlong into the mist louse swarm, Inci Wang cursed loudly. This Soul King dared to force his way through the swarm, clearly relying on his formidable defense. His craving for the treasure armor grew even fiercer. He would not give up, but Zhang Yang, once he turned around, turned deathly pale. The pain of soul devouring was no idle boast. The Lai Kong Jin Rue spiraled around him, desperately slaughtering the mist lice. Ha! Ha! The mist eats the flesh, the lice devour the soul. In Ci Wang, you'd better keep up. Zhang Yang forced a smile. In Ci Wang roared, Soul King. You? Don't get cocky. You can't hold out much longer either. Zhang Yang said with determined eyes. I'll last longer than you. In Ci Wang groaned inwardly and urged in the virtual universe. You too, hurry. He's charging into the mist louse swarm. The deeper he goes, the more terrifying the lice and the stronger the corrosive mist. If we reach Zhuochen prison, even defenses will annihilate the divine body. He has the treasure, but we don't. Then killing him will be hard. By now Mu Chenwang had arrived. Hearing In Ci Wang's urging, he stared at the vast mist louse swarm and bellowed, time slowing. After shouting, he plunged in. Meanwhile Zhang Yang, seeing In Ci Wang struggling behind, gritted his teeth and yelled, Golden river breaks the sky. Countless petals scattered around him, forming a turbulent golden river in the mist that surged toward In Ci Wang. Bastard Soul King, if it weren't for your treasure armor I'd kill you. In Ci Wang cursed bitterly, his heart dark. Consume, consume. Let's see how long you can last. Zhang Yang ignored him and In Ci Wang fell silent. The two were locked in a silent chase. Time passed slowly until finally, bursting out of the mist louse swarm, Zhang Yang exhaled in relief. These days had been grueling. He glanced back at In Ci Wang still pursuing, and could clearly sense his divine body had weakened. Zhang Yang thought darkly, even in such a terrifying place they refused to give up. Later they won't find it so easy to leave. He pushed deeper. The mist here had turned black and the surrounding mist lice were no longer detectable. Dense energy nearly condensed into liquid, but it wasn't cosmic energy. It was mist miasma that corroded the body. Ha! Zhang Yang shouted, channeling the power of the world into the Zhonggu armor, his body entirely shrouded in a mountain phantom. Even a sealed king immortal couldn't endure this environment for long. In Ci Wang, where is Soul King? A booming voice like a bell rang out, and a 3-meter humanoid shadow emerged in the mist. In Ci Wang felt a wave of relief and said, You're finally here. Open the secret technique and let me in. Zhu Feng Wang nodded. His body trembled and a layer of earthy yellow light shield expanded from his skin, forming a spherical barrier that enveloped In Ci Wang. In Ci Wang pointed ahead and said, We can't see him now, but we can track him by divine power fluctuations. He can't escape. Zhu Feng Wang sensed the fluctuations and shouted, Found him. But In Ci Wang, you've taken quite a hit. In Ci Wang said grimly, I lost 4 of my divine body. That Soul King, protected by his treasure, barely suffered. Zhu Feng Wang asked, What do we do now? Wait. In Ci Wang spat out the word through gritted teeth, his voice sinister. Wait until Mu Chenwang arrives, then we'll chase him down completely. Once he activates time slowing, he won't escape. Even if we catch him now, we can't break his defense. Zhu Feng Wang nodded. His attacks were slightly weaker than In Ci Wang's. He certainly couldn't breach Zhang Yang's defense. Sensing the body fluctuations behind him, Zhang Yang thought, another high-level sealed king. They're not attacking yet. Probably because they're not all gathered. There were also some divine power fluctuations lingering outside Zhuochen prison, all early-stage sealed kings. They were likely waiting as well. He pushed divine power to vibrate continuously, but his speed didn't increase much. Feeling the immense pressure on his body, Zhang Yang grew anxious. This environment alone wasn't enough. With his treasure, he hadn't reached his limit. It wasn't deep enough. He needed stronger pressure and corrosive force. Only by going deeper with the mist miasma weakening the attacks of a peak sealed king burning divine power could he withstand them. Half a day later, Mu Chenwang arrived at the edge of the pitch-black Zhuochen prison. No, it's Mu Chenwang. So what if he's a peak sealed king? We're weaker, but with hundreds of early-stage sealed kings united, we're not afraid of him. Mu Chenwang. Isn't he from the 3rd battlefield of the Outer Realms? Why is he here? Is there really a treasure? Or is it a personal vendetta? There must be peak sealed kings, but they're hiding waiting for them to come out of Zhuochen prison. Zhuochen prison is not easy to break into. Mu Chenwang didn't hesitate. He dove into Zhuochen prison, quickly crossing the shallow area, and bellowed, Where is In Ci Wang? Hearing the voice, In Ci Wang's face lit up. Finally. With such resistance, their movement was already very slow. He shouted, Mu Chenwang. Over here. Mu Chenwang unleashed his full peak sealed king power. The edge of Zhuochen prison had little effect on him. After most of a day, he reached In Ci Wang and asked, How is it? You didn't lose him, did you? In Ci Wang said with relief, You're finally here. He's right ahead. Mu Chenwang sensed the divine power fluctuations and frowned. In such an environment, even Zhu Feng Wang's divine body has suffered some loss. How is he unharmed? In Ci Wang said resentfully, It's because of his treasure. Otherwise, he never could have made it here. Mu Chenwang said gravely, Zhu Feng Wang, In Ci Wang, and the peak sealed kings outside. We must be careful not to lose too much divine body. Otherwise, even if we get the treasure, we won't escape. Yin Wang's face changed. Feeling his divine body had already lost he was reluctant but nodded. Treasure was good, but only if you lived to claim it. Those sealed kings outside, if they saw them seize the treasure, would go mad with greed. He said bitterly, "Those fellows have sharp noses. They're waiting for the fisherman's profit." Jufeng Wang said in a low voice, "Under normal strength we too can't kill him. Chasing him this relentlessly has tipped off our intentions. We need to speed up. I've already lost one of my divine power. I have no treasure, so I've been relying on secret techniques." Mu Chun Wang's expression hardened. Divine power surged from his body. He raised his long blade and slashed at the mist ahead, dispersing it significantly. He shouted, "Keep close. Attacking this mist also costs me divine body. Let's finish this quickly." Zhang Yang sensed the intense divine power fluctuations behind him. Another sealed king, and a peak one at that. They were closing in. Their determination to kill him was unwavering, so he could no longer hold back. But this place wasn't deep enough. Vast world power surged endlessly. Zhang Yang wielding Lan Yu also shattered mist to accelerate. With a slash of his blade, Zhang Yang thought even swinging the sword feels like wading through mud. A peak sealed king. Even burning divine power, I should be able to withstand their attacks now. But it's still not enough. They've chased me this long, so greedy for my treasure. How could I let them leave so easily? Chase on. Chase on. My world power is still plentiful, and though my consumption is also heavy, the proportion of soul energy is far less than their immortal divine power. Once their divine bodies are severely damaged, then who knows who will be chasing whom? With that thought, Zhang Yang's eyes glinted coldly. He struck forward again with a fierce slash, and his speed began to increase. Mu Chun Wang felt the surge in Zhang Yang's speed, and his expression shifted. He asked Yin Wang, "How is he so fast? Are you sure he's an early-stage sealed king?" Yin King gritted his teeth and said, "I'm certain. He only rose to fame a few decades ago, relying on a soul attack secret technique. Although it was incredibly formidable, even I dare not be careless against his ultimate move, needing to burn my divine power to withstand it. But I crossed swords with him in the secret realm before. At that time his material attack was at most equivalent to the early stage of a king level." Mukin King's face was extremely gloomy. Yin King's demeanor didn't seem like he was lying. Then why has his speed increased so much now? Why hasn't his divine power diminished? Yin King shouted loudly, "A treasure. It must be a treasure that allows him to cleave through the mist fiend without losing divine power." Mukin King clenched his teeth tightly. To retreat now would be a pity after coming this far, but their current speed was far too slow. How long would this chase take? He was burning divine power, and even without that his divine body was suffering losses. He shouted, "Stay close. I'm going to accelerate." Mukin King's entire body blazed with white flames, his aura surging sharply. With a single slash of his blade, his attack now rivaled the peak of king-level power. The vast waves of divine power momentarily repelled the surrounding mist fiend, preventing it from drawing near. He accelerated continuously in the direction of Zhang Yang. Ahead, Zhang Yang gazed at the mist fiend around him. It could no longer be called mist, for it had coalesced into countless black streams. The slightest touch would cause the world force to counteract them, resulting in severe consumption. Countless black streams, like a spider web, completely shrouded the heart of Zhuochen prison. Every time he passed through a stream, it felt as if chains were binding his body. The phantom of the mountain peak upon him was already flickering. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Zhang Yang murmured, "This is just right." Boom! A heavy rumble akin to waves crashing against coastal reefs. Zhang Yang turned around, his gaze sweeping over the temporarily parted mist fiend, and the myriad black streams gathering in the distance before finally locking onto the familiar figure. He said coldly, "Yin King, you truly dared to come." Yin King's eyes blazed with ferocity. "Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Since you dared to come, how could I not?" Zhang Yang's gaze swept past Jufeng King. Clearly a defense specialist, an opponent he didn't fear. When his eyes fell upon the weathered figure, his pupils constricted. Was it this man who had brought Yin King here? The burning divine power was so pale, and there was that unique aura. He instantly identified this king level as a peak expert on the path of time and light. He asked softly, "May I know who this is?" Yin King said in a low voice, "Yuhun King, I told you that you couldn't escape. This is Mukin King, a peak king level powerhouse." Mukin King said sternly, "Don't waste time. Finish this quickly. Those spectators behind us are the real challenge." Time deceleration. A domain shimmering with silver light enveloped Zhang Yang. He didn't resist. Outside he might have had a chance to evade, but here in the heart of the mist annihilation prison the resistance was immense. He couldn't even reach 3,000 kilometers per second. How could he dodge a domain of time deceleration? Zhang Yang looked at the imposing Mukin King and raised his Lan Yu to meet the charge. Star destruction. He roared and Lan Yu collided with Mukin King's blade, whose light was intensely concentrated. The peak King level force directly swept aside Lan Yu and struck toward him with undiminished power. Block it! Zhang Yang cried out in his heart. Boom! A violent explosion. The mist fiend was temporarily blasted apart, then surged back like an irresistible tide. Sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Zhang Yang quickly asked, Xiao Yun, are you alright? Mo Yunvine replied, Master, I'm fine. Protected by the heavy chrome armor, my losses are minimal. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The Mo Yunvine was even stronger than his divine body, possessing 10,000 times the peak world force with a physique comparable to a marquee level. As long as it could hold out, the damage he received would be lower. Insi King shouted, Jufeng King, don't let him enter the Mist Fiend stream lock. Jufeng King bellowed, understood. But Mukin King's expression changed. He hadn't sensed Zhang Yang weakening. How was this possible? He had expended a considerable amount of divine power in his attack. He quickly said, be careful. He's endured it. He endured it without burning his divine body. Insi King said frantically, impossible. Even a treasure couldn't be this powerful. How could he withstand it? Even with a treasure, divine power would still be eroded by the Mist Fiend during attacks. Losses are inevitable. Unless he has another treasure that can conceal his aura. Zhang Yang's eyes darkened upon hearing Insi King's words. The process was wrong, but the conclusion was correct. With his attitude of better to kill by mistake than to let go, he had indeed obtained a necklace treasure that could alter his aura from an apparently ordinary immortal. Otherwise, how could he be mistaken for a king-level powerhouse? But his aura not diminishing now had nothing to do with that treasure. He was a realm lord wielding the world force. Though it contained soul power and was fully integrated with his spirit and energy, the majority of his soul power resided within the Zhang Yang, formed from the origin pearl. With a world diameter of 100 million kilometers, the proportion of world force annihilated was very small, and the impact on his soul was even less. Mukin King burning his divine power could not break his defense. He was safe now. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. It was time to counterattack. This Insi King must not be allowed to escape. He had been hunted so miserably before, and now it was time to settle the score. Fighting me and still looking for others. Mukin King roared, swinging another slash at Zhang Yang. Boom! Struggling to withstand the attack, Zhang Yang was sent flying again, but this time he flew closer to Insi King. He raised his war blade and said, Mukin King, I admit that outside I couldn't stop you when you burn your divine power. But this is the Mist Annihilation Prison. Even if you can unleash peak king-level power, how much of your secret techniques might remains after the Mist Fiend's interference? Insi King, weren't you hunting me? This time you will fall. Star destruction. Insi King was furious. Outside I was stronger than you. Here I am still stronger than you. Nether serpent piercing the sky. Zhang Yang's Lan Yu struck Insi King's bingy sharp spear with all his might, directly scattering the spear. Insi King's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, Impossible! Your secret technique hasn't been weakened much. Zhang Yang ignored him, launching a close-range assault. He thought to himself that his melee combat naturally suffered less Mist Fiend interference than a telekinetic weapon. Moreover, his was a fused law inherently possessing a strange power beyond ordinary laws. Though this power was still scarce and the boost very limited, the stability of the energy was extremely high. Insi King fall. Zhang Yang shouted, landing a direct slash on his body. Ah! Insi King let out a miserable scream, his split divine body quickly merging back. Zhang Yang could sense that Insi King's divine body had weakened by 2. In truth, his blade hadn't inflicted such severe damage. This was largely thanks to the surrounding Mist Fiend. When the divine body was intact, it could resist erosion, but once damaged, its defensive capabilities became extremely weak in that instant. Mukin King's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. He hadn't expected his attack to be exploited by Zhang Yang. He shouted, We retreat. We can't kill him here. Jufeng King quickly moved to Insi King's side. By now Insi King had been struck multiple times and his divine body had lost over 20. Seeing Jufeng King, Insi King felt a surge of relief. He glared at Zhang Yang with fury. It was all his fault. He never expected this Yuhun King to inflict such damage in this Mist Fiend environment. Thinking of fleeing now, too late. A wild look flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he continued his assault on Insi King. Bang! Zhang Yang's blade came down but was blocked by a massive yellow shield. Yuhun King, enough. As long as I'm here you won't succeed. Jufeng King said sullenly. Enough. How can it be enough? Zhang Yang's voice was icy. Jufeng King said angrily, Yuhun King. I said enough. It's only because of the Mist Fiend that you can harm Insi King. With me here your attacks are useless. Mukin King also arrived, his face grim. Yuhun King, we will no longer trouble you. Let this end here. Zhang Yang laughed contemptuously. Trouble me? You've hunted me for so long, and now you talk about who's troubling whom. He then roared with a wild glare, Jufeng King, Muken King. I'll spare you this time, but Insi King must die. Jufeng King and Muken King exchanged furious glances. They hadn't expected this Yuhun King to be so unreasonable. Then they heard Zhang Yang's cold voice. Even if I can't kill you with just my attacks in this mist fiend with such terrible erosion, even if I can't harm you, your divine bodies are still weakening. Muken King, you've burned 6 of your divine power. Jufeng King, your body has lost 7. Do you think you can escape Zhuochen prison under my attacks? Ha ha ha, you've chased too deep. I can let you leave now, but once your bodies drop below 90, you'll all stay here. Insi King must die. Today I'll see who has the tougher fate. Golden River cutting the void. Zhang Yang roared, and the Likong Jinrui quickly assembled in the mist fiend bombarding Jufeng King. Muken King swung his blade to defend, but his speed was greatly reduced. Jufeng King and Muken King exchanged glances, both sensing the difficulty. But abandoning Insi King was impossible. What was a bond forged in life and death situations? They had faced dangers worse than this before. How could they give up now? Insi King stared at Yuhun King with shock and fury. For the first time, a hint of regret surfaced in his heart. This man was a madman. He should never have been so rash in pursuing him. Zhang Yang stuck close behind the 3 kings, his telekinetic weapon launching continuous attacks, drastically slowing their progress. I said Insi King must stay. Annihilation of reincarnation. An invisible soul power instantly invaded Insi King's body. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly burned his divine power. Zhang Yang's soul attack was like a violently spinning millstone grinding away at Insi King's orb defense bit by bit. After a series of attacks, Zhang Yang's face grew even paler, but he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Insi King, today you will fall. Now resisting my soul attack requires you to burn 2 of your body. Let's see how many times you can withstand it. Muken King's face was grim as he looked at Insi King. Insi King was about to say something, but his expression changed again, and he burned more divine power to resist. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Insi King, this time you burned more than 2. When you were hunting me, did you ever imagine this scene? Insi King's eyes were dim as he stared at Zhang Yang, as if engraving him into his memory. He knew that this time escape was impossible. He regretted not planning more thoroughly before acting. Treasures cloud the mind. He had been too impatient. If this were outside, this Yuhun King would have died countless times already. Muken King's expression was the darkest. Since becoming a peak king level, this was the first time he had been made so miserable by someone weaker and even. He glanced at Insi King. This time he might even lose Insi King. Jufeng King shouted, Yuhun King, don't be smug. You can't escape. We may not be able to deal with you, but outside there are hundreds of kings, over a dozen peak kings. There might even be king-level limits or even invincible kings. You're carrying a treasure. Your doom is sealed. Zhang Yang said calmly. Even if I fall, I will fall after Insi King. Enough! Insi King looked at Zhang Yang with complex emotions, then said to Jufeng King and Muken King, You go. We'll reunite in 10,000 years. This time consider it my plea to you. Then he looked at Zhang Yang with a detached gaze and said quietly, Yuhun King, you've won this time. You want me to fall, don't you? I'll grant your wish. With that he took out a fiery red crystal from his ring, gently caressing it, and murmured, I never thought I would have to use this in the end. Zhang Yang's eyes sharply contracted. This was a fire source divine crystal. Then he relaxed slightly. This was only an advanced fire source divine crystal. Its explosion would barely rival a high-level king's self-destruction. But here in the Mist Annihilation prison its power would certainly be less. He could withstand this level of attack. Jufeng King shouted anxiously, Insi King. Muken King looked at Insi King's expression and understood his decision. Death was inevitable. He silently pulled Jufeng King away. Jufeng King turned back, glaring at Muken King, but when he saw the look in his eyes he understood. He shot a hateful glance at Zhang Yang and followed him. They could no longer prevent Insi King's death, but they could avenge him. They would wait outside, keeping watch until this Yuhun King emerged. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Yang said coldly, Insi King, do you have any last words? Insi King didn't answer. Instead his face showed confusion. He asked softly, Do you hear the sound of waves? Zhang Yang frowned. Was he trying to use such a clumsy excuse to escape? Probably not. The situation was already this dire and he was alone, unable to change anything. Then where did the sound of waves come from? There was no sea in the Mist Annihilation prison. Insi King was an immortal with a higher life level than him. The surroundings were pitch black. Zhang Yang gathered his mind, trying to sense his environment. Suddenly Zhang Yang's gaze fixed upon the surrounding mist fiend chains, and a terrifying suspicion arose in his heart. The sound of waves. Could it be the mist fiend waves? Gradually the sound of waves grew clearer. Zhang Yang abandoned the Shadow Sting King and turned to flee. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Sting King laughed wildly, saying delightedly, "Ghost King, didn't you want to kill me? Now my body is severely damaged, my strength less than a tenth, and I have no way to leave. Ghost King, we shall clash again after eons of rebirth." Damn it! Zhang Yang cursed inwardly upon hearing the Shadow Sting King's voice. Boom! The Shadow Sting King directly detonated the Fire Source Divine Crystal. The immense energy impact was like a torpedo explosion in the deep sea, sending countless mist fiends surging into the distance, wave after wave endless. Zhang Yang clenched his teeth, activating his amplification secret art to its fullest, driving the world force to form a defense with the heavy chrome armor, and pushing his defensive secret art to the extreme. The Shadow Sting King was dead. But Zhang Yang felt no joy. He had no mind to think of such things now. The power of the Fire Source Divine Crystal was too immense. Even amidst the mist fiends, the colossal energy impact blasted Zhang Yang back tens of thousands of kilometers. He turned back in terror. There an infinite energy was churning. He had reached the edge of the mist fiend waves, and the next moment the waves completely engulfed him. He strained to drive the heavy chrome armor, maintaining the mountain shadow over his body, surging and drifting endlessly in the waves like a lone ship in the vast ocean. Spinning, tumbling, battering. Zhang Yang clenched his teeth, repeating to himself, "Persist, I must persist." Once the shadow of the heavy chrome armor was shattered, he would be finished. Giant Peak King and Twilight Chun King emerged from the Zhuochen prison with grim faces. The Shadow Sting King was dead. He had sent a final message. They had already learned of the mist fiend waves within and hastily fled the Zhuochen prison, escaping death. Yet they could not muster any joy. For eons they had been comrades with the Shadow Sting King, advancing and exploring together. Countless life and death tribulations, but this time the Shadow Sting King had ultimately failed to escape. Ghost King. Their hearts roared. Giant Peak King, Twilight Chun King. "Hand over the precious treasure," said a three-eyed king. "Yes, hand over the treasure. You have only 90 of your divine power left. Don't force us to act." "Humph. The weak do not deserve supreme treasures," said a four-armed giant. Twilight Chun King said coldly, "The Shadow Sting King has fallen and Ghost King is likely dead by now. He did possess a precious treasure. If you want it, go find it in the Zhuochen prison yourself." Giant Peak King said gruffly, "There are mist fiend waves inside. Those who have entered know what that means. Unseal the space and let us leave. Those who wish to die, don't drag me along. The Shadow Sting King has fallen. Mist fiend waves. I'll take my leave first. Farewell everyone." Really, no treasure obtained. It doesn't seem false. If they had seized the treasure, the Shadow Sting King wouldn't have died. Forget it, let them go. Flee quickly. If the mist fiend waves sweep here, few will survive. As the spatial seal was lifted, Twilight Chun King glanced back at the Zhuochen prison, murmuring, "Ghost King, though you are dead, you have also harmed the Shadow Sting King. Our enmity shall be settled again after eons. Giant Peak King, I will take you away. Both our divine bodies are damaged, it's safer to travel together." "Half a month. When will this ever end?" Zhang Yang said, his face pale. The surrounding waves still churned, and a certain energy within them constantly eroded his world force, even damaging his soul considerably. Could I really fall here? Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder. A drop of mist fiends seeped through a gap in his defense. He quickly snapped back to focus. 5 days. 10 days. Another half-month. The waves seemed to have calmed. Zhang Yang whispered softly, "I've regained my ability to move. Though the surrounding energy is still viscous, it's no longer irresistible. I am no longer merely drifting with the current. Which way out? This side seems to have weaker mist fiend erosion." Zhang Yang ascended upward, but the resistance of the waves was immense, and his speed could not even reach 10,000 meters per second. "This way. The erosion force has weakened." "No, why has the erosion suddenly intensified? Which direction is the exit? The erosion is so strong. Am I going the wrong way? Quick, quick, quick. My world force is depleting, or my internal world can't hold out much longer. Perhaps I truly cannot escape." Zhang Yang fell silent, then plunged forward in one direction, when suddenly his expression changed. Such intense mist fiend. Why is the erosion here so terrifying? Could it be the source? What could its source be? A wormhole? A small plane? Suddenly his spiritual sense detected a huge net. For now only the peripheral threads and a thick main line stretching deeper were visible, from which unending erosion emanated. Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly, "Is this a supreme treasure? It's the source of the erosion. Could I have a chance to control it? Can I make it that far? A venerable must have come here before. Logically such a treasure would have been discovered, yet it remains here unclaimed." He quickly calmed down, murmuring, "My world force is severely depleted, but I have no retreat. The treasure's location is likely the core. To escape I must control it." He followed the threads of the net, advancing through branch after branch, the erosion force still increasing. I've already traveled 2 billion kilometers. When will I reach the core? This treasure is too vast, too powerful. This is another line leading to the core. Almost there. Finally Zhang Yang reached the very core of the net. Suddenly he felt an eerie chill. The heavy chrome armor outside seemed to offer no protection, and his body as a realm lord became extremely fragile. 360 main lines, countless fine threads. But it's too eerie here. I must leave quickly after claiming it. My internal world can't hold out much longer. It will take over a decade to recover after I get out. So heavy. Is it called the Erosion Abyss Prison? After completing the recognition, Zhang Yang frowned. What? A peak domain class supreme treasure. How is that possible? How could such a powerful treasure exist here? Zhang Yang's face was filled with terror. He knew that a place housing such a treasure would inevitably be fraught with great danger, and possessing such a treasure as a weakling was in itself a disaster. No, I must first put it away. I can't even activate it, it's too powerful. Too slow. How long will it take to store it? But at least after claiming it, I no longer fear the erosion force. Time passed slowly. Outside, all the kings had already left. Staying inside for so long, even a peak king could not endure. Moreover, given the information left by the Shadow Sting King, no one believed Ghost King could survive the Mist Fiend Ocean. It was the greatest terror within the Mist Annihilation secret realm, thankfully confined to the core Zhuochen prison, and not spreading outward. Beneath Zhang Yang, the Mist Fiend grew denser. At the very bottom lay a pitch-black vortex, but from the side it appeared as thin as a sheet of paper. At the center of the vortex was a colorful barrier through which countless moving specks of light could be faintly seen. Upon closer inspection, each speck of light contained a human figure. A gigantic humanoid creature at least millions of kilometers tall lay there quietly, as if in slumber. Looking at another speck of light inside was a beast with a bull's head and scaly armor, also seemingly asleep. Its body was even larger than the previous humanoid, at least tens of millions of kilometers in size. The specks of light drifted continuously, containing either pagodas, colossal sleeping corpses, beautiful women, towering ancient trees. Whatever was inside, they were all shrunk countless times, floating in that space. Occasionally a speck would collide with the colorful barrier and bounce back at even greater speed. A year later, Zhang Yang said with relief, finally stored it away. Without reaching the immortal realm, I probably can't even use it, and even an immortal could only unleash a fraction of its power. No! Zhang Yang looked around in surprise, affirming, the Mist Fiend here hasn't weakened. It's still intensifying. The strangeness here isn't entirely caused by this treasure. What is down there? He glanced down. All around was pitch black, but the eerie chill was gradually intensifying. Below seemed to be an abyss, and this secret realm was merely an entrance to that abyss. After staring for a while, Zhang Yang felt as if his mind was being drawn into the darkness, even though it was just a void. Huff! Zhang Yang exhaled, saying, below must be extremely dangerous, but I'm too weak to explore it now. And I have a bad premonition. I'd better leave quickly and first restore my internal world. Oh, damn! Babata suddenly exclaimed. Luo Feng quickly asked, what is it? Do you have news about Senior? How is this possible? It's utterly impossible. How can he be in the Mist Annihilation prison? His opponents were kings. How can he still be alive? I already bought him a coffin. Babata said incoherently, clearly shocked to the core. Babata. Luo Feng frowned and said solemnly. Babata hadn't explained clearly how Zhang Yang was. It was too frustrating. Hearing Luo Feng's call, Babata snapped out of it and quickly said, don't worry, Zhang Yang is fine. He'll return to Earth soon. Time passed slowly. In a void within a temple spanning 100 million kilometers. Subordinates pay respects to the venerable. King Bingzong and King Bloodtrace bowed together. On the magnificent palace throne, a handsome young man smiled. You've come at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. King Bingzong and King Bloodtrace exchanged glances, then asked respectfully, may we ask what the venerable wishes to discuss? The handsome young man chuckled. Weren't you investigating Luo Feng's secret? Now go and buy the earth from him. King Bingzong and King Bloodtrace stared wide-eyed. Buy a planet? Had they heard correctly? The handsome young man shook his head and explained. The great axe creator returned yesterday. During a conversation with the Chaos City Lord, they mentioned a few interesting little ones. He personally went to investigate and discovered the wonder of that planet. Now the news has spread. Many venerables have likely already made moves to buy that planet. King Bingzong spoke up this. The venerable has already sent someone. Do we still need the information we gathered? The handsome young man waved his hand dismissively. No need. My earlier guess was indeed correct. But even if I went, I probably wouldn't have seen anything. Who could imagine a planet being so miraculous? King Bingzong and King Bloodtrace looked as if they wanted to speak, but hesitated, exchanging glances, unsure how to proceed. The handsome young man noticing asked curiously, "Did you discover something else?" King Bingzong no longer concealed, saying directly, "Venerable, we noticed that target No. 2 Zhang Yang hides himself deeply. Though he is a realm lord, he is suspected to possess king-level combat power." The handsome young man rose abruptly, his expression turning grave, and repeated softly, "King-level combat power. A genius that appears once in tens of millions of epochs. Is this earth truly so miraculous? Alas, I am still young. It's a pity I cannot control such a treasure. Never mind. King-level combat power. This time let's just watch the show." A murky expanse of orange-yellow with lust filling the sky and sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles. The wind howled fiercely and sand and dust scoured the entire world. The ground was flattened by the fierce wind, and the lust on the surface flowed swiftly like the Yellow River. For billions of miles there was not a single oasis, and no living creature could be seen. Even if there were any, it would soon be completely buried. Of course, life is full of wonders. Those nocturnal creatures would always adapt to the environment, striving to grow in a dark corner, where there was no sunlight, no moisture, and even nutrients were extremely scarce. If it could keep growing, it would eventually break free from the shackles of its environment, thrive, and even give rise to an oasis. Survival of the fittest. Only by living can one create miracles. The view moved rapidly, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. There lay a bright silver spaceship quietly on the lust plain. It was not completely buried. An invisible light shield blocked all sand and lust. Inside the spaceship, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes and asked softly, "Xiao Chun, haven't you found the target yet? The number of cultivators here shouldn't be so scarce." Xiao Chun replied, "Master, indeed no prey has been found. Perhaps the news of your presence here was leaked by those realm lords. Since you haven't revealed your identity, given your terrifying battle record, once the news spreads, those sealed kings naturally wouldn't dare to disturb you." Zhang Yang frowned slightly, then relaxed and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Since 50 years ago, the sealed kings here have been unable to make me go all out. I can't even find a suitable opponent to test my techniques." Xiao Chun flattered, "Master, without using soul attacks you can rival a peak sealed king. There are probably only a few such powerhouses here. And because you are merciful, only attacking strong opponents, it's normal for your whereabouts to be exposed." Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head. "Xiao Chun, you don't need to flatter me. When have I ever been merciful? I don't kill them simply because they are not worth killing." Xiao Chun said seriously. Xiao Chun is not lying. Treasures belong to the capable. A wealth is the root of calamity. Your refusal to strike at the weak is indeed a sign of mercy in your heart. Zhang Yang's expression froze. Powerful. He was actually very weak. After all, he couldn't even protect what he wanted to protect now. He had obtained a supreme treasure but couldn't even use it. How terrifying would the full power of a peak domain-type supreme treasure be? He could only hide it tightly. Otherwise, even if he had 10,000 lives, they wouldn't be enough. If he dared to resist, those powerful beings would crush him like an ant. The weak have no right to demand anything. "Master, perhaps you should change places," Xiao Chun suggested. Zhang Yang shook his head. Now he could only roam around by altering his aura, and he handled wealth through his subordinates. He rarely entered the virtual universe while in the secret realm. He thought to himself, "Now that my foundation of laws is not yet complete, I cannot break through to Realm Lord. Apart from some minor improvements in secret arts, my progress has become extremely difficult. Perhaps the battlefield beyond the domain would suit me, high-intensity combat. But I cannot go. Maybe I should just focus on meditating for a while." Xiao Chun said softly, "Master, what are you worried about? You are already incredibly powerful." Zhang Yang said leisurely, "Xiao Chun, you don't understand. Powerful only in the midst of these ants." He couldn't even protect himself. If we talk about talent, he would admit it. After all, it had been over 200 years since he became a realm lord. When he first became one, his talent was 1,000 times that of a god on earth. Increasing by 10 each year for 100 times over 200 years. His talent now exceeded 200,000 times that of an ordinary earthling god. Otherwise, how could he have earned the title Ghost Soul King in the Wuyan secret realm? And now that title was enough to scare off all the sealed kings in the Huangjua secret realm. Suddenly Xiao Chun cried out anxiously, "Master, bad news. A sealed king has just descended on Earth." Zhang Yang's face instantly changed drastically. How could a sealed king reach Earth? He had been so careful. Why couldn't he be given more time? He had already warned Hong not to reveal the matter of Earthling's mindset and willpower. Why did a sealed king still go to Earth? He had no time to think further. With a flicker he appeared outside the spaceship, and the next moment his body vanished directly. Space continuously shifted, and he soon reached the exit of the secret realm. Leaving the secret realm and arriving in the starry sky free from the endless lust oppression, Zhang Yang waved his hand. A burly man 4 meters tall with scales on his skin appeared before him, and he ordered, "Quick! Divine Kingdom teleportation to Earth." The scaly man didn't hesitate. His immortal divine power erupted, space fluctuated, and a swirling black hole appeared. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate and plunged straight into it. Earth Amazon forest. Space fluctuated, and a very handsome man led over a dozen people out of a spatial passage. The handsome man said proudly, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that immortal crystal to work so quickly. In the arena my father's subordinates must be the fastest to arrive." An old man with green hair and a single horn on his head said, "This earth is very remote. The immortals under the venerables rarely leave coordinate tokens in such places." A woman with fish scales on her face nodded in agreement. Divine Kingdom teleportation requires coordinate tokens. Without them the location cannot be determined. If the distance is short one can teleport. If it's too far one would have to fly slowly, as teleportation also has range limits. The handsome man smiled. "Alright, Nabu, find a way to force Luo Feng out. We'll go to the Starry Sky first to avoid scaring him into not coming back." Then he turned and said, "Ninth junior brother, you're the only one here who can teleport. Please trouble you." Jiangnan New City Zhang residence. In the dim room there was not a sound. A vigorous young man with eagle wings sat cross-legged on the ground, as still as a work of art. Suddenly the eagle-winged youth's eyes snapped open. He said gravely, "How could such a powerful being come to Earth? No wonder the master told me to hide here and not reveal my aura. I'd better inform the master immediately." 6 sealed kings. Among them the divine power auras of Tengyu King and Nanli King. "I can't handle them." As the message was sent, the eagle-winged youth became tense, but soon he relaxed. Because 17 of the divine power auras had disappeared, leaving only one sealed marquee. Such a level of opponent he could handle for now, but he feared the sealed kings might return. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Space above Jiangnan New City fluctuated again, and a black vortex slowly appeared. Soon a 4-meter-tall scaly man stepped out of the black vortex. After coming out, he quickly transmitted, "Aurora King, come quickly. The master orders absolute concealment." Below, a black line flashed like lightning, and as it approached the scaly man it suddenly vanished. Nabu, who was still in the Amazon forest watching the giant pythons with interest, sensed the divine kingdom teleportation. He felt a sinking feeling and quickly dialed the handsome young man's virtual universe communication. Before the call connected, the 17 immortals who had disappeared flashed back into the air. The handsome young man at the lead stepped out angrily. "Nabu, what's going on? Why is there a divine kingdom teleportation?" Nabu said frantically, "Lord Yenju King, I don't know what happened. Just 10 seconds after you disappeared, as I was about to act, I sensed the spatial fluctuation of a divine kingdom teleportation." Yenju King said grimly, "Let me see who dares to steal our credit. The teleportation is over there, isn't it?" Saying this, he stood above the forest and looked toward the Jiangnan direction, his eyes blazing with endless fury. The next second his figure vanished, and the 17 immortals followed suit, disappearing from the forest. The forest remained as quiet as before, with a lordly black-feathered golden eagle screeching freely. Yenju King looked at the sealed king immortal above Jiangnan New City. For meters tall, heavily built, covered in thick scales, he looked formidable and not to be trifled with. Only his divine power seemed odd. Merely 96 of a divine body. His eyes were full of doubt. He was certain he had never seen this sealed king before. There were a total of 100,000 sealed kings in humanity. Although he didn't know many, it was no more than 5000. Could it be an immortal who had been injured and was recuperating on Earth? Such phenomena were common, as recovery medicines for divine power were extremely expensive. Restoring the last 20 of the body cost tens of billions of mixed units. "Junior brother, this is Nushuan King. He belongs to the Universe Mercenary Alliance with peak sealed king strength comparable to mine." A divine power transmission entered Yenju King's ear. He turned and looked at the green-haired, one-horned senior brother, nodded grimly. Turning back, Yenju King shouted arrogantly at Nushuan King, "The giant axe arena is conducting business. Unrelated personnel leave immediately." The sound spread mightily, and the earthlings below all covered their ears in pain. None were spared, whether planetary, stellar, or cosmic level. Even many newborn babies had blood oozing from their ears, but no one could help them because all the nurses had fainted on the ground. Zhang Yang, inside the world ring, felt the changes outside. Murderous intent surged in his heart, but he wasn't sure how far things had progressed. It wasn't yet time to act. So he transmitted through his consciousness to the enslaved Nushuan King, burning with rage, "Protect the earthlings below." "Yes, master." This subordinate was unaware before. "Please punish me." Nushuan King quickly apologized in his mind. Zhang Yang replied coldly, "Ignorance is excusable. Stall for time. They might value this planet. You can use it as a threat, but absolutely do not destroy it." Nushuan King's consciousness quickly responded, "Yes, master. This subordinate will complete the task." Outside, Nushuan King's face turned furious. His scales bulged, his aura rose bit by bit, and his body blazed with crimson flames, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. The giant axe arena, quite the imposing manner. His voice boomed like a spring thunderclap, but it consciously avoided all people. The clouds in the sky, however, were completely scattered. The voice continued, I belong to the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Do you think I would fear you? Speak up. Let me hear what you have come to this ordinary planet for. The Nightmare Candle King's face turned extremely unpleasant. He had never expected that, with 6 kings on their side, and having stated their identities, the Rage Whirl King would still be so arrogant. How dare he? Yet thinking of Earth's peculiarity, he suppressed his fury, though resentment burned within. It had been so many years, since anyone had dared to belittle him like this. If not for the fear of damaging Earth, he would have killed this insolent fool today. The Rage Whirl King saw the Nightmare Candle King's expression and sneered. All of you are kings, yet you dare tell such a joke. In this remote place, who else could you be here for but me? Did you think I'd be easy to bully after my divine power was drained? Too bad. I've spent 4.5 billion mixed units and recovered. Any other friends still hiding? Come out, don't lurk anymore. The Nightmare Candle King took 3 deep breaths before suppressing his raging heart. If a battle broke out here, even his father might not be able to protect him. He could be locked in the prison beyond the 9th Star prison or even executed outright. At the thought, a shudder ran through him, extinguishing his fury and madness. He struggled to keep his voice calm, though a tremor of anger remained. Rage Whirl King, this has nothing to do with you. I'll let you leave. Luo Feng, your brother, is calling you on the virtual universe. Babata said casually. Luo Feng was about to speak, when Babata's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Feng, your family and most of your friends on Earth are requesting calls. Luo Feng shot to his feet. Was Earth in danger? Panicked, he said quickly, connect them all. Luo Hua's figure appeared in his mind. Brother immortals have come to Earth. Hurry back. They're about to fight. Luo Feng's heart raced. I'll be right there. Babata informed my teacher True Yen King. Dylan, teleport us through the Divine Kingdom. Quick. Ha ha ha. The Rage Whirl King burst into laughter at the Nightmare Candle King's voice. Then he said curiously, I thought you were chasing me, but it turns out you're not. Such a big commotion. What are you doing here? In such a remote star region, could there be some treasure? The Nightmare Candle King ground his teeth. Rage Whirl King, you might not know who I am. I am the son of the Candle Fire Honored One, and I'm here on official business for the Giant Axe Arena. He then said slowly, I advise you to think carefully. The Rage Whirl King's face changed. The Candle Fire Honored One. The son of a Honored One. No wonder he was so arrogant before. He quickly spoke to Zhang Yang in his mind. Master, what should we do now? This might involve a Honored One. Please instruct me. Inside the world ring, Zhang Yang's eyes grew distant. His worst fear had come true, though nothing seemed to have been exposed. If Hong hadn't broken through to the 21st layer of the illusory sea, how could those incredible beings have taken notice? Earth had been transformed, but it wasn't something ordinary people could see. Only those who deeply understood the laws of the universe's origin, lived for eons and witnessed countless wonders, could detect it. Those who met these conditions were at least top-tier cosmic overlords. Beings with power millions of times greater than his. How could he face such entities now? His voice turned icy. Keep stalling him. Yes, master. The Rage Whirl King replied inwardly, but outwardly he grew even more agitated. He roared, threatening me. You're threatening me. The Honored One is indeed great, but I, Rage Whirl King, cannot tolerate threats. I serve under the Hao Yang Honored One. If you can summon your Honored One, I can summon mine. Today let me taste the skill of the Giant Axe Arena's kings. Jade Vine King, it's been thousands of epochs. Back then you were slightly stronger than me. How are you now? The Nightmare Candle King's face darkened further. He couldn't help but glance at his senior brother. The green-haired horned elder knew his junior's temperament well. If he had spoken earlier, it would have angered the Nightmare Candle King. The situation had indeed been mishandled. Kings might fear honored ones, but they wouldn't be cowed by a mere name. The Nightmare Candle King's tone was so provocative that the Rage Whirl King likely saw it as an insult. Now the Rage Whirl King was clearly cornered. This was a disaster. Their master's mission would probably fail. Since he was being looked to for a solution, how should he handle it? With both sides about to clash, he could only force a smile. Rage Whirl King, you haven't changed after all these years. No need to test your strength. We're just temporarily stationed on this planet, awaiting the Honored One's orders. As for the mission, you know the rules. The Rage Whirl King scoffed. We're all old enough. Spare me these tricks. Since I left a token here, I've looked into this place. You're here for Luo Feng, aren't you? The genius from the primordial secret realm. A fine lad, a promising king. But a mere kid doesn't warrant such a force. 6 kings, 12 marquises. Such a lineup. I'm really frightened, haha. After a hearty laugh, he looked at the Nightmare Candle King, whose face grew darker, but who still dared not act. The Rage Whirl King spoke with a rogue's tone. I'll stay and see what you want to do. Could this Luo Feng be involved in some treasure that an honored one would covet? Then I'm even more determined to stay. If I get the treasure, even if I die, the honored one will revive me for free, and I'll earn a favor from him. The Nightmare Candle King's mind went wild with rage. He cursed, bastard. You deserve to die. Even if you're revived, I'll kill you every time I see you. Let's see how many times you can be resurrected. Zhang Yang's words echoed in his consciousness. The Rage Whirl King's eyes turned dark, his heart equally frenzied. His aura fluctuated, and finally he spoke coldly. Nightmare Candle King, do you think I don't know you? A trash who stayed as a realm lord for 900 epochs. You probably don't even know your own worth. If I back down today, I'll be a laughingstock. Someday when the Candle Fire Honored One has another son, you'll be thrown into the star prison to rot. What are you even yapping about? How can such garbage be a king? Those who came with the Nightmare Candle King exchanged glances but showed no reaction, as if they hadn't heard. Rage Whirl King. The Nightmare Candle King's eyes burned with murderous intent. This was his most shameful secret, now ripped open and humiliated in public. As the only son of an honored one, he had been given a perfect body with countless treasures from an early age along with inexhaustible resources. Yet he spent 900 epochs as a realm lord before becoming an immortal. Though he reached the peak of a marquis, it was still deeply embarrassing. He knew how others saw him. Under those strange gazes his heart grew even more twisted. No one, except True Yen King, had ever, no one had ever dared call him trash like this, especially not after he became a king. He had suffered worse humiliation in the Star Prison, but that was a place for criminals. Everyone was disgraced and no one spoke of it. No one would gossip, but out here he would become a total laughingstock, mocked by all his kin. He decided that once this matter was over, even if it meant endless imprisonment, he would kill the Rage Whirl King. Only death could wash away his shame. Inside the world ring, Zhang Yang's eyes glowed faintly. He observed every expression of the Nightmare Candle King. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had thought that knowing the plot would let him manipulate events. He had assumed that if Luo Feng grew normally without Hong breaking into the illusory sea, Earth would remain undiscovered. He had believed his desperate hiding could last until his rise. 10,000 years. He only needed 10,000 years. But now it had been less than 400. The situation was completely out of hand. His efforts were wasted. The Nightmare Candle King had arrived, with the same lineup as in the original story. Luo Feng hadn't changed much and other events remained mostly the same. If everything could follow the original path, Zhang Yang could accept it. He hoped to return to his former world from whence he came. But now he didn't even know how Earth had been exposed. Hong had no connection to the giant X. Without ties to the human high level, what fate would those beings bestow upon Earth? For a moment a sense of guilt welled up in him. Perhaps the only solace was that he had prevented the golden armored beast's rampage, saving over 30 million human lives. But he didn't know if soon billions or even countless humans would die because of him. A spatial fluctuation rippled above Jiangnan New City. Luo Feng appeared beside Dylan. As soon as he emerged, he fixed his gaze on the Nightmare Candle King, with whom he had clashed before. He glanced covertly at the Rage Whirl King, an immortal he didn't recognize. Earth is exposed. A cosmic lord is coming. After I guide him to mention Earth, report it to the company. My master is Zhang Yang. The intangible words reached Luo Feng's ears. His eyes widened. A cosmic lord, Earth exposed. What was Earth's value? He didn't transmit. Though he had spent over 2 centuries in the Chenwu Star region, he was only a domain lord. His transmission would be detected by the kings present. Luo Feng spoke coldly. Everyone, this is my home. If you wish to fight, please leave. Otherwise, I will report the situation to the company's upper echelons. I doubt you want to face punishment from the Virtual Universe Company after your victory. Ha ha ha. The Rage Whirl King laughed mockingly. This has nothing to do with me. I just happened to pass by. Luo Feng, they're here for you. Why not hand over whatever treasure you have? Tisk tsk. They're from the giant axe arena. Threatening them with the Virtual Universe Company won't scare them. You're looking for me. Luo Feng's expression was deeply perplexed as he turned to look at Yanju Wang and asked, what business do you have with me? Is it because I was attacked in the Wulong Star sector earlier and you have objections to the judgment of the Nether Demon Venerable? Yanju Wang's face was as sour as if he had eaten feces. The Nether Demon Venerable was notorious for his ferocity. Even his father, the Candle Flame Venerable, dared not provoke him, let alone himself. He glanced at the person beside him only to find the old man with green hair and a single horn already lowering his head. When he turned to the other side, the woman whose face was covered in fish scales also looked away. As for those behind him, he didn't bother to look. They were all his junior brothers and subordinates. Asking for their opinion would only further prove his incompetence. He gritted his teeth and said, Luo Feng, I am here this time to purchase the ownership of Earth. Luo Feng's expression instantly turned cold. There was already enmity between them. His teacher Xinyan Wang had repeatedly humiliated Yanzhu Wang, and Yanzhu Wang had once made things difficult for him. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. He said coldly, "My homeland. I will never sell my homeland. This is not the Wulong Star sector and you have no authority here. The ownership documents of my homeland are jointly recognized by the 5 major forces. You wouldn't be planning to use force, would you?" Yanzhu Wang's face immediately darkened. He transmitted his voice through mental energy saying, "Luo Feng, you are merely a genius of the primordial secret realm. Aren't you afraid that I will send someone to kill you? I know you have activated the virtual universe synchronization, so you won't catch me. Killing you only requires a soul slave. Luo Feng, be sensible and hand over Earth. It's just a planet. I can compensate you with 1 billion mixed element units afterward. If you refuse, humph." Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Nushuan Wang. This was a man from his senior. If he could hold off Yanzhu Wang and his group, his strength must be considerable and Luo Feng's safety should be assured. As for Earth, he didn't need to worry too much. They wanted Earth so they wouldn't damage it. He silently sent emails to the 9 Swords Venerable the Tianshi Palace Lord and his teacher, hoping reinforcements would arrive soon. He said coldly, "Yan Wang, feel free to try, threatening a member of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company and encroaching on the homeland of a genius member. Even your father Yanzhu Wang cannot protect you. If you dare to act, where will the dignity of the Virtual Universe Company be? If you dare to act, where will the hearts of countless geniuses rest? Go ahead and act today. My race and the great universe master can resurrect people. I wonder if anyone will resurrect you." Yanzhu Wang's face twisted with rage. Earlier it was Xinyan Wang and now Luo Feng. This master and disciple pair were deliberately opposing him. He was now itching to act. Consequences be damned. He didn't dare to kill Luo Feng directly, but he could certainly strike at those earthlings. At worst he would be punished. An immense aura erupted from Yanzhu Wang. His immortal divine power enveloped the entire earth. He wanted Luo Feng to regret it. Resurrection. Dream on. How could a mere king-level figure get a transcendent being like a universe master to resurrect these lowly beings? Even he found it as difficult as ascending to heaven to meet a universe master. Luo Feng dared to boast like that. He wasn't so easily fooled. Buzz. The space trembled continuously. Yanzhu Wang's expression changed drastically as he roared at Nushuan Wang. "How dare you stop me?" Nushuan Wang looked at him coldly and said calmly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Ah!" Yanzhu Wang screamed in frenzy, secretly sending messages. Both sides feared that a full-scale eruption would damage Earth, but they had numerical superiority. A king-level immortal didn't need to use full power. A marquis level could withstand it. Today he would indulge himself. He couldn't attack Luo Feng's true body openly, but this Nushuan Wang would die today. First make Luo Feng regret it. First enslave Luo Feng's family through soul control, then annihilate Nushuan Wang's soul. After all, ethereal divine power wouldn't damage Earth. Yanzhu Wang might not have many assets, but he had a wide network. Others might fear the Virtual Universe Company, but those from the Giant Axe Arena, as long as they were willing to trade favors, dared to target Luo Feng's clan. After all, Yanzhu Wang's favor equated to the Candle Flame Venerable's favor. The debt of the son was paid by the father. His skill at mooching had reached its peak. Luo Feng was growing anxious. Why had his teacher agreed to help yet the reinforcements hadn't arrived? Nushuan Wang warily watched Yanzhu Wang and his group ready to counter any sudden attack. Both sides fell into a tense silence. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation. A young man with hair reaching the ground suddenly appeared beside Yanzhu Wang. He looked at Yanzhu Wang with a strange expression and transmitted mentally, "Brother, you called for me." Yanzhu Wang's mouth twitched and he nodded stiffly. "I'll make sure you're satisfied with the reward. Help me later." The long-haired young man gave Yanzhu Wang a strange smile and said, "You know what reward I want?" Then he stretched out a 20-centimeter tongue and licked it across his own face. Yanzhu Wang said coldly enough, "Your reward won't be lacking. Do you agree or not?" The long-haired youth scanned Nushuan Wang with his eyes and said in a shrill voice, "No problem." Buzz. Another spatial fluctuation. A tall, thin figure appeared. When he turned his face, it was truly chilling. He had no facial features at all. A drum-like voice emanated from his body. "Oh, Yanzhu Wang. Need help?" Yanzhu Wang's eyes flickered as he transmitted, 5 billion mixed element units. "Oh, acceptable." The faceless man stood beside Yanzhu Wang like a specter. Buzz buzz. 2 spatial fluctuations opened almost simultaneously. Dylan, upon seeing the newcomers, showed a delighted expression and shouted, "Teacher." Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His people had finally arrived. He quickly called out, "Senior brother." Yanzhu Wang nodded at the bear-like burly man who had just arrived and said in a deep voice, "Bloodthirsty King Tao Tai." None of the king-level fighters on his side could match Bloodthirsty King, which made him feel deeply oppressed. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, the Nine Swords Venerable was in his divine hall. The moment he saw the email from Luo Feng, he couldn't help but rage. How dare they encroach upon the homeland of a core member of my Virtual Universe Company? The Giant Axe Arena is going too far. But what secret does Earth hold? Both the Giant Axe Arena and the Universe Mercenary Alliance have king-level fighters present. Regardless, it is the property of my Virtual Universe Company. They have no right to interfere. The Nine Swords Venerable immediately summoned his immortal army. Over 1,000 immortals quickly gathered in the Divine Hall. The Nine Swords Venerable said, "Go to Earth at once and ensure Luo Feng's safety." "Nine Swords, your people don't need to go." A hazy voice sounded and all the immortals in the hall lost their consciousness. The Nine Swords Venerable's expression changed upon hearing the voice, and he quickly spoke humbly, "Yes, my lord. A good show is about to begin. If you want to watch, come along." The ethereal voice spoke again. The Nine Swords Venerable followed without hesitation. He glanced back at his still-dazed subordinates, sent a mass recall message, and vanished from the hall. Tengyu Wang, seeing the arrival of Bloodthirsty King, transmitted to Yanzhu Wang, junior brother, "Although Bloodthirsty King is not as strong as his teacher Jinyan Wang, he is not far off. Add Nushuan Wang and Dylan, who is skilled in soul arts, and we may not have the advantage." Yanzhu Wang gritted his teeth and replied, "I know, but the subordinates of the other venerables are arriving too slowly. Contacting them via Divine Kingdom teleportation is also too late. They are probably already traveling through the cosmos, and the nearest ones are almost at Earth. There's no other way now. We have to wait." Tengyu Wang surveyed the battle formations and reminded again, "Now, aside from the two major banks, the three major forces have gathered here. Our mission has failed. The longer we wait, the more out of control it will become." Yanzhu Wang's face was grim. He knew this well. His mind raced as he transmitted to his subordinates and allies, "In a moment we will strike with full force. They are few in number and afraid of causing widespread damage, so they will be cautious. Nushuan Wang might act, but he alone cannot change the situation. I'll send you the key targets. I'll count to 3, and then we all attack together. I don't believe such a small group can stop us. Once. If we fail to capture the key targets, you can act according to the situation. I'll bear the consequences. 3, 2, 1. Boom, 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 boom." A series of auras erupted instantly. Over 20 immortal beings suddenly charged toward various parts of Earth, targeting Luo Feng's entire family. Although Nushuan Wang was on guard, he only managed to protect Luo Feng's wife. Luo Feng's parents were all captured. Bloodthirsty King, despite his great strength, was too slow after being notified. Dylan barely qualified as a marquee level, and no one present was weaker than him. Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot, but he was utterly powerless in this situation. A domain lord of the 9th level was far too weak against immortals. Moreover, every immortal present was at least at the marquee level. Even Dylan, a soul master though weaker than others, was still a marquee level. He said in an icy voice, "Yanzhu Wang, I have the virtual universe synchronization activated. How dare you? How dare you? Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Virtual Universe Company?" Yanzhu Wang sneered and transmitted, "Afraid of you? I belong to the Giant Axe Arena, so I will be punished by the Giant Axe Arena. These should be your parents, right? Luo Feng, are you willing to trade Earth now? You should know that soul enslavement cannot be monitored by the virtual universe, and once enslaved, they cannot be resurrected. If I accidentally let my subordinates kill them, it won't be blamed on me. Have you made up your mind?" Inside the world ring, Zhang Yang sensed the situation developing differently. When would the immortal army of the Nine Swords Venerable arrive? He had thought about going out, but a deep instinct told him that there was great terror outside. This was the intuition from countless life and death battles, and he trusted it would not be wrong. Mysteriously, Zhang Yang began to recall every detail of his life on Earth, as the Lord of the Universe reversed the flow of time. If he hadn't been noticed in advance, naturally no one would pay attention to an ant, but what if he were noticed? There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Although he thought he had done well, the massive movement of wealth would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Virtual Universe Company. Zhang Yang's gaze locked onto a black-robed figure in the corner, his last remaining king-ranked subordinate. With cold eyes, he said, "Ku Shi Wang, you are responsible for activating the 9-lock soul-devouring array." Ku Shi Wang's hoarse voice came through the black robe. "Master, must it really be this way?" Zhang Yang nodded calmly. "Begin. Although the time has been advanced considerably, and the preparations are hasty, it is almost ready." Ku Shi Wang stepped forward 2 paces and said hoarsely, "Master, forgive me." With that, he took out an iron box about 10 centimeters in size, carved with mysterious patterns. Opening it, a pure black light point appeared. He extended an aged finger, controlling the light point to slowly move to Zhang Yang's forehead, and soon it submerged into it. Zhang Yang's eyes blurred for a moment, then quickly regained clarity. He raised his hand and the power of the world began to revolve. Soon a 9-colored light orb appeared. Strictly speaking, it should be 10 colors, as the silver was divided into bright silver and dark silver. Slowly clenching his hand, the light orb completely submerged into his palm. His eyes turned icy, and he said loudly, "Ku Shi Wang Qing Ju Ho Jiman Ho and Yen Ho, the four of you will follow my orders once we are out. As soon as I say, move, immediately begin burning your soul power, and cooperate with me to enslave Yen Ju Wang. After that, your subordinates obey." Qing Ju Ho and the others replied. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment. Since he came to this world, according to the time of the original universe, nearly 400 years had passed. Now he was finally about to face the powerful beings in the universe. Bang! Because Yen Ju Wang and the others were constantly agitating the power of the world, Zhang Yang and his group had no choice but to break the world ring and force their way out. Luo Feng saw Zhang Yang and nodded silently. Now his family was still under the control of Yen Ju Wang and the others, and his mind was entirely focused on how to save them. Yen Ju Wang looked at the figures behind Zhang Yang. He recognized Ku Shi Wang and Ji Guang Wang. One was a soul master, the other was very skilled at concealment, both with considerable reputations. But the one standing at the front, Zhang Yang, he truly did not recognize. As for the marquises behind, his expression changed slightly, but he didn't pay much attention. He turned and exchanged a glance with his senior brother, understanding the latter's meaning. His senior brother had also never seen Zhang Yang. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Yang, he asked hesitantly, "Are you together with Nu Xian Wang?" No wonder he was so tough just now. But if I remember correctly, Ku Shi Wang should belong to the Universe Stellar Bank, and Ji Guang Wang belongs to the Universe First Bank, right? Then he asked Zhang Yang, "And who are you?" Zhang Yang raised his head without looking at him. He was sensing the surrounding space, but how could he, a mere existence, perceive the Lord of the Universe? His search naturally yielded nothing. He sighed softly in his heart. Now I am the fish and others are the chopping block. Even if I discovered something, what could I do? Turning to look at Yen Ju Wang, whose anger was about to rise, Zhang Yang's eyes turned icy. He said calmly, "Let the people go. Since it has already been discovered, Earth in your hands is no different from Earth in Luo Feng's hands." Yen Ju Wang said with a grim face, "Where did you come from? How dare you lecture me?" Zhang Yang remained calm and said, "Since Candle Flame Lord can send people, other lords will not be slow. It's just a matter of one more share of interest. You have already failed. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Yen Ju Wang's face alternated between light and dark. Looking at Zhang Yang, he suddenly changed color and said hoarsely, "You're a Earthling. You came out of Nu Xian Wang's world ring. Were those words by Nu Xian Wang earlier spoken on your orders?" Zhang Yang's eyes dimmed considerably. He looked at Yen Ju Wang quietly, neither admitting nor denying. "Senior," Luo Feng called out with worried eyes, looking at Zhang Yang with hesitation. His parents were now in the hands of Yen Ju Wang. "A lowly race. A lowly race." Yen Ju Wang repeated endlessly, unable to suppress his overwhelming rage. "How dare you humiliate me like this? Die!" With that, he reached out to grab Luo Hongua. Zhang Yang had been on guard against him all along, and shouted to his subordinates in his mind, "Move!" Boom, 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 boom. Ku Shi Wang and the other three directly burned their divine power, their entire bodies becoming ethereal, and surging ethereal divine power rushed toward Yen Ju Wang. Yen Ju Wang shouted in horror, "There are actually 4 soul masters. Save me quickly." Without him needing to speak, his 3 marquee-level immortals also began burning their immortal power, sending ethereal power toward Yen Ju Wang to form a defensive formation. Zhang Yang's gaze fell on Yen Ju Wang's subordinates, who were holding hostages. Tiger-headed lizard men, fox-tailed long-haired apes, fish-scale men, and horned men. Then, without hesitation, he used the strongest illusion technique he had created over the years. Illusory divine heart soul. A colorful barrier suddenly expanded, directly enveloping Yen Ju Wang and the others. For a moment they became stiff, and even the 3 soul-type marquises who were coordinating defense had their divine power pause for an instant. Ji Guang Wang and the others rushed forward the moment Zhang Yang acted, easily rescuing the captured Earthlings and placing them beside Shi Shui Wang. After rescuing the hostages, Zhang Yang's eyes also burned with black flames. How long had it been since he last burned his soul power? The last time was 300 years ago, and he had never used it since. Soul severance, divine extinction. A hazy will rose like a giant dragon, a will that completely surpassed that of a king, making it seem as if a lord had descended. How could Yen Ju Wang not sense this will? His father was a lord. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. If he couldn't deal with Luo Feng, he could just let it go. As long as he lived, there would always be opportunities. But now it was no longer a choice for him. He knew that once this unfamiliar king's soul attack reached him, he would likely die. He screamed desperately, "Ah!" As Yen Ju Wang struggled to control himself, the ancient runes on his forehead slowly emerged, finally appearing fully. Suddenly he felt much stronger. "It's useless. It's just an auxiliary treasure, not a soul defense treasure. Its defense against soul attacks is very limited." Zhang Yang coldly stated the facts as if pronouncing a death sentence on Yanzhu Wang. Then he said softly, "Actually, I gave you a chance." An invisible clash erupted in Yanzhu Wang's mind, with Zhang Yang's soul and will joining the defense of Yanzhu Wang, and his group was steadily defeated. He wailed in agony within his own mind, but Zhang Yang's side was already going all out, paying no attention to his reaction. Humph! With a cold snort, an equally vast will descended. A clone of candle flame appeared above Yanzhu Wang's head and scolded. "If you had mastered the treasure I gave you quickly, why would you be forced to this point by a few peak kings?" After scolding his son, he turned angrily to Zhang Yang and said in a low voice, "Stop now. Do you want me to take action?" Zhang Yang, pale and trembling slightly, had no time to speak. His soul power was engaged in a fierce struggle, and he was about to break through Yanzhu Wang's defense. Nu Xian Wang suddenly sensed a wave of Zhang Yang's consciousness, and said to Candle Flame Lord, "Lord, my master said that if it were your true body coming, he would naturally stop. But now it's just a divine power clone. Just a part of your will descending. Don't bluff. Soul burning is not like divine power burning, which is easy to stop. Since you can't properly manage your family, others will educate them. A king dares to." Candle Flame Lord roared, then looked seriously at Zhang Yang. He said in disbelief, "Domain Lord. He's a Domain Lord." The many immortals present were stunned. Such a powerful aura, such a terrifying will, yet he was only a Domain Lord. How could this be? Luo Feng's eyes were puzzled. Wasn't his senior a Domain Lord already? Although his aura now seemed much stronger, he was confident that if he became a Domain Lord he could also achieve this. He looked questioningly at Diluan. Diluan replied directly, "Junior uncle, this lord truly appears to be a king to us. He might have used a treasure to alter his aura." Babata, cowering in Luo Feng's consciousness, groaned weakly, "Too terrifying, too terrifying. Zhang Yang, merely a Domain Lord, can rival a peak king-level soul master. Even the murderer who killed master is far inferior to this level. What went wrong? He wasn't like this when he returned to Earth before." Candle Flame Lord ignored the other's astonishment. His face suddenly turned anxious. Could a soul burn below the immortal level be stopped? Thinking of his son, he softened his tone and quickly urged Zhang Yang, "Stop, let's talk things over." In secret, his true body had already begun teleporting through his divine kingdom. Once he arrived, he would make Zhang Yang pay. Death could no longer resolve the hatred in his heart. How dare he insult him and harm his son? Such audacity! At the same time, there was a hint of fear in his heart. A Domain Lord could achieve this level. He must strike with a single lethal blow once he arrived. Otherwise the consequences would be endless. Killing such a genius might incur a heavy penalty, but he was just a genius. Humanity never lacked geniuses, and Candle Flame could afford to kill one. His soul power continuously burning, Zhang Yang already felt his own weakness, but Yanzhu Wang was even weaker because the 4 soul masters had launched soul attacks the moment they burned their divine power. That speed was so fast. Although he could withstand the first strike, he couldn't burn his divine power under such a frenzied will. With only 3 marquee-level soul masters among his subordinates, they were utterly unable to resist Zhang Yang's attack. Zhang Yang's face was pale, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Success." In his heart he shouted, "Stop." He quickly withdrew from the burning state, and his complexion improved slightly. Then he turned to look at the family members and some earthlings who had been brought over. Without Zhang Yang's orders, one of his marquee subordinates had already opened a divine kingdom according to plan. Just as Yanzhu Wang was about to bow, Zhang Yang immediately said, "From now on you will guard the Milky Way and protect the Earthlings. If you can't, then just self-destruct." Without daring to hesitate for a moment, Zhang Yang and his subordinates quickly flew toward the Divine Kingdom passage. As he left, he turned and gave Luo Feng a deep look. Then he entered directly. He hadn't expected it to be so smooth. The 7 kings, because they were on Earth and dared not go all out, were blocked directly. Surprisingly, no one could seal space. But it didn't matter. Even if space were sealed, he had another plan. Now inside the Divine Kingdom, looking at the pursuing enemies behind, he knew that the escape had only just begun. Within a complete Divine Kingdom, there existed a sun akin to a star, along with tens of millions of kilometers of land and ocean. 5 continents occupied the 5 cardinal directions, while the center was a vast sea. Above, the sky layers of clouds drifted. Upon the continents, mountains and forests stretched. Within the ocean, countless creatures thrived and multiplied. Humans lived on the continents, having built ancient cities one after another. Every city housed a temple, and at this moment all the people of this world were worshipping their creator god Tanku. Zhang Yang, his face pale, looked at his parents. He was extremely weak now, offering them an apologetic smile before turning around with difficulty to pat one of the marquee-level cultivators on the back. "All right, proceed according to the plan." Having said that, he raised his hand with great effort. A 10-colored orb spun, expanding with each rotation until it fully spread across the entire Divine Kingdom. After completing this, Zhang Yang's face grew even paler, and he stumbled in the air. A nearby eternal immortal quickly steadied him. Niuxuan King and the others felt the immense power of the secret technique, their eyes devout as they addressed Zhang Yang in unison, "Yes, master." Then they began their respective actions. Kushi King and other soul-type masters opened their world rings, and in an instant over 100 eternal immortal figures appeared in this world. Even though they restrained their auras, the space trembled violently. Niuxuan King and the other 3 kings bowed once more to Zhang Yang, then led 5 initial stage kings toward the enemies behind. They all knew death was certain, but their master was everything to them. To die protecting him was their glory. Then Zhang Yang saw a marquis who had not appeared before, preparing to leave with his reluctant family and bewildered clan. Zhang Yang looked at his family with apologetic eyes. If they followed him, the danger would be even greater. If they separated, even if he could not escape, his family and clan should not encounter danger. According to the subsequent plan, perhaps only a universe master would find them, but a group of insignificant humans would not warrant the attention of such a powerful being. They would not personally search for them. The remaining ordinary eternal immortals bowed to Zhang Yang. Many of them he had never seen before, as they were slaves of slaves of slaves. But this was better. He did not recognize them, so outsiders would be even less suspicious. These ordinary eternal immortals then performed divine kingdom teleportations one after another. They had other tasks to gather more earthlings, hide this generation completely, and reemerge only after the next generation or several generations. The inheritance plan had already been initiated. This time it was not because of Hong's breakthrough in the illusory sea, and the situation was even more severe. He did not know if the talents and strength he had displayed would be valued by those great figures. He could only prepare for the worst. After all, in the original story, Hong was taken as a disciple by the Giant Axe. But now, without the Giant Axe's influence, who knew what fate the universe masters would bestow upon Earth? The weak do not deserve treasures. Treasures are a disaster. The fate of the weak can only be determined by the charity of the strong. Zhang Yang had ventured into secret realms for over 200 years. He had killed many but spared even more. Both humans and aliens followed the same rule: the fate of the weak is merely a thought in the mind of the strong. However, Luofeng was a member of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, and could at least protect a portion of Earthlings. Besides, the Candle Flame Venerable had to endure for the sake of his son. Now it all depended on whether he could escape. He glanced at the 4 remaining initial stage kings beside him and said to Tanku, "Once we leave you, immediately initiate the operation." Tanku said with fervent eyes, "Master, you will surely escape successfully." With that, several fiery red crystals appeared in his hand, and he flew without hesitation toward the direction of the battle. A spatial ripple appeared once more, and Zhang Yang's figure gradually faded. In the blur, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Zhang Yang grinned and then heard a roar. On Earth above Jiangnan New City, the space resembled a shattered mirror with countless black cracks spreading deeper, as if countless black lightning bolts had been slashed out from within. The center of the mirror was pitch black. The space there had been completely crushed. A fierce battle raged within, with countless figures shuttling back and forth, and various colors of immortal power surging through the entire space. The shock waves of the battle made the Milky Way tremble. Fortunately, they had consciously avoided Earth, and the planet was also protected by the power of an eternal immortal. Luofeng watched the sky with trembling eyes. Was this the battle between eternal immortals? It was terrifying. He quickly said to Dylan, "Hurry and collect all the Earthlings." Dylan nodded, closed his eyes, and sensed the surroundings. Then his immortal power began to spread, quickly enveloping the entire Earth. In an instant, in supermarkets, offices, hospitals, schools, and everywhere else, all the people on Earth shimmered with light and vanished from their spots. He smiled and said, "Little Uncle Master, it worked." Fortunately, no one was stirring the world force here, and the battle's aftermath did not reach Earth. Otherwise, even if we gathered them all, we couldn't have stored them into the world ring. Luofeng nodded grimly. He did not know what to do now. The great battle in deep space was beyond his involvement, and Earth's future was utterly uncertain. He asked the bloodthirsty king, "Senior brother, how is the battle going? Can senior brother Zhang escape?" The bloodthirsty king stared intently at the battlefield. This matter involved a venerable, and he could no longer intervene, otherwise he would certainly be implicated. He had already reported to the higher-level venerable. Self-preservation was possible, but with a venerable son being enslaved, any mad action could be taken. He replied to Luofeng, "The one who escaped is your kin. Soul masters are truly terrifying creatures. Even with a treasure assisting him, I couldn't do anything to Yenju King, yet now he is enslaved. Now his slaves in the spatial layers are desperately blocking. The 3 kings, including Niuxuan King, are fighting against 8 kings from the Giant Axe Arena. Although their power is slightly inferior, they can hold them off for a while with their desperate efforts. With the enslaved Yenju King added, the people from the Giant Axe Arena are hesitant. The situation is somewhat balanced. But as for escaping..." Luofeng frowned and said in a deep voice, He can't escape, right? What about divine kingdom teleportation? The bloodthirsty king shook his head seriously. Right now, only some kings are involved. They can block, but if he tries to flee, the venerable behind will surely follow the spatial fluctuations and catch up. Moreover, this concerns a high-level figure of the giant axe arena. Even if he conceals the spatial traces, there is still. The bloodthirsty king pointed at the starry sky. Luo Feng said, thoughtfully, "Senior brother, means the virtual universe." The bloodthirsty king nodded solemnly. "You and I use the virtual universe every day. Have you ever noticed any traces? Under such unimaginable technology, how could he escape?" Luo Feng looked down at Earth. This was the starting point of everything, the place that nurtured them. Many venerables sought to seize it, and now it had become the source of disaster. Probably it could not be defended. He asked calmly, "Senior brother, what will happen to us Earthlings?" The bloodthirsty king fell silent. How could they mere weaklings fathom the thoughts of a venerable or an exalted universe master? A red light flashed in the sky, and a fiery figure appeared directly. The surrounding space showed no ripples, as if he had always been there. Clearly he had fully comprehended the spatial laws. The moment he appeared, the stars in the sky dimmed. The aura of a universe overlord spread completely, as if he were the supreme sovereign of the universe. Blazing flames danced incessantly. The moment the candle flame venerable appeared, his eyes turned toward the figure fighting in the spatial rift. His son now enslaved. "Die!" He roared and charged directly into the spatial rift, unleashing his divine power without reserve. The complete spatial laws and fire laws erupted with boundless might. The spatial rift instantly transformed into a blazing sea of fire, which then swallowed Nushuan King and the others entirely. Kushi King and the others were suppressed almost instantly. They exchanged glances and shouted, "For the master!" Boom! 8 figures exploded like gunpowder in an instant. The candle flame venerable saw his son, still at the center of the explosion, his eyes twitching. He shouted, "Chaluo!" and flashed directly in front of him, blocking the blast. Then, enduring the energy of the self-destruction, he charged forward without pause. When he saw Zhang Yang performing the divine kingdom teleportation, the fury within him erupted completely. He roared, "You cannot escape!" Seeing the mockery on Zhang Yang's lips, he erupted with divine power. The divine kingdom before him shattered inch by inch, and a sea of fire appeared directly within it, turning countless lives into charcoal in the next second. He looked at the charging Tanku with icy eyes. A mere marquis dared to block him. Tanku sensed that his master had fully entered the divine kingdom passage. With a crazed gaze at the candle flame venerable, he was only a marquis, yet now, he had the chance to block a venerable. Something he had never dared to imagine. But the plan had already been set. He just needed to follow it. He straightened his body and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The candle flame venerable's eyes twitched. The space around him shattered inch by inch, and boundless energy surged outward from Tanku's body. The death of a soul slave didn't matter. The fire origin crystals he didn't fear. The dissolution of the divine kingdom was irrelevant. But the complete erasure of spatial traces, he could not accept it. His son was still enslaved. It was just a simple mission. Who could have imagined it would turn into this? "Ah! You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I will kill you. You cannot escape." The divine kingdom had become empty. The earlier flames had ended all life, and then the kingdom itself collapsed. Combined with the power of several fire origin divine crystals, the surroundings were completely cleared, leaving not even cosmic dust. The candle flame venerable vented his energy madly in the spatial layers, his roars shattering small spatial continents. Suddenly he stopped, a hint of twilight in his eyes. He hoarsely said, "You cannot escape. I will now contact my teacher, the great Void Gold Master. Even if I exhaust countless treasures, I will use the resources of the virtual universe to find you." "Candle flame!" A cheerful voice came from the distant void. The countenance of Zhu Hua venerable stiffened, and he spoke with sorrow, "Great founder, this matter you shall wait for now. I will handle it with Hundun." A hearty voice replied, "Yes, I obey your command." Zhu Hua venerable said respectfully. A wild giant stood unabashedly in the void, speaking to a humanoid figure covered in scales with a long tail beside him. "Hundun, how goes the comprehensive search of the virtual universe?" Hundun City Lord's eyes were fierce and murderous. This was his avatar of slaughter, whose personality was also influenced by it. He said coldly, "The virtual universe has been affected, and we have lost trace of him." The wild giant's eyes flashed with astonishment, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Lost trace? How could a realm lord affect the ancestors' secret technique?" Hundun City Lord's eyes flickered, appearing cruel and icy. The universe naturally harbors mysteries. It is understandable that one or two could influence the operation of the virtual universe. The wild giant's thoughts churned as scattered information about Zhang Yang appeared in his consciousness. He asked softly, Could it be that he has gained something from the illusory realm's secret realm? That place is influenced by the universal origins consciousness and I am restricted from forcefully entering. Have you been there? No, the things of the original universe are not worth my effort. Such secret realms are not rare. At most they yield an ordinary supreme treasure, and that takes a long time. Some venerables have entered but aside from some illusory realm stones and illusory spirit stones they gained nothing. Hundun City Lord replied. The wild giant nodded sighing in admiration. What an incredible planet. Capable of causing a spiritual transformation in people and producing such an outstanding genius. Truly formidable Zhuangyanku. No wonder he is one of the oldest universe supremes in the primeval universe. Hundun City Lord said indifferently. It is likely a special supreme treasure. This little fellow does have some fortune. He was hiding in Hundun City before, and I had my suspicions back then. The wild giant said with interest. Does this little fellow truly think he can escape? Why aren't you pursuing him? He is a genius who came from your virtual universe company. A pity. Hundun City Lord's eyes grew deep and somber. No pity. His heart is not with the virtual universe company, so why should the company keep him? Jufu, wait here a moment. It's time to bring him back. Jufu nodded saying, I reversed time and saw his past. He has good talent and though somewhat exclusive, he is still a man of emotion. Though I know not the full power of Earth to produce a genius of his caliber, perhaps only a few more can appear in this cosmic era. The universe has its limits. In the Divine Kingdom passage, Zhang Yang looked at the colorful space-time walls, raising his hand to maintain the light barrier covering everyone, and said to a rock tribe domain king beside him, Here, break it. The rock tribe domain king nodded to him, and on his hands a yellow immortal power began to gather, gradually forming the phantom of a meteor. Ah! With a loud shout, he slammed his hands violently against the Divine Kingdom passage ahead. The huge meteor directly struck the colorful space-time barrier, and in an instant brilliant fragments rampaged through the passage, completely distorting space-time. The space-time fragments collided with Zhang Yang's secret technique light barrier. The two seemed irreconcilable, annihilating each other, and the colorful barrier shook violently, its color dimming significantly. Zhang Yang staggered, his face pale as death. He was already extremely weak, and now the impact on his secret technique barrier along with the severe spiritual backlash nearly caused him to faint. A winged tribe domain king, his face contorted with pain, supported him and asked with concern, Master, how are you? Zhang Yang raised a hand to stop him and after a brief recovery said, We must leave immediately. The winged tribe domain king carried Zhang Yang and rushed directly into the newly appeared spacetime rift with the other three domain kings following closely. Spacetime shifted and the group once again found themselves in the universe. The rock tribe domain king, looking at the distant galaxy, asked, Master, based on the token we are now at the border of human territory. Can we escape? Zhang Yang, leading the group in continuous teleportation, grew paler with blood vessels clearly visible on his face. He said in a low voice, Next one. A domain king whose face seemed like tree bark nodded, without hesitation directly opening his own Divine Kingdom passage. Zhang Yang immediately followed and flew inside. His eyes deep and distant, he said, If it's a venerable tracking us, we might be safe now. If it's a universe master, we may need some luck. If Jufu himself intervenes. Space shifted again and they emerged into a forest world. There were virtually no oceans here, or rather most of the ocean lay beneath the Divine Kingdom. This Divine Kingdom was a giant landmass dotted with countless lakes and rivers like a spiderweb. The waters formed a vast net that completely enveloped the entire continent. Zhang Yang steadied himself and immediately said, Continue. The tree-bark-faced domain king opened another Divine Kingdom passage and the group plunged in again. Halfway through the teleportation they once again shattered the spacetime passage. Looking at the new spacetime rift, Zhang Yang said to the tree-bark-faced domain king, You don't need to follow. After the Divine Kingdom teleportation ends, self-destruct. The tree-bark-faced domain king replied expressionlessly, Yes, my master. Zhang Yang ignored him and led his three slaves into the spacetime rift. Jufu founder floated silently in the void, untouched by the millions of massive spatial fragments hurtling past. Seeing Hundun City Lord approaching rapidly, he smiled and said, Let's go. The man is caught. It's time we return. Those people are getting impatient to meet this little fellow. Hundun City Lord's face darkened as he muttered, Jufu. After he entered Tansu Marquis' Divine Kingdom, all spacetime traces vanished. I detected the coordinates of the Divine Kingdom passage, and teleported there but found nothing. I reversed time but they never went there. The Divine Kingdom fluctuations were also false. Jufu's expression grew serious and he said softly, What kind of treasure could evade your pursuit? We both have fully comprehended the laws of time and space. Few things can deceive us. Hundun City Lord nodded, his voice cool. I came back to ask you to join me in seeing this little fellow's methods. Erasing spacetime traces is indeed remarkable. Although the traces are gone, we can reverse time and directly investigate the place where he disappeared from the past. Jufu nodded, chuckling lightly. I thought finding Earth a treasure land and discovering this genius was already a double blessing. Now to see such a marvelous treasure. Truly unexpected. Born on Earth less than 400 years old, with a gene level 100 times the norm, law comprehension exceeding 20 levels, and such extraordinary fortune. If he grows up to fight for our human race, he will surely be another pillar. Hundun City Lord said grimly. With such a temperament he will not be easy to mold. Ha ha ha. Jufu laughed heartily. He was born so recently, and has only roamed within human territory. He has not seen the true cruelty of the universe. After all, he is human. In a few million epochs, his thoughts will naturally change. Let us hasten our pursuit. I am eager to meet this little fellow. Figures flickered in the void, and Jufu founder and Hundun quickly arrived at the location of Tansu King's former divine kingdom, now a vast emptiness. Hundun City Lord extended both hands, unleashing a power exceeding 10 trillion times that of a peak realm lord. A peak realm lord could already shake the void. With 10 trillion times that power, the spatial layers spanning hundreds of thousands of light years instantly solidified. Silver threads emerged from Hundun City Lord's body, instantly locking onto the former location of Tansu King's divine kingdom. Countless silver threads interwove and flickered in the dim spatial layers, forming intricate and extremely complex secret patterns. As the secret patterns appeared, the void gradually solidified. The space-time within was completely frozen under Hundun City Lord's absolute control. He shouted, "Reverse time!" Time began to flow backward at the location of Tansu King's divine kingdom. Countless materials rapidly condensed, and fragments of the completely dissipated divine kingdom barrier emerged from the void, swiftly returning to their original positions. When the divine kingdom reappeared, its internal scenery became continuous, like a film played in reverse. Soon they reached the moment when Zhang Yang had performed the divine kingdom teleportation. Hundun City Lord frowned, his face dark. What treasure is this that can completely hide the trail of existence, such that even reversing time cannot reveal his figure? What is that light orb in his hand? Ever since that thing appeared, their figures have vanished from our sight. Jufu stroked his chin, his eyes fixed seriously on the light orb in Zhang Yang's hand, and said softly, "This thing feels somewhat familiar." "Oh." Hundun City Lord was puzzled. "I thought it was just me. You feel it too?" His eyes flickered, his mind racing wildly. "It feels a bit like the virtual universe, but not quite. After all, the virtual universe has such immense power. Erasing traces is something we can do, but it's not a treasure. Could it be a spatial temporal secret technique? If so, its value is much lower." "Hundun," Jufu called softly. Hundun City Lord looked at him with a puzzled expression. Jufu said slowly, "You have not yet become a supreme, so your understanding of this aspect may be limited to records. I once considered this kind of energy construction when establishing my mini-universe, but the conditions were not met then, so I didn't think much of it. Now that I see it, I feel a strong sense of familiarity. Where did he get this? From a fallen universe supreme. A fortuitous encounter before the great annihilation." Hundun City Lord frowned. "So it's not a secret technique to erase space-time traces. Jufu, you feel familiar. Can you catch up to him?" Jufu founder said, "Let me try." With that, his consciousness descended into his mini-universe, continuously simulating with energy, seeking the feeling he had when constructing the mini-universe. In the original universe, a desolate starfield where even the weakest of races would not migrate to live, for the cosmic energy here was exceedingly thin. The most barren place in the entire universe. Some planets here could nurture life, but without the favor of the universe's primordial consciousness, the path of cultivation for the natives was arduous beyond measure. A spatial ripple rippled through the void, and Zhang Yang arrived with two subordinates. "Master, must we truly remain hidden here forever? Will the enemy not pursue us?" The winged human king spoke softly. "The enemy will not pursue us." Zhang Yang gazed calmly at the planet that resembled Earth and said, "We broke through the divine kingdom barrier 3 times, and performed 3 non-directional spatial jumps. Actually, 1 jump would have sufficed, but we were still near human territory, making discovery highly likely. That's why we sacrificed Mu Ding King." He slowly withdrew the light shield enveloping them into his palm, turned back toward the direction they came from, and said calmly, "The last teleportation took us to the Zerg territory. Far too dangerous, even more so than human territory. Now, in this desolate starfield, we can be much safer. As for whether they can pursue us, if it were a universe lord with these 3 jumps, he would need a great deal of time to track us down. But by then, I will no longer fear him. However, if it were Giant Axe, the universe's strongest, he possesses his own miniature universe. My methods are too crude. I fear we cannot hide for long." Juyen King said in a low voice, "Master, there are few material planets here. My divine body will recover very slowly." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Let us dormant for 10,000 years. When we return, we will naturally find medicines to restore our bodies. Let us conceal ourselves on this planet before us. With a flicker he appeared directly on this blue-gray planet, casually surveying the surroundings. He said calmly, "We will stay here for 100 years until my soul recovers. Then you may act freely." Xiao Chun spoke. "Master, this planet has a diameter of 5354, 85 kilometers with gravity approximately 0.9 g. The surface is 35, 8 land and 64, 2 ocean. Nitrogen N2 accounts for about 69, 66, oxygen O2 about 25, and rare gases about 1.037 helium, He neon na argon Ar krypton Kr xenon say. Overall it is close to pre-construction Earth, currently in a high oxygen era. The planet's lifespan is about 7.8 billion years, and it is now 2.1 billion years old." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "The environment is irrelevant, as long as I can heal my wounds." "How can it be irrelevant? Is the environment of our human territory not good enough?" A resonant voice sounded. As the voice rang out, an intangible aura began to spread across the planet. The oppressive pressure of higher life forms instantly plunged the entire world into silence. Zhang Yang's face stiffened momentarily, then relaxed. He had anticipated the scenario, but not so quickly. The surrounding heavens and earth had completely transformed. Where the universe's strongest descended, even the primordial consciousness of the universe would temporarily yield. Zhang Yang could no longer sense the laws of the universe. He turned around, and as his eyes fell upon the two figures, his body trembled uncontrollably. Countless cosmic rules swirled around them, and even in their suppressed form, he felt the threat of death. Struggling to remain calm, Zhang Yang looked at the two arrivals and made his judgment. One was the Giant Axe founder, easily recognizable, while the other had appeared in the original works. Giant Axe founder and Chaos City Lord. He spoke calmly, "Truly I never imagined I would be honored enough to have two great lords pursue me." Chaos City Lord stared at Zhang Yang with fierce eyes, saying nothing. Instead, Giant Axe founder asked with interest, "You are not afraid? Do you believe you can survive the two of us?" Zhang Yang bowed slightly. "Your divine might is like a prison, merely gazing upon you is my limit. Naturally, I have no confidence in surviving your hands. A secret technique implanted in your soul. Once we make a move you would perish in an instant. A mere initial stage universe venerable with such willpower and ruthless enough to yourself." Chaos City Lord's cold voice echoed. Zhang Yang bowed his head. Giant Axe founder, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, said, "You have cultivated a clone technique, and you are confident we cannot find it. Perhaps before, if someone told me a realm lord could hide from me, I would not believe it. Now I do." He then asked with interest, "Can you tell me where?" "I will not force you, you may choose not to say." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, hesitated slightly, then said in a low voice, "The burial ground of bones 3 cycles from now." Chaos City Lord's eyes narrowed into slits. Ruthless indeed. A truly ruthless character who could be so cruel to himself with unimaginable fortune. Giant Axe founder's eyes widened. So extreme. 1 cycle ends with the universe's great destruction. After 3 cycles the great annihilation arrives. No one from any cycle, not even the universe's strongest, can go there. By the time one can, they have already fallen. Moreover, though he knows such a place exists, where is it? He truly does not know. Do you not intend to come out? If this body of yours falls, do you plan to stay inside forever? Zhang Yang lowered his head, his face expressionless, and fell into silence. "Are you willing to return with us?" Chaos City Lord asked coldly. Zhang Yang said calmly, "Since the 2 lords have come in person, I naturally will return with you." Chaos City Lord's eyes narrowed. Could he not understand Zhang Yang's implication? Was he being coerced? Giant Axe founder's rough voice rang out. "Then let us return." Chaos City Lord's divine power swept over Zhang Yang, and space shifted instantly. Zhang Yang caught a glimpse of a vast divine kingdom before entering the divine kingdom passage again. When they emerged again, Zhang Yang saw the drifting chaotic currents and knew he had arrived in the initial universe. A handsome young man stepped forward and said, "City Lord, the news of Earth and Zhang Yang has been suppressed." Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. The disturbances on Earth today had been considerable. Before he had not known, and now that he discovered Zhang Yang's extraordinary talent, protection was necessary. "You did well, 9 swords. 9 swords venerable bowed, and then looked at Zhang Yang with curiosity. "He ran quite far. Where did the City Lord bring him back from?" Chaos City Lord's face stiffened. He had almost let him escape, but fortunately Giant Axe founder was also present. He ignored 9 swords venerable. He exchanged a glance with Giant Axe founder, then turned to Zhang Yang. "When you first came, you were already on guard. At that time your interaction with Luofeng piqued my interest. 100 years ago another little fellow came from Earth. His name is Hong. I took note of him as well." Giant Axe said cheerfully, "Chaos asked me to speak. On my way back from the Cosmic Sea, Chaos told me about this matter. It concerns talent enhancement, so out of curiosity I went to investigate. According to my reversal of time and space, you must have long sensed the peculiarity of Earth. Your caution was not misplaced. Your home planet Earth was actually modified by an alien great being from the cosmos. That is why a single planet produced 3 geniuses capable of entering the Chaos City. Zhang Yang nodded slightly in agreement, since they had investigated reversing time and space was inevitable. He had indeed exposed many things before, and lying now would be meaningless. Giant Axe founder observed Zhang Yang's expression and continued, since you know about 3 cycles, you must know more cosmic secrets. Beyond universe lords, our universe's strongest, which is my current realm. That alien great being's power surpasses mine. Nine Swords Venerable was puzzled. What was the point of telling this little fellow all this? Couldn't they just issue a command and take Earth directly? Would he dare to be discontent? He had not followed them, so he did not know what had happened. After some speculation, he reached no conclusion. Zhang Yang listened calmly, knowing that the most important part was about to begin. The modification of Earth cost that alien great being immense effort and treasures. It allows the souls of those born there to undergo a transformation, making them highly suitable for cultivation. At this point, Giant Axe founder's expression turned solemn. This is of great benefit to our human race. It can greatly increase the probability of producing strong experts and enhance our heritage. Its value is no less than a pinnacle domain-type treasure. Do you have any concept of that? Its value is 10 million times that of the treasure armor and treasure necklace you currently possess. Chaos City Lord said calmly. You have roamed the cosmos for many years. You should know that a weakling possessing wealth is a crime. We will not force you, but that does not mean others will not. That is the default rule of the universe. Zhang Yang lamented inwardly. Are we Earthlings not humans? In the end it is because we are weak. He said calmly, you are right, my lords. I will follow your decisions. Chaos City Lord frowned at Zhang Yang's expression. He and Giant Axe valued talent, hence they explained so much. Other universe lords were not so easy to negotiate. Usually they argued endlessly over interests even among themselves. Now though they were also carving up the benefits of Earth, they had seen Zhang Yang's performance in the virtual universe, and many had already said they would kill him. After all, Zhang Yang appeared outwardly docile but was inwardly stubborn. Universe lords with their immense power would not tolerate defiance. Even Chaos City Lord felt a trace of irritation. Giant Axe founder waved his hand and said directly, Earth is now under Luo Feng's name. From now on, half belongs to the Virtual Universe Company and half to the Earthlings. When you are strong enough to protect your home, it will naturally be returned. Is that acceptable? Zhang Yang smiled and said, that would be best. Thank you, my lord. Giant Axe founder smiled slightly. You will return to the Virtual Universe Company. Release the son of Candle Fire. I will have him kept under good watch. 9 Swords take him back. 9 Swords Venerable bowed. Yes, Founder City Lord. I take my leave. Watching 9 Swords Venerable come to his side, Zhang Yang bowed to Giant Axe founder and Chaos City Lord, then turned and followed him away. Watching Zhang Yang's retreating figure, the City Lord of Chaos remarked. He harbors great dissatisfaction in his heart. The Primordial Axe founder chuckled. Dissatisfaction is inevitable. Even if you or I had to give up half of a peak domain treasure, we would feel the same. He values the significance of Earth more than its worth. This alone reveals a part of his nature. As long as he spends enough time among the human race, he will naturally develop a sense of identity with our clan. You and I have supported the human race for countless epochs. Even those affiliated races were initially highly independent, but in the end they all merged into the Hong Alliance. The City Lord of Chaos nodded gently. With an endless lifespan, he could afford to wait. He then spoke. Have you thoroughly analyzed the secret technique he used earlier? The Primordial Axe founder shook his head gently. My path ahead is already set. Though I can understand it, I cannot utilize it. The City Lord of Chaos said. Perhaps we should have him share this method. I feel that studying it would yield considerable gains. No rush, no rush. As long as he remains within the human race, he can't run away. When he truly integrates into the human clan, he will offer it willingly. The Primordial Axe founder refused. It was too soon. Zhang Yang was already deeply dissatisfied. Now was not the time to pressure him. Zhang Yang. The 9 Swords Venerable called out softly. Zhang Yang replied respectfully, Venerable. Concealing anything from figures like the City Lord of Chaos was futile. They could see through his thoughts and true attitude at a glance. But with this Venerable he could follow the usual rules. Where did you flee to earlier? It took the City Lord so long to bring you back. The 9 Swords Venerable asked curiously. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and replied, It should be called the Starstone Domain at the edge of the primordial universe. The 9 Swords Venerable looked at Zhang Yang with suspicion, sensing that this didn't sound like the truth yet. He didn't seem to be lying. Then, recalling the City Lord's attitude, he guessed that Zhang Yang must be hiding a great secret. He stopped pressing and asked naturally, "Where are you planning to go now?" Zhang Yang replied, "The primordial axe founder instructed me to release the enslavement of Yanzhu King. I plan to first return to Earth through the Divine Kingdom teleportation." The Nine Swords Venerable nodded. "The City Lord asked me to escort you. I'll go with you. The Candle Flame Venerable is still on Earth. We don't want another conflict when you arrive." Zhang Yang said respectfully, "Thank you, Venerable." The Nine Swords Venerable replied, "Now that you are back in the Virtual Universe Company, according to the previous rules, your cohort is under my command. It's within my authority to stand up for you." Then he asked curiously, "Your soul attack was quite formidable earlier. How far have you progressed in comprehending the laws?" Zhang Yang answered uncertainly, "I cultivate a fused law. I'm probably around level 20. I've only passed the second level, so I'm not entirely sure of my strength in later stages." The Nine Swords Venerable's pupils constricted. Level 20 would mean reaching the peak of a king upon breaking through. Then he found it both amusing and exasperating. His law comprehension was nearly at the pinnacle for an immortal, yet he had only reached the second level of the Heaven Bridge. He almost envied Zhang Yang's talent. To achieve such a level within 400 years. If he had that kind of talent, he would have become a universe master long ago. You should clear the Heaven Bridge when you have time. Entering the original secret realm would then be legitimate. Zhang Yang replied, "All right." After leaving the Chaos City, the Nine Swords Venerable's soul slave directly activated the Divine Kingdom teleportation. They reappeared on Earth. The moment they steadied themselves, a fiery figure rushed over, gnashing his teeth at Zhang Yang. "You're finally back. Release my son at once." Candle Flame Venerable. The Nine Swords Venerable bellowed, then said, "The primordial axe founder has decreed that this matter ends here. Zhang Yang will lift the enslavement on Yanzhu King. I trust you've received the notification." Rage churned in Candle Flame Venerable's heart. He had indeed received the notification, otherwise he would have struck the moment Zhang Yang appeared. Zhang Yang looked calmly at Candle Flame Venerable and said, "To be honest, I should thank you. If not for your son, I wouldn't have found a suitable person to guard Earth for me." Pausing for a second, he added, "Although the plan didn't succeed." Candle Flame Venerable's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Guard Earth for him?" He shouted angrily, "Release the enslavement now." Zhang Yang ignored him, activated the power of the world, and the Winged Human King and the Giant Rock King emerged from the space ring onto Earth. He commanded, "Abort the plan. I've sent you the details of what to do. Go." "Yes, master." The two left immediately. Only then did Zhang Yang leisurely walk over to Yanzhu King, sending his soul power into the latter's body. In a moment, the previously dazed Yanzhu King snapped awake, casting a terrified glance at Zhang Yang before hastily hiding behind his father. "Humph!" Candle Flame Venerable snorted coldly. Seeing his son in such a state fueled his boundless fury. A spatial fluctuation flickered and he teleported away with Yanzhu King. "Since everything is settled here, I'll take my leave. Zhang Yang, feel free to send me a message if you need anything. I'm quite looking forward to having an invincible king under my command." The Nine Swords Venerable smiled, then vanished in a flash. Luo Feng approached and asked, "Senior, how did things go?" "How did things go?" Zhang Yang forced a smile and said, "Consider it resolved. Someone will contact you later. I'm going into seclusion. Don't call me unless it's urgent." Zhang Yang appeared directly at his home. At that moment, the house held no family members, only a few servants. "Greetings, Patriarch." He paid them no heed, his face stern, as he returned to his cultivation chamber. The chamber was much the same as during his Earth days, equally dark. Closing the door, he stumbled forward a few steps and sat cross-legged on a cushion, hunched over in silence. He was utterly helpless. Even surrendering his peak domain treasure would only invite greater covetousness. After nearly 400 years of cultivation, he had ultimately failed to prevent this. Earth would still have to give up half. He admitted to having a special, even obsessive attachment to Earth. He only wanted to protect his home. Was that wrong? Those mighty beings, though they protected the territory, had also shown hostility toward Earthlings. Now giving up half of Earth felt like splitting his heart in two. He had hoped to grow strong enough before this, but the unexpected came too soon. Now that the dust had settled, he felt suffocated, as if he could barely breathe. Yet in the original story, the oceans accounted for 71, while now it was only 50. A small consolation. Suppressing all emotions, Zhang Yang immersed himself in law comprehension. As long as he lived, Earth would eventually be whole again. If both he and Luo Feng fell, everything would be for naught. "Cha Luo." Candle Flame Venerable appeared in his great hall, his voice low. "Ah, father." Yanzhu King replied nervously, for he had never seen such cold indifference on his father's face. "Kaluo, how long has it been since you became an immortal?" Candle Flame Venerable asked softly. Yanzhu King looked up at his father and whispered, "Father, it has been over 10 million epochs since I became an immortal." "Oh, that's quite a while. And your strength?" How much have you grown from the peak of a marquee? Candle Flame Venerable asked with a hint of realization. Yanzhu King grew even more frightened. What was his father planning? He hesitated. I'm close to the limit of a king. I'm talking about the treasures I didn't give you. Candle Flame Venerable raised his voice. Yanzhu King trembled and answered honestly. Father, a high-level king, almost a peak king, but definitely a high-level king. Candle Flame Venerable said softly. To become a venerable one must fully comprehend the space law, which includes space sealing, space teleportation, and space annihilation. Kaluo, you haven't mastered any of these, which is why you're still not a peak king. Yanzhu King quickly replied. Father, your lesson is well taken. When I return I will focus on comprehension and swiftly master one of them. Candle Flame Venerable said meaningfully. Kaluo, you have wasted 10 million epochs. It's time to wake up. Yanzhu King sensed something ominous and cried out, Father! Candle Flame Venerable said calmly. Your actions have greatly displeased my master and the founder. My master has decreed that you be confined in the 10th star prison for 10,000 epochs. If you come to your senses you will be released. If you remain obstinate you will be transferred to the 11th star prison for 100,000 epochs followed by review. If you pass you are released. If not you continue to be postponed all the way to the 18th star prison. Kaluo, you have lived for over 10 million epochs. Do you have confidence in surviving 10,000 epochs? Yanzhu King wanted to beg for mercy, but seeing his father's gaze, he choked back a sob and hastily said, Father, rest assured. The 10th star prison is nothing. I can definitely endure it. Candle Flame Venerable gave Yanzhu King a long hard look and said, Kaluo, do not disappoint your father. Go on your own. Yanzhu King's legs trembled as he walked out. Halfway he turned back, but when he saw his father's indifferent gaze, he dared not linger and quickly flew away. A faint smile curled at the corner of Candle Flame Venerable's mouth as he murmured, Ghost Soul King, perhaps I should thank you. On Earth, Jiangnan New City, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the Nine Swords Venerable emerged from the Divine Kingdom. He said softly, Luofeng. Luofeng hurried out of his house and said, Greetings, Nine Swords Venerable. The Nine Swords Venerable nodded lightly and asked, Where is Zhang Yang? Luofeng replied, My lord, he is in seclusion. Shall I call him? The Nine Swords Venerable shook his head. No need. I thought he might appear, but it's fine. I came primarily to see you. Luofeng's pupils contracted. Zhang Yang had told him earlier that someone from the Virtual Universe Company would negotiate with him. He hadn't expected it to be the Nine Swords Venerable. My lord, what business do you have with me? The Nine Swords Venerable said softly. You may not know the value of your Earth. Your Earth. Therefore, even for the sake of Earth's safety, you must hand over half of Earth's control authority to the Virtual Universe Company for management. Of course, as compensation, the company will grant you certain resources. If you are at the Sector Lord level, you will receive 50 million Hunyuan units. If you are an immortal. Luofeng, are you satisfied? Luofeng knew it was coming. He had suspected it was about Earth. Now he couldn't help recalling what his senior had told him before. Things he hadn't understood then were now crystal clear. Did he have a choice? He said in a deep voice, My lord, I agree. 2 weeks later, Zhang Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, suddenly rose to his feet, and with a single teleportation appeared directly outside the manor. A white figure crashed directly into Zhang Yang's embrace. He whispered softly to his wife, It's all right, just a false alarm. Wang Feng flew over with a worried expression, asking softly, Yang, what exactly happened earlier? Why did you suddenly have to take us so far away? Zhang Yang patted the person in his arms, while secretly signaling Zhang Zhe with his eyes. He said to Wang Feng lightly, Mom, it was just an enemy. He had lost his mind, but now he has been severely punished by the Virtual Universe Company. Earth will be put on lockdown and many guards will arrive. Wang Feng looked skeptical and asked, Is that true? Zhang Yang affirmed, Mom, of course it's true. How could I dare to deceive you? Your son is now an infect king. You should focus on your cultivation instead of worrying about these things. Wang Feng's expression turned slightly off. Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow and quickly pulled Wang Feng away, saying, Your mother hasn't cultivated today. Let's talk after we come out. Zhang Yang smiled softly and said to Zhang Lei, Brother, 30 years ago I was gone, and came back to find a little niece. Now 300 years have passed and there's still no news from you. Zhang Lei looked at Zhang Yang with contempt and said, You should worry about yourself. With that he strode off with a vigorous gait, followed by a long procession that entered the house. Zhang Yang's eyebrows rose and his hand stiffened on his wife's back. It took about half a minute for their entourage to finish passing through. And remember, every adult here was at least at the planetary level. Once no one was around, he lowered his head and whispered in Su Pei's ear, They're just numerous. Once we have a child, one of ours can take on a whole group of them. Su Pei rolled her eyes at him and said, You've been outside too long. All you think about is fighting and killing. Zhang Yang straightened up and looked at her with a surprised expression. Are you doubting me? Su Peipei insisted. I'm not. Ah. She was directly carried off. Elder, due to the shrinking of Earth's space, the conditions for gestation have become extremely difficult. As the population grows, it's likely that in the future only a minority will be able to undergo gestation on Earth. According to Article 12 of the current law, Basic Conditions for New Citizens. Article 23, Basic Rights of New Humans. Article 45. Article. This matter concerns the direction of civilization's development, so only you can make the final ruling. A middle-aged man with graying hair spoke respectfully to Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned slightly. As the Earth's population grew, even the matter of gestation could barely be sustained on such a small planet. But now even cosmic beings were paying huge sums to live here, and the Earth's mysterious nature was beyond estimation. This created a difficult situation should they choose quantity or maintain the current numbers and strive for excellence. Bab-Atta shouted in his mind. Of course, choose quantity. Why is the human race of the universe strong? Isn't it because of numbers? Only with enough numbers can you have enough geniuses. Also, regarding the property rights issue on Earth, look at the current economy. Only free trade generates stronger momentum. Luo Feng's brow relaxed. He admitted that Bab-Atta was right. Just as he was about to agree with the government officials' request, the door suddenly opened. Luo Feng smiled and said, "Senior, what brings you here?" "Elder," the official said respectfully. Zhang Yang nodded to him, walked over to the sofa opposite Luo Feng, and sat down with a smile. "I heard something interesting, so I came out to take a look." Luo Feng's eyes narrowed. He asked Zhang Yang, "Senior, do you have an opinion on what just happened?" Zhang Yang countered, "You seem to agree." Luo Feng nodded lightly. "Yes. Senior, do you have a better approach?" Zhang Yang smiled. "Are you leaning toward quantity?" Luo Feng smiled. "Yes. The human race has always been stronger with more people. Only with enough numbers can we produce more geniuses." Zhang Yang asked, "Do you still remember the golden-horned beast?" Luo Feng frowned. "Senior, do you mean we should send them all out? That should be very difficult, right?" Zhang Yang smiled lightly. "Yes. As the population grows, if we are the only ones in the universe, even a single star sector will soon be filled by us. After all, the gap from a star system to a star domain, and from a star domain to a star sector is only about 10,000 times on average. Concentrating the population in one place is very bad. It leads to internal strife. Earthlings now reach the planetary level upon adulthood, which is enough to survive on a planet. If we follow the direction you discussed earlier, class divisions will eventually emerge. It's better to separate them from the start. That would be healthier and fairer. I will cultivate 1008 ordinary plant lifeforms to become immortals and perform divine kingdom teleportation a few times each year." Luo Feng frowned. "Senior, do you mean we should control the population now, only nurture the first generation, and then after a certain education and training spread them all across the entire human territory? Only those who meet the standards can return, eventually forming a true elite group." Zhang Yang's eyes were calm. "Yes. Earth does not belong to one person or a part of the people. Earth is the common property of all Earthlings. Dividing it into fixed resources is very inappropriate. Classes become too rigid. Once a strong person appears, they will monopolize too many resources. But what strong person can compare to you or me? So this method is prone to corruption. Since ancient times, inequality, rather than scarcity, has been the cause of discontent. Now, by making Earth the place of gestation, they all start from the same starting line. Let them fight it out on their own later. Earth as the origin, the Inha system as the inheritance ground, and Hailongshan as the core star domain. Those who are capable will naturally return. Those who are not, even if they come back, will eventually leave. We need to devise a specific management and education plan. The entire human territory is more than 1,000 times larger than a star sector. Even the rate of producing elites will be much faster than now. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Although the early stage is a bit harsh compared to the competition developing in one place, the later stage is indeed more efficient and relaxed. The only problem is the initial investment. Zhang Yang smiled. Your teacher Hu Yanbo once cultivated a 108 vine, Mayun vine costing 2 million Hun Yuan units. If we cultivate a 10 vine Mayun vine, it would only cost 500,000 or even less, and the breakthrough success rate is higher. In total, it's no more than 500 million Hun Yuan units. The Mayun vine is considered relatively good, but that's for combat. There are cheaper ones like the Xingyu flower, which costs more than 100 times less. Even cultivating a Mayun vine would require roughly the assets of an initial stage Enfeft king. Later, teleporting once a month costs only 100,000 Hun Yuan units and 120,000 a year. Very easy for me. Besides, plant-type immortals are very good at recovering energy, so the consumption is even lower. It might only require 1/10 of the Divine Kingdom energy subsidy. Setting up branches might be somewhat difficult, but with the Virtual Universe Company it's not hard. We just need to give them limited access to reference materials and let them do the screening. Luo Feng said gloomily, Senior, the installment plan the Virtual Universe Company gave me when I was a World Lord was only 50 million Hunyuan units. You should have been the one to negotiate. Now I feel like I lost out a lot. Zhang Yang gave a wry smile. I know the price of peak domain-type treasures. If it's too low, it's useless to me. If it's too high, they'd be reluctant to give it, and if I wanted to meet my expectations, they'd be pained. As for giving me the original price, they came to make a profit, not to give away money, right? Luo Feng looked out the window, his gaze falling on the bustling scene outside. There are quite a lot of cosmic beings right now. Zhang Yang's eyes turned fierce. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Even the guardians protecting them are just small fry. Kill a few and things will calm down. We hold the management rights. I'll probably stay at the World Lord level for several thousand years. Once I break through to immortal, they'll be even less bold. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Senior, my teacher warned me not to hide my strength. After this I will become a World Lord and then go to Chaos City. Won't you come? Cultivation there is faster. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. The fusion law he cultivated was extremely difficult. Only the fusion of gold and space had progressed somewhat, currently approaching 30, which would correspond to the law comprehension level of a universe venerable. Going to Chaos City might help a bit since laws are manifested there, providing considerable inspiration. The problem was that time passed too quickly there. One day in Chaos City was equivalent to 28 days in the original universe. He had already discovered that his fusion law did not exist in the original universe. It might be due to issues with Yuanzhu's miniature universe, or perhaps because the current phase of the original universe caused some fusion laws not to manifest. But based on his current understanding, Zhang Yang was more inclined to believe that the universe ocean they were in was too weak. Even the original universe was not perfect. Like a program, the original universe was programmed only for the function of gestation. The laws they comprehended were the laws of the entire world, and there would be no difference even if they went to the origin continent. Going to Chaos City might speed up comprehension by 50, but it would require 3 times the time. Naturally, Zhang Yang would not choose to go there. I'm fine on Earth. I plan to observe these cosmic beings more. Luo Feng frowned. Senior, many of them are disciples of major backgrounds. Don't go too far or Earth will face considerable trouble. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and gave a sly smile. I'm now a member of the Virtual Universe Company's original secret realm. Although it might not help me much and even stirs up hatred, it's enough to suppress those family scions. I can also promote Chinese culture along the way, starting with the Analects of Confucius. Luo Feng looked at him with a strange expression. This? Senior? I suppose that's not impossible. Zhang Yang exaggeratedly said, Don't look at me like that. I'm helping them improve their mental state. Over the past few hundred years, many works have been published and have sold very well in the universe. This is definitely a good thing. That concludes today's 6 chapters. Tomorrow, we shall embark upon the 3rd volume. Those who have followed thus far can sense the protagonist is about to soar. I can only say, more or less, haha, if I let you know the plot, then what would be left for me to write? I cannot betray your anticipation for the story. This is the first book I signed and published. At the time, the updates came swiftly and I was unfamiliar with the system. The recommendations were not fully utilized, which made the path somewhat rocky. The results an average of over 400 subscriptions with a high of 900. About half that figure. I do harbor some regret. It greatly impacted the book's performance. Back then I focused solely on crafting an immersive experience, and the satisfying beats were not perfectly constructed. After all, some said it felt oppressive. Self-indulgent. In truth, I was afraid of the reading experience becoming too heavy, so I eased the pacing a little. I remained rather stubborn and kept writing all the way through. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. A headache. Just a little joke. Honestly though, these results bring no great surprise. At the very least they are within the norm. Next I must address a most significant matter. This book carries 3 labels, one of which is upright values, but the system never assigned it to me. I truly cannot comprehend what those who claim the protagonist's mindset is flawed are thinking. What nonsense about lacking clan consciousness. What nonsense about being an ungrateful wolf. These comments come from unfamiliar names. I could not be bothered with them before, but now I shall state it once. From this point forward, I will simply delete such remarks. If you do not enjoy the story, yet constantly stir up discord, you spoil the reading experience for others and dampen my writing spirit. The cathartic moments may not be abundant, but the plot is rigorous and the protagonist's values are absolutely upright. Had the protagonist and Luo Feng both participated in the genius battle together, it would have been thrilling. But once the thrill subsided, Earth would cease to exist. Why would those almighty beings care about a pair of puny star-level fellows? Talking no jutsu wouldn't work. Soul-searching would be far more likely. It would not even require great power. A mere pair of venerables could act with absolute impunity. In the original work, the Undying Venerable dared to kill even Luo Feng, a member of the Primal Secret Realm. Even if the protagonist performed brilliantly and found an impressive master, the more spectacular his display, the greater the likelihood of Earth being discovered. Some ask, what does Earth have to do with the protagonist? Even without any concept of territory, his family and clan reside on Earth. They are his kin and descendants, relatives and friends. Should he, having achieved glory, force his family to leave their homeland, or leave them on Earth to suffer indignities? Would it be fine to let cosmic beings gawk at them as if they were animals? Some even speak of racial duty, and it makes me want to laugh. One cannot even safeguard one's own race, yet without the power of a venerable they fret over the worries of the universe's mightiest. The protagonist thinks so much because Earth faces the risk of being seized. And you leap straight to some grand racial righteousness. Absurd. Is this that kind of story where the universe beings fart smell like perfume? Why is Earth not granted such concern? Would you exterminate humanity hand Earth over and then say thank you? Would that be selfless enough? No matter how just the Chaos City Lord might be, he has no connection to the protagonist. No matter his fairness, when interests are at stake, the other universe masters will not relent. Would those universe masters simply abandon a pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure on the strength of words alone? If I wrote it that way, it would be an insult to everyone. The more brilliant the performance, the swifter Earth's doom. Two geniuses of 10 million epochs are after all merely geniuses. The Undying Venerable, the Candle Flame Venerable Ku Di. There are many among humanity. How many can compare to a supreme treasure? A pinnacle domain-type supreme treasure is not mere talk. Even the Axe creator had to risk his life in the heart of a forbidden land to obtain one. The Chaos City Lord is renowned for his 1,000 treasure river. Is the robe of tribulation precious? Of course it has the added effect of soul defense, so it is not a conventional armor. Domain-type treasures rank above armor. I thought that imprisoning the entire population of the Bloodlock continent, such a tragic fate, was already written cruelly enough. Yet some people are even more obstinate than I am. In my writing plan, I wanted the early Earth arc to be more exhilarating than the second volume, to apply pressure, deepen the immersion, and allow the protagonist to grow in every aspect. The third volume would be the vast starry sky. The fourth. The fifth. Some claim the story has collapsed, saying it returns to the original plot. In fact, I intended to continue writing in a low-key manner. The universe is immense. Where can one not go? Where can one not hide? Whether one is discovered or not is merely a fleeting thought in the minds of those mighty beings. If they take a sudden notion to come, Earth is exposed. If they are busy, discovery comes later. Merely a span of 10,000 years. It all makes perfect sense. How about a sudden burst of plot? A twist-filled narrative, escaping with the entire solar system in tow? There are countless ways to write it. Where is the collapse? I merely noticed that the original work's influence is too overwhelming. Everyone seems to have no reaction to Earth being partitioned, as if it were perfectly normal, as if it is all too easy to accept. The protagonist now has the power to restrain those cosmic beings. People seem not to care for such stories. That is why I wanted to hasten the end of this segment and begin a new chapter. From the second volume onward, I have been constructing the plot myself, and it shall remain so thereafter. The original work's plot is but a minor branch. Naturally, events like it has arrived, and the world beasts are rather difficult to alter. They remain present, just like the devourer beast above Earth, which is hard to avoid. As for the plot of the origin continent, I have my own conception. Details to be revealed in due time. For now, let us reign over the starry sky and awe the myriad races. In the primordial universe Chaos City, the City Lord's mansion, Luo Feng walked in unhindered, arrived at the hall of the City Lord of Chaos, and spoke respectfully, "Master." By now, he had become a disciple of the City Lord of Chaos, and had cultivated in Chaos City for over 1,000 years. The City Lord of Chaos looked at Luo Feng, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, and said, "You are preparing to leave Chaos City?" Luo Feng gently nodded and said, "Yes, Master, I intend to undergo a life and death trial." The City Lord of Chaos nodded. One could not become a powerhouse in a place of comfort. He asked softly, "Where do you plan to conduct your trial? The domain battlefield? Or a cosmic secret realm?" At the domain lord level, a life and death trial was mandatory. This was a tradition of the Virtual Universe Company. It was also a path to temper one's will and witness the brutality between races. Zhang Yang's trial location was in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, within the territory of the human race, not connected to the outer realms. Thus he encountered few alien races, and even those were subordinate races. Luo Feng said respectfully, "Master, your disciple intends to go to the domain battlefield." The City Lord of Chaos frowned and said, "The domain battlefield? Numerous alien powerhouses lurk there. As my disciple and a peerless genius that emerges once in 10 million epochs, it is far too dangerous for you there. If it were a secret realm, the danger could be controlled due to the terrain, but in the domain battlefield." Luo Feng smiled and said, Master, your disciple was once assassinated by the Zerg race in the Yinmo Star region. Even within human territory they paid a tremendous price. Now they would surely be willing to pay an even greater price to strike at me. Humph! With a cold snort from the city lord of chaos, the temperature around them plummeted. He spoke with hatred. The Zerg! You once had a senior brother who fell to the Zerg. In his day, he conquered the domain lord-level primordial sacred mountain, and earned 100 billion points. Now you have only earned 3 billion, far behind him. And he couldn't be revived even if I reverse time and space. Luo Feng said in astonishment. Cannot be revived. Master, why can't he be revived? The city lord of chaos looked at Luo Feng and said, a universe lord can indeed reverse time and space. Earlier it was the Great Axe founder who reversed time and space, and discovered the anomaly on your Earth. But there are limitations. Reversing time and space to revive the dead imposes an immense price. Defying the laws of the universe incurs backlash from the primordial laws of the universe. The stronger the being, the fiercer the backlash. I can still bear the cost for some immortals and ordinary venerables, but for a cosmic overlord like Herod of the Golden Horn race, the backlash alone would be enough to cause my fall. If I fall, there would be no one to revive me. Luo Feng was startled. The backlash of the universal laws was truly terrifying. The city lord of chaos said solemnly, of course there are some means by which even revival cannot save you. For instance, if your fellow clansman Zhang Yang attacked you with the strongest soul attack comparable to an invincible king, your will would be utterly suppressed. Once enslaved, even I would be powerless. In the domain battlefield, though such attacks are rare, they certainly exist. Even if a level or two weaker, you might still be unable to resist. Have you thought this through? Luo Feng's face was resolute as he said, Master, your disciple understands. The city lord of chaos gazed at Luo Feng for a moment and said, since you have decided, I will not stop you. But remember this, if you cannot withstand it, detonate yourself immediately. Never be enslaved. Luo Feng replied, your disciple understands. Alright, take this token and go forth. After speaking, the city lord of chaos sent a token flying toward him. Luo Feng knelt down, bidding farewell to his master. With a thought, the city lord of chaos teleported Luo Feng away. He furrowed his brow deeply and muttered in confusion. What is this Zhang Yang doing? With such a profound law comprehension, why doesn't he go out to train? Or break through to immortality? He has been training in secret realms within our human territory, bearing quite a violent aura. I'm curious to see how he will perform in the domain battlefield. On Earth, Jiangnan New City. Xiao Chun, seeing that her master's cultivation for the day had ended, quickly said, Master, you have received a command from the city lord of chaos. Oh! Zhang Yang was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be left alone? Why a command now? Xiao Chun, what command? Xiao Chun replied, Master, the city lord of chaos says that since Luo Feng has gone out to train, and you have joined the virtual universe company, you must abide by its rules. During the domain lord stage, you must go out to train. Sigh. Zhang Yang stretched and said with a sigh, he's not even my master yet, he's kicking me out. Over 3000 years of comfortable life come to an end. But it might be good to stretch my legs. My body has grown rusty from inactivity. Then he thought to himself, the points of low resonance are vast as smoke and clouds, complex and elusive. To fully resonate them all during the domain lord stage is utterly unrealistic. Even at the universe lord stage, it's impossible. Even with my talent, 300000 times that of an ordinary earthling, the difficulty of law comprehension grows geometrically, making my efforts seem like a drop in the bucket. Time is still too short. However, although the resonance among the various laws is sparse, there is a small connection. Once I become an immortal with my current level of understanding as the foundation, if I encounter a bottleneck, the system can help me break through. Others may need inspiration, but I can have inspiration every year. Xiao Chun inquired, Master, in the domain battlefield, you have two choices: you can operate independently or join a legion. Zhang Yang frowned and said, choose independent action. I don't have time to play babysitter. Once we're there, we'll directly hunt down alien powerhouses. I've suffered heavy losses among my slaves. Though I have over 100 immortals, only the soul-type master at the marquee level is somewhat useful. The rest are negligible. Xiao Chun said excitedly, yes, master. We're finally going out to train. Zhang Yang smiled and said, these years have been hard on you. But now, with Little Dragon, Little Sparrow, Little White, and Greenhead, you can accompany me on my adventures again. I promise you, when I can create life, I will grant you a physical body, so you can cultivate properly among our race. Xiao Chun said softly, Master, I don't wish to have a physical body. If I do, I'll become a burden and won't be able to follow you on your journeys. Zhang Yang smiled without saying anything. The wonder of life lies in freedom. The evolution from a string of data or a program to an intelligent life stems from this inner longing. Now that it has become an intelligent life, it naturally yearns for other forms of freedom. When it is no longer needed, releasing the soul bond and granting it a body would be the best reward. I am a member of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, yet I've only reached the second floor of the Heaven Bridge. It's time to challenge it. Some of my old detectors and such are outdated. I've been coveting those advanced devices for a long time. I hope I have enough points. Not being able to exchange points before becoming an immortal is really... Never mind. His consciousness entered the Heaven Bridge, and seeing the familiar figure before him, Zhang Yang felt a bit nostalgic. Over 3000 years had passed. Beifan, you're still the same. Beifan raised an eyebrow. As an immortal deity, his memory was naturally excellent. He remembered this little fellow who hadn't performed outstandingly back then. Later his access to the Heaven Bridge was sealed, and then 3000 years ago, he was suddenly promoted to the primordial secret realm. Beifan had been astonished for a long time. Even with the well-informed news of Chaos City, he knew little. Only that this little fellow's hometown had become a hot topic. Uncertain of this young man's status, he tentatively said, "Are you here to challenge the Heaven Bridge? Excluding those who fell or were expelled, you hold the record for the longest time to pass the third floor." Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, the 9-universe Heaven Bridge. I've come to earn some points." Beifan's eyebrow arched. Bold words, but it was none of his business. "The 9-universe Heaven Bridge is empty. Which floor do you intend to challenge?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "I'm going in." The space around him shifted, and Zhang Yang once again arrived at a place shrouded in clouds and mist. When he first came here, he had logged in from Chaos City cautiously disguised, but ultimately he was noticed. Putting aside those thoughts, everything was now settled. Dwelling on the past was meaningless. Having roamed for many years, he never doubted himself, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of nostalgia. "Please choose your opponent." Ethereal voice sounded. Zhang Yang calmly said, "The spiritualist." The clouds and mist in the sky churned and coalesced, and soon a figure gradually took shape. "Young man, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you know that I was ready to clear this segment of information, but after so many years you have finally come again?" A middle-aged man in black said. Zhang Yang smiled and teased, "Long time no see. You're still so verbose. Fortunately, my intelligent life is not like this." "Enough nonsense. Die!" The Yen Shinbing transformed into a golden sword, piercing through space, arriving instantly before the black-clad man, and piercing through his body without a pause. Zhang Yang didn't linger and flew straight upward. The 4th floor of the Heaven Bridge. The wind here is quite strong. The 7th floor of the Heaven Bridge. It's turned into a starry sky here. The 16th floor of the Heaven Bridge. Do you wish to change your weapon? The ethereal voice sounded again. Zhang Yang said, "Since you ask, switch to the Lycong Jinrui. I'll need to change it anyway." In the endless darkness, a silver-clad youth said, "Defeat me, and you can barely be called a genius of 10 million epochs." Zhang Yang nodded. "As you wish." The Lycong Jinrui assembled into a spear in the air, and instantly plunged into the silver-robed youth's body. "Congratulations, you have passed the 20th floor. Do you wish to continue the challenge?" Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "No, I'll stop here. These points should be enough. I'm in a hurry to set off." Whoosh! The space shifted, and in the distance, a towering mountain reaching into the heavens stood majestically. That was the Yuanshi Tongtian Mountain, the benchmark of the human race's countless geniuses. As long as he passed through, he would be a peerless genius born once in a 10 million epochs. 10 million epochs. 100 billion years. A planet's lifespan is merely 100 billion years, and the vicissitudes of time are insufficient to describe such an ancient era. Even the starry sky is sinking. Crack, crack. The joints of the heavy chrome armor emitted crisp sounds as Zhang Yang advanced steadily toward the Yuanshi Tongtian Mountain ahead. With one step, he left a bronze-colored afterimage. With another, he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. As if sensing the arrival, the minotaur that had been lying on the ground chewing grass suddenly raised its head, but the next moment its head drooped, weakly burying itself in the grass pile. Zhang Yang witnessed this amusing scene, his brow twitching slightly, and he silently said in his heart, "Sorry, I'm really in a hurry." On the mountainside, enemy attack. A sharp cry rang out, then all was silent. The surroundings once again fell into stillness. Zhang Yang stood at the mountain peak. Turning his head back, the entire primordial secret realm seemed to unfold before his eyes. Gazing at the endless palaces and towers, he had to admit that a sense of pride welled up in his heart. After all, very few people could see such a sight. "Your Highness Zhang Yang, it seems you have not yet crossed blows with us." A deep, muffled voice sounded. Zhang Yang nodded slightly downward as if in acknowledgement. Turning his head, the minotaur collapsed weakly, followed closely by a white ape-man. "Eh?" Zhang Yang's eyes seemed like a profound vortex with countless stars spinning at high speed, and a faint silver light flickered. That was the gleam of a blade. Yet in this pair of fearsome eyes a trace of surprise emerged. In the distance, a snake woman was still struggling to persist. Although her delicate body trembled continuously, she did not fall. It seems that even these endless geniuses are not without resistance in my hands. I am still not strong enough. But I'm really in a hurry. Farewell. A petal fell upon the snake woman seemingly slow but actually extremely fast, and then her body went limp, collapsing weakly. The Chaos City Lord watched Zhang Yang's departing figure, his gaze involuntarily wavering. Ghost King, perhaps you are not the fastest to progress at the World Lord stage, but in my memory there is only one who could achieve such a feat at the World Lord stage. Then a trace of worry flickered in his eyes and his figure slowly faded away, leaving only a murmur. Master! What the hell? Where did this Zhang Yang come from? Didn't he get in through the back door? How did he suddenly break through the 20th floor, and then conquer the Tongtian mountain? Are the hidden geniuses of our human race all at this level? 20th floor, 15th floor. I've been stuck on this floor for 100,000 years. Am I really a genius? Earth. As a dark red spaceship gradually ascended, Zhang Yang left Earth. Now Earth was completely divided into two parts along the line from 0 west to 180 east. One part, originally belonging to the Hua Kingdom, became the territory of Earthlings, while the other part became the territory of the cosmic beings. With Zhang Yang's departure, the other side of the Hua Kingdom erupted into a frenzy. Countless cosmic beings were cheering and leaping in the sky. Heavens, that Earthling has finally left. What kind of life are we living? Confucius said. Get lost, don't say those things in front of me, ugh. Speaking of which, now that he's gone, we don't have to take exams anymore, right? He is a devil. Why did the clan elders believe his nonsense? Watch carefully, learn well. Haven't you realized that it really helps with cultivation? The humiliation before us is nothing. As the Earthlings say, Han Xian endured the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs. What is our suffering compared to that? Yinmo Star. This was a planet with a diameter of over 200,000 kilometers, filled with militarized structures, and dotted with more than 1,000 large military bases. Countless large defensive armors were also parked in orbit around the planet. Currently they were under normal alert status, so there were many gaps on them, but when war came these armors would fully close. Dense streams of spaceships entered and exited through the gaps in the armor. Every day countless powerful beings came here to join the extraterritorial battlefield, hoping to make further progress amidst life and death. Come, come, come. Universe-level little ones, follow this fat man in black. That's the way to the fourth battlefield. A middle-aged man in a cosmic combat suit was shouting loudly. Why the fourth battlefield? The mortality rate for universe level there is the highest. Can we change places? Right, that battlefield is mainly for fighting the Zerg race. We universe-level beings are useless there. We're doomed, Sai. Who here came voluntarily? I was exiled. Exiled. Serves you right. Bastard, you're going there too. Do you think you're any better? Me. I owe money and haven't paid it back. The noisy squabbles of these universe-level youngsters were ignored by everyone. The people here were already used to it. World Lords. Any World Lords leaving? Need 2 more. 2 more. Is there anyone in the rest area? We need 100 to depart. Not the 4th battlefield, but the 6th battlefield. Anyone? If not, I'll ask again in a moment. An immortal with a middle-aged appearance, standing next to a black butterfly-shaped spaceship, shouted. Meanwhile, a long-haired youth, sitting in the control room, was lounging in an armchair, happily browsing the battlefield information. He was Purple Light Marquis, an initial stage Marquis Immortal, and also the person in charge of this preparation planet. Although the preparation planet bore the word battle in history, it had never been destroyed except during the great decisive battles. As a Marquis, being stationed here was a lucrative job. After battles, the great figures of the king level would leave the battlefield uncleaned, and the system personnel would collect the spoils. Although such good fortune would not fall to him, being within the system allowed him to resell some high-value items. All within the rules, so he had no fear of being discovered. Occasionally he would encounter some treasures, and reselling them would earn tens of thousands of Hunyuan units. An average initial stage Marquis had a net worth of 10 million Hunyuan units, but his accumulation speed was 10 times that of a Marquis Immortal outside. And he didn't have to risk his life. He was elated. With a wave of his hand, a pale green clear transparent drink flew over. He took a gentle sip and thought to himself, I wonder where this tea comes from. It's been selling like crazy for the past 1000 years. Can I get a piece of the action? Then he shook his head. Thinking of the tea's booming sales across the universe, he had never heard of anyone causing trouble for it. He quickly dismissed the idea. The force capable of controlling such a vast industry was likely a king. On the edge of the extraterritorial battlefield, how could he not know the terror of a king immortal? A ripple in space. A brief connection between the dark universe and the original universe, and a 1000-meter-long dark red spaceship suddenly appeared between the planet's surface and the defensive armor. At the same time, a vast aura emanated from within the spaceship, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire preparation planet. Countless soldiers looked up at the spaceship appearing in the sky, their eyes dazed. This was a preparation planet. Even immortals had to hover according to regulations or they would face military punishment. Who dared to fly directly in? Was it a Marquis inside? The immortal beside the black flying saucer's face changed. He frequently traveled between the preparation planet and the extraterritorial battlefield and had sensed this kind of aura before. But this planet was responsible for arranging combatants below the immortal level. How could such a powerful being appear here? Biffed. Purple Light Marquis sitting in the control room spat out a mouthful of tea. Then he abruptly sat up, his eyes filled with terror, and shouted, "Are they attacking? How could there be a king? Should I flee first? Forget it. If it really is a foreign king, I probably can't escape. I'll go out and take a look." He flashed outside and his heart immediately relaxed, because from the spaceship high in the sky stepped out a robust figure clad in bronze battle armor. His cold, stern face and deep eyes made Purple Light Marquis feel a faint pain in his soul at the first glance, and he hurriedly lowered his head. "Sir, you don't need to come here. You can enter the battlefield directly." Zhang Yang looked at the Marquis with flowing purple hair before him and said expressionlessly, "If I don't verify my identity, and am not registered in the military system, how can I enter the battlefield? Do you want to see me fight against an AAA grade divine warbase?" Purple Light Marquis cautiously glanced at him and said, "Sir, you can directly change your combat status through the Hong Alliance, and then you can enter." Zhang Yang said impatiently, "Hurry up and verify my identity. I haven't joined the Hong Alliance." When he killed the king, he hadn't turned on the virtual universe synchronization, so how could he have received an invitation from the Hong Alliance? Besides, killing a king of the human race and then joining the Hong Alliance, wasn't that a joke? Purple Light Marquis' eyes were extremely cautious. Could he be a spy? Or had he just barely become a king and not received an invitation? This aura was a bit unlike that. An instrument resembling a projector appeared on his arm, and he turned it on and scanned Zhang Yang. Beep Ghost King Strength Peak King. Purple Light Marquis' pupils dilated bit by bit. He had thought that this aura was not like that of a barely king level. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. There was a record. As long as he wasn't a human spy, it was fine. Zhang Yang was not surprised by the verification result. His strength record had been updated when the Chaos City Lord visited Earth. As for why the Hong Alliance hadn't invited him, it was probably because he hadn't demonstrated corresponding achievements. In the Virtual Universe Company, the Chaos City Lord had the final say and could directly change it. In the Hong Alliance, although the Chaos City Lord held a high status, he still needed to give an order. Obviously, he didn't receive the same treatment as Luofeng, and was overlooked by the Chaos City Lord. Purple Light Marquis cautiously asked, "Sir, will you go on your own or follow the preparation planet's aircraft together?" The immortal beside the black spaceship, upon seeing Zhang Yang's gaze, smiled and bowed lightly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at the ship full of world lords and said, "No need. Just send me the coordinates in the military system. I'll go myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished directly from the spot and entered the spaceship. The dark red spaceship also flew straight out of Yinmo Star, leaving Purple Light Marquis staring at the sky with envy. That was teleportation. As expected of a peak king, he had fully comprehended at least one of the three supreme techniques of the space law: space lock, space teleport, and space annihilation. Inside the spaceship, Xiao Chun said thankfully, "Master, I just checked. Fortunately, we didn't go directly to the battlefield. Otherwise, your king-level strength is different from those world lords. If you exposed your aura directly in the battlefield, since your identity information hasn't been updated, you would be considered an intruder, and the warbase might attack you directly. Although the extraterritorial battlefield is the human race's battlefield, it is not only humans and their vassal races. Many warriors from other races also fight through the human battlefield." Zhang Yang nodded gently. Xiao Chun asked, "Master, there are a total of 11 large battlefields. Which one shall we enter?" Zhang Yang tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Adjacent to the human race's territory are the demon race, the Zerg race, and the mechanical race. Let's start with the third battlefield, which has many demon warriors." The dark red spaceship entered the third battlefield through a spatial passage. Xiao Chun said, "Master, there are 100 war camps here. Do we need to enter?" Zhang Yang calmly replied, "What is there to do there? Let's head straight to the Dark Thunder domain." The current battlefields were once the habitats of weak races, later chosen by the three peak races as battlegrounds. After countless epochs of warfare, aside from the most perilous core areas of the secret realm, nothing here poses any threat to me. True powerhouses head to the most dangerous places. Even if there are strong individuals in these peripheral areas, they are merely impoverished ones. True experts train between life and death, hoping to advance further. Let's not waste time. I am eager to cross blades with the strong." Xiao Chun suggested in a low voice, "Then, Master, should we turn off the detector?" Zhang Yang bowed his head in brief thought before saying, "I cleared the 20th floor of the Heavenly Bridge, and obtained over 70 million points, which I used entirely to purchase detectors. This one is sufficient." The demon race's technology is inferior, this detector is superior even among king-level pinnacles. It can ensure we reach the Dark Thunder domain directly. Let's keep only the small precision detector active, shut down the large one, and leave the signal unhidden. Our ship is a kilometer-long F9 class vessel worthy of a king's mount. Let's see the courage of these demon kings. A warm-up. Xiao Chun suppressed a chuckle and said, "Yes, master. The large detector is off." Then it asked with some concern, "Master, what if a powerful opponent destroys our ship? Repairs here would take a long time." Zhang Yang smiled. "If someone can destroy our ship, their own vessel is likely comparable. We'll just seize theirs. Besides, we don't lack ships, do we? We must have at least 100 F-class vessels. As long as they can fly, I can easily reach 100 times light speed in the dark universe. Much faster than this ship starts." Xiao Chun flattered, "Master, those kings can't match your speed." Zhang Yang smiled. This wasn't due to strength. Flying in the dark universe exerted immense pressure, and the faster you went, the greater the pressure. He relied on the heavy chromium armor to withstand it. Then, as if recalling something, he said to Xiao Chun, "Is Luofeng still treasure hunting in the Trash Mountain? When he switches to free combat mode, tell him Nuolanshan's location if they're in the same area." Xiao Chun said, "Master, I've recorded it." 10 light-years away, a 2000-meter-long serpentine spaceship was also heading toward the Dark Thunder domain. Inside the ship, a phantom black serpent said, "Master, we seem to have found the target." A snake-headed being with a human body, its entire head covered in scales, wore an ice-cold expression. Though its appearance resembled some bizarre cosmic beings, its true form was a serpent. It hissed its forked tongue, flickering, "Target. Project it." Instantly, a dark red triangular ship appeared in its vision. As the image zoomed in, the interior of the ship's cockpit became clear. In the image, a human clad in an ancient bronze special battle armor sat cross-legged in the spacious cockpit. There were no guards or attendants, giving it a desolate feel. Its diamond-shaped pupils narrowed further as it rasped, "This human is also heading toward the Dark Thunder domain. What are our detection results?" The phantom serpent flickered its tongue several times. "Master, we detected no signal from his detector. He may have it off, but he could also be using only a small one more advanced than ours." The snake-headed demon said, "His humans have the virtual universe. They're all wealthy and more advanced than our race. In this state, he's probably using a small detector as bait to hunt right. He's truly confident. But riding such a ship likely means he's a king-level pinnacle bold enough to leave the detector on without shielding the signal. He must have skills. We have no information on this human. Let others test him first. We'll let him go this time. If he's nothing special, we'll find him in the Dark Thunder domain. Change course. Enter from the flank of the Dark Thunder domain to avoid direct encounter. And send a message to Tuada about this human. He lacks a detector, doesn't he? I'll gift him one." The phantom serpent flickered its tongue again. "Yes, my master." At the edge of the Dark Thunder domain, a 1000-meter-long dark red, triangular spaceship gradually slowed. Zhang Yang's figure flickered as he teleported outside. His gaze fell on the skyscape ahead. In the distance was a world of purple and cyan light, still feeling like being amidst thunder even 100 million kilometers away. This vast thunder domain spanned at least light-years. A low, continuous thunder rumbled through the air. As a massive lightning bolt struck in the distance, Zhang Yang's profile was illuminated, and the surface of his half-wrapped black armor gleamed darkly. "Interesting," Zhang Yang murmured softly. Xiao Chun explained, "Master, this is the Dark Thunder domain. The lightning here is dazzling, but its power isn't as great as you might think. It's only enough to deal with marquee-level immortals. This was originally a secret realm inhabited by the Thunder Spirit race, a lightning elemental energy lifeform. But later the four peak races chose this place as a battlefield and occupied their homeland. Because they fled quickly, they now seem to have joined the Northern Frontier Alliance, a major cosmic power. The secret realm's unique structure generates lightning spontaneously. The area with the densest lightning laws, once the Thunder Spirit's sacred land, is called the Void Thunder Domain. The Void Thunder Domain is the most dangerous place. Dark thunder lurks everywhere, exploding silently. Extremely hidden and immensely powerful, with the strongest bolts exceeding the king level and reaching the venerable level. Reaching the venerable level. Zhang Yang repeated, his caution rising. That level also matched the limits of his defense. As Xiao Chun watched Zhang Yang lost in thought, it suddenly spoke, "Master, someone teleported here. The detector just... Hey buddy, first time here. Standing at the edge for so long. Detectors don't work inside the Dark Thunder domain, and there are plenty of shady characters hiding here." A warm voice rang out. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, then relaxed. He wasn't fond of the address, but turning to look at the speaker eased his mind. The speaker was a tall, thin youth with very fair skin that shimmered faintly. At least he wasn't covered in scales, wings, tails, or horns. Zhang Yang forced a faint smile, and said softly, "Thank you for the reminder." The tall youth looked at Zhang Yang, his expression pausing, then continued warmly, "Brother, I'm Sanchen Wang, a king-level pinnacle. I only found you through the military supply system. I wanted to see who was fishing here, but you're a first-timer." He looked Zhang Yang up and down and continued, your aura feels like a king-level pinnacle too. How come I don't recognize you? There are few human kings, even fewer pinnacles, it's strange. Zhang Yang nodded. You can call me Yu Hun Wang. Many friends used to call me that. In truth, he felt the title fit. After leaving the Tsuhuan secret realm, he had entered the Wuyan secret realm, which teemed with experts. At that time, he was barely a marquee-level pinnacle back at the bottom of the power pyramid. Given the peculiar environment, he naturally relied on illusionary sneak attacks in the early stages. Though his powerful secret arts allowed him to kill many enemies, he often walked by the river, eventually encountering strong opponents who even turned the tables and chased him a few times. Nevertheless, this made the experts of the Wuyan secret realm take note of him. His eerie methods and formidable soul attacks earned him that title. San Chun Wang's expression stiffened upon hearing Zhang Yang's title. He hesitated. 3,000 years ago, I heard that Mu Chen Wang helped a king-level high friend to settle a score with a king-level initial. That person never returned to the battlefield. Probably still recovering. You wouldn't be. Zhang Yang confirmed, yes, I was the one they hunted. A glint flashed in San Chun Wang's eyes. Brother, now I understand why they failed. Back then you were probably already a king-level pinnacle, right? Then he feigned indignation. Such a king-level high dares to cause trouble for us. They deserved a good lesson. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't fond of overly warm people. Such familiarity made him uncomfortable. Yes, that's what I thought. San Chun Wang tilted his head curiously. Brother, how did you teach them a lesson when they came after you? Zhang Yang replied seriously, 1 king-level pinnacle, 2 king-level high. Since they dared to provoke me, they had to pay a price. They were lucky to encounter the Wuyan waves. I had planned to use the environment to finish them all, but when I struck 1 king-level high, self-destructed, and I was swept into the waves. I barely escaped after some effort. I hadn't even dealt them much damage yet. Given the circumstances, they should have lost about 10 of their divine bodies. San Chun Wang listened attentively to Zhang Yang's words. When he finished, he said generously, Brother, now that you have reached the peak of king level, you have stepped into the ranks of the top powerhouses. They did not choose to spend vast wealth to restore their divine bodies, and slow recuperation would take at least hundreds of eras. As for the other who has already fallen, there is no need to mention it. It depends on when the higher-ups have time. If unlucky, waiting tens of millions of eras is normal. Then, if we want to deal with them, it will be very simple. Zhang Yang shrugged non-committally, lifting his chin slightly. Only the peak of king level could be considered a true powerhouse. To advance from army lord to marquis level, one must reach a certain level in the law of space, or the law of time, forge an undying body, and possess many life-saving abilities which can be considered the initial formation of a divine body. Advancing from marquis to king level indicates that the comprehension of the 2 supreme laws has reached a profound depth enough to gain recognition from the fundamental laws. Previous realm advancements only increased combat power to a limited extent. The real boost in combat power comes from advancing from high-level king to peak king, and the key is the complete comprehension of the seal, kill, and instant aspects of law perception. At the peak of king level, with special methods or body amplification secret techniques, one can already kill a high-level king at the cost of some sacrifices. The number of deaths is usually low because the gap is small, the speed of annihilating divine bodies is slow, and comrades from the same camp can provide timely support. Similarly, a king-level limit-burning divine power can also kill a peak king without needing to be 3 levels higher as before. However, the cost is high, so they generally do not truly risk their lives. I certainly won't take them to heart. San Chun Wang noticed Zhang Yang's aloofness and said kindly, let's exchange contact information. If you ever need help as fellow humans, we can assist each other. Zhang Yang curled his lips and chuckled, saying, good. The two exchanged military communication and virtual universe communication IDs. San Chun Wang said happily, let's keep in touch later. My friends are waiting for me, so I'll take my leave now. Yu Hun Wang, you'd better not linger too long at the edge of the Dark Thunder domain. Although most of the outer area is high-level kings, there are also some king-level limits hunting there. Zhang Yang replied, thanks for the reminder. I'll go in right away. Xiao Chun watched San Chun Wang leave and thought to himself, Master, is this king problematic? A rather insidious fellow. Zhang Yang lightly shook his head with a smile. There's no insidiousness. It's just personal tactics. I didn't expect that by choosing a random place I ended up in the same training location as Mu Chen Wang. It's a pity that I probably won't run into them. But it's nothing. Let's go inside. Here detectors are unusable, which is quite fitting for many secret realm environments. The departing San Chun Wang gradually withdrew his smile, thinking to himself, although my relationship with Mu Chen Wang is not good, and we rarely interact due to our strength. But I heard that Mu Chen Wang is very steady in character. He would never act blindly. A peak king and 2 high-level kings going to trouble a barely peak king powerhouse. Even if they risk their lives, they might not be able to kill him. This possibility is very small. It's highly likely that this Yu Hun Wang was indeed at the early king level 3,000 years ago. He made Mu Chen Wang leave the Dark Thunder domain and head to the secret realm, and in 3,000 years his strength increased by 2 levels. This Yuhun Wang must have a great secret. Oh, connected. A sliver of Sanshun Wang's consciousness entered the virtual universe. A slightly hunched old man with white hair and long eyebrows looked at Sanshun Wang and said, "What do you want to contact me about? We haven't contacted each other for over 1000 eras. Ha ha ha." Sanshun Wang said happily, "Mei Sang Wang, back then, I called you to come to the battlefield beyond the domain, but you said you were tired of it. These years I haven't been as leisurely as you." Mei Sang Wang said with a hint of weariness, "I'm old, so naturally I don't have your drive. Although you seem carefree, I know you're very stubborn. If following you means I'll have to go crazy a few times." Sanshun Wang said with a grin, "You really know me. 1,000 eras is just a blink of an eye. Earlier I heard from Kotan Wang that you were in the Wu Yen secret realm. Didn't the wind and waves there blow your eyebrows away?" Mei Sang Wang's face showed a trace of joy upon hearing his old friend's concern, but quickly suppressed it. His voice was slightly heavy as he said, "Sanshun Wang, although the waves in the Wu Yen secret realm are strong, this old bones of mine can still endure them. I know you are sharp-minded, you wouldn't contact me for nothing. Speak, what have you discovered? Is it related to Yuhun Wang, who caused quite a stir in the Wu Yen prison some years ago?" "Can endure it?" Sanshun Wang murmured. If he could endure it, it meant that even Mei Sang Wang had to bear it with difficulty, at least losing nearly 5 to 10 of his divine body. If even a peak king is like this, how could an early king withstand it? Even if the divine bodies of the two are not 10 times apart, they are at least 3 or 4 times apart. Adding the gap in law comprehension, secret techniques, and equipment, the overall difference is huge. An early king is almost certain to die. Sanshun Wang put away his playful expression and said seriously, "Old man, what other information do you know? Spit it all out." Mei Sang Wang gave Sanshun Wang a deep look and said in a low voice, "A heavy treasure." Sanshun Wang's pupils contracted, and he directly asked, "True?" Mei Sang Wang paused for a moment, stroked his long eyebrows. "Haven't seen it. Half and half." After that there was no news of him. If he appears, the probability could increase by another 30%. The remaining 20% is due to the ability to have avatars. 80%. That's already very high. Sanshun Wang's eyes gradually became firm, and he said in a low voice, "Old man, wait for my news." Mei Sang Wang raised his hand and pinched his long eyebrows, saying irritably, "Every time you find me it's never good. You want me to go crazy with you again, don't you? You two are now in the same camp. If we leave the camp we can't hold it." Sanshun Wang frowned and said, "Old man, I know. I'll find a way. Don't you trust me? But this time the target is a bit big. I need to think carefully." Mei Sang Wang's face darkened. The background was already shrouded in mist, and now it became even darker. "Prepare thoroughly and call me when the time comes." "I'll go prepare too." After saying that, his figure completely disappeared into the mist. Sanshun Wang frowned, his eyes flickering, muttering, "Time is tight. I need to act quickly." "Voda, did my brother set a trap for me again?" a snake-headed humanoid demon asked. A phantom of a spotted snake replied, "Master, based on information analysis, that person's detector is indeed very advanced, and the information is authenticated with no signs of tampering." The snake-headed humanoid demon said, "That human was not found in the system. He is probably a powerhouse who just arrived at the 3rd battlefield. A powerhouse of this level having such a clear goal must have some backing. It's very likely that he came here directly after fighting in other battlefields. He wants me to deal with him. I won't let him have his way. To seize the heavy treasure promised by father, this brother is really thoughtful for me. Well, after all, out of over 30 brothers back then, only the 2 of us are left. Hasn't Juqi Wang been currying favor with me? Let him lure that human to my brother. I'll give him this human's wealth. Since he already got the information, let him finish the rest." Boom! A dark purple lightning bolt hundreds of kilometers thick fell from the sky, crushing even dust into atomic state along the way. Even the sound waves it emitted could directly severely injure a realm lord-level powerhouse. At this moment, within the lightning, there was indeed a blurry mountain phantom. Although it was only a thin layer, it could completely block the lightning. This bolt's power is comparable to a high-level marquee. No wonder only king-level powerhouses venture here. If a marquee came in, even getting out would be difficult. Zhang Yang felt the power of the lightning and said. Xiao Chun echoed, "In the Dark Thunder domain, spaceships can no longer fly here. Even F9 class spaceships, though they can withstand the lightning here, would be thrown off course by such powerful natural attacks, making normal flight impossible. But such powerful natural attacks can directly throw the spaceship off course, preventing normal flight. Unless it is a spaceship fused with an immortal-level life form, it can resist. And because the immortal divine power is not destroyed, the spaceship does not need to consume a large amount of energy constantly. Although energy seems trivial, constantly resisting energy at the marquee level, for even one era, would be extremely painful for a king-level powerhouse." Zhang Yang nodded. Looking at the massive crater millions of kilometers long in the distance, he peered down, but even with his current vision he could not see the bottom. The continent seemed to have been pierced through. The ground here, attacked by lightning, was completely crushed into nothingness, even returning to the cosmic origin. His gaze paused on the lightning in the sky for a moment. The thunder there was still brewing and completely without pattern. He asked curiously, "Xiao Chun, check what's going on with the ground here. With this level of attack, it should have been completely annihilated long ago." In Xiao Chun's consciousness, a chaotic data stream appeared in his eyes, clearly having obtained some information through the virtual universe. This continent was not naturally formed. Like the headquarters of the virtual universe company, it was condensed by powerhouses. This continent was constructed in the manner of a weapon possessing a certain self-repair capability. In the past, it could completely absorb the lightning from the sky. However, during a battle of expulsion back then, although the fighting was not extremely intense, those top-tier powerhouses still caused irreparable damage to the continent. Now this weapon is broken. Although it is self-repairing, it only barely maintains itself by relying on its original construction characteristics, constantly being destroyed and restored, which is why it has lasted until now. Zhang Yang asked softly, "What kind of race was the Thunder Spirit clan back then?" Xiao Chun said, "Master, the Thunder Spirit clan back then had a universe master and a considerable number of venerables. They belonged to a normal, powerful race." Zhang Yang nodded, his expression indifferent. As long as one does not join a major power, even a universe master would find it extremely difficult to protect his own race. Normally it's fine, but when the interests of the peak races are touched, the consequences are naturally tragic. Power. It's still about power. He murmured in his heart. Originally he planned to break through in another 1,000 years, but Chaos City Lord disrupted his rhythm. "Master, it seems we've been wasting our time again," Xiao Chun said. Zhang Yang flew out from the deep pit, recalling the secret patterns he had recorded below. "It's not bad, we did gain something. The Dark Thunder domain spans 3.1 light-years. With such a vast area, and it not being a decisive battle, opponents are not easy to encounter. The Thunder Spirit clan was once a powerful race. Even if the human race is formidable, killing a universe lord is still quite difficult. A great deal of wealth was taken away by that powerhouse. After so many years of excavation, I never had high expectations." Xiao Chun said, "Master, I can't help you much here." Zhang Yang comforted her. "We are advancing inward. When we reach the Thunder Spirit clan's sacred ground, the Void Thunder domain, that's where you'll be needed. There are many powerful beings among the demon race. You just need to help me identify each demon and provide information support." Xiao Chun quickly said, "Master, I have compiled all the data on the demon race. As soon as we spot a demon, I can quickly analyze its identity." Zhang Yang nodded, about to say something, when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of divine power. He was overjoyed and quickly opened the army system. A map with star points appeared in his consciousness. There were no friendly forces in the direction of the divine power fluctuation. "After a year here, I finally encountered a demon. It's really not easy," he sighed to himself. Without any hesitation, he headed directly toward the source of the divine power fluctuation. "Giant Fin King, even though you barely reached the peak of king level, you can't do anything to me. Retreat quickly, or when my allies arrive, you won't be able to leave." A sound of metal collision rang out. Zhang Yang was hiding in a deep pit millions of kilometers away, watching a city tens of thousands of kilometers in size, standing amidst the thunder. He knew that was a mechanoid. A single mechanoid was a war fortress. At that moment, tens of thousands of war machines, butterfly-shaped, chain-linked, tower-shaped, and more, filled the sky. Red, white, blue, and purple energy beams intertwined, forming a vast net spanning tens of millions of kilometers. In the center stood a demon beast thousands of kilometers long, white-gray in color, resembling a shark. Its most striking feature was the huge dorsal fin that rose high from head to tail like a sharp, serrated blade. Swimming amidst the thunder and the net, its fin cut through the dark net, and lightning at high speed, repeatedly charging violently at the war base. Clearly this demon beast held an absolute advantage. The Giant Fin King said smugly, "Are you the only one with allies? Even these machines are worth a lot of money. Wait until your allies arrive before you say anything." "Ah, Giant Fin King, you bastard!" A thunderous voice echoed from the war base. The mechanoid inside was completely enraged. The Giant Fin King ignored it, and continued its assault, each charged attack sweeping away large numbers of war machines. The mechanoid, knowing it could not dodge, sent a telepathic message, "Giant Fin King, your detectors may be useless, but based on energy density analysis there is a hidden observer nearby. Since he hasn't attacked me, he clearly isn't from your demon camp. I can't detect him in my army system either. Do you want that human or Zerg powerhouse to reap the benefits?" The Giant Fin King paused, then returned to normal, circling the war fortress. It sent a telepathic message. "I'll feign attack you and you drive that human out. You're good at long-range attacks." Although the mechanoid was reluctant, it didn't want to continue struggling with the Giant Fin King. In terms of enmity, the human race was their primary enemy. After all, they occupied such a vast territory. How could they not be envied and coveted? Giant Fin King, you forced me to do this. An angry metallic voice quickly spread. In the center of the war base, 9 silver-white towers rose. With a slight deformation, hundreds of protruding tower-like structures extended from the base. As the central 9 towers began to produce energy sparks, countless base towers all lit up. For a moment, the base towers and the 9 towers were completely linked, making the entire war base seem draped in a silver veil. Zhang Yang watched this magnificent scene without any appreciation. He already sensed the terrifying energy within. The mechanoids were best at concentrated energy attacks. Now, after convergence, this attack's power likely exceeded that of a peak king-level strike. Although the preparation time was long, attacking after encirclement was still terrifying. If an ordinary early king level encountered it and was slow to escape, they might lose a significant portion of their divine body. It's coming. Zhang Yang thought to himself. This is my first time seeing mechanoid energy. The Zerg's legion attacks must be similar, right? Above the mechanoid war base, the energy attack was now fully assembled like a blazing star. Even in this lightning-filled environment, the energy remained extremely stable, even slightly strengthening. A star is falling. That was Zhang Yang's first reaction upon seeing the attack, but then his face darkened with anger. It was coming straight for him. In the Dark Thunder domain, lightning was so frequent that space was constantly trembling. Most areas did not allow teleportation, only small stable pits. Ha! Zhang Yang roared. His self-created divine body amplification secret technique, space-time gold element, was instantly activated. His power surged to 70 times, reaching 7,000 times the peak domain lord's power. The first form of the heavy chrome armor was instantly activated. An illusory mountain peak fell around his body. Inside the armor, the 360 vine cloud moss vine stacked layer upon layer, forming a perfect defense. Boom! Like a star exploding, it illuminated the surrounding billions of kilometers. The edge of the millions of kilometers deep pit was directly blasted open. Even with secret pattern protection, a gap appeared. Before the energy aftershocks dissipated, a black streak of light shot out from the pit, charging straight toward the war base. The mechanoid inside the war base exclaimed, "How can it be completely unaffected? Such speed. It's actually a pinnacle king." At the same time, it frantically sent messages in the army system. SOS. Coordinates. A pinnacle king has appeared. The surrounding mechanoids and other race kings who had entered the battlefield through the mechanoid army system all paused, then turned and fled in the opposite direction. Wasn't it a peak king demon before? How did it become a pinnacle king? Not going. Not going. This is just the outer area and a pinnacle king appears. With divine body burning, it can kill us high-level kings. There's no support. Going there is suicide. Tower City King, rest in peace. Tower City King probably brought it on himself. His wealth isn't enough for a pinnacle king to covet. He probably attacked first. Attacking an unknown king, if he doesn't fall, who will? Tower City King didn't place hope on these allies. As a mechanoid, it knew how low the probability was of someone capable of saving it appearing in this area. It connected a private line with a fellow mechanoid. Platinum Beam King, how long until you arrive? Platinum Beam King, which looked like a signal transmitter, emitted an electronic voice. Tower City King. I'm in the Void Thunder domain. There's no teleportation here. It will take at least 10 days to reach you. Can you hold on? Have you accelerated to light speed to escape? No! Tower City King cried out in despair. Affected by the Dark Thunder domain environment, its detection range was only a little over 100 million kilometers. How far was it from the unknown king now? 1 million kilometers. At such a close distance, it would take just over 3 seconds to reach light speed. Moreover, unlike a pinnacle king, it couldn't accelerate that fast. By the time it saw the figure, the distance had already halved. Having just completed its charged attack, most of its instruments were still cooling down, and its propulsion system was severely affected. How could it escape? A silver-white blade, light tens of thousands of kilometers long, gradually approached and enlarged on its control center screen. It watched helplessly as its insufficiently charged shield was torn apart. Warning! Warning! Outer defense shield destroyed. 234 power lines abnormal. Warning! Warning! City walls destroyed. Outer defense formation breached. 4529 base towers lost. Warning! Warning! The giant Fin King's eyes were filled with terror. That bronze-colored figure was violently assaulting the mechanoid warbase, already half dismantled by the looks of it. It had attacked before and knew the defense of the warbase. This human was probably a pinnacle king. However, it felt relieved. This human hadn't teleported directly to kill Tower City King, so he clearly hadn't mastered spatial teleportation. Otherwise he would be even faster. Looking at the familiar human face, it thought to itself, Toda King managed to find such an unknown human pinnacle king. I wonder if there are any backup plans. If so, Toda King might be in danger. These royal clan members are truly ruthless and hard to serve. In such a remote place, if this human is willing to pay a price, he might even kill me. I'd better stay far away. Zhang Yang struck again with his blade, heavily slashing the inner city wall. He truly hadn't expected to be attacked. Indeed, the mechanoid's technological power was formidable, able to detect him even in such an environment. Feeling the mechanoid's divine body weakening under his attacks, he wasn't surprised. For a high-level king, a typical pinnacle king was indeed difficult to kill. After all, a pinnacle king had only 35 times body amplification. The base power of a pinnacle king was 1,000,000 times the peak domain lord's power. After amplification, it reached 3,000,000 to 5,000,000 times that power. A weaker pinnacle king had only 3,000,000 times. A high-level king's divine power was around 5,000,000 times the peak domain lord's power. To achieve forced annihilation, at least a tenfold power gap was needed. The pinnacle king's power was just a bit short. Moreover, high-level kings could dodge, defend, and block. That required the pinnacle king's secret technique level to completely overwhelm them, allowing direct attacks on the high-level king's divine body. Then the pinnacle king would burn part of their divine power, making their power exceed the high-level king's by tenfold, and their law comprehension must be high enough to control such immense power to forcibly annihilate a high-level king. Currently, Zhang Yang's body amplification reached 70 times, and his gene level was 100. His peak power was only 7,000 times the peak domain lord's power, barely at the peak marquis level. However, his law comprehension had already surpassed the king level, reaching the lord level. A king advancing to lord could increase base power by 100 times, and correspondingly the law comprehension was also 100 times that of a king. Only the combination of law's energy and secret techniques could unleash the full hundredfold power. Now, with such a weak base power, his high law comprehension gave him a boost of 4,050 times, reaching about 3,000,000 times the peak domain lord's power, barely reaching the pinnacle king's burst level. The reason he could match the annihilation effect of a pinnacle king burning divine body was due to the nature of fused laws. Having grown to over 3,000,000 times the power of a god, he had been fusing laws for over 3,000 years. Although he had been seeking points of convergence to prepare for future progress, his law fusion degree was still growing naturally. Especially the gold and space laws, which he had deeply comprehended, had already supported his law comprehension to a level surpassing the 21st and 22nd floors of the Heaven Bridge. As the first mechanoid king I've ever encountered fall, Zhang Yang shouted, his world power erupting into his battle blade. A silver lightning bolt appeared in the air, heading toward the already largely destroyed core of the warbase. Ah, human, you deliberately lured me. You only barely reach Pinnacle King. Tower Dragon King will avenge me. The mechanoid king roared in fury, then fell into complete madness. Master Tower City can no longer serve you. Explode. You've lost more than half your divine body. A self-destruct can't harm me. It's a futile gesture. Zhang Yang squinted at the warbase that was exploding, thinking to himself. If it had self-destructed in its full state, the power could have tripled. For an ordinary immortal, killing a mechanoid carried considerable risk. After the explosion subsided, his form turned into a black lightning bolt, charging toward the distant giant Fin King. Demon, you dare not flee upon seeing me. The giant Fin King quickly retreated, its eyes flickering as it said, as long as we avoid teleportation zones, we can at most reach light speed. Why should I fear you? Unless you're also proficient in telekinetic weapons. Or a soul attack master. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed coldly. He thought, congratulations, you guessed right. Then he said grimly, are you provoking me? The giant Fin King quickly said, no, no, no. A Pinnacle King's power is nearly 10 times mine. How would I dare to provoke? Zhang Yang slowed down a bit and said, I thought so. Seeing Zhang Yang's reaction, the giant Fin King grew anxious and taunted. But as an enemy, you're still far from making me fear you. I'm barely a peak king, you're barely a pinnacle king. It's just one level difference. Even if I fight you, what can you do to me? Zhang Yang suddenly accelerated, instantly reaching light speed again, and pretended to be angry. Your strength is weak, but your mouth is tough. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Just hope you don't get hit by a peak marquee level thunderbolt. Once I catch you, I will kill you. The giant Fin King's eyes flashed with panic. Then it charged without looking back into the distant thunder domain. Above the cavern, a white and a black figure flashed across the sky in an instant, surrounded by thunderbolts that had no effect on their speed. Giant Fin King, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you only running now? Zhang Yang called out with feigned anger as he pursued from behind. The giant Fin King rotated its two enormous fish eyes 180 degrees to look at Zhang Yang behind, then quickly turned its gaze forward, paying attention to the thunder brewing in the distance. ZZ, a bolt of lightning struck the giant Fin King directly, and it hastily activated its defensive secret art, while continuing to fly forward at full speed. At the same time, it breathed a sigh of relief in its heart. Fortunately, attacks at the marquee-level high stage could be withstood without much defense and would not affect its speed. Zhang Yang was very puzzled as he watched from behind. He was now certain that this giant shark was deliberately luring him. But he had only recently joined the military system. How did this demon race recognize him? A faint glint of light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of why it knew him or who the enemy was, as long as he pursued, everything would become clear. The overwhelming auras of both sides were not concealed at all. The fluctuations of divine power occasionally erupted against the thunder, and the hidden experts below naturally sensed this chase clearly. This is. The scattered Dawn King was very puzzled. The distant divine power fluctuations seemed somewhat familiar to him. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at the figure behind. He made a decision immediately. With a burst of divine power, he charged straight into the sky against the thunder, shouting from a distance, "Ghost Soul King! I'm here to help you." Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward the voice, and then called out cheerfully, "Scattered Dawn King, help me catch this guy. I've been chasing him for 0.1 light years." But inwardly he was somewhat annoyed. This reinforcement was ill-timed. He could sense that the giant Fin King's divine power aura had become more active. It should be reaching its destination soon. He himself was also lacking opponents, otherwise why would he have kept this fish alive for so long? The giant Fin King's eyes were also filled with fear. During this time it had not been sparing in provoking the king-level limit behind it. The two sides were hostile to begin with, and with the added provocation once intercepted, judging by the attitude of the king-level limit behind, even if it meant a loss, it would probably burn its divine power to kill it. Two people chasing it would form an intercept. No matter how it fled, it would eventually be caught by one of them. Now it no longer cared whether it could complete the mission. It immediately logged into the demon army system and frantically began editing and sending messages. "Help! Help! I, giant Fin King, am being hunted by a king-level limit. They will catch up to me soon. Now there is also a king-level peak. Fellow king-level peaks, please support me. Afterwards I will reward 50 million dream demon coins." At the same time it secretly contacted Tuku, directly, waiting anxiously in its heart. Originally its clan had a cooperative relationship with the Sky Serpent Emperor clan, and it had been ordered to befriend Crown Prince Tuoda. But now it had to seek help from Crown Prince Tuku instead. Its eyes rolled slowly. Crown Prince Tuku probably didn't know about this, did he? With a buzz the virtual network connected and a black python appeared. Its cold serpentine eyes fixed on the shark before it. "Giant Fin King." The giant Fin King said fawningly, "Your Highness Tuku, are you within this area? If you come to save me, you will surely be able to drive away that human. After all, they are just a lowly bloodline race." Seeing that Tuku King's eyes remained cold, it showed a hint of reluctance in its eyes and said, "If your Highness can support me, I will offer 200 million dream demon coins afterward. That is almost all of my wealth." Tuku's tongue flickered constantly, and its eyes became more ferocious. It sneered, "Giant Fin King, do you think I don't know that you chose to help Tuoda? How ridiculous! You should know that I am the strongest in the Sky Serpent clan." The giant Fin King's fish eyes rolled white, almost fainting. It had been flying toward Tuku precisely because there were few other king-level peak royal members, and no one else would help it against an angry king-level limit. Suddenly felt that the world had turned gray. After all, its race had no universe master. As a king-level high it might be resurrected, but the cost of resurrection would have to be borne by itself. That meant it would essentially be sold to a universe master's race, losing its freedom, and the endless years ahead would be dark. "Giant Fin King." The cold voice came from Tuku again. The giant Fin King looked at His Highness Tuku with somewhat dazed eyes, wondering what it wanted from it in such a situation. It replied submissively, "Your Highness Tuku, I can save you, but it comes at a price. Since you are currying favor with Tuoda, I happen to have a task for you." Tuku's snake eyes turned into slits as it spoke unhurriedly. The giant Fin King's eyes darted and said directly, "No problem, as long as your Highness Tuku can save me, I will do whatever it takes to complete the task." Tuku squinted its eyes, looking at this shark. Loyalty. The demon race always respected strength. There was no such thing as loyalty. "Very well. Hey, you came to me of your own accord, so I can get there faster. Wait for me one day." The fleeing giant Fin King breathed a sigh of relief. Its life was saved. At the same time it thought to itself, if Crown Prince Tuku ascended the throne it wouldn't be so bad. At least Tuku's talent was indeed better. It just needed to build a good relationship. Changing targets, the elders should be able to accept that right. Zhang Yang looked at the giant Fin King ahead. He could sense that its divine power aura had become more active, as if it had relaxed. Was it because of reinforcements? "Ghost Soul King, that giant Fin King seems to have changed. Why aren't you using soul attacks?" The scattered Dawn King transmitted with a somewhat grave tone. The extraterritorial battlefield was never a safe place. Once a battle started, as reinforcements kept joining, the situation would become very intense, and even a king-level peak might fall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes darkened. He hadn't mentioned being proficient in soul attacks, had he? Was Scattered Dawn King so attentive to him? He smiled lightly on the surface and comforted. Don't worry, he can't escape. Once I see his reinforcements, I'll use soul attacks and you burn a little divine power. Then we can kill him directly. We'll split the spoils evenly. The Scattered Dawn King looked at Zhang Yang with surprise. Your soul attacks are that powerful. Even a king-level peak can't resist. Zhang Yang said, You'll see when the time comes. The Scattered Dawn King looked at the giant Fin King with burning eyes, but his heart was gloomy. Could Ghost Soul King really be that strong? The giant Fin King ahead was weaker than him, but only by half a level. If he could completely suppress the giant Fin King, then his influence wouldn't be negligible either. He had already thoroughly searched for information about the Wu Yen's secret realm. Ghost Soul King's defense was also considerable. One day later, the fleeing giant Fin King suddenly showed ecstasy. In the distant sky, a black lightning bolt seemed to appear, moving horizontally against the rules of the secret realm. An invincible force directly pierced through the thunder, creating a curtain of lightning. Giant Fin King. So this is your helper. Zhang Yang also stopped looking at the python not far ahead. The giant Fin King approached the black python and said, Your Highness Tuku, thank you so much for coming to save me. The snake head extended forward toward the shark, and it hissed, Don't forget what you promised me. The giant Fin King waved its tail repeatedly, saying, Of course, of course. The snake head then turned to Zhang Yang. Is this the king level limit that giant Fin King mentioned? The aura doesn't seem quite right. Feels a bit weak. After exchanging a few glances, Tuku said, Human, you are unfamiliar. You are also unfamiliar to me. Zhang Yang tilted his head, scrutinizing the black python thousands of kilometers long. Although it was also a king-level peak, due to the inherent strength of the demon race's body, their royal bloodline had a genetic level of 6 times. Once they reached king-level peak, they could rival a human king-level limit. Had the giant Fin King been planning to lead him to this serpent? But from their earlier conversation, it seemed the giant Fin King was actually asking this black python for help. The Scattered Dawn King looked at the black python with concern and said, Ghost Soul King. Although it is a king-level peak, its strength is comparable to our race's king-level limit. The situation is unfavorable for us. Zhang Yang said in a deep voice, I'll block that serpent. You go kill that fish. Hiss. Human, since I'm here, you won't kill the giant Fin King. With that, Tuku swung its long tail, crossing millions of kilometers to appear before Zhang Yang. A sense of heaviness pressed down, and combined with its enormous body of thousands of kilometers, its aura was extremely imposing. Seeing the attack coming, Zhang Yang's eyes were full of excitement. 3,000 years ago, his secret arts reached the ultimate level due to constant battle. Now, having improved his law comprehension by a level, even though he had few battles on Earth, he had still created a venerable level ultimate secret art thanks to his powerful talent. This black serpent ahead seemed promising. It would be very helpful for testing his current secret art. Well struck. With a loud shout, Zhang Yang raised his battle blade directly. A silver light filled the blade with a gorgeous inner radiance flowing subtly. It cut through the surrounding thunder, carrying space cracks tens of thousands of kilometers long to meet the heavy serpent tail. Boom! The immense energy blasted outward. The Scattered Dawn King's eyes contracted sharply. This? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Known as the Ghost Soul King, he had shown formidable defense in the Wu Yen prison. Now even his attack was so powerful. The Scattered Dawn King felt extremely troubled. He considered giving up, but Zhang Yang's display further convinced him of the existence of a heavy treasure. His heart immediately burned with greed again. It was a heavy treasure. If he could obtain it, he could rival a king-level limit. Step by step he could scheme and grow. He couldn't give up on such a huge profit. A heavy treasure was worth trillions of Hunyuan units. And it was priceless. Even if split among 10 people, his wealth would still soar tenfold. The giant Fin King was not surprised by the distant battle. A king-level limit and a royal serpent both had king-level limit combat power. This was still just the warm-up stage. It wondered if they would fight for real and burn divine power. After all, losing 10 of divine power recovery was not too painful for a king-level limit's wealth. It looked at the Scattered Dawn King's struggling expression. Its innate divine ability suddenly erupted. The surrounding lightning temporarily passed through its divine body, and it seemed to completely drift outside space, charging directly at the Scattered Dawn King. Bang! A violent collision sound spread. The Scattered Dawn King clutched his chest. The body inside his armor had been shattered by more than half. Pain appeared on his face, followed by rage. Beast, how dare you ambush me? Even if I stand still, what can you do? Die! With a flash of cold light, a long spear appeared in the Scattered Dawn King's hand. Due to excessive speed, the cold gleam of the spearhead seemed to appear in his hand, and his body radiated a blazing white glow. As he charged at the giant Fin King, he shouted loudly, Ghost Soul King! Zhang Yang slashed away the black serpent Tuku's tail, stepping back slightly. His world force instantly became ethereal and gathered in his mind. He slightly turned his head to glance at the giant Fin King, and whispered softly, illusory mystic veil. The intangible ethereal world force directly rushed into the giant Fin King's body, quickly forming a hazy veil inside that covered its spiritual perception. Seeing the giant Fin King fall into a brief daze, the scattered Dawn King's eyes contracted sharply. So powerful. This is terrifying, isn't it? He had seen Soul Masters act before, but many would struggle for a while before making the enemy fall into a brief coma. Now, within the short time of his attack's approach, this Ghost Soul King had completely knocked the giant Fin King unconscious with just one move. Could the rumors be true, that when Ghost Soul King was at the early King level, his soul attacks could already threaten a King level high? Growing wary, the scattered Dawn King decisively burned his divine power. Although his strength was close to the King level peak, it wasn't there yet. The difference in law power was huge. With divine power, burning his attack could directly strike the defenseless divine body, thereby shaking the soul mark within and causing an annihilation effect. Ah! A miserable roar came, but the giant Fin King did not wake up. Seeing this, the scattered Dawn King was almost ready to abandon Zhang Yang's plan. Too strong. Such an enemy, such progress. Once he missed, it would be a huge trouble. At this moment, Zhang Yang seemed like a fog to him, very unclear. But the shadow hidden behind him made even this ally feel fear. He no longer hesitated. He had only annihilated 5 of the divine body just now. Time was tight. 20 attacks. Long or short, it was a matter of moments. At the critical moment of life and death, the will was extremely condensed, and it might break free from the secret art. The wealth of a King level high was something he would need a very long time to obtain. After all, while Marquis level were easy to kill, they weren't stupid. They would flee if they sensed something wrong. You! Tuku King looked at the giant Fin King, stayed in shock, then turned its serpent head and prepared to flee. It hadn't expected Zhang Yang to be a Soul Master. If it had known, it would never have come. Soul Master King levels weren't like those who rely on divine power. Without soul defense treasures, such enemies were nearly unsolvable, extremely dangerous in combat, entirely a matter of luck. Tuoda was truly a good younger brother, actually leading such an opponent to him. A pitch-black serpentine shadow coiled and fled, gradually fading into the distance amid the thunder. Zhang Yang did not choose to pursue. Although he was confident that his soul attack could kill the snake, his goal was to hone his own attack secret techniques, turning them into combat instincts. Turning his head, he saw that the fish had not yet awakened, its divine body already reduced to only 30. King San Chun. King San Chun, who had been attacking with some excitement, stopped burning his divine power and turned to look at Zhang Yang with confusion. Shouldn't we kill this demon? Zhang Yang smiled faintly, and with a swift blade stroke, he struck the head of King Juqi, causing its body to instantly drop to 10. Only then did he speak to King Sanshin in a deep voice. This fish is after all a being close to the peak of the king level. Killing it would be too wasteful. If we sell it as a slave, it should yield more than military merits. King San Chen's expression froze. Is this the way of a soul master in trade? Selling a divine power-depleted slave directly seems quite profitable. He nodded in agreement. I know some friends who might be willing to buy such a slave. After all, though the body is damaged, it can still recover. Now that he has reached the high level of king, his potential is stable, so there's no worry about potential loss. Zhang Yang glanced at King Sanchun with surprise. Now it's only 10 of divine body. Recovering from 10 to full requires 5 stages. First, it must awaken from slumber. This is the longest stage, as the divine body can only recover slowly, requiring an extremely long time. Second, recovering from 15-20 to 30 is the most fragile stage, with strength reduced to only 1%, and recovery is also prolonged. 30 to 50 is one threshold. 50 to 70 is another. 70 to 90 is another. Only at 90 can strength be barely restored. The 5 stages might take at least tens of millions of epochs. He smiled and said, King Sanchun, you do have quite a few friends. King Sanchun replied kindly, thanks to those friends who think highly of me. All right, take him away. I just looked at the military merits and felt killing him wasn't worthwhile. After you handle it, transfer the funds to me as we agreed. Zhang Yang said generously. King Sanchun did not refuse. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored King Juqi away and said with a smile, I was planning to find my comrades, but I didn't expect such a gain on the way. We're heading to the Sule domain to seek treasures. King Yu Hun, would you like to join? Zhang Yang shook his head and refused. No, I came to the domain battlefield to temper my blade. I plan to find opponents first, then investigate the treasures. King Sanchun didn't mind. He nodded slightly and said, farewell. His figure then shot off in the direction he had come from. King Sanchun. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes as he watched the direction of his departure, then immediately chased after the direction of King Tuaku. Now that he was in the domain battlefield, he didn't want to engage in internal strife with these scheming fellows. He believed that the strength he had displayed should serve as a deterrent. King Sanchun, who had departed, felt very heavy-hearted. He contacted King Mei Sang in the virtual universe. He still appeared as an old man with long eyebrows. The divine body of an immortal could undergo simple appearance changes, but few would choose to look so aged. He said with some surprise, King Senshan, you found an opportunity so quickly. I just purchased some poison and you contacted me. Need a divine kingdom teleport. King Sanshen's face darkened and he remained silent. Seeing his expression, King Mei Sang's voice also turned heavy. What's the matter? Did the plan fail? King Sanshan frowned deeply. His strength improvement rate is terrifying. He has already reached the peak of the king level. King Mei Sang's aura suddenly erupted, his long eyebrows instantly rising above his head. He said firmly, impossible. I am absolutely certain that he was initially at the elementary king level. 3,000 years ago his soul attack barely reached the high king level, but among opponents of that level only King Yin was killed by him, and that was by exploiting the environment. King Sanshan said gravely, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. King Mei Sang clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in his temple. He suddenly turned and looked at King Sanshan. If it were just the peak king level you wouldn't have given up. Tell me what exactly made you retreat like this. A hint of fear flashed in King Sanshan's eyes. His soul attack is too terrifying. He and I teamed up to kill a demon that was close to the peak of the king level. No resistance at all. One secret technique sent it nearly into slumber. Even after I attacked repeatedly it had no reaction. Now that demon is in my hands. He is a soul master. We have no idea how many slaves he has. He might have a heavy treasure guarding him, making his defense formidable. He is also a master of soul attacks, and now his material attacks barely reach the peak king level. With the same camp we have no way to deal with him. Even if we could scheme to kill him, the kind of opponent or environment that could kill him would be even more terrifying. He is worthy of acquiring a heavy treasure. I even suspect his soul attack has reached an invincible level. King Mei Sang plucked a strand of his long eyebrow and said in a low voice, let's give up this time. Call me if anything comes up. After saying that, his figure directly vanished from the virtual universe. In a vast chaos, the primordial chi filled endless space, as if returning to the dawn of heaven and earth. In the distance, a grayish sphere floated silently. Even though it was hundreds of millions of light years away, it still appeared enormous, but it exuded a decaying aura. Because it was not complete. It might have been whole in the past, but it was damaged. Now its surface was covered with irregular craters. Deep within the craters was a continent that had turned to dust, filled with a desolate feeling. Chaotic energy currents drifted, and a divine corpse over 1,000,000 kilometers tall floated by. This was a miniature universe, its age impossible to estimate, and no living creature had come here for countless years. With a slight spatial fluctuation, a demon-like figure appeared beside the miniature universe, its body blazing with black flames, two sharp horns proudly pointing to the sky. From the shape of the black flames one could vaguely discern a human figure. Who? Too dangerous. With my current strength of only 2 stages I can't gain anything here. I almost fell this time. I actually encountered the Lord of Nanshu from the second reincarnation era, those madmen. Even with Lord Qingdong with me, he still dared to fight so fiercely. Alas, it will take a long time to recover my divine body. But that's fine, my secret technique is still lacking, needing a lot of time to perfect. After a slight pause, as the voice sounded, the black flames slowly receded to reveal the figure inside. It was a very dignified, middle-aged face, rugged yet noble, with a complex aura. He looked ahead with wary eyes, and after detecting no anomalies, his figure flickered and teleported tens of thousands of light years backward. Turning around, he saw a huge sphere ahead, somewhat similar in shape to the miniature universe just now, but the disparity between the two was beyond words. The bull-horned, middle-aged figure flickered repeatedly, each time covering tens of thousands of light years, hundreds of times per second, but the distance between him and the giant universe seemed unchanged. A purple-green lizard over 1,000,000 kilometers long was flicking its tail, anxiously accelerating continuously through the thunder, looking very unsettled. Behind in the thunder was a 2-meter-tall figure in bronze armor. King Yu Hun, don't go too far. Oh, how am I going too far? Zhang Yang's face was expressionless as he spoke calmly. The giant lizard fled, but was caught up by the faster Zhang Yang, forcing it to turn and block. Bang! With a loud crash, the 1,000-kilometer lizard instantly shattered into fragments scattered far away, and then quickly reformed. It shouted in fury, King Yu Hun, without burning your divine body, you can't kill me. Since you won't make up your mind to kill me, why do you toy with me again and again? Zhang Yang gently stroked his war blade, then swung it back, replying seriously, I'm not toying with you. You may not know it, but such a good target is hard to find. By the way, I've killed many lizards back in my hometown. The giant lizard's eyes flashed with bloodlight, its divine power aura becoming extremely frenzied. Aya! King Yu Hun, I am a peak king-level powerhouse. Your strength is only a hair's breadth above mine, yet you have given me no dignity as a powerhouse. I am of the Thunder Yuan giant lizard clan, titled King Lei Shan. Zhang Yang swung his arm, slashing the blade diagonally, his face still calm. Weakling, what use is dignity to you? Though Chaos City Lord and the Axe Founder had not done anything to him, half of Earth was still occupied. The mercy of the strong is precious, but it cannot change the reality of the strong bullying the weak. How could the fragile clansman on Earth face those cosmic beings who were like gods and demons, now that he was here, and even if he left he had soul slaves to restrain those cosmic beings? But what if he had no strength? Those cosmic beings would freely roam the skies, then sightsee in Earth cities and comment on beautiful women, or even worse. On Earth were his family, relatives, teachers, friends. This was the reality of the universe. The world is about strength. You can be kind to others, but you must also have the strength to fend off the cruelty of others. Weakling, don't pursue those illusory things. Zhang Yang looked at the giant lizard with indifferent eyes. The giant lizard flew into a rage and roared, King Yu Hun, you'd better kill me, or when I return I will devour billions of rations to vent my hatred. Zhang Yang's eyes turned icy. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Illusory divine soul. The invisible soul power directly penetrated the giant lizard's body. Its movements instantly froze and its body was blasted away by the thunder. Zhang Yang followed closely and slashed its back, creating a wound tens of thousands of kilometers long. The giant lizard's body swayed naturally from the attack, its consciousness struggling wildly, but it clearly needed more time. Zhang Yang did not hesitate and continued to slash. Killing a peak king level being was difficult. Even with the attacks generated by his fusion laws, each strike only annihilated a small amount of the body. But this was a peak king level lizard. With one slash he clearly felt the lizard's divine body decrease by about 0.1. That was enough. 97, 95, 91. Facing the crisis of death, the lizard's will as a king was forged like never before, finally breaking Zhang Yang's illusion. After sensing its divine body loss, it looked at Zhang Yang with terrified eyes and screamed in a distorted voice, "Divine body loss of 9. It was clear in its heart that it could not escape. Its divine body was being lost so quickly. Recalling the soul attack just now, it did not hesitate at all and shouted resolutely, "Explode!" Boom! The damage from a peak king level self-destruction was even more terrifying than an attack from a peak king burning divine body, completely comparable to the combined strike of a million realm lord bugs. A peak king level without special defense had a mortality rate over 60. And even a peak king level would be severely injured. I've been guarding against this trick. Zhang Yang fully activated the heavy chrome armor, a mountain's phantom enveloping his body. Inside, the 360 vines of the cloud-wrapping vine, each at the peak king level, formed a secondary defense. Although Zhang Yang defended against the self-destruction attack, his body was still blasted tens of millions of kilometers away. Stabilizing himself, Zhang Yang frowned. This place is full of thunder, making it impossible to hide and ambush. A prepared peak king level cannot be directly controlled. At this level, most races would grant resurrection. They self-destruct very decisively. Rebuilding a slave army here would be difficult. He shook his head and basically gave up on capturing slaves here, then turned and chased after the Tuaku Snake Emperor. The peak king level just now was only a byproduct. The one he had been chasing earlier was his true target. A peak king level demon royal with strength close to the peak king limit. Previously he had feared exposing his fused law characteristics in front of King Sanchun. Now alone it was time to attempt to kill it. In a magnificent hall within the virtual universe, this was the Hong Alliance, a very powerful force established by the human race. To enter the Hong Alliance, one needed to have strength at the king level. This was the basic level of the human race. Only at the king level could one truly enter the sight of the higher-ups. This hall was now the place for managing the daily affairs of the Hong Alliance, handling coordination among the many kings, providing services to the basic elites of the human race, and also accepting new members. Crazy, crazy, this guy. A person with a tiger head, lizard appearance, and wrinkled skin roared loudly. "What's wrong, old friend? What has made you so surprised?" asked a figure with wings on its back, its body shrouded in mist. Zhang Yang, that kid who was suddenly taken into the primordial secret realm by the virtual universe company. Wasn't he just passing the 20th floor of the Tongtian Bridge a while ago? Just now his military merits suddenly surged by 1 quadrillion, and the virtual universe indicated he killed a peak king level powerhouse. That's impossible. The tiger-head lizard man said firmly. Oh. The winged figure in the mist was very puzzled and said directly, "Zhang Yang, the human from Earth. He's quite popular now. Has he broken through to immortal? If he breaks through to immortal, he can directly become a king. With the treasures granted by the race, killing a peak king level would have a high success rate." The tiger-head lizard man shook his head. His current identity is still a realm lord of the primordial secret realm. How could he be an immortal? What? The figure in the mist exclaimed. I don't even have the authority to view his battle recording. The permission was set personally by Chaos City Lord. The next day, Zhang Yang raced through the thunder, his eyes filled with doubt, muttering to himself. Where has that creature gone? Could it be hiding in the deep pit? Or has it been traveling all along? It's truly troublesome without a detector. Perhaps I should never have come to the third battlefield. The environment here places too great a restriction on technology. Without a thrilling battle, how can I refine my attack techniques into instinct? Xiao Chun suddenly prompted, Master, someone is looking for you in the virtual universe. They claim to be an envoy from the Hong Alliance. The Hong Alliance. Zhang Yang repeated, then his expression shifted to understanding. Indeed, now that I have slain a Peak King, and I've kept the virtual universe synchronized during combat, it's only natural they would extend an invitation. Then his figure plummeted, rapidly landing in a massive crater 9,000,000 kilometers away. His consciousness entered the virtual universe, arriving at his estate where four unfamiliar figures were already waiting. With a single glance, he confirmed they were all kings. A handsome young man with intricate patterns on his forehead narrowed his eyes upon seeing Zhang Yang. Though power was not displayed in the virtual universe, will remained unaffected, and he now felt an overwhelming pressure. It felt as if he were standing before a venerable. A truly astonishing sensation. Daring not to show any negligence, he quickly stepped forward and said, Your Highness Zhang Yang, we have come to invite you to join the Hong Alliance. You are aware of this organization, are you not? Zhang Yang replied with a calm expression, Among the 100,000 kings, I am no exception. Naturally, I will join the Hong Alliance. All the powerful humans were within it. How could he refuse? Even most alien races would join the Hong Alliance. He recalled that within the alliance there were only 1,000,000 humans but 3 million alien races. The handsome young man smiled and said, Your Highness's agreement is most excellent. You may now follow me into the Hong Alliance, and I will guide you through everything within. As his words fell, the estate seemed to sink into twilight. A tiny star point appeared in the dimness, emitting its radiance, gradually expanding until it reached a diameter of about 3 centimeters. The handsome young man's eyes gleamed with delight. The mission was complete. Suddenly his eyes widened and his heart thundered, impossible. The first star mark had not yet settled when another star point rose from slumber, slowly expanding, as if arriving from a distant realm, ultimately also reaching a diameter of 3 centimeters. 2 silver star marks fully materialized, then flew toward Zhang Yang, finally landing on the armor on the back of his arm. Seeing no further stars appear, the handsome young man breathed a covert sigh of relief, but astonishment lingered in his heart. He had not expected Zhang Yang to earn 2 stars. The ceremony continued. As the stars settled on Zhang Yang's arm, a hazy figure materialized. He floated in midair, radiating an invisible pressure. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. The aura of a domain lord. He was familiar with this sensation, having met the Chaos City Lord before. Although the Chaos City Lord and the giant axe had not displayed their might, Zhang Yang could clearly discern that aura and the intangible pressure. Without resistance, the power gap was immeasurable. For a moment, Zhang Yang and the 4 king envoys all bowed. The illusory humanoid figure inclined its head slightly, facing Zhang Yang, and a voice that shook the soul resounded, Human Zhang Yang. Welcome to the Hong Alliance. From this moment onward, you are a full member. Hidden dangers lurk in the universe. For a race to survive, the strong must wage war abroad, fighting for the Hong Alliance, and for the human race. This is the duty of every individual, and your duty as well. Listening to these familiar words, Zhang Yang felt as if he had returned to Earth. Hong had once spoken similar words to him. He had agreed without hesitation then. Over 20 years, he had come to identify with that home from the depths of his heart, integrating into this world. A warrior's duty was to fend off monsters. His instructors, his friends, his neighbors, all had done so, and he naturally accepted the charge. Now this scene repeated itself. He fell silent. Now that his strength had reached the king level, he could stabilize the clan within this territory, so naturally he should protect it and fight for it. Because Earth was within it. His original purpose had not changed, only now he had the qualification to fight for the race, the eligibility to join this game orchestrated by hundreds of domain lords beyond the realm. This was a game of territory among countless races. To a domain lord, a king was but an ant. Even venerables joining the Great War were weak except for the top cosmic overlords. Under the decrees of these supreme beings, even the rising slave race of the Heimdall must obey the rules. Would their rage vanish? No, because they could not resist. Zhang Yang could not resist either. He knew that those lofty domain lords, when faced with profit, would not hesitate to strike at his homeworld, and now the dust had settled. To survive and for Earth to retain half, that was the greatest mercy. He took a deep breath. The current situation was barely acceptable. Joining the company, having his superior's family live in his home, had tragedy not yet struck, although this world's Earth in its primitive era was still battling the monster's beasts. Upon entering the cosmos, the first threat was the Luo Lan Shan family's covetous gaze. They wanted to plunder Earth's wealth, and perhaps Earthlings themselves were a form of wealth. Even after joining the Virtual Universe Company and entering the core, he still faced scheming, assassination, and probing. The higher-ups had seized half of Earth's territory. But living in this territory, the fact remained that he was protected. At least the danger was contained within the rules. Strength, that was the immutable rule of the universe. Man fought monsters. Man also fought man. A single cosmic-level being in a galaxy was nothing to Zhang Yang now. But for that cosmic-level being, he was fighting for his unknown homeworld. His origin, his homeland. Strife never ended. Was the Heimdall race human? Yes. Yet now their entire race was enslaved. Weakness invites aggression. Deaths within human territory far exceeded those on the extraterritorial battlefield. The internal battles were far more brutal, not comparable to the game arenas established by the supreme beings. But those were the weak, those who lacked the strength to earn the right to survive. The establishment of the human race only made the conflict less naked, but it did not disappear, it merely legitimized the slaughter by the strong. Killing was allowed but required a reason, a quota limit. Such were the rules, the privilege of power. Zhang Yang had grown up treading on countless corpses, and others had done the same. All he could do was continuously increase his strength, ensuring that the one who fell was never him. The handsome young man did not pay attention to Zhang Yang's silence and complex thoughts. He had been the same when he joined. Curious who the figure before you is? Zhang Yang frowned. He was not pondering that at all. Even if the figure before him was the original ancestor himself, what of it? It had nothing to do with him, at least nothing for now. The handsome young man mistook Zhang Yang's expression for confusion and said, "This is one of the mysteries of the Hong Alliance, but it is very likely a hall master." Zhang Yang nodded perfunctorily without a word. Observing Zhang Yang's demeanor, the handsome young man thought to himself, truly a genius born from Earth. Able to slay a peak king at the Domain Lord stage, more incredible than the genius hailed as a once-in-a-thousand epochs. Did a higher-up take him as a disciple and bestow a treasure? With these thoughts, having accepted Zhang Yang's personality, he was eager to befriend such a figure. Enthusiastically he said, "I didn't expect you to become a 2-star member right away. Most new members start as 1 star. The Hong Alliance has 7 stars. 1-star members are ordinary kings barely qualified to join. 2-star members are strong kings. Normally it depends on battle achievements. Perhaps because you killed a peak king with a record equivalent to 10 high-level kings, you earned an extra star. 3-star members are kings of the limit. Since you could slay a peak king, you will surely reach 3 stars in the future." After speaking, the handsome young man looked at Zhang Yang, hoping to read something. He was very curious what treasure could allow a domain lord to kill a peak king. The gap between them was nearly 100,000 times. Even a treasure would have to be an extremely extraordinary one. Seeing Zhang Yang's expressionless face, he continued, 4-star members generally have the strength of an ordinary venerable. And 7-star members can rival the great domain lords. His eyes were filled with longing. Now that you have joined the Hong Alliance, you can look up the subsequent matters in the virtual universe yourself. There are too many rules. If we rely solely on this conversation, it would take ages to finish. Zhang Yang nodded calmly and said, "I am currently in the Dark Thunder domain of the 3rd battlefield. I will thank you all when I return." With that, his virtual avatar vanished directly from the estate. Watching Zhang Yang disappear instantly, the handsome young man's face stiffened. He muttered, "Truly a genius who could slay a peak king at the domain lord stage. Arrogant enough to not even invite us into his estate." A woman with a normal human appearance said, "King Yangtua, don't mind it. It's normal for geniuses to be proud. After all, he achieved such feats as a domain lord. His law comprehension must have reached the limit of a king, perhaps only 1 step away from becoming a venerable. Breaking through to immortal is at his whim. Once he becomes an immortal, he will surely reach the limit of kings. A domain lord's power increases by 100,000 times. He would then have invincible king-level strength, and ordinary peak kings like us could be killed in a single blow. It's natural that he pays us no mind." A middle-aged man in black armor said, "The 3rd battlefield Dark Thunder domain. It's very dangerous. I noticed that the servants in this estate looked unfamiliar with him. He probably came here for the first time." "King Yangtua, you're overthinking." The handsome young man, already embarrassed by the woman's earlier words, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How could I overthink? I am only a 1-star member now, how dare I think too much?" Joining the Hong Alliance was a recognition of strength, allowing one to make a voice in the universe. The Hong Alliance contained countless races bound together by territory. Territory represented survival, and Zhang Yang was no different. Of course, his current priority was to hone his attack techniques. He could use the Hong Alliance to deal with any treasures. He would not actively seek them out, or treasures that could benefit him now were rare, at least on the level of heavy treasures. Though heavy treasures were unearthed in the Dark Thunder domain, the intervals were too long. Only one might appear in a million epochs. He did not believe his luck would be so good as to encounter such a treasure. Currently honing himself was paramount. Once the training was complete and the results of his battles satisfied the Chaos City Lord, he could leave the extraterritorial battlefield, break through to immortal, and unleash his accumulated power. Upon becoming an immortal, he would directly reach the king limit with a divine body possessing 100,000 times the power of a peak domain lord plus a 100-fold gene level. That would be 1,000,000 times the peak domain lord's power. After amplification via divine body techniques, it would be 700 million times the peak domain lord's power. This level would even surpass some newly ascended venerables, since a venerable's base power is only 100 times that of a king limit, reaching 10 million times peak domain lord power. Their gene level might improve, but usually only by a dozen times, as most venerables are promoted from the king limit. Few invincible kings achieve a 10-fold gene level that requires special opportunities. Amplification techniques for newly ascended venerables cannot increase too much, adding perhaps 6 to 10 times or between 9 and 15 times. An ordinary venerable would have about 1,000,000,000 times the peak domain lord's power, so the gap between Zhang Yang and them was not large. After reaching the venerable level, ordinary weapons were heavy treasures, making acquisition much easier. With his will strengthened again, he could regain his trump cards. 2 years into his journey inward, Zhang Yang suddenly frowned. He sensed the divine body aura of Tuku from before, but now there was another, even more powerful presence beside it. Though it had suppressed its divine power fluctuations, impervious to the thunder itself changed. It seemed to touch a black hole, being utterly devoured. The thunder still raged across the world, yet it seemed to have grown quieter, for a full moon had emerged in the sky. A moon is a satellite, a common celestial body in the universe. Some places have one, others 2 or even 3. Elsewhere moons may be red, blue, or green. The moon waxes and wanes, planets and satellites rotate. Such are the laws of the cosmos. In the thunder of the dark thunder domain, the moon was also evolving ceaselessly. Now a crescent, then a half moon, and in a blink a full moon. Time seemed to distort here. Light appeared to be manipulated by the moon above. The thunder now served only as a backdrop adorning the moon's presence. Zhang Yang's expression was stern. The power of the world within his divine body surged forth, and the first form of his heavy chrome armor activated once more. A colossal mountain phantom materialized in the thunderous world. A half-moon slowly emerged from the mountain, a scene of serene beauty. Yet what followed was the most violent collision. No other sound existed. Countless dimensions were utterly shattered. The world plunged into a fragmented abyss. Only the trembling mountain and the moon shifting between light and dark hung high above. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away. They're fighting. 2 Paragon Kings. Is that the Howling Moon King? Who is the other? A resounding voice echoed from a base tower spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Paragon Kings. Damn it, why are such powerhouses in the inner region instead of the Void Thunder domain? Run. They can fight, but we Paragon Peaks will suffer. Could a heavy treasure have appeared in the inner region? A good opportunity. The Void Thunder domain is too risky, but here in the inner region I might. Neither side is listed in the military system. Are the combatants human and demon? The Fateful King is not in the 3rd battlefield. What a pity. It's a human Paragon King. Let's go support. Even if we can't help much, we must show our presence. I wonder which royal prince of our clan it is. Fight on. Without battle, how can we seize the chance? After a series of the most powerful secret arts, although Zhang Yang was repeatedly thrown back, the Howling Moon King's gaze was cautious. This human had withstood the assault. When had the human race produced such an inconceivably powerful being? As a royal demon, its own genetic level reached 6-fold. Amplified by divine body secret arts, it increased another 6-fold. Its attack secret art was ultimate, and it possessed a heavy treasure armor, making it a Paragon King in the outer battlefield. Yet this being before it could still endure. Gazing at Zhang Yang shrouded in the massive mountain phantom, it did not attack again. Its eyes narrowed as it spoke. Human, you possess a heavy treasure. Zhang Yang's eyes blazed with flames. A Paragon King is indeed formidable. His heavy treasure had been pushed to its full form. Heavenly wolf courtesy demands reciprocity. Take this strike. Soul-severing spirit annihilating. The world power within his body instantly turned ethereal soul attacks coalescing continuously. With the infusion of his will, the soul attack transformed into a fierce broadsword that cleaved straight into the Howling Moon King's body. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with fiery light. Illusory attacks were now largely ineffective. The divine power of Qi was so mighty that it nourished the spirit in return. The Howling Moon King's attacks reached such terrifying levels because its law comprehension was also extremely high. Affected by the laws, it was naturally not easily deluded. Only the most ferocious and violent attacks could now be effective. The moment the soul broadsword entered the Howling Moon King's divine body, it saw a heavenly wolf crouching on the ground. That was the Howling Moon King's soul defense secret art. As an immortal, all soul imprints were scattered, but through secret arts, they now converged into a single entity. To attack the soul imprint itself, one must first defeat the heavenly wolf phantom before it. Zhang Yang hesitated no more. The broadsword descended directly toward the heavenly wolf, which suddenly rose and howled at the sky. A full moon appeared again, blocking the path of the broadsword. Before the moon had fallen into the mountain stream, now the blade cleaved the stars. A silent collision occurred. A powerful will surged within the broadsword, making its blade unyielding. Though there was a gap in quantity, the broadsword clearly held the advantage in quality. The sharp broadsword pierced through the bright moon and continued to slash at the heavenly wolf, which grew more cautious. Since ordinary moves were useless, it would rely on soul power. Though not its forte, its defense was not weak. From its infancy it had known its own weakness. While possessing a mighty physique, it had honed its soul continuously. Now its soul defense was fully developed, and it was confident it could withstand this level of soul attack. Within the Howling Moon King's divine body, the battle changed rapidly. Zhang Yang controlled the warblade, swinging it through the wolf's mind, as if back on Earth long ago. Then their size difference had not been so immense, but now the opponent had become a cosmic powerhouse. Clearly a spiritual master no longer held the advantage. Claws swung and the flying warblade was sent flying. It circled the heavenly wolf, seeking the right moment. Now! The warblade reversed and slashed toward the wolf's belly. Zhang Yang's will roaring. The heavenly wolf turned abruptly to defend, but the warblade still grazed its hide, leaving a shallow wound. As if the soul had flesh and blood. The heavenly wolf howled in fury, becoming even more ferocious from the injury. The warblade struck it again and again, inflicting damage. As the divine power fluctuated violently, powerhouses began rushing toward the scene. A giant stone man arrived, felt the surging ethereal divine power within the battlefield, and silently stood behind Zhang Yang. A colossal elephant also hurried over and stood silently behind the Howling Moon King. The soul battle between the two raged countless times, but only a few moments passed in the outside world. The Howling Moon King's eyes snapped open, and its body stumbled backward a step in the sky. It stared at Zhang Yang with icy eyes tinged with a hint of panic. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Zhang Yang's condition was also poor. His soul power had been greatly depleted, leaving his face pale. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More powerhouses kept arriving, silently taking positions behind their respective sides. Even mechanical race powerhouses came, then retreated far away. What a formidable Ghost King. Your soul attacks live up to your name. I have soul defense equipment that negates 90% of the damage, yet you still annihilated 1% of my soul. The heavenly wolf stared at Zhang Yang with fierce eyes, its voice hissing, but it did not launch another attack. Though each had only exchanged one blow, material attacks were its forte. That technique, Starry Moon Drift, was its most powerful attack, secret art created by combining its innate talent with light and time laws. With a calculated ambush, burning divine power, and erupting suddenly, this Ghost King had still withstood it. Its defense was so formidable that the Howling Moon King was at a loss. Zhang Yang, expressionless, regarded the heavenly wolf tens of millions of kilometers before him. He silently admired the demon race's mighty physique and spoke. You know your own weakness well. Your defense secret art is quite impressive. It can actually block my soul attacks. The Howling Moon King paid no heed to the surrounding Paragon Kings. At its level, even the attacks of Paragon limit powerhouses could be ignored, and Paragon peaks could be killed with ease if it wished. Thus the newly arrived allies on both sides could not affect the duel between it and Zhang Yang, unless their numbers became vast enough to cause a qualitative change. But the human side was equally numerous. Ghost King, I cannot defeat you. I admit you are worthy of holding a heavy treasure. As its voice fell, a clamor arose around them. Who was the Howling Moon King? Paragon King. Even without burning its body, the base power of a Paragon Peak was 1,000,000 times that of a Peak Sector Lord. With its own genetic level of sixfold and a divine body amplification secret art reaching the second layer, also sixfold, a normal burst could reach 3.6 million times a Peak Sector Lord's power. Some Paragon limit powerhouses, if careless, would fall before it. And now it openly acknowledged the status of a human. Who was this human? Why was there no record of him? Not only the demons were puzzled, the human side was equally baffled. Who was this? Never seen before. A suddenly emerged Paragon limit, or a Paragon King, a hidden prodigy of our race. The scattered Dawn King stood among the crowd, very silent. How could he not know who Zhang Yang was? Now he even felt a bit fortunate that he hadn't made a move. Otherwise, if Zhang Yang discovered he had been set up, he would have gained a terrifying enemy. Zhang Yang was also somewhat annoyed. The number of powerhouses on both sides had nearly reached 100. He had only wanted to temper his secret arts, but now so much trouble had arisen. Were these Paragon peaks reckless to come so close during such a great battle? He said with regret, Howling Moon King, today's battle cannot continue. His heart was gloomy. He could ensure his own safety, but if the Howling Moon King went berserk, he could only protect himself. He could not help the ordinary Paragon peaks around him. Though the fight was interrupted, he understood the goodwill of the surrounding allies. He appreciated it, but avoiding this battle was the best choice. The Howling Moon King's eyes flickered uncertainly. It knew the Ghost King's weakness, insufficient material attacks. But as a top-tier soul master, its killing power was no less than its own. Although it could withstand the attacks if a group battle erupted, the surrounding demons would likely fall in greater numbers than the humans. Moreover, recalling the ferocity of Zhang Yang's soul combat, it still trembled inwardly. That warblade image was forever etched in its mind. Although it was an immortal, its role in the outer battlefield was mainly to hold the line. Unless a heavy treasure appeared, it rarely caused massacres. After all, human paragon kings, though few did exist. What determined the fate of races and territories were the supreme beings and universe masters. The true purpose of the outer battlefield was not slaughter but to nurture the strong, to forge the pillars of the race through battle and blood. Ghost King, though your material attacks are only at the paragon limit level, your soul attacks have reached paragon king level. You must abide by the unwritten rules of the outer battlefield. Unless necessary, do not strike at ordinary paragon kings. Do you remember? Zhang Yang frowned. Was there such a rule? He didn't recall it. Indeed, killing a paragon peak was not difficult for him, but a paragon limit would require a prolonged battle without support to kill. His situation was different from the Howling Moon King's. Killing a paragon limit was not as simple as the wolf thought. The Howling Moon King, seeing Zhang Yang's expression, grew furious. Human, are you underestimating me? Let's settle this with a decisive battle today. Zhang Yang's frown deepened. He could feel the gazes of the many humans behind him. As if with a single command they would unleash their strongest power, charging at the demons without fear of death, fighting for the human race. A burden settled on his shoulders. One dictated by his current alignment. He was not used to it. He had originally wanted to perfect his secret arts to match his law comprehension, then break through to immortality more flawlessly. But now, caught in the situation, he could not decide for himself. He could not lightly send those who trusted him to their deaths. He understood the consequences of battle better than anyone. Fight! We humans never fear any challenge. Do you think I am so easygoing after your ambush? I can lead most of the humans away. Heavenly Wolf, can you ensure the mechanical race won't strike at you? The human paragon kings behind Zhang Yang felt their blood surge. Their eyes flashed with ferocity, and divine power unconsciously swirled around them, as if ready to attack at any moment. The Howling Moon King stepped on the thunder, advancing 2 paces into the air. Its sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Yang, but when they fell on his armor, like Mount Tai itself, its eyelids drooped slightly. Heavy treasures were not just for their powerful effects. They also represented an extremely high ceiling. When used in combination, the defense of a heavy treasure could be elevated by 2 levels, plunging the attacker into despair. Demons, if you attack, we will assist you. A booming voice came from a tower. Indeed, though we are all enemies, the humans should not occupy such vast territory. In the outer battlefield, the human domain is the largest, but they lack the corresponding power. An electronic voice issued from a steel base. Zhang Yang's gaze turned icy as he looked at the mechanical race. Among those present, they were the weakest faction. Though over 20 mechanical paragon kings could coordinate better, his fusion law was strongest in energy stability. Howling Moon King, how about we join forces and divide the mechanical race? Since we've all gathered here, it would be a shame to leave without some harvest. The Howling Moon King's eyes flickered. Of course it would not ally with humans against the mechanical race. Humans were the greater enemy. It merely regretted that the Fateful King was not in this battlefield, otherwise they could have struck at the humans. The heavy treasure tempted it greatly. Human, this is my fault. Since I acknowledge your status, consider this gift of 200 million mixed units of treasures as a token. We leave. As the words fell, a world ring flew toward Zhang Yang. The Howling Moon King turned to depart with its kin. But suddenly space-time froze. Time and space had found their master. An immense presence slowly rose in the dark thunder domain, and the thunder halted in midair. A universe master had descended. Endless chaotic currents drifted gently through the cosmic sea, and the eternal passage of time remained unchanged. Yet the chaotic currents near the primordial universe were constantly disturbed. A black phantom suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic currents, then vanished abruptly. Though this shadow was insignificant compared to the boundless chaos, the currents in that region could not withstand such a formidable presence. When this inconceivably powerful being descended the chaotic currents, they were utterly scattered. The black figure continued to flicker, treating space as his plaything, darting through it at will. Suddenly the black phantom halted. The chaotic energy dispersed, revealing a face approaching middle age, exuding great authority. 2 long horns curved from his head, arching upward and piercing the sky like a celestial demon. Yet when he glimpsed the vast primordial universe in the distance, a warm smile spread across his face. Finally back. This journey was perilous beyond measure. The horned demon sighed with infinite emotion. Then he silently turned and gazed at the direction from which he had come. A realm of boundless darkness where chaotic energy obscured the path ahead. But he knew full well the dangers that lurked there. His eyes brimmed with unwillingness, but ultimately it all dissolved into a sigh. I am still too weak. After a trillion epochs of slumber I shall venture forth once more when I have advanced further. Turning back he smiled at the primordial universe. Warm memories of the past surfaced in his mind. Without further hesitation his figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind only a soft murmur. I wonder how Xinyu is doing. The last time my divine power clone awakened, she had just become an immortal. A master always cherishes the weakest disciple. It is only human nature. His figure swiftly reached the edge of the universe where a colossal black hole hundreds of light years in diameter churned endless energy. Even the mere aftershocks could kill a host of sealed kings. But the horned demon did not hesitate. He plunged straight into it. The virtual universe, one of the most mysterious locations of the human race. Here, like the cosmic sea, chaotic energy swirled, and one could faintly discern 18 towering peaks millions of kilometers high standing in orderly array. Amid the encircling peaks the chaotic energy was even denser. At the bottom one could vaguely make out a pool of water dotted with specks of light like a summer night's pond. A faint tremor hummed as a vast will descended. One of the 18 peaks began to quiver gently, then gradually became clear. First to appear was a human face, but with 2 long ox horns on its head. The chaotic energy around the peak dissipated, fully revealing the mountain. The figure of the horned demon who had just returned from the cosmic sea. With the demons awakening, the other peaks reacted in a chain. The same transformation occurred again, and 9 figures gradually materialized, each millions of kilometers tall. Kuja, you returned safely. I heard from Qingdong that your expedition was rather unfavorable. The voice of the Chaos City Lord boomed across the space. The horned demon nodded lightly. Don't even mention it. We ran into a madman from the second reincarnation era. The seat of forgetfulness was never a dangerous place. At most it yielded some high-grade treasures. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a reckless fool there? A figure with a pair of straight horns on his head said, I heard from Qingdong that you lost a considerable amount of divine power. I've warned you before. A second stage level is barely enough. At least a third stage is prudent. Frowning, the Kuja Lord wanted to explain that it was because of encountering the master of the book, who possessed a top-tier domain treasure that could completely suppress Qingdong, putting him in grave danger. But the words died on his lips. After all, what the Huangjian Lord said was true. The root cause was his own weakness. Qingdong Lord had come through just fine. If he could have defended against the master of the book's attacks or possessed a high-grade domain treasure of his own, he could have avoided a direct clash and not suffered such heavy losses. Enough, everyone. Don't blame Kuja. He has only recently become a universe master, and still needs tempering before venturing into the cosmic sea. Encountering a powerful enemy is not necessarily a bad thing. Recognizing the dangers of the cosmic sea early allows for targeted preparations. The Great Axe founder comforted him magnanimously. The other universe masters who had appeared upon hearing his words held back whatever they had intended to say. They were all strong, they had pride. A hint was enough. If the Great Axe founder had stepped in, and they still pressed the matter, it would seem as though they were targeting the Kuja Lord. Everyone had risen from the first stage. They could afford the greatest tolerance toward a peer. Upon hearing the Great Axe founder's words, the Kuja Lord bowed slightly in respect. The Great Axe was the pillar of the human race, and he held him in the highest esteem. Why hasn't the Qingdong Lord returned yet? Which part of the seat of forgetfulness did you explore? When my avatar went to the inclined peak, I thought I saw the Lord of the Jaws heading that way. A youth draped in a golden robe like a royal relative of the mundane world spoke up. The Kuja Lord turned his gaze slightly toward the noble youth, nodded slightly, and said, Sujin Lord, a top-grade treasure like the cloud-abandoning peak is being unearthed there. He must have gone to compete for it. We did not encounter him. Everyone present understood his meaning. He had been the burden. Otherwise, with the appearance of a top-tier treasure, the Qingdong Lord would have surely joined the fray. After all, top-tier treasures were already exceedingly rare. If they were of the flight-type, soul defense type, or domain type, their value could rival some peak-grade weapons and armor treasures. And peak-grade treasures were the most powerful the human race possessed. The reason he had not gone to compete was solely to protect the Kuja Lord. Facts were facts. Kuja would not conceal anything. He understood that this expedition had indeed been reckless, and he realized that in the early stages of his rise, he needed the support of others. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Has anything significant happened in the primordial universe recently? I have been extremely vigilant for these tens of thousands of epochs, rarely descending with my divine power clone. The Great Axe founder and the Chaos City Lord exchanged glances. The Chaos City Lord said, The Great Axe discovered a planet created by the mountain guest in the primordial universe. Its nurturing effect is no less than that of a peak domain-type treasure. The Kuja Lord's eyes lit up. Is that so? The Great Axe founder smiled. Rest assured, your clan members have already been arranged. The Kuja Lord nodded with satisfaction. When he fought abroad, he was at ease knowing that the clan would not treat his race poorly. Wasn't everything he did for his race? When his race was secure, his heart turned to the entire human race, for their interests were already tightly bound together. The Sujin Lord said thoughtfully, Kuja Lord, recently a talented junior has emerged from your clan. He ranked first in the core of the Great Axe Arena in a very short time. He has already reached the 18th level of the Heaven Bridge in law comprehension. He is still young. With a bit more tempering, he can reach the 19th level. With a little guidance, the 20th level is not impossible. Then he would be a once-in-a-billion epochs genius. Once such a genius becomes an immortal, they will be at the peak of sealed king, even invincible among kings. They have a high chance of becoming a venerable, and even a slight chance of reaching our realm. The Kuja Lord's eyes instantly gleamed with joy. He had many venerable subordinates, but not a single one from his own clan. Now to have such an outstanding descendant was truly a delightful surprise. The primordial heavenly mountain as the benchmark for the most elite geniuses of humanity was naturally of unimaginable difficulty. But the Heaven Bridge was also terrifyingly hard. Though there were only 20 levels before reaching venerable, countless immortals had spent endless ages just to achieve them. 99% of immortals could only dream of becoming a venerable. The 20th level's requirement was too high. Even lowering it by a few levels, the difficulty remained appalling. The Yen Candle King during his World Lord period spent 900 epochs to reach the 17th level, and that was with the constant guidance of his father, with the same attribute and precious resources provided by a venerable. The 17th level was already the pinnacle for countless geniuses. To go further was incredibly difficult, because passing the 18th level of the Heaven Bridge meant becoming a sealed king. Becoming a sealed king sounded simple, but it was excruciatingly hard even for geniuses of the primordial secret realm. The Virtual Universe Company nurtured at least 100 World Lord geniuses from the primordial secret realm every 1,000 epochs. Over a billion epochs, a period when a peerless genius appears, there were at least 1 million World Lord level primordial secret realm geniuses. The Genius War hosted by the Virtual Universe Company once per epoch produced 1 million geniuses. The first place winners of these wars made up a small portion of the million primordial secret realm world lords. But the number of sealed kings among humans was only around 100,000. Each was part of the Hong Alliance, and they could be resurrected, so attrition was minimal. The probability of a primordial secret realm world lord becoming a sealed king dropped to 1/10. Was a billion epochs long, very long. But for those ancient venerables it was a mere blink of an eye, perhaps only 1% of their lifespan. They had seen 100 million primordial secret realm world lord level geniuses. Yet even with that, only 1 out of 10 batches of primordial secret realm world lord geniuses became a sealed king. The probability fell to 1 in 1,000. The human race had 5 major powers. The Virtual Universe Company, even if it held a 33 share of geniuses, would see the probability drop further to below 1 in 3,000. Universe Masters had even longer lifespans, possibly reducing it by at least 3 times to 1 in 10,000. Many immortals in the wild became sealed kings through slow, gradual improvement over eons. To be more specific, to the Kuja clan, a genius who as a world lord could reach the 19th level and perhaps even challenge the 20th, would be a source of immense excitement for the Kuja lord. This would be the pillar of his clan. Perhaps in an entire reincarnation era no more than 2 or 3 such geniuses would appear. The primordial universe is destroyed once per reincarnation era. The human race is in the 3rd reincarnation era. He calmed his excitement and maintained a composed tone. Is there anything else? The Chaos City Lord said softly, this generation, because of that planet, a once-in-a-billion epochs, peerless genius has appeared. The Kuja Lord's eyes flashed with sharp light. Such a terrifying effect. Is it comparable to an ultimate treasure? The Chaos City Lord chuckled and shook his head, beginning to explain. Kuja, it's not that simple. The universe has its limits. External factors are only aids. Such a genius was also an inconceivable existence on that planet. Whether another will appear again is a matter of probability. If it truly had such a terrifying effect, why would we only occupy half? We would have taken it completely to nurture the most promising races. Kuja nodded, his mind calming down. At the Universe Master level, one's understanding of the universe was profound, even capable of seeing through a person's soul. Secrets were no longer secrets. The size of territories, the level of geniuses, the timing of their appearance, all had been statistically analyzed, revealing their patterns. He had only been surprised because it was new to him. After all, each of them present had once possessed the talent of a once-in-a-billion epochs genius. The top overlord of the universe, the Heavenly Eclipse Palace Master, once had such talent. So did the Undying Venerable. Even the relatively weak Candle Fire Venerable had been a peerless genius of that caliber. Just a little one. I'll take a look when I have time. For now, let me inform you all that I have returned. I'll be reaching my clan shortly. We'll meet another day. The other Universe Masters nodded to Kuja and departed one by one. And the Kuja Lord finally completed his Divine Kingdom teleportation, returning to his clan. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took in several light years. Seeing the thriving scene, he felt a deep peace. With a flicker, he appeared in his temple. Sensing the spatial fluctuation, a graceful woman teleported to the spot. Upon seeing the Kuja Lord, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Master, you have returned." The Kuja Lord's face softened into a benevolent smile. The once innocent little girl now bore the mark of a powerful expert. "Little Sinew, very impressive. You've reached the peak of Sealed King now. How far have you progressed in law comprehension?" The beautiful woman replied respectfully, "Master, I have reached the 19th level of the Heaven Bridge." The Kuja Lord nodded in satisfaction. "I heard our clan has produced a genius." The beautiful woman said proudly, "Master, that is my child. His name is Kuja Kuiwe. As a world lord for 40 epochs, he has already reached the 18th level of the Heaven Bridge, and he broke through 10 epochs ago." The Kuja Lord smiled. "Where is he now? Bring him to me." The beautiful woman replied, "Master, he is currently cultivating in the Tsuhuan secret realm. Though his law comprehension speed is not slow, he is still young, and his will is somewhat weak." The Kuja Lord nodded. Willpower was indeed difficult to improve, especially for such geniuses. But then he recalled what the Chaos City Lord had said about the peak domain-type treasure, and a mysterious smile crossed his face. "Contact him. Tell him to come back. I have a good place in mind." The beautiful woman smiled charmingly, her aristocratic aura transforming into a docile demeanor. "Teacher, the environment there is rather special, allowing only basic communication. But rest assured he will return soon." Lord Kuchai nodded. Having grown through the ranks, he naturally understood the secrets of the primal universe. Some places influenced by the will of the origin universe had weak virtual universe signals. This was perfectly normal. Suddenly an idea struck him. Recalling Chaos's mention of a once-in-a-thousand epic genius, he said to Sinew just in time, "I have a genius here too. Let's see how Koyue compares to him." Sinew opened her eyes wide, curious. "Are you referring to Zhang Yang, who passed the 20th floor of the Tongtian Bridge?" Lord Kuchai shook his head casually. "I don't even know his name. Just a little fellow. But it must be him, as geniuses don't appear so easily." With a wave of his hand, he directly accessed the military system of the outer battlefield. The scene of Zhang Yang killing the Lizard King of the demon race appeared in the hall. "No!" A sharp piercing scream rang out. The moment Sinew's gaze fell upon the scene, she saw the mountain peak shadow enveloping Zhang Yang. Her eyes instantly filled with terror, grief, pain, and hatred. That was a gift she had bestowed upon her son to protect him. Her most precious treasure. She had personally put it on him, hoping he would achieve greater heights and grow safely. Now that the treasure had appeared in another's hands, did she even need to guess her son's fate? Frantically, she entered the virtual universe, and began checking Kuchai Kuiwe's status. Upon discovering that her son had not fallen, she prostrated herself before Lord Kuchai, crying out in anguish, "Teacher, I beg you to seek justice for me. My son. He has been enslaved." Lord Kuchai's face darkened. How could he not recognize that treasure? It was a gift he had bestowed upon his beloved disciple in days past. Now it had been taken by another. He recalled his own poverty in those days. Before his breakthrough, he was merely an ordinary cosmic overlord with only a single ordinary treasure. After countless epochs of meditation, he had to enhance his genetic level and nurture his own race. His resources were meager indeed, yet he still gifted his beloved disciple a fine treasure, a testament to how much he cherished her. Now, while he risked his life in the cosmic sea fighting for treasures to strengthen himself and protect his race, his own people were being bullied. The most talented genius of his race had been enslaved, and the treasure was unquestionably lost. He looked at his beloved disciple, utterly heartbroken. She had always been proud, never admitting defeat, never asking him for anything despite being a woman. The frustration from the cosmic sea, the enslavement of his race's genius, and his disciple's desperate pleas. Anger now consumed his heart. "Sinew, rest assured. I will help you. The most talented disciple of my race will not come to harm. The outer battlefield. Others may not enter, but it's nothing to me. Would those alien races dare to start a war? I will go and rescue him now." Lord Kuchai, who had only just returned, left the hall again, and soon arrived at the entrance to the Tsuhuan secret realm. As a cosmic lord who could even traverse the edges of the cosmic sea, he naturally had no fear of a mere secret realm. With a flicker he entered. Once inside, Lord Kuchai grew cautious, sighing. "The power of the universe's origin is truly incredible. Even my consciousness is heavily suppressed. But still, though suppressed, it's easy enough to survey the entire secret realm. His divine power spread across the whole realm unnoticed by those exploring it." Not here," Lord Kuchai muttered in confusion. The next instant he appeared in the primal universe, linked his consciousness to the virtual universe, and retrieved Kueyue's last login location. After one divine kingdom teleportation and 2 spatial jumps, he appeared near Kueyue, and spreading his divine power discovered him. He couldn't help frowning. Kuei was breaking through to immortality. If he succeeded, his potential would diminish significantly. With a wave of his hand, Kuei appeared beside him. Lord Kuchai ignored Kuei's expression. Though the soul was enslaved, it retained prior emotions, but its thoughts had completely changed. The look of reverence and fear made him deeply uncomfortable, intensifying his hatred for Zhang Yang. After another long-distance teleportation through Divine Kingdoms, Lord Kuchai appeared near the Dark Thunder domain of the third battlefield. Looking at the raging thunder in the Dark Thunder domain, he smiled disdainfully. He had fully comprehended the laws of time and space. Even in this environment he could teleport at will. The moment his figure appeared, space around him instantly froze. Below, all the kings, high-level peak limit, even invincible, became as fragile as roadside weeds. A colossal aura rose within the Dark Thunder domain. Time and space were completely under Lord Kuchai's control. The thunder around him was utterly annihilated, and the sky instantly cleared. When this incomprehensible powerhouse descended, the Dark Thunder domain underwent a cataclysmic change. The three races below, human, demon, and mechanical, all fell into a daze. Their minds screamed in unison, "This is definitely not an immortal. What kind of powerhouse was this? How dare he blatantly violate the four-race treaty and barge into the outer battlefield?" Their consciousness still functioning weakly, they frantically sent messages through the military system. "A cosmic overlord has arrived. Contact the race. Request reinforcements." The human race received the news fastest. The moment Lord Kuchai appeared on the outer battlefield, many human kings had their virtual universe synced. The mechanical intelligent life monitoring the virtual universe immediately detected him and relayed the message to the race's cosmic lords. Even with Zhang Yang's cosmic overlord level, he could not move under such immense pressure. Completely suppressed. After all, the gap in basic energy alone exceeded 10 million times, and other gaps were even larger. Even his will was insignificant compared to this unknown powerhouse. From the corner of his eye, Zhang Yang caught sight of the familiar horns. His heart skipped a beat. He sensed danger of foreboding guess forming. The next instant, Zhang Yang's guess was confirmed. Excruciating pain erupted throughout his body. His body was crushed by immense energy, the double chromium armor was forcibly torn away, and his soul was ripped apart bit by bit. He let out an uncontrollable, agonized scream, but his body was beyond his control, his will completely suppressed. In the face of that colossal power, his soul couldn't even struggle. His mouth opened instinctively, but no sound escaped. He could only endure silently. The pain stretched infinitely, like a single second. Or perhaps 10 years. The powerhouse seemed unwilling to let him off easily. He completely lost control over the soul imprint within the double chromium armor. Countless times it automatically recovered, only to be torn apart again by the powerhouse. Zhang Yang's eyes lost all expression, utterly vacant. His will convulsed, his mind torn apart. He felt as if he had returned to his time on Earth when his spiritual power first awakened, and he was utterly defenseless. The ordinary dragon blood that enhanced his physique could make him lose consciousness. Even the gentle plant spirit could put him to sleep. The crude domain-level blood evolution agent he couldn't withstand. The only difference was that before he would fall into a deep sleep, but now, despite the agony, his consciousness remained painfully clear, enduring the punishment of this unknown powerhouse. Rumble, rumble. Soon countless figures appeared in the sky, including Axe Founder Lord of Chaos, Dragon Travel Lord, Huangjian Lord, and others. But seeing the scene before them, they made no move to stop it. A cosmic lord punishing a little fellow needed no reason. Their concern was that such a weakened Lord Kuchai, having broken into the outer battlefield, might be sealed by other races. The race's pillar was the priority. He. A sinister laugh echoed. The Dark Thunder domain was now clear and bright, making the laughter seem especially harsh. "How interesting, the human race. Are you punishing this little fellow? What did he do to bring all of you here?" A violet-black giant python tens of thousands of kilometers long hissed in the sky. Its serpentine eyes warily scanned the many human projections in the sky. As the powerful presence of the demon race descended, it turned its gaze to Zhang Yang. Its serpentine eyes abruptly contracted into slits, and it opened its 1,000-kilometer-wide maw. "This little fellow is not bad, a domain lord who can rival an invincible king. How about you humans give him to me? I happen to need a servant. Humans, you have broken the rules. Are you prepared for a decisive battle with us?" A woman with a flawless face parted her red lips. Judging by her appearance alone, who would know she was the embodiment of disaster in the universe? The fierce Zerg Empress. "Humans, you no longer have the strength to occupy such vast territories. Come, let us fight another decisive battle, and redraw the boundaries based on the outcome." An electronic voice emanated from a towering mechanical city. Dragon Travel Lord gave a meaningful glance to the furious Lord Kuchai, who understood. It was a signal to act quickly. Would he kill, or spare? Everything was in his hands. Hesitation flickered in Lord Kuchai's eyes, then he fell silent. He released his torment of Zhang Yang, and the double chromium armor was completely stripped from him, flying into his hand. A once-in-a-thousand epic genius was naturally precious. Ordinary treasures were easy to obtain, but a genius could only be filtered through vast territories. Still, wrongdoing must be punished. A domain lord possessing 2 heavy treasures shows some fortune, but to enslave my race's genius, there must be a price. This battle is yours to resolve. If you survive, I shall absolve you of guilt. Lord of Chaos saw more and more powerhouses gathering. The Thousand Treasure River was already suspended high above, enveloping the battlefield below. Since Kuchai had made his decision, it was time to face these alien cosmic lords. Lord of Chaos spoke calmly to the Demon Mechanical and Zerg races. This time you may freely deploy your immortals. We lords will not intervene. Agreed. The leading cosmic lords of the 3 races exchanged glances, clearly having received instructions from their strongest. Then a flawless-faced Zerg Empress spoke. Lords and above are forbidden from forcibly entering the outer battlefield. We will overlook it this time as an internal affair, but let this be the last time. With that, the 3 races' powerhouses departed almost uniformly, secretly dispatching their underlings. The human cosmic lords also exchanged glances and left one by one, ignoring Zhang Yang. They thought Lord Kuchai's punishment was too lenient. Zhang Yang had avatars. Release him. Lord Kuchai commanded imperiously, his gaze cold. He didn't believe Zhang Yang could survive. Other cosmic lords might revive Zhang Yang, but since he had come, death would serve as a warning to other races. Anyone who dared enslave the Kuchai clan would die. Zhang Yang stared expressionlessly at his soul slave. This Kuchai Kueyue had never mentioned being closely tied to a cosmic lord. Moreover, Kueyue had said he had never seen Lord Kuchai. Little did he know this would bring such a calamity. Slowly Zhang Yang probed his soul power into Kuchai Kueyue's soul. A shackle within suddenly snapped open, and Zhang Yang lost all control over his soul. Kueyue snapped awake, his face pale with fear, as he stepped back from Zhang Yang. Then with shame he looked at Lord Kuchai. Clan leader. Humph. A cold snort echoed, and Lord Kuchai teleported away with Kueyue. With the departure of the many powerhouses, the Dark Thunder domain returned to its former chaos. Thunderbolts pierced the world, each strike possessing the power of a marquee-level immortal. Heavens, I saw my great clan leader. So many mighty existences descended. Soul Howl King is a domain lord. And he had one heavy treasure taken away. He still has another. Though the scene seemed to return to normal, all the surrounding powerhouses' eyes gleamed with greed. Even the human powerhouses' eyes flickered. After all, the previous display of the great existences clearly indicated that Zhang Yang had been abandoned. He's been expelled from the military system. A fish-headed man croaked. As the words reached the ears of many human powerhouses, they quickly searched the military system and got the same result. The greed in their eyes was no longer concealed. Zhang Yang stood pale in the void, unsurprised by the actions of those cosmic lords. A little fellow, even if gifted, was just a genius. The other side was the race's pillar. There was no need to choose. Feeling the burning gazes around him, he licked his dry lips. Now this was more like it. The outer battlefield was just a game controlled by the strong. This kind of look was fine. It reminded him of exploring secret realms. Sensing the empty soul power within his body, and his riddled internal world, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. It seemed he wouldn't be able to fight these fellows to his heart's content this time. Soul Howl Domain Lord, hand over your heavy treasure. You're doomed anyway. A fully furred ape-man said. Yes, yes, give it to me, and I'll protect your hometown for 1,000 epochs. A winged human coaxed seductively. Moon Howl King transmitted. Soul Howl King, a senior of my race values your talent. If you surrender to my demon race, I can guarantee your life. Hearing the transmissions from many demon races, he laughed. Believe the demons and let them enslave him. That would truly be the end. Zhang Yang gently unclasped the necklace around his neck and said calmly, This is the heavy treasure. Anyone who wants it can come and take it. This is the heavy treasure. Anyone who wants it can come and take it. With the appearance of the precious treasure, the powerhouses of the 3 races acted immediately, launching a fierce assault against Zhang Yang, as endless divine power flowed through the Dark Thunder domain. Zhang Yang watched the cosmic beings charging toward him and smiled bitterly. What had given him the illusion that an alien race could become an ally? You all desire the treasure, don't you? This is good. Gazing at the necklace in his hand. A treasure that could conceal his aura, which he had held for over 3,000 years. Zhang Yang knew that researching the laws and secret patterns was the only path. He could not abandon this approach. Without the guidance of a legacy over these years, he could only barely understand the secret patterns. He certainly could not create such a treasure, but that did not mean he had gained nothing. Creating was too difficult, but he was capable of damaging the secret patterns within to trigger a violent explosion. As the surrounding powerhouses drew closer, Zhang Yang's expression turned increasingly cold. The Howling Moon King, though cautious as he led the charge, believed as an invincible king that nothing could threaten him. If there were any danger, he would have dealt with it long ago. When he recalled that Zhang Yang was merely a realm lord, he calmed down. The self-destruction of a pinnacle king was indeed terrifying, but a mere realm lord who could achieve such combat power, casual attacks more formidable than a self-destruction, was still just a realm lord. Zhang Yang murmured softly, "Now you want to kill me? It's too late. From now on no one in the primordial universe can take my life." Explode. The world force flowed from his hands, converging in the sky into an immensely complex pattern that finally settled upon the precious necklace. The necklace began to tremble gently. The secret patterns within started to crack, generating even more intricate patterns, yet they were extremely unstable. The cosmic energy around surged madly into the precious necklace in an instant, equal to the total divine power of 10 kings. The nearest Howling Moon King, seeing such a drastic change, abruptly halted his body in the sky, and then burned his divine power to flee at an even greater speed. But it was too late. The speed of energy always surpasses light. The secret patterns on the necklace completely collapsed, and a violent explosion erupted. The space sizzled like a piece of paper utterly crushed. Zhang Yang, bearing the brunt, turned into nothingness, while the powerhouses of the three races, within like figures in a scroll painting, shattered into countless pieces along with the space. The shockwave of the secret pattern explosion spread instantly to the distance. Except for the Howling Moon King, who could continuously restore his body with his treasure, the other shattered powerhouses vanished completely from the universe with the impact of the secret patterns. My body is 75 annihilated. My divine body is 75 annihilated. Howling Moon King said in terror, staring at the surrounding void. All dead. Every single one dead. Out of 100 kings, only I remain. No good. The Zerg powerhouses might be on their way. I must leave immediately. I only have one of my strength, now weaker than a pinnacle king. It's too dangerous. If those enemies find me. The clone has fallen. In the desolate star region, Zhang Yang's soft murmur echoed. Fortunately, I had long researched my own clone technique. In the dimness, 2 points of light grew from a thin line into 2 circular lanterns, and the surrounding environment gradually brightened. A circular light shield slowly revealed itself from concealment, within which the figure of Zhang Yang became entirely clear. He said calmly, "I thought I would be overwhelmed by the combined forces of the aliens, but I never expected to die like this. The Universe Master is indeed formidable. This time I was somewhat careless. I didn't think he would disregard his dignity and strike at me directly, but it doesn't matter. They can't find my true body. Not the giant axe, not the virtual universe. I'll have to split my soul and inner world again. Fortunately, the last split has fully recovered, or it would take a lot of time to stabilize." Xiao Chun said with lingering fear, "Master, it's fortunate you were prepared. Otherwise this time would have been truly dangerous." Zhang Yang shook his head. "I've been reduced to this state merely surviving. As for you, splitting a data clone is simple. Don't try to connect to the virtual universe network now. Even though my secret technique is active, revealing our location is too dangerous." Xiao Chun replied earnestly, "Master, rest assured. I understand." Zhang Yang nodded gently. "Xiao San's divine body is over 90 annihilated. Control the machinery to inject medicine into its body, and let its pre-split divine body slowly recover." Xiao Chun responded, "Master, I will take care of the Moyun Vine. Next I will create another clone. Do not disturb me." Zhang Yang said. "Ha!" As the world force within his body circulated along a special trajectory, Zhang Yang's body began to heave continuously. His face twitched uncontrollably, turning completely pale, and involuntary sounds escaped his throat. A bulge suddenly protruded inside his arm, then tumors appeared on the front of his body, growing larger and larger, the skin becoming increasingly taut. With a hiss, the skin on his front burst open, and another Zhang Yang emerged from his body, lying flat on the ground. "Ha! To ensure the system remains unchanged, I have to use my own body. I can't make it much larger, but keeping 4 lives is enough. The essence has been split. Next is the spirit. Sever." The power of the soul transformed into a long blade, carefully slicing into his own soul. The unbearable agony made him tremble incessantly, and then the soul blade would stop. After a moment of calm, another slash fell. Zhang Yang cried out again in agony. The pain of the soul could not be concealed in any way. Those kings who had fought for countless years had their souls long fused with their divine bodies. When the divine body was annihilated, the pain was unbearable, let alone for Zhang Yang, who was still only a realm lord. Ha! After just 2 slashes, Zhang Yang's eyes had already dimmed considerably, but he did not stop. He continued to swing the blade at himself. 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, 10,081 times. A weak soul drilled out of Zhang Yang's cross-legged body, then descended toward the body lying flat on the ground ahead, with the world force surging closely behind. The Zhang Yang lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes as the soul infused him, and he stood up abruptly. The 2 bodies exchanged a glance, and the clone also sat down cross-legged. Next split the inner world. The consciousness of both bodies entered the inner world simultaneously. The world force surged within. In the world that was originally 10,000 kilometers in diameter, a layer of world barrier gradually appeared in the middle, directly dividing the inner world into two halves. One half gradually became illusory and moved toward the newly awakened clone. As the inner world completely merged into the clone's body, the split was fully completed. Two immense auras rose simultaneously within the light shield, but the outside world felt no change at all. Should I go back now? Zhang Yang tilted his head in thought, then recalled the cold gaze of Lord Cuckoo. He shook his head directly. If I go out right after the clone self-destructed, Lord Cuckoo will surely be angered. This secret technique has not been perfected and my plans have been disrupted. But it doesn't matter. I only went to the outer battlefield because of Lord Chaos City. The fusion of laws is extremely difficult. I have only found a part of it so far, but I can begin the preliminary fusion. I'll search for the rest later. This is not something that can be completed during the Realm Lord stage. Now I can break through to immortality. Zhang Yang summarized his talent and cultivation progress. His spirit talent had been boosted to 300,000 times by the system. Although he had been seeking a point of convergence without focusing on enhancement, his law comprehension had still reached the 22nd and 23rd levels of the Heaven Bridge. Once he broke through to immortality, his base power would instantly rise to the limit of an immortal, which is 100,000 times the power of a peak realm lord. After the breakthrough, the system's growth base would refresh to 300,000 times talent, increasing by over 300,000 per year. His talent would still have a leap period. If 100 years or 1,000 years passed with his terrifying talent multiplied by millions or tens of millions, 1 year of cultivation would be more terrifying than billions of years for others. Cultivating for 1,000 years, his law comprehension might directly jump from the middle stage of an exalted to the limit of a universe master, and his combat power would explode. Then only the safety issue remains. Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown. Cultivation could only proceed step by step, and strength could only increase slowly. Immortals were still too fragile for those universe masters. I need to hide the divine kingdom well. If it is destroyed, the foundation will be severed, and I don't know how much time it will take to repair. After breaking through to immortality, creating a clone is simple. Just use a secret technique to split off a part of the divine body and restore it. Finally, there is the soul. This was the most troublesome for Zhang Yang. Previously, he had not appeared in the sights of the monster race or the Zerg. His opponents were immortals, so there was no risk of soul control. Once his combat power skyrocketed, his performance would inevitably be terrifying, surpassing Luofeng by several levels. After all, he did not rely on supreme treasures. Law comprehension represented his realm. Once he used the secret techniques of a universe master, the hostile races would go mad trying to kill him. He wouldn't even be surprised if a universe master made a move. Forget it, I'll break through first and see the situation then. I also need to stabilize the foundation, recover the soul and inner world. The points I earned from passing the Heaven Mountain were all exchanged for such treasures, which should be enough. Lord Cuckoo. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with intense hatred and helplessness. How could he have subjected him to such torment? That feeling of powerlessness once again awakened him to his own weakness. In the outside world, everyone relied on their own abilities. Kuei-yu had tried to seize his treasure, and then even after possessing a precious treasure, he was enslaved. Lord Cuckoo had dared to strike at him directly. Kuei-yu could still appeal to Lord Cuckoo, but the strongest among the Earthlings was himself. Rules are established by the strong. The strong can determine the identity, status, and even fate of the weak. Those universe masters can decide the life and death of billions of races. I can do the same in the future. Weakness has no right to judge right or wrong. An immortal can slaughter billions of lives without guilt. A universe master can be more noble than a peerless genius. In the future, I will naturally be able to regard Lord Cuckoo as an ant and decide his life and death with a single thought. Zhang Yang roared out the words in his heart, and his mind calmed down. He blamed no one but himself for being too weak. But he would not forget. He gently closed his eyes, and for a time the land returned to dimness again. Crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy, Babata exclaimed in Luofeng's mind. Luofeng frowned and asked Babata what happened. The military system has gone crazy. A great battle broke out in the third battlefield. Over 30 peak human kings have fallen. Babata said with immense shock. Are the wars in the outer battlefield so fierce? Then I must finish collecting the general armor. Otherwise, even though I don't know how much 10 trillion military merits are, completing the mission will be extremely difficult. Luofeng continued searching for general armor pearl fragments in the garbage mountain with a stern expression. He treated the events in the outer battlefield as a spectacle, but now he had no time. He was too weak. Babata shouted in disbelief. Luofeng, how can you be so calm? Those are kings, and peak kings at that. The one who killed the old master was barely a king. There's a whole level of difference between them. Luofeng said expressionlessly, we won't encounter such powerhouses. That place is one of the most dangerous areas in the outer battlefield. We won't go there, Babata said softly, but all of this was caused by Zhang Yang. Who would have thought that going to the outer battlefield would cause such a commotion? Senior, Luo Feng exclaimed, then said angrily, Babata, can you please pay attention to the key points? What exactly happened to Senior? Babata quickly said those kings wanted to snatch an extremely precious treasure from Zhang Yang. The situation was very disadvantageous. Zhang Yang was furious and directly detonated that precious treasure. There were nearly 100 powerhouses in the field, humans, mechanical race, monster race, and hidden Zerg, but only the Howling Moon King of the monster race survived. He is an invincible king. He is comparable to your teacher Jin Yen King. Yet most of his divine body was annihilated. He was discovered by the Zerg and barely escaped after a great battle. As for Zhang Yang, he should have cultivated a clone technique. The slaves on Earth are not dead, so he might be recovering in the universe. Luo Feng frowned deeply and said, contact Senior's virtual universe communication. Babata said softly, Luo Feng, Zhang Yang's virtual universe communication cannot be connected. He probably turned it off and discarded the consciousness connection device. Luo Feng hovered in the air, a thoughtful expression on his face. Since arriving in the universe, he had received fewer and fewer messages from Zhang Yang, and he had no idea what he was thinking. Babata, inform me immediately if there's news about Senior. Now I need to seriously search for treasures and improve my own strength. In the universe, only strength is real. In a vast temple in the virtual universe chaos, that little fellow didn't die after all. Perhaps we should give him a little help. The giant axe founder hesitated. Chaos City Lord said calmly, isn't he confident he won't die? Isn't it better to let him see the danger? Survival of the fittest. The universe is like this. Geniuses are just geniuses. I hope he can grow to my level. Only then will he not be abandoned. Since he has integrated his people into the entire human territory, he must accept this. A universe master is naturally more important than a genius. Everything is for the benefit of the race, and in the future he will fight for our race. Giant Axe nodded in agreement. The strong need no reason to act against the weak, but he always felt that little fellow was not simple. He did not see in Zhang Yang's eyes the fear of life being out of control, nor did he show the inner respect for them. It was as if he was confident he could reach such strength. How could a realm lord believe he could reach his level? What kind of opportunity could give him such confidence? Milky Way Earth. Haha, that big devil is finally dead. News just came from the clan. The big devil is dead. Only Luo Feng remains. Anyone up for a day trip to the other side of Earth? You try it? Just yesterday two who thought Zhang Yang had fallen went over there, but they were still beaten back by his slaves. Zhang Yang is still alive. If we get hurt, we have to endure it. Those useless guardians in the sky don't dare to offend Zhang Yang. Especially after hearing of Zhang Yang's fearsome reputation in the outer battlefield, they probably shrink away entirely. What's there to see on the other side of Earth? It's just women and children. If we give you the chance, do you dare to go? Our actions are all monitored by the clan. Every move we make is scored. If you don't want to end up like those useless guardians in the sky, don't think about causing trouble. Cultivate well. What about Luo Feng? Have you forgotten that he is the personal disciple of Chaos City Lord? Do you really think your bloodline can protect us? Have you seen your own ancestor? I haven't, but Luo Feng certainly can see Chaos City Lord. Giant Rock King stood on a boundary staring with hostile eyes at the cosmic beings coming and going around him. Anyone who dared to break the rules would be attacked with the force of a thunderbolt, even if it meant death without hesitation. The same was true for the winged human king on the other side. Their very existence was the strongest evidence that Zhang Yang was still alive. Especially now, no one dared to provoke a living invincible king. This was not an invincible king who had cultivated for eons in Chaos City, but one who was barely 4,000 years old. Now, with glory upon him, he might be in need of establishing his authority. If anyone dared to jump out at this moment, they would surely face the most violent blow. Back then, Yanzhu King, the son of an exalted, was enslaved. Moreover, no one could guarantee that after breaking through to immortality he might directly rival an exalted, or even break through to exalted. That would be too terrifying. 1,000 years passed in an instant. For the former Earthlings, a millennium might have seemed an unfathomable expanse of time. But for the present Earthlings, where planetary level had become the baseline, 1,000 years was merely the span of a single generation. Due to differences in social circles, Zhang Yang's family remained unaware of what had transpired in the domain battlefield. Among all Earthlings, only Luo Feng knew the truth, and he would never speak of it. In an unknown starfield of the primal universe, the land was barren, and even the stars in the sky were sparse. It's time to break through. A soft whisper, and the surroundings brightened once more. The avatars and the original body sat facing each other, or perhaps each was an avatar, each was the original. If one perished, the other could reassemble a new one. Law's complete cross into immortality. As the words fell, the Zhang Yang, within the inner world, abruptly stood up. This was the transformation of the source bead upon breaking through to Realm Lord. The primordial spirit spread its arms, releasing the suppression within its heart, exposing the laws it had comprehended directly to the primal universe. He closed his eyes, his mind seeking the ocean of the origin universe. A vast sea of divine power that could only be perceived when one's essence, chi and spirit were fully integrated. In the terms of this world, it meant that the body's exertion reached 100, capable of complete mastery over one's physical form. The comprehension of laws reached the level of immortality, the metal law fully grasped, and the will was sufficiently strong to sense the ocean of laws. Thus essence, chi, and spirit merged perfectly. A mysterious reaction occurred, an invisible barrier seemed to appear in the universe blocking Zhang Yang's will from connecting to the ocean of laws. Zhang Yang smiled easily. His body amplitude and soul amplitude both exceeded 90. His will reached the level of a universe venerable, and his secret techniques were also of the ultimate level of a venerable. More importantly, including the avatars and the original body, there were 4 bodies in total, but their gene level was only 100 times and their height was less than 2 meters. The shackles at this level were extremely weak. The primordial spirit, Zhang Yang, casually slashed with a blade, cleaving the barrier in the sky. The fragile barrier shattered instantly. Without obstruction, the ocean of laws in 10 colors, red, yellow, green, silver, flowed across the sky. At this moment, his powerful will was perfectly manifested, frantically absorbing the divine power from the ocean of laws. His body underwent a rapid transformation. The basic body strength increased by 100,000 times in just a few seconds. Combined with the original 100 times gene level, the 3 avatars and the original body instantly reached 10 million times the power of a peak realm lord, comparable to an ordinary venerable. Thus his body became an immortal divine body, his world power completely transformed into immortal divine power, and he enjoyed an endless lifespan. Afterward, Zhang Yang did not choose to stop. Instead, he concentrated his will even more intensely, absorbing the energy from the ocean of laws. The energy concentration within his inner world began to rise continuously, and in some places energy even started to condense. Soon, as if sensing that Zhang Yang's transformation was complete, the ocean of laws began to recede slowly. At this point, he had finally taken a step forward on the path of the strong. Not bad. Breaking through to immortality increased my power by 100,000 times. Now, after body amplitude, I can unleash 9 billion times the power of a peak realm lord. For a venerable with a 10-fold gene level, their basic power is 100 million times that of a peak realm lord. After using body amplitude secret techniques, they only reach around 2 or 3 billion. The gap isn't huge. After a few comments, Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he said in surprise, "My will has likely increased as well. Previously it was at the level of a high-level venerable. Now I feel immensely powerful. Did I surpass Universe Master? With this level of will combined with the enhancement of my divine body, there will probably be another period of explosive growth. Now, although a Universe Master could still kill me, they can no longer suppress me so completely that I am helpless as before. Except for those Universe Masters who specialize in soul attacks, I can now calmly self-destruct." Zhang Yang's greatest concern had always been safety. Soul attacks directly target the will. Even with avatars, it was dangerous. Now finally he had a guarantee. "I have long comprehended the essence of the laws. The 10 laws were acknowledged by the origin universe long ago, and my law comprehension has reached an extremely deep level. Thus, whether seeking points of convergence or fusing laws, there is no obstacle. There is no gap between the Realm Lord stage and immortality. It's time to rapidly fuse the laws. Space and time are the main veins. They must be cultivated. Only the 3-system fused laws possess that strange power. Then I will integrate the metal law. I have also found many points of convergence among the 10 laws. In the short term, I can quickly enhance my strength. I have been stagnant for too long. It has been over 4000 years since I became a Realm Lord. During the Realm Lord period, my talent increased by 100 times each year. Although creating soul attack secret techniques, studying secret pattern diagrams, creating avatar secret techniques, and creating secret techniques to shield the virtual universe all consumed many system selection opportunities. But now I have 400000 times the divine talent. Combined with my recent breakthrough to immortality, my talent will increase by 10 each year. That's 400000 times the divine talent per year. In just 100 years my talent will reach 4 million. 10 times what it is now. Laws will talent secret techniques. All are in a phase of rapid improvement. After a brief settling, I should set off again. 100 years later, on the continent of the Virtual Universe Company, a spatial fluctuation appeared. Countless immortals below instantly raised their heads, and even venerables looked toward the sky, for the divine power fluctuation before them was unfamiliar and extremely powerful. "Who goes there? Don't you know the rules?" A roar came from below, and a stalwart figure appeared in the sky. Zhang Yang looked at the figure before him with deep emotion, and said softly, "Mongshan Wang, long time no see." Mongshan Wang's expression turned strange the moment he saw Zhang Yang. His impression of Zhang Yang was extremely profound. After all, he had been the one to lead Zhang Yang into Chaos City back then. At first, Zhang Yang's performance in Chaos City over 30 years was unremarkable. Then he was expelled by the Virtual Universe Company's Doomsday Secret Realm, and over 200 years later, he suddenly became a member of the Primordial Secret Realm. At that time, Mongshan Wang was very curious about the specifics, but he didn't know the details. Still, his impression of Zhang Yang became clearer again. After 3000 years of silence, Zhang Yang suddenly passed the 20th level of the Heaven Bridge. Mongshan Wang was astonished beyond words. Shortly after the battle in the domain battlefield spread completely, a realm lord using a self-destructing heavy treasure killed nearly 100 peak king-level experts, each not weaker than him. Feeling the vast immortal divine power emanating from Zhang Yang, which rivaled that of an ordinary venerable Mongshan, Wang realized that he had probably broken through to immortality. He asked cautiously, "May I ask why Soul Shadow Wang has come to Chaos City?" A hearty laugh resounded across the entire continent of the Virtual Universe Company. After laughing, Zhang Yang said in surprise, "After passing the 18th level, one has the right to reside permanently in Chaos City. There shouldn't be any problem with me coming here now, should there?" Mongshan Wang said awkwardly, "Naturally there's no problem. You've been here before, so you should know the rules. Are you planning to stay long-term today?" Zhang Yang shook his head and said with a smile, "No need for long-term residence. I came this time mainly to see the primordial Chaos City Lord." Mongshan Wang's expression immediately became hesitant, his face twisted with indecision. It was rare for such a stalwart man to make such an expression. A newly promoted king-level expert seeking an audience with the primordial Chaos City Lord. He dared not let him through. If he offended the City Lord, he couldn't bear the consequences. Fortunately, he didn't have to struggle for long. The primordial Chaos City Lord within the primal universe had already sensed the change outside. Innumerable divine powers penetrated the space-time channel, and a voice resounded at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, "Let him in." Mongshan Wang's expression instantly turned solemn. He stepped aside, extended his hand, and said respectfully to Zhang Yang, "The primordial Chaos City Lord invites you." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, then walked toward the passage to the primal universe. To be honest, if it were the miniature universe of the Axe Lord creator, he wouldn't dare to enter. But as for the original ancestor was suppressed by the will of the primal universe and couldn't communicate with his own miniature universe. Although the primordial Chaos City Lord was powerful inside, he wasn't strong enough to instantly enslave Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang entered, the many experts in Chaos City opened their eyes. A powerful and unfamiliar presence. Soul Shadow Wang. It's Soul Shadow Wang. The scattered Dawn King who died in the Dark Thunder domain was my friend. This is that little guy from over 4000 years ago. He sat right beside me back then. With such momentum now has he advanced to immortality. Tisk, is this the peerless genius that appears once in 10 million epochs? His aura is indeed extraordinary. He kept a low profile all along, then suddenly reached the 20th level of the Heaven Bridge. A feat that surpasses my billions of years of bitter cultivation. You all know him. Tell me quickly. Is that the genius who rose through the Virtual Universe Company? Can I achieve that level too? He was free from life and death, and no one could restrain him anymore. Even his homeland, if he took the lead, he could take Earth and flee. By then, even the strongest wouldn't find his traces. He was fearless henceforth. He no longer needed to hide himself. Now he possessed enough power to protect his homeland. If he wished, he could take the entire Earth into his divine kingdom, making it impossible for anyone to find. Humph! The two guards at the City Lord's mansion blocked him with unfriendly expressions. No one may enter the City Lord's mansion without permission. Zhang Yang seemed unfazed by their momentum, his gaze calm, as he looked into the depths of the mansion. "Come in." A faint voice sounded, but it carried an irresistible force. Zhang Yang walked step by step inside. The first time he came, he didn't know if he would survive. After all, he was only at the universe level, far too weak. But now, stepping into the City Lord's mansion again, although there was still a gap in strength between him and the primordial Chaos City Lord, the gap was now clearly visible. He could guarantee his survival in the hands of the primordial Chaos City Lord. Seeing the primordial Chaos City Lord, Zhang Yang bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, primordial Chaos City Lord." The primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze swept over Zhang Yang, and he said with a smile, "You do have an avatar. What level of strength have you reached now?" For ordinary immortals, the primordial Chaos City Lord could make accurate judgments. But for Zhang Yang, even when he was a realm lord, he couldn't catch up with him. If not for the Axe Lord creator, he would have lost him back then. This had become one of the few small pleasures in his countless years. When Zhang Yang was a realm lord, he could rival a king-level Invincible, though only in soul attacks, but that was already extremely incredible. His physical attacks reached the king-level limit, easily killing early and high-level king-level experts. Even his beloved disciple Kadi had never achieved such a feat. Although he had lost his heavy treasure and his defensive ability had weakened, his basic strength had increased by 100,000 times. The primordial Chaos City Lord could no longer gauge Zhang Yang's current combat power. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, thought for 2 moments, and replied, "Now I am equivalent to a low-level venerable. If I had 2 more suitable weapons, I would not fear a high-level venerable." The primordial Chaos City Lord's expression stiffened. Although he had anticipated this, the reality still struck him differently. The gap between a venerable and an immortal seemed only 100 times similar to the initial gap between immortal and realm lord. But after accumulating differences in divine power, purity laws, secret techniques, treasures, and divine bodies, the actual combat gap was enormous. Humans were not special life forms. A mere 100 times gene level was far from enough. The gap in basic divine power was only cancelled, but the rest remained huge. He still asked incredulously, "You feel you possess the strength to rival a high-level universe venerable?" Zhang Yang looked seriously at the primordial Chaos City Lord and said softly, "Forgive my offense, City Lord," while silently chanting soul-severing. Divine power instantly turned ethereal. The intangible soul attack transformed into a war blade, directly entering the primordial Chaos City Lord's body. The moment it entered, Zhang Yang saw a pair of calm, unruffled eyes. The soul attack collapsed instantly. The backlash turned Zhang Yang's face pale, and he staggered a step before barely steadying himself. "Your soul attack is not bad. It can indeed restrain a high-level venerable. It still needs improvement, but for now it's enough," the primordial Chaos City Lord said indifferently, completely unaffected by the attack. After all, the gap in divine power and will was immense. A human wouldn't notice if a tiny ant bared its fangs. He looked at the pale-faced Zhang Yang and asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Zhang Yang licked his lips and said softly, "City Lord, my military system has been blocked. The last self-destruction cost me dearly. It's time to make those aliens pay back." The primordial Chaos City Lord gave Zhang Yang a deep look and said, "Go." Zhang Yang bowed slightly to the primordial Chaos City Lord and then slowly withdrew. His blade was already thirsting for action. Stepping out of the City Lord's mansion with great satisfaction, Zhang Yang's stride lightened. "Ghost Soul King!" a hoarse voice rang out. Turning his head, Zhang Yang saw a 5-meter-tall steel beast standing at the exit of the primal chaos universe. It resembled a small hill and would have been hard to notice if it hadn't made a sound. A hint of amusement flickered in his heart, and he asked softly, "You must be a king of the Yushan clan, right? Is there something you need from me?" The hill-like king stirred slightly, raising dozens of short arms, and rumbled, "By the order of the clan leader, I am to take you to meet our great Yushan lord." Zhang Yang frowned. What business could a universe lord of a vassal race have with him? The Yushan clan was a powerful race. Though they had only one universe lord, that was enough to revive the kings and ordinary venerables within the clan. They subjugated themselves to the human race only to protect their universe overlords, for only the strongest could easily revive an overlord. Venerables also needed experience and growth. Without battle, they could never break through to universe lord. "I should have no dealings with your Yushan clan, right? Can you tell me what has happened?" The Yushan king replied, "The great Yushan lord heard of your deeds and wishes to meet you. I do not know the reason, but I have been waiting here for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. Zhang Yang murmured. 1,000 years ago he had just self-destructed. Did the Yushan Lord believe he would survive? He would find out the truth by meeting him. Lead the way. I also want to know what the mighty Yushan Lord wants with me. Follow me." With that, the Yushan King directly entered the passage to the primal universe. Zhang Yang followed. After a divine kingdom teleportation, they arrived at a corner of the Durankia Universe Kingdom. He searched for information and gained some understanding of this place. As a universe lord, one could occupy a small territory in the primal universe, but weakness invited oppression. Thus most became vassals of major powers. The Yushan clan lived on the border of human territory. The Durankia Universe Kingdom was not entirely for humans. Many Yushan clan members lived there as well. The two races shared the territory peacefully due to their vastly different lifestyles. The Yushan King said, "This is one of the cosmic secret realms of our Yushan clan. Our people dwell in 10 nearby universe kingdoms." Zhang Yang raised his head slightly, looking at the entrance of the 7-colored secret realm, then followed him inside. "Oh, this place seems a bit strange." Looking at the barren scene around him, Zhang Yang spoke in confusion. In his field of vision, there were only dark, rugged hills, and the light was dim, making it far from picturesque. The Yushan King explained, "The substances that grow in the secret realm vary. Most are balanced. Sunlight, metal, thunder, water. But in our Chia secret realm, metal grows. The ever-expanding metal is perfect for our growth." Zhang Yang glanced at the hill and nodded inwardly. After all, they had no eyes, nose, or ears. As for a mouth, their countless short arms probably served that purpose. As they advanced, Zhang Yang sensed many immortal presences, all well hidden. The aura grew stronger as they went forward, and Zhang Yang detected 4 dangerous presences. He was certain they were the Yushan clan's venerables. Soon he saw a towering iron mountain hundreds of billions of kilometers high. Its walls were perfectly smooth, engraved with patterns of small peaks, the statues of the Yushan clan. In the middle of the iron mountain was a hollowed-out platform. On both sides, countless circular stone pillars soared to the sky, adorned with carvings of strange beasts. Looking inside, it was very dim, and the orderly pillars gave an inexplicable sense of solemnity. "We have arrived. Go ahead on your own. I am not qualified to enter." Zhang Yang nodded to the guiding king, then flew straight in. After about 2 minutes passing tens of thousands of towering stone pillars, he reached the end. There were 5 giant iron mountains, 1 large in the center, and 4 smaller ones flanking it symmetrically. Their shape resembled the Yushan king outside, but they were billions of times larger. He realized that the Yushan king outside must have shrunk its size. Zhang Yang slightly bowed toward the iron mountain, nearly 100,000 kilometers ahead, and said, "Greetings, Yushan Lord. Ha ha ha, Ghost Soul King, I have known of you for 4,000 years. As the Yushan Lord spoke, an immense pressure filled the hall. Its voice was identical to the previous king's, but the volume was amplified countless times. Zhang Yang bowed slightly and said, "In the secret realm, life and death are unpredictable. I hope the Yushan Lord will forgive me." He had guessed when he saw the Yushan King in Chaos City. He was quite familiar with this race back in the Tuhan secret realm. He had killed them in waves. It had been quite enjoyable. Now he inwardly groaned. The Avengers came one after another. "Truly, you are not actually worried that I will kill you, are you, Ghost Soul King?" The Yushan Lord's tone seemed both questioning and affirming. Zhang Yang bowed slightly, his expression impassive, which was taken as agreement. As a peerless genius of the human race, he naturally would not worry about being killed by a vassal race's powerhouse. That would be challenging the authority of the human race. But such a matter could not be stated openly. Showing disrespect to a universe lord would make death well deserved. "Yes, you are right. I cannot kill you. The human universe lords can easily punish you, but I cannot." The Yushan Lord continued. Zhang Yang's face grew calmer, but inwardly he felt troubled. The tone was not right. This universe lord was probably going to make things difficult for him. The Yushan Lord's tone remained steady. A vassal race is still a vassal. There is no shame in saying it. Everything is for the propagation of the race. I became a universe lord far more than 1 trillion epochs ago. Not long after, I intend to seek opportunities in the cosmic sea. Zhang Yang quickly said, "May the Yushan Lord have infinite life and infinite treasures." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Yushan Lord laughed joyfully. "Ghost Soul King, you are truly an interesting little fellow. In truth, I should have set out for the cosmic sea countless epochs ago. My strength has stagnated for far too long." The 4 smaller mountains beside him all lowered a bit, appearing as peakless hills like a human bowing. They said in unison, "We are ashamed of failing the clan leader's cultivation." The Yushan Lord's mountain body waved countless iron arms, and an invisible force fell upon the 4 small peaks as if to comfort them. "That 4 universe overlords have been born is already our clan's fortune. You are now the pillars of the clan. What is there to be ashamed of? Becoming a universe lord is too difficult." In the next instant, Zhang Yang felt that the Yushan Lord's gaze had once again fallen on him. "Ghost Soul King." A sudden roar echoed, and the entire secret realm seemed to tremble. Space itself froze at that moment, and boundless majesty erupted. Clearly the Yushan Lord had activated the ability to control time and space. The power of a universe lord was now fully revealed. Zhang Yang replied, "I am here." The Yushan Lord's divine might was like a prison, and his voice boomed forth. "You have cultivated for only a few hundred years, and as a domain lord killed my clan's immortals. You have cultivated less than 5,000 years, and as a domain lord killed a pinnacle king barely reaching the level of an invincible king. I am the oldest alien universe lord among the human vassal races. I joined the human race before that invincible being was imprisoned. I have witnessed the Axe Founder become the universe's strongest, seen the Eastern Lord's breakthrough, seen the rise of the Withered Lord. I have seen the Abyssal Palace Lord become a top-tier universe overlord, and too many geniuses. I can feel your will is extremely strong. Even as an immortal you surpass our clan's venerables. You possess the ability to create avatars. Your rise is beyond imagination. Your probability of falling is extremely low." Zhang Yang was not fooled by these praises. In his past life it had been less than 30 years, but this life had been over 4,000 years. He had struggled, despaired. Even with the system's aid he could only barely protect his life. But it was not absolutely safe. The universe's strongest, who specialized in soul attacks. He could not withstand them. He did not even know if the poison array in his soul could be self-detonated to destroy his avatar. "I believe you will surely become a universe lord," the Yushan Lord declared firmly. Then his voice became deeply regretful. He said lowly, "There are countless powerhouses in the universe. Your soul will is strong, but it is still dangerous against the top existences of the universe. I do not have a treasure that can withstand such beings, but I have accumulated considerable wealth during my endless epochs roaming the primal universe. If you agree to protect my clan after I leave, even if I fall, the clan can still live in peace. I will grant you an ordinary soul defense treasure, a high-tier treasure saber, and a high-tier treasure armor. Ghost Soul King, tell me your choice. As he spoke, 3 treasures radiating mysterious auras appeared in the hall, illuminating the entire Iron Mountain Hollow. A grayish orb emitting a white glow. Zhang Yang felt his spirit invigorated just by looking at it, and a sense of calm arose in his heart. This was a soul defense treasure. A suit of ancient-styled armor engraved with images of many strange beasts. It seemed even more mysterious than the heavy chromium armor he had previously owned. After all, the heavy chromium armor had only one form, while a treasure had at least 3 forms. Once fully activated, its power was unmatched, and its defensive strength immense. As for the last saber, its design was not too different from the previous lanthanum jade saber, a broad-backed long blade. The pale saber light felt sharp even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. As a saber user, he could not deny his fondness. These 3 treasures could almost cover all of Zhang Yang's current weaknesses. Once equipped, his upper limit as an immortal would be greatly elevated, granting him immense power in the early stages. With them, he could now match a high-level universe venerable and even briefly resist a universe overlord. Zhang Yang did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the secret realm. Behind him were countless iron mountains, large and small. He felt a heavy weight in his heart. Accepting the treasures meant he would have to protect them. The treasures were indeed excellent, but what he felt most was respect. The respect of a powerhouse. He could not help but think, if he had possessed such strength back then, would those universe lords have still encroached upon his homeland? His heart sank with disappointment, for the answer was obvious: yes. The Yushan clan's universe lord could invest in him, granting treasures worth 3 high-tier treasures. Yet within the clan there were conflicts of interest. Earth was like a cake. Everyone wanted a taste. The weak had no choice. If he and Luofeng had not later shown their worth, without the universe lords acting, the universe venerables who had tasted the sweetness would have taken the whole cake for themselves. The universe lords tacitly approved, as if that was the same punishment they had inflicted before. The 2 groups of universe lords, facing different circumstances, made different choices. Zhang Yang could not deceive his own feelings. If I have the strength of a universe lord, I will naturally protect them. Zhang Yang made a solemn promise. He could reject the treasures, but he could not reject this sincere respect. This was the first alien stronger than him who was willing to believe in and help him. When he became a universe lord, he could naturally set aside a region for the Yushan clan to live well. Survival was all they needed. Their demands were truly minimal, and that was something Zhang Yang could accept. After agreeing to the Yushan lord, he looked again at those naive little hills and felt an inexplicable sense of endearment. They were extremely foolish in their youth, and even as adults they were somewhat dull, but they were very simple. Compared to the so-called human powerhouses, they possessed a greater sincerity. Aliens were aliens, allies were allies. The community of interests formed by countless human-like races was the group. Mutual respect was necessary for better development. There was no reason for one's own kin to uproot another race and demand gratitude. Earthlings were the most suitable race to live on Earth. If one were truly selfless for the benefit of all humanity, what should be given was cultivation and training. Zhang Yang did not hope for that. It was just fantasy. Talent only increased the probability of growth. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Plunder had already happened. He understood that although they now only occupied half of Earth, it was enough to nurture those with outstanding talent. Top-tier powerhouses were what they needed. Half was sufficient for the most exceptional juniors, satisfying their needs. Because they were satisfied, they would show a degree of mercy. As for how much compassion they had for Earthlings, how Earthlings fared, the strong in the universe were allowed to slaughter. If not for him and Luofeng, Earthlings would be enslaved for eons. The most realistic portrayal. Talented slaves had a high chance of breaking through to the cosmic level, a hot commodity. The Yushan Lord was very satisfied with Zhang Yang's expression. He had not agreed immediately, but had thought it through before consenting. Now this was a promise from a strong man, and strong men valued their promises. Now, these 3 treasures are yours.